Chapter 421. Successful Ending. Bang! Central City Lord. We are here. While Han Feng was asking questions, the other two strong men outside the door broke in. Alas! Imprisonment. There was no other way. Han Feng could only use his telekinesis again to freeze the two annoying guys in place. At the same time, Han Feng moved his waist slightly, and 5 silver wings rose up and flew towards the necks of the 5 people. However, Han Feng did not want to kill them, but wanted to use the silver wings to have a certain deterrent effect. Sure enough, after the 5 people felt the cold touch on their necks, their eyes changed a little. Bo Lao, can you still communicate with me normally? Staring at Bo Lao's stunned eyes, Han Feng asked again. Yes. Yes. Trembling, Bo Lao nodded in response. That's good. After a pause, Han Feng continued, I'm not here to kill you. Otherwise you would have died by now. Let your people go out. I have something to talk to you about. Okay? Yes. 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 Bo Lao said yes 3 times in a row. Well, after receiving Bo Lao's affirmative reply, Han Feng lifted the mental restraint. But the 5 silver wings were still attached to their necks and were not taken down. You guys go out first. I have something to say to this little brother. Boss Bo. Let's go out. Seeing his subordinates still want to step forward, Boss Bo roared. After receiving Boss Bo's refusal, the 5 people slowly stepped back and walked out of the room. After a few seconds, the 5 silver wings slowly floated back into the room and returned to Han Feng's waist. Who are you? What are you going to do? Looking at Han Feng, Boss Bo asked first. When the words came to his lips, Han Feng's eyes turned, and he suddenly thought of a better excuse. Ahem. Han Feng continued with a straight tone. I am from the Chinese Armed Command. You are a military. Han Feng made a silent gesture and nodded gently. At this moment, what other words can be better than this sentence? You? With trembling hands, Bo Lao hesitated to speak. Is it difficult to get your food? Han Feng asked while taking out a cigarette and lighting it. Sir, we have our own vegetable greenhouse and breeding center. As for food, the country doesn't have to worry about it. We can be self-sufficient. Bo Lao is very smart, knowing that no matter how powerful he is, he can't compete with the country. Pursing his lips, Han Feng continued to ask, what about your safety? The edge of the city is very dangerous. Right? No, Commander. You worry too much. We have organized our own militia. That is, guards. In addition to them, there are strong men in each district. When the city is in danger, they can help. Hearing this, Han Feng was dumbfounded. I wanted to use nutritional paste and red alert soldiers to trick the other party. But I never thought. This guy is quite well prepared. In this way, I have to think of other ways. Commander, you want to recapture this place? Seeing that Han Feng didn't speak, Bo Lao stepped forward and asked tentatively. Well, but it's not the recovery you imagined. Oh! Han Feng finished speaking, and Bo Lao was stunned. You can still be the city lord, and I don't care about anything in the city. I only have one request. In Bo Lao's puzzled eyes, Han Feng continued, you are the people of the country. We have not abandoned you. Luna, summon 2 Navy SEALs. Confirm. Quick! Han Feng contacted Luna while speaking. Okay. Captain Han. 2 Navy SEALs are being summoned. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng immediately said, now is a time of chaos, and the higher-ups have appointed me to come down to investigate here secretly. You did a great job, so I don't need to change here. Boss, you can continue to sit down. Ha, thank you. Sir. Thank you. Sir. Report to Captain Han. The Navy. Enter. When Han Feng was about to speak, the report of the Navy SEALs suddenly sounded outside the door. How is Shicheng? Han Feng turned his eyes and looked at the 2 Navy SEALs who came in. According to the hint given in Han Feng's mind, one of the Navy SEALs replied, in the past month, there have been a total of 23 intentional injury incidents in Shicheng, with a total of 82 people injured. Among them, after the fake report of the Navy SEALs was finished, Han Feng pretended to understand and said, well, I know. By the way, I know the situation in East City. I have been active in East City recently. Now, you should focus on South City as the key observation area. Go there. Yes. Captain Han. The two responded in unison. Saluted, turned around and walked out of the door to wait. When Bo Lao saw two camouflaged and fully armed personnel entering the room without anyone noticing, his heart was shocked for a moment. Han Feng's actions further confirmed Bo Lao's guess. They are. I advise you not to ask too much about the special forces. Turning his gaze, Han Feng said leisurely. Okay. I won't ask. Mr. Bo really knows what's good for him and understands the trend of the times. Just now I said, I'm not here to recapture. I'm here to help you reestablish order. But I think your guards are very conscientious and responsible, which saves a lot of trouble. Then Han Feng continued to fool Mr. Bo and said, from now on, you are my hidden line. You are the only one who knows my identity. If I am exposed, I think you know the consequences. I understand. Don't worry. Sir, I will never expose you. After the ups and downs of life and death. At this moment, Bo Lao's thoughts were all led by Han Feng, and he lost the most basic considerations. In the gap between communicating with Bo Lao, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, Luna, Hidden Mission 2. How much have I completed? Report to Captain Han. 9,800/10,000. Now, the survivors you are sheltering total 9,800 people, and there are still 200 people left to complete the mission goal. After hearing this, Han Feng was ecstatic. Sure enough, conquer their boss, and all his subordinates are counted under his name. Okay, get out. After a long time, I am afraid of causing misunderstandings. Patting Bo Lao on the shoulder, Han Feng said with a smile. Okay, I'll go downstairs now. Thinking that he had been recognized by the country, Bo Lao's face was flushed for a while. You two find a place to change clothes, and all the original clothes and equipment are destroyed. Make it clean. Coming out of the room, Han Feng saw two Navy SEALs on guard at the door. In order to perform the whole set, Han Feng could only give this order. Yes. After the two finished speaking, they turned around and ran to the other side, accompanying Bo Lao back to the restaurant. Everyone was still laughing and talking. However, when Su Long saw Han Feng and Bo Lao, his eyes changed from confusion to surprise, and then to helplessness and panic. Don't worry. I didn't sell you out. Just be the East City Lord and no one will do anything to you. Han Feng comforted Su Long by his ear. Su Long looked at Han Feng, then at Bo Lao, as if he wanted to know something from Bo Lao's eyes. Half an hour later, the lunch ended. After talking to Bo Lao, Han Feng led two Navy SEALs in plain clothes out of the restaurant. Boss, I almost fell asleep waiting for you. Why are you so slow? Seeing Han Feng, Natasha stepped forward and said. When she saw the two red alert soldiers behind Han Feng, Natasha stared with curiosity. Stop. Don't ask. Go home. Looking at Natasha, Han Feng suddenly felt a little headache. Once he took over her words, he would have to explain all the details of the lunch in the next hour. Since the recapture operation was unusually smooth, Han Feng simply gave up the idea of continuing the competition. In the next few days, Han Feng took Tanya and Natasha to play in the city every day. The purpose was to wait for Master Ji. Han Feng was accompanied by the boss and Bo Lao's men every day. This was Han Feng's own proposal to Bo Lao. Because he was with two beauties, he really didn't want to stand up for them. Finally, on the fourth day of staying in the middle city, Han Feng finally waited for Master Ji. Along with Master Ji, there was also a large bag of scriptures and monk's robes. According to Master Ji himself, none of these things could be left behind, so they were all brought. After the people gathered, Han Feng drove the car, took the other 5 people, and drove out of the city to the armored troop carrier. As for why he wanted to take the boss away, it was because Han Feng was also afraid that Su Long would do something behind the scenes. What if the boss was harmed? Soon, Han Feng drove to the place where the armored troop carrier was parked. For 10 days, the armored troop carrier stayed in the same place and was not discovered. With the protection of 2 Navy SEALs and a sniper, the wounds on the 5 girls were mostly healed. Even if some of the wounds were deeper, they were scabbed and waiting to heal. Glancing at the crowd, Han Feng counted a total of 15 people, and a lot of luggage, knowing that the maximum number of people that an armored troop carrier can carry is 12. For the sake of the extra people, Han Feng did not hesitate to order, Luna. Summon an armored troop carrier. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. The armored troop carrier is being summoned. Please wait. The two troop carriers drove side by side, heading home together. Late that night, Han Feng saw the zinc mine with sparse lights through the window of the cabin. Luna. During the 10 days I was away. The base, is there any problem? Reporting to Captain Han. There is nothing unusual. What about the zinc mine? There is nothing unusual either. Wei Peng didn't have any conflicts with Lin Lan. Did he? No. The two of them hardly met in the past 10 days. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. In 10 days, Wei Peng didn't cause any strange things, which is really a great joy. Continuing to look out the window, Han Feng said to himself. Chapter 422, Reconciliation. Back to the zinc mine. Han Feng got off the troop transport. Tanya, please take the trouble to take them to Brother Wang's place. The they here. Han Feng refers to the boss and the 5 girls. Okay. You will return to the base after you are done. It is getting late. Go back and rest early. Okay. I understand. After replying to Han Feng, Tanya turned around and boarded the troop transport again. Watching the 2 troop transports leave, Han Feng silently took out a cigarette and lit it. Holding the cigarette in his mouth, Han Feng slowly wandered in the zinc mine. It has been more than 10 days since the last zombie craze. All the buildings in the zinc mine have been repaired, but there are still some bloodstains and bullet holes on the ground. It's really warm now, Han Feng said suddenly. Report to Captain Han. Today is February 3rd. Tomorrow is the beginning of spring, and winter will be over. Following Han Feng's mumbling, Luna reported the date and solar terms. So fast. As he spoke, Han Feng's mind was full of the bitter winter and the heavy snow all over the mountains. Hee. Keeping the posture of looking up at the sky, Han Feng laughed softly and continued, I can't believe it. It's been more than a month since I parted with her. After that, Han Feng's eyes gradually narrowed, and he swore to himself, time machine, no matter what. We must build it. Luna. Summon 5 Nighthawk transport planes. Summon 30 Navy SEALs. Confirmed. After a pause, Han Feng seemed to remember something and continued, by the way, make another 500 nutrient pastes. Confirmed. Okay. Captain Han. 5 Nighthawk transport planes and 30 Navy SEALs are being summoned. Please wait. 500 nutrient pastes are being made. Please wait. After they are summoned, place 100 nutrient pastes on each transport plane. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng dropped his cigarette butt and stamped it out. Each transport plane can carry 5 people, plus the pilot's position. A total of 6 people. 5 transport planes. Exactly 30 people. Han Feng's goal of summoning the most powerful troops is to deploy them in any 5 cities 500 kilometers away. Let them search for survivors alone. No need to bring them back. Just provide protection. There are only the last 200 people to complete the hidden task 2 issued by the system. As long as they are gathered together, task 3 can be started. Every step he takes, Han Feng feels that he is one step closer to Wei Yun. Alas. Sighing softly, Han Feng took out his phone to check the time. 1:52 am. 5 transport planes, each of which takes 40 minutes to summon. Even if summoned from a physical building, the time is half. It will take nearly 2 hours. Wait. I can't wait any longer. Shaking his head, Han Feng decided to go back to sleep first, and everything will be dealt with tomorrow. Walking quietly back to the familiar bedroom, Han Feng saw that the room was spotless. Taking off his clothes, Han Feng walked into the bathroom. After a simple wash, he went to bed to rest. 5 hours later, around 7 am. Squeak. Hearing the slight push of the bedroom door, Han Feng woke up instantly. He sat up from the bed and looked at the door. Wow, you're back. Seeing Han Feng, Lin Lan, holding a rag, shouted with joy. Didn't you knock before entering? When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Lin Lan dropped the rag in her hand and walked to Han Feng's bed. I didn't pay any attention to what Han Feng was saying, but just kept asking questions. Stop. 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 That. You go out first. I'll put on my clothes. Okay. Holding the quilt, Han Feng's voice gradually became embarrassed. Okay. You get dressed first. I'll wait for you outside. Bang, Lin Lan said, and ran out of the door. Before leaving, he did not forget to close the door tightly. Seeing Lin Lan leave, Han Feng jumped off the bed, quickly put on his clothes, and rushed into the bathroom. While washing his face, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, "Have the Nighthawk transports been summoned?" "Report to Captain Han. All 5 Nighthawk helicopters have been summoned, and 100 nutrient pastes have been placed on each transport. Well, let all 30 Navy SEALs board the plane and take off." After a pause, Han Feng continued to order 5 Nighthawk transports. Flight destination: any 5 cities outside the radar coverage range. Navy SEALs mission: search for survivors in the city and provide corresponding protection. "Okay, Captain Han. Shall we take off now?" Luna asked after taking Han Feng's order. "Take off." "Okay, Captain Han." After the exchange, Han Feng put down the towel to wipe his face. Holding the toothbrush holder, Han Feng walked to the window while brushing his teeth. Duh. Outside the bright window, 2 Nighthawk transport planes flew away in different directions in the sky. The sound of the propellers attracted the attention of the survivors on the ground. "Return to the bathroom and rinse your mouth." After simply tidying up his clothes, Han Feng opened the door and walked out. "Shall we go eat first?" At the door, Lin Lan looked at Han Feng and asked, "Let's go." Han Feng responded and walked downstairs to the restaurant. What Han Feng didn't expect was that Lu Rui, Hu, Wei Peng and others were all gathered in the restaurant. Seeing Wei Peng, Han Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lin Lan was behind him. "Don't. Brother Han. Long time no see." Suddenly, Wei Peng actually ignored Lin Lan's existence and smiled and greeted him. "Haha, long time no see," raising his hand to signal. Han Feng also entered with a smile. "Where have you been after disappearing for so long?" Seeing Han Feng passing by him, Lu Rui gently patted Han Feng and asked, "Save the world, win over partners." When responding to Lu Rui, Han Feng's attention was all on Wei Peng. But this kid seemed to return to normal. Not as noisy as imagined. Tisk saving the world with a snort. Lu Rui continued to ask, "What about your partner?" "Ouch." After hearing this, Han Feng exclaimed and immediately sat up from the stool. "Wait a minute. I'll go pick someone up." After saying that, Han Feng rushed out in a hurry. How could I forget Master Ji? Damn. On the way to the temporary residence of the survivors, Han Feng secretly regretted. A minute later, Han Feng arrived at the destination and parked the car. "Luna, find the location of Master Ji." Looking at several color steel houses, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind. "Okay, Captain Han. The location of Master Ji has been marked by radar. Please move to the radar display screen to watch." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng shifted some of his attention to the system. According to the radar display, Han Feng quickly found Master Ji. At this moment, Master Ji was sitting cross-legged on the bed, motionless. It seemed he was in a state of meditation. Next to Master Ji was the sleepy boss sitting on a stool. Hee. It was really difficult for the boss to accompany him to travel more than 500 kilometers to this unfamiliar place. That's right, the boss only knew Master Ji here. If he wasn't here, where else could he be? Seeing the boss shaking his head, Han Feng suddenly smiled. "Donor Han, you're here." Hearing Han Feng's chuckle, Master Ji slowly opened his eyes, looked at Han Feng and said hello. "Aww." The boss also opened one eye and squinted at Han Feng. "Boss, go wash your face first. I'll wait for you two downstairs." After saying that, Han Feng left the room. When he came downstairs, he happened to meet Wang Man, leaning against the car door, smoking. The two chatted. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Han Feng waited for Master Ji and the boss. "Brother Wang, I'll leave first, come to visit. Drive slowly." After saying that, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the zinc mine. During this morning breakfast, Han Feng announced to everyone that Master Ji had joined the group. At the same time, Han Feng also introduced the original team to Master Ji and the boss. Knowing that Master Ji doesn't eat meat, Han Feng specially asked the barracks to prepare a vegetarian military ration. When everyone got familiar with each other, breakfast officially began. After breakfast, Han Feng found a room that was temporarily unoccupied and used it as a bedroom for Master Ji. After cleaning up the house, Lin Lan dragged Han Feng downstairs mysteriously. Han Feng, is there something wrong with me? After going downstairs, Lin Lan looked around first. After making sure that there was no one around, he asked Han Feng. Seeing Lin Lan like this, Han Feng's heart sank, as if he sensed something. I haven't had my period for more than a month. Sure enough, as expected, you were always on time before. But it's been so long this time. I'm not pregnant. Am I? Han Feng turned his eyes away from Lin Lan, pursed his lips, and didn't say anything. Is it really? Seeing that Han Feng didn't say anything, Lin Lan asked, I'm really pregnant? Han Feng continued to purse his lips, hesitated for a few seconds, and nodded gently. I'm going to be a mother. After getting Han Feng's affirmation, Lin Lan muttered in a trance. Don't. I'm going to be a mother? Lin Lan suddenly screamed in joy, which surprised Han Feng. Judging from Lin Lan's reaction, it seems that she doesn't particularly reject the baby in her belly. Huh? Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this is good. During this period, you will live in the base. There is a hospital just outside the base, and any problems can be dealt with at any time. After a pause, Han Feng continued, you can rest assured to take care of the baby, and I will take care of other things. If you encounter any problems, don't come out. I will be here. Yeah. Hearing Han Feng's repeated I am here, Lin Lan smiled and opened her arms, hugging Han Feng in her arms. Hey! I. Suddenly attacked by Lin Lan, Han Feng struggled to get away. Unexpectedly, the more Han Feng wanted to get away, the tighter Lin Lan hugged him. Chapter 423, Outing. After a few seconds, Han Feng gradually calmed down, tentatively put his hands deep, and hugged Lin Lan. When the two separated again, Han Feng saw the tears flashing in Lin Lan's eyes. Are you still going out to work recently? Lin Lan asked with a slightly choked voice. Not busy. Everything has come to an end for the time being. After listening to Han Feng, Lin Lan continued, then can you spend more time with me? Pursing his lips, Han Feng nodded gently. In the afternoon, Han Feng drove Lin Lan to the woods at her request. Walking in the woods, Han Feng saw that the snow on the ground had melted a lot. Although the branches were still dry, Han Feng could still vaguely feel that the new leaves growing on the branches were about to sprout green buds. When the grass grows, let's go out for a picnic. Accompanying Lin Lan, Han Feng said, Great. Last year the mountains were covered with snow, and there was so much rain. This year the grass will definitely grow very lush. Walking in front, Lin Lan responded with a smile. Looking at Lin Lan's slender back, Han Feng suddenly thought of Wei Yun. It would be great if you were here. Murmuring, Han Feng followed Lin Lan. For the next 20 days, Han Feng stayed in the zinc mine. During this time, Han Feng also talked to Wei Peng. After the conversation, Han Feng learned that Wei Peng had let go of his resentment. The reason was that Lin Lan saved him twice in a row despite her pregnancy. According to Wei Peng's original words, 2 lives for 1 life. We are even. Especially under the guidance of Master Ji. Wei Peng put down his knife and smiled at life. Speaking of Master Ji, he would answer questions and solve problems for everyone when he had nothing to do. Although his words sounded confusing, it must be said that everyone still liked this simple ascetic monk. In March, Han Feng sent out 5 groups of Navy SEALs to shelter and protect more than 150 survivors. With less than 40 survivors, Han Feng can successfully start the hidden mission 3. Everything is moving in a better direction. However, a month has passed since the last battle with the Holy Lord, and it seems that there is no news about the other party. One morning, Han Feng had a sudden inspiration and sent a police dog to patrol the mountains. Through the eyes of the police dog, Han Feng saw the green scene in the mountains. At this time, the average temperature in the mountains was maintained at around 10 degrees. Neither cold nor hot. In order to fulfill what he had said to Lin Lan, Han Feng immediately decided to go on a picnic today. Go for an outing. Sure enough, as expected, when everyone heard the news, they were all very happy. Among them, the happiest one was Huhu. Clapping her hands, Huhu was so excited that she almost jumped up everyone. Pack up, go downstairs at 11 o'clock. And we will have a picnic in the most scenic place. Yeah. Lu Rui turned his chubby waist and twisted excitedly. Back in the bedroom, Han Feng stood in front of the window, looking at the endless mountains and rivers. Luna, summon 5 phantom tanks. Looking at the mountain scenery in the distance. Han Feng instructed Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 5 phantom tanks requires 75,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Summon. Okay. Captain Han. 5 phantom tanks are being summoned. Please wait. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's gold coins disappeared by more than 70,000. At this moment, Han Feng's attention was in the system, looking at the more than 5 million gold coins in the gold coin column, feeling that what he spent was just a cup of water in the ocean 1 hour and 40 minutes later. Report to Captain Han. The 5 phantom tanks have been summoned. Han Feng closed his eyes and rested in a chair, but his attention was focused on Luna's voice and entering the system. In front of the radar display screen, Han Feng pointed to an area with his hand and said, "Send all the police dogs to search this area. When the police dogs confirm that there is nothing wrong, let the 5 Mirage tanks enter the scene and find their own suitable positions to start camouflage." While speaking, Han Feng knew the special skill of the Mirage tank, which is to transform into trees. Then, let all 4 prism tanks occupy the high ground. Oh! And remember to lay camouflage nets for them. Seeing them while relaxing on an outing will inevitably spoil the fun. Okay. Captain Han. I got it. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng continued, 10 snipers and 20 SEALs should also enter the scene in advance to camouflage and guard. Okay. Captain Han. After thinking carefully for a few seconds, Han Feng nodded and said, let's do this for now. I think with such a guard, even if there are 5 level 6 zombies, they can't get close to us. In order to prevent the possible sudden attack of the Holy Lord and to make the outing safer, Han Feng used all his cutting-edge power. Soon, time came to half an hour later in the blink of an eye. Report to Captain Han. The police dog has searched the designated area. Is there anything unusual? Han Feng asked back after hearing Luna's report. Report to Captain Han. In the area you designated, within 56,800 square meters, a total of 4 survivors were found. Excuse me. Do you want to expel them from the designated area? 4 survivors? Do they have weapons? Are they Brother Wang's people? In addition to them, are there any other abnormalities? After hearing this, Han Feng threw out a series of questions. Report to Captain Han. These 4 people all have weapons. They are all subordinates of the team within Brother Wang's sphere of influence. In addition to them, no other abnormalities were found. Oh, just survivors. Let them stay. No need to expel them. After saying that, Han Feng did not forget to add, outing the most important thing is to have fun. Knock. 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 Han Feng had just finished speaking when there was a knock on the bedroom door. Come in. Brother Han. It's almost 11 o'clock, everyone is ready. When are you coming down? It was Wei Peng who pushed the door open. And then he asked anxiously. Looking at Wei Peng, Han Feng silently took out his cell phone and said, it's only 10:30. Are you in such a hurry? After speaking, Han Feng put the cell phone in his pocket. Then stood up and said, wait a moment. I'll get ready for a while. About 10 minutes. Okay. Having said this, Wei Peng turned around and ran. He didn't close the door for Han Feng before leaving. This kid. Looking at Dajan's door, Han Feng muttered. But Han Feng didn't care, and turned to Luna in his mind. Luna, ask the barracks to make some half-cooked simple meals. Please let Captain Han know. 30 slices of bread, 7 pieces of cake, and 7 bags of milk. 1 bottle of each of the 4 flavors of jam, apple, strawberry, blueberry, and white peach. 10 portions of bacon, sausage, and fried eggs. 1 bottle of salad dressing and tomato sauce. Let's have 1 portion of each flavor of Huaxia's self-heating military rations. Don't forget that Master Ji doesn't eat meat or meat oil, so make him a separate vegetarian military ration. Just 3 portions. After thinking for a long time, Han Feng said a lot of food. Report to Captain Han. Making the above food requires a total of 303 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Make it. When it's done, please send it to me. Okay. Captain Han. You need 30 slices of bread, 7 pieces of cake, milk, 1 portion of Huaxia's self-heating military rations, and 3 portions of vegetarian military rations. It's being made. Please wait. After finally listening, Han Feng muttered to himself, did I order so much? It's a bit too much to eat. Hey, it's okay, I can still have another dinner. By the way, Luna, how many armored troop carriers do we have? Since we have to go deep into the mountains, ordinary vehicles do not have such good off-road performance. And the only multi-purpose infantry vehicle that can drive up the mountain can only carry one person. In order to ensure the moving vehicle, Han Feng asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. There are 3 armored personnel carriers in total. All come over and wait downstairs by the way. Let the 4 Terminators follow. Okay, Captain Han. After the communication, Han Feng walked out of the bedroom. When he came downstairs, Han Feng saw that everyone was already ready to go. Let me smoke a cigarette, wait for the travel supplies. Looking at everyone with a smile, Han Feng took out a cigarette and smoked while waiting. About 6 or 7 minutes later, as everyone was looking forward to it, 3 armored personnel carriers and 2 off-road vehicles arrived downstairs. This, looking at the 2 trunks full of food, Han Feng was a little shocked. Wow, Brother Han, you are not going on a picnic. It's enough for taking refuge, right? Wei Peng patted the various ingredients and also made a shocked sound. Luna, so many ingredients? Why didn't you tell me? Report to Captain Han. China's self-heating military rations have a total of 106 different flavors, divided into high, medium, and low grades. In addition, there are 3 special vegetarian military rations for you. So, after listening to Luna, Han Feng was overwhelmed. There were only 7 or 8 people going out, and it would take forever to finish so much food. Alas, I can only let Brother Wang and the others down. While speaking, Han Feng had already found the leftovers Terminator. You guys go aboard first. The mountain road is not easy to walk on, and this one is floating. After speaking to everyone, Han Feng's telekinesis suddenly rose. Then, the food in the trunks of the 2 off-road vehicles rose up one by one and flew straight to one of the troop transport ships. After doing all this, Han Feng also boarded the troop transport ship with him. With an order, the 3 troop transport ships slowly started and headed towards the area designated by Han Feng at that time. At noon, 3 troop transport ships arrived at their destination. The gangplank was lowered and everyone walked out slowly. Wow, the air in the mountains is so good. Yeah, the scenery is beautiful, Lu Zhi echoed Lu Rui and responded. Hua la la. Hua la la. There was a stream not far from the place where Han Feng designated to disembark. Hearing the gurgling water and looking at the green fields everywhere, Han Feng's mood also improved. Are you hungry? Turning back and looking at everyone, Han Feng smiled bitterly. Chapter 424, Amazing Discovery. Hungry. Lu Zhi was the first to respond to Han Feng. Looking at Han Feng, Lu Zhi continued, knowing that we were going on an outing today. I didn't even have breakfast. Now I'm so hungry. I feel like I can eat a cow. Haha. Eat. Eat after you're full. Take a break. Let's go hiking in the afternoon. Looking at everyone, Han Feng turned his eyes and stared at the 4 Terminators and said, 4 of you follow me. With the 4 Terminators, Han Feng walked towards the troop transport ship where the food was placed. 5 minutes later, 5 people walked out carrying a lot of things, big and small. Lin Lan, did you bring a carpet? Holding the food, Han Feng looked at the ground. Then at Lin Lan. I didn't bring it, you didn't tell me. Waving his hands, Lin Lan said truthfully. After 2 seconds of silence, Han Feng leaned over and said, that's it. I forgot to bring a carpet too. Such a cold floor. Let's not talk about whether it's clean or not. If you really sit on the floor, you will definitely have diarrhea when you go back. Captain Han, put down your things first and follow me. I have a way. When Han Feng was worried, Lu Zhi raised his eyebrows and said mysteriously, pursing his lips. Han Feng put down the food in his hand and followed Lu Zhi with interest, wanting to see what good ideas he could come up with. Hey, haven't you arrived yet? It's so far. After climbing mountains and wading rivers with Lu Zhi for 6 or 7 minutes, Han Feng didn't see him stop. So he asked, almost there, hey? Here it is. This is it. Following Lu Zhi's direction, Han Feng saw a stream. Aren't you here to find a carpet? What are you doing by the water? Looking for stones. Ah? Stones? Hearing this strange answer, Han Feng was stunned. looking for a big stone. Then you use telekinesis to move back. I've brought the flame-mad blade. And when the time comes, split it in half from the middle. And 2 round tables will come out. Right? Fuck. I said I was looking for a carpet. Why do you need a table? Holding his forehead. Han Feng was speechless. Yes. If we split the stone a little thinner, wouldn't it be a natural carpet? After listening to Lucia, Han Feng felt it seemed right. According to my experience, there are usually bigger stones by the river or at the bottom of the river. Although the flow of this stream is not large, I think there should be big stones. When we dig it out, there will be this water to wash it. Hearing Lucia's meticulous plan, Han Feng grinned. In that case, good. Turning his head, Han Feng looked at the stream in front of him and said slowly, telekinesis, start. Boom, boom, buzz. In a moment, the clear stream began to tremble. Then several stones at the bottom of the stream were turned out. Captain Han. This. Yes. This one. It can be used as a bench. Lucia stood behind Han Feng and kept picking out the stones he liked. All the selected stones were transferred to the other side by Han Feng to avoid being lost. After more than 10 minutes of searching, Han Feng really turned out a huge stone as tall as a person. This huge stone was shaped like a large rectangular block with smooth sides. The two looked at the boulder in the air, smiled at each other, and said in unison, found it. After moving the boulder aside, Han Feng took out 2 cigarettes. After giving them to Lucia, Han Feng stood there and began to rest. Plop. What's the noise? While smoking, Han Feng suddenly heard a movement in the water, and asked subconsciously. Han Feng, who knew that there was no one around, said to Luna without thinking after hearing the strange sound, Luna. God's vision. Okay. Captain Han. God's vision is being turned on. Please wait. Buzz. The next moment, Han Feng's other vision bloomed over the stream. Oh my god, there are fish in the stream. When Han Feng saw the owner of the strange noise, he turned around and looked at Lucia with wide eyes. There are fish? Yes. It's normal to have fish in the water. Maybe Lucia didn't react and didn't notice the strangeness for a while. Damn. I mean, there are fish. There are lives in the water. Not zombie fish. They are normal fish. Looking at the confused Lucia, Han Feng explained in a panic. Normal fish? In an instant, Lucia also reacted. That's right. Since the zombie outbreak, Han Feng's activity area is basically the city. In the city, there are usually countless zombies. Even if ordinary animals want to enter the city, they will be discovered and eaten by zombies on the edge of the city, and soon after occupying the mine. It was winter, so no animals were seen on the bare snowy mountains. All of the above made Han Feng happier to see live fish than to see gold. Captain Han, we can have grilled fish for lunch. Hearing that Lucia was thinking about food, Han Feng frowned and looked disappointed. Brother, have you seen animals since the zombie outbreak? Looking at Lucia again, Han Feng asked. No. That's right. I haven't seen any animals since the zombie outbreak. Raising his hand and pointing at the stream, Han Feng continued. Why aren't they zombie fish? Why can they live well in this apocalypse? Oh, that's right. After Han Feng finished speaking, Lucia finally really reacted. Luna, check the fish in the water. See if they are normal. Okay. Captain Han, the system is conducting preliminary tests on the fish. Please wait. 2 seconds later, the test results came out, and Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The genes of the fish in the water are stable, and there are no signs of mutation. Moreover, there is no GS virus in the habitats of various fish. Hearing this, Han Feng was stunned. Russ. Suddenly, a rustling sound suddenly came to Han Feng's ears dozens of meters away. Since the eye of God had not been lifted, Han Feng simply used the aerial vision to watch. Nima. Rabbit. Han Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the gray rabbit jumping beside the stream. Luna. Test the rabbit. Okay. Captain Han. Report to Captain Han. After preliminary system testing, the rabbit's genes are stable, and there is no sign of mutation. Hey! Captain Han. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking? Seeing Han Feng was silent, Lucia stepped forward and gently touched him. Hi, it's okay. After reacting, Han Feng waved his hand and continued, take some fish back. Let's barbecue. Haha, okay. When Luja heard that he could barbecue by himself, he was happier than anyone else. Puff, puff, puff. After Luja finished speaking, Han Feng's telekinesis suddenly rose, and several fat fish jumped out of the water, because no one had been fishing for a long time. The size of these fish was bigger than one another. These fish are enough to eat. When you come for an outing next time, remember to bring a barbecue stove. Han Feng chanted a few words, and then used his telekinesis to wrap up the huge stone beside him, as well as the bench stones of different sizes. Let's go! Go back. Holding on the output of telekinesis, Han Feng turned and walked towards the camp. On the way back, Han Feng also used telekinesis to capture 4 rabbits. It was just the beginning of spring, and the grass had just sprouted, so these rabbits were not very fat. But roasting them must be very cool. 10 minutes later. Hi, everyone. I am back. Because the weight of the huge stones was stacked together. It weighed several tons. So when Han Feng came back, he was already sweating profusely. Make room. Make room. Waving his hands, Han Feng signaled everyone to move away. Boom. Buzz. When the space was cleared, Han Feng put down the biggest boulder. Boom. Boom. Han Feng also casually dropped the rest of the stone benches aside. The rest is up to you. Turning to look at Luja, Han Feng really couldn't hold on any longer. Haha, leave it to me. After Luja said that, he ran towards the troop transport ship. After a few seconds, Luja came over with a flaming knife. In order to avoid his clothes being burned, Luja simply took off his shirt. Then, with a hum, Luja's upper body began to burn with flames. Driven by the flames, Luja's back knife soon burst into flames. Exploding rage flames slash. With a second-year shout, Luja held the knife horizontally and slashed across the boulder. Schwa! The blade passed through the boulder and instantly scraped off a layer of tens of centimeters on the boulder. Done! Pushing away the chopped part, a huge stone table was formed. Really fast. Wipe the sweat off his face, Han Feng muttered. Then, Han Feng used his telekinesis again and placed several stone benches around the stone table. After doing all this, Han Feng said mysteriously, "Give everyone a surprise." Huh? After that, several fat fish and 4 rabbits flew from a distance and landed directly on the table. Paw! Paw! The fish struggled and slapped the table, and the rabbits stretched their legs to escape. But under Han Feng's telekinesis, how could these little guys escape? After jumping for a while, they lay quietly on the table. Wow! Brother Han, where did you get all these delicacies? Oh my god! Awesome boy! These wild goods are amazing! Seeing the animals, everyone's expressions were different. Seeing Lin Lan's wide eyes, Han Feng said, "I have tested these animals. There is no zombie virus. You can eat them without worry. We will discuss other issues when we get back. Today is a day of fun. Have fun." The first half of the sentence is to comfort everyone, and the second half is for Lin Lan. Sure enough, after Han Feng finished speaking, Lin Lan relaxed his surprised face and nodded to Han Feng. Grilled fish, grilled rabbit, great. Lu Rui walked forward, rubbing his hands. Chapter 425, Strange Man Part 1. The next second, Luja suddenly asked, "How do you kill this thing? There are no tools to clean it." "Don't worry. The mountain people have their own tricks." After listening to Lu Rui, Han Feng laughed at first, and then said to Luna in his mind, "Luna, summon 5 American soldiers." Confirm. Okay, Captain Han. 5 American soldiers are being summoned. Please wait. Soon, an American soldier was summoned and walked towards Han Feng. Use the saber to deal with it. Leave it to you. Pick up the fish and rabbit. Han Feng turned around and said to the American soldier, "Yes, Captain Han." After saying that, the American soldier took the fish and rabbits and turned to walk aside. While the two were talking, the other 4 American soldiers were also summoned to join the cleanup team temporarily formed by Han Feng. "Hey! Where's Master Ji? Where did he go?" Turning around, Han Feng always felt that something was missing. After counting carefully, he found that Master Ji was not among them. "I'm here." As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Master Ji poked his head out from a small slope not far away. "What are you doing so far?" "Nothing. Just picking some mountain products." After saying that, Master Ji slowly walked out from behind the hillside. Han Feng looked at Master Ji's hands, which were full of weeds. What is this? Is it a medicinal herb? Approaching Master Ji, Han Feng picked up the weeds and said, "This is wild vegetables. You can eat it after boiling it. There are also a handful of mushrooms, which are also good for stewing soup." Spreading his hands, Master Ji showed his fruits of labor. Pursing his lips, Han Feng was a little helpless. After a pause, Han Feng looked at Master Ji and said, "Master, we brought too much to eat. You can just throw away these wild vegetables." "Okay. I listen to you." After that, Master Ji bent down and put the things in his hands on the ground. "I never thought there were hares and fish on this mountain." Back to the dining table, Han Feng talked to himself. "Here are jams and bread. You can try the Western food of foreigners later. I will make it for you myself. By the way, I have prepared 3 portions of vegetarian military rations." "Master Ji?" After talking for so long, Master Ji did not respond. Turning his head, Han Feng found Master Ji standing behind him with his hands clasped together. He was chanting something in Sanskrit. May this scripture benefit all sentient beings in the 4 directions. Opening his eyes, Master Ji stared at one place and chanted. Following Master Ji's line of sight, Han Feng saw that it was Master Ji who saw the American soldiers slaughtering. "Oh my! I'm sorry. It was my negligence." At this moment, Han Feng realized that he had let a monk see such a bloody scene. Suddenly, he felt uneasy. This is their calamity. Putting down his hands, Master Ji and Han Feng looked at each other and smiled indifferently, without blaming Han Feng for anything. Soon, the clean fish and rabbits were brought by the American soldiers. Come on, you guys, eat something else first. Leave this to me." Volunteering, Lu Zhi stood up and took it while speaking. "Lu Rui, where are the branches I asked you to find?" Lu Zhi shouted at Lu Rui. "Here they are. I have already washed and prepared them." At the edge of the woods, Lu Zhi held a bundle of branches and ran towards Lu Zhi with his chubby body. Sitting at the dining table, Han Feng spread jam on the bread slices while staring at Lu Zhi. "Yes, pile them all here. Okay, you string these up. And leave the rest to me, huh?" Boom! While instructing Lu Rui to do something, Lu Zhi's right arm suddenly exploded. And then a raging flame ignited. Soon, the high temperature from Lu Zhi's right arm ignited the dead branches and leaves on the ground. Seeing the fire start, Lu Zhi withdrew his superpowers and helped Lu Rui to skewer the barbecue. "You are amazing." Seeing that everything went well, Han Feng shook his head and smiled back. About 10 minutes later, Han Feng finished assembling the bread and some simple ingredients. And Lu Zhi and Lu Rui also walked back to the table with the fragrant grilled fish and roasted rabbit. "Hey, stop playing, come and eat." Looking at Lin Lan playing with Hua not far away, Han Feng shouted, "Come." Lin Lan responded, grabbed Hua's little hand, and walked back slowly. After pouring juice drinks for everyone, Han Feng took the lead in raising his glass and said, "First outing, I am not well prepared. I hope everyone will forgive me. It's great to prepare such a rich meal, Brother Han." Lu Rui echoed Wei Peng and continued, "That's right, I say. Next time we won't bring anything. Just come here and eat it now. Bring more seasonings and so on. It's so exciting to barbecue outdoors." Following Han Feng's opening remarks, everyone talked one after another, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. After drinking the drinks and juices in the cups, everyone sat down one after another. "Oh, so cold." Lin Lan just sat down and jumped up instantly. Looking at Lin Lan, Han Feng reached out and touched the stone bench. It was indeed very cold. For a grown man, these people are full of energy and have superpowers. So I didn't feel how cold it was. But Lin Lan was pregnant at the time. And Hu was so young. "Leave it to me." At the crisis, Lu Zhi stood up again. "You two get up first, so as not to burn your butts later." With a smile, Lu Zhi motioned Lin Lan and Hu to leave first. "Huh?" Lu Zhi put his hands on the stone bench, and then a burst of flame suddenly rose from his hands. After a few seconds, "That's it. Let it go for a while. I'm afraid the stone bench is too hot." Removing his hands, Lu Zhi continued, "How about feeling it? If it's still cold, I'll warm it up again." After Lu Zhi finished speaking, Lin Lan stepped forward to try sitting. "Wow, such a comfortable temperature." Looking at Lin Lan's enjoyable expression, Han Feng was very grateful. Fortunately, Lu Zhi is a fireman, Otherwise this outing would not be so smooth. During the meal, everyone laughed and had a great time. This long-lost sense of security made Han Feng mistakenly believe that he was still living in a safe and prosperous era. When the lunch was about to end, Han Feng leaned on the stone table and suggested, "Let's take a break and go hiking." "You go. There is still a rabbit to eat." With a mouthful of oil, Lu Rui voluntarily withdrew from the recreational activity of hiking. "Hiking is good, it just so happens that I haven't climbed rocks for a long time." Putting down the bowl and chopsticks, Lin Lan became interested and even started to move her hands to prepare for the rock climbing. "You don't know what's going on with you. Rock climbing? You just stay here." Turning his eyes to the side, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Lan. After Han Feng finished speaking, Lin Lan remembered that she was pregnant. "Oh." Lin Lan lowered her head and whispered softly. Her disappointment was evident. "You can walk around with Hoo more. The air here is good, and the scenery is beautiful. If you like this place, you can build a house here and come here to stroll when you have nothing to do." Feeling Lin Lan's disappointment, Han Feng deliberately said something to make her happy. "No. It's too far here. It's very difficult to come up once." Lin Lan knew Han Feng's intentions. But the zombies were not all gone. And the Holy Lord was not dead. If he really came here alone, what would it be like to seek death? "Okay, when you want to. Remember to tell me." "Yeah, okay." After smiling at each other, Lin Lan's previous disappointment completely disappeared. Who else wants to climb the mountain? After rejecting Lin Lan, Han Feng looked around and asked. Looking around, no one answered. "Forget it, let's take a walk instead." Since that was the case, Han Feng was no longer stubborn and changed his words. Soon after, lunch was over. "If you're hungry, come and eat. Remember to clean up after eating, thank you." Looking at the dazzling array of food on the stone table, many of which were still untouched, Han Feng, who was reluctant to waste them, looked at the 5 American soldiers on guard not far away and said, "Okay, Captain Han." After the 5 people responded in unison, they walked to the dining table and started eating. "Let's go walk 100 steps after dinner and live to be 99. After getting up, Han Feng took Uhu's hand and said with a smile, following the direction Han Feng had planned earlier, everyone walked slowly forward. In early spring, the afternoon sun was neither dazzling nor scorching, just right for walking. On both sides of the group were 2 small woods. On the drooping branches of the trees, green buds visible to the naked eye had already sprouted. At the feet, the sparsely sprouted weeds added a touch of green to the desolate scenery. Take a deep breath of cool air. Han Feng closed his eyes and enjoyed the comfort brought to him by nature. After walking a few hundred meters, Han Feng suddenly saw a small white flower on the lawn a few meters away from him. "Hey!" This flower bloomed really early. "Wait for me." Holding Huhu, Han Feng suddenly felt his hand being clenched by Huhu while he was talking. Feeling Huhu's strangeness, Han Feng hurriedly turned his head to look at Huhu. But he found that Huhu was standing and looking aside. Following Huhu's line of sight, Han Feng saw a man in a black suit. The man was wearing a tall hat and was looking at this side with a serious face. Perhaps he noticed Han Feng's line of sight, and the man was stunned at first. Then, he took off his hat with his right hand, and then spun it 3 times in the air, and finally buckled it on his chest, and bowed slightly to himself. Looking up, the man smiled at him, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. Looking at the man's behavior, Han Feng suddenly remembered the classical etiquette of Western Europe. But what puzzled Han Feng was, the man's face was obviously Chinese. As for why he dressed like this and used such a weird way of greeting, Han Feng didn't know for the time being. But seeing the other party smiling at him, Han Feng naturally smiled back. After all, etiquette is a thing. If others respect me 1 foot, I will respect them 10 feet. After the man straightened his waist, he put on his hat again. By the way, he nodded to himself. Looking at the man's confusing behavior, Han Feng was puzzled. Chapter 426, The Strange Man. "Hey, look over there." Finding it interesting, Han Feng turned his gaze forward and shouted. But from this second on, what happened next was enough to shatter all of Han Feng's psychological defenses. The people walking dozens of meters ahead all turned their heads and looked after hearing Han Feng shout. They looked in the direction of Han Feng's finger, but didn't find anything. "What are you doing? What are you asking us to see?" Looking at Han Feng again, Lu Rui was the first to shout. After Lu Rui finished speaking, Han Feng subconsciously looked at the position of the man just now. Hey! Where is he? Han Feng smiled when he didn't see the man. What? What? Looking at Han Feng's appearance, Lu Rui became curious and asked. Nothing, there was a man in a suit at that position just now, stretching his neck. Han Feng searched carefully without success and continued. I can't find him, he disappeared. Huh? Did you eat too much and have hallucinations? Lu Rui taunted and raised his hand to point at that area and said, Are you stupid? There is nothing over there. And a living person can disappear just when I turn my head? After Lu Rui finished speaking, Han Feng was stunned. Yes. Although there are trees growing in that area, it is a place with extremely wide vision. How long does it take to turn your head? 1 second is enough. In other words, the man just now completely disappeared from the field of vision within 1 second. Looking into the distance, Han Feng can clearly see the place several kilometers away. And there is no shelter that can hide the human body as far as the eye can see. Luna, is that man just now a survivor? Frowning, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind. Before the outing, Han Feng had learned that there were 4 or 5 survivors in this area. Maybe. I just saw one of the survivors. Sorry, Captain Han. Excuse me. Who were you asking about just now? Hearing Luna say this, Han Feng's frown deepened. Just now. The man standing over there? Staring at the man's position just now, Han Feng continued to describe. A man wearing a black suit and a tall hat. Sorry, Captain Han. The radar did not record anyone appearing at the location you described. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's pupils widened in extreme shock. About 30 meters ahead of me, there was a man just now. Didn't the radar scan it? In his mind, Han Feng was furious. Sorry, Captain Han. According to your instructions, the radar has been in exploration mode during your outing. But at the location you specified, the radar really did not detect any human activity. Fuck, what's going on? When Luna confirmed for the second time that there was no one, Han Feng murmured. Hey kid, I guess you mistook the trees over there for human figures. If nothing is wrong, let's keep going. After Lu Rui finished speaking, Han Feng raised his hand woodenly, indicating to wait. Luna, God's vision. Report to Captain Han. God's vision is being activated. Please wait. Buzz. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's other vision opened up in the air. Through this eye in the sky, Han Feng looked down. No gullies. Flat ground. No shelter. Not underground. Word by word came out of Han Feng's mouth. But he still couldn't find any evidence of the man's existence. Even when Han Feng zoomed in, he couldn't find any footprints of the man on the ground. In view of all the extremely strange and inexplicable points, in an instant, Han Feng suddenly thought of the existence of another person. The Holy Lord. Fuck. With a curse, Han Feng shouted, Come out! Come out! Seeing Han Feng's hysterical look, everyone was dumbfounded. You look at me, I look at you. No one knows why Han Feng has such a big reaction. Luna, let the Red Alert soldiers come out. In order to find the witness, Han Feng did not hesitate to order all the Red Alert soldiers lurking in the dark to come out. At the same time, Han Feng also knew that this way, this outing would be ruined. But as long as the Holy Lord can be found, what does the mood of a small outing matter? Buzz? Boom? The roar of the Mirage tank and the Prism tank engine sounded from all around. Then, snipers and SEALs all appeared and came to Han Feng's side. Looking at the 4 formations, Han Feng asked, Who of you saw the man just now? A few seconds later, the air was still silent. Even the sniper occupying the high ground did not respond. Luna, start scanning. Find this guy for me. Han Feng clenched his free hand into a fist and ordered. Okay, Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. 2 seconds later, Luna continued, Report to Captain Han. The radar did not find any suspicious persons. After hearing this, Han Feng closed his eyes in disappointment. In just a few minutes, this man must not be able to run within a range of 500 kilometers. The only explanation is that the other party has the ability of invisibility. But in this case, there is really no evidence, because no one saw it. Wait! Except for himself. Fox. Suddenly, Han Feng opened his eyes and looked at Fox. Squatting down, Han Feng looked at Fox and said, Fox, Just now, did you see a man in black clothes? Yes. The childish voice came out of Fox's mouth. Hearing Fox's confirmation, Han Feng asked, last time in the ruins of the base. Was it the syringe that the man just gave you? After asking, Han Feng's heart was beating wildly. It seems not. Because Fox has forgotten what the big brother looked like at that time. With pouty lips. Whose tone was slightly apologetic. Who didn't recognize the Holy Lord's appearance at that time. How could he forget this matter? So far, Han Feng has found nothing except confirming that there was someone just now. Letting go of who. Han Feng stood up with a disappointed face. I believe there is someone at the position you just mentioned. Suddenly, Master Ji's voice sounded behind Han Feng. You saw it too? Turning around, Han Feng asked. I didn't see anyone. But, just what? It's just that I can feel the residual fluctuation of power there. Apart from that, I know nothing more. Alas, after hearing this, Han Feng sighed heavily. That power is very strong. Very strong. Looking at Han Feng who was sighing, Master Ji said two very strong words in a row. How strong? After Han Feng asked. Master Ji frowned and thought for a few seconds and said, even if you and I join forces, we may not be able to keep him. Standing in place, Han Feng began to think about Master Ji's words. He activated Blood Rage, and Master Ji activated Golden Body. The two top warriors present could not kill each other together. And, the most terrifying thing is, as long as the other party wants to leave, there is no ability to keep him. All these factors pointed to. Han Feng was sure that he was the Holy Lord himself. It's not safe here. Go home. In order to ensure everyone's personal safety, Han Feng immediately decided to go home. Looking at Han Feng's serious face, everyone had no other opinions. When everyone just turned around and prepared to return along the original route, Han Feng stopped again. No. I'm afraid there will be an ambush on the way back. After thinking about it, Han Feng continued, how about this? I'll let the troop transport ship pick us up. And we'll stand here and don't move. Okay. Brother Han. I listen to you. 10 minutes later, 3 armored troop transport ships drove to the location of everyone. After boarding the ship, Han Feng ordered to return to the zinc mine. Han Feng did not speak again all the way. About half an hour later, everyone returned to the zinc mine. In view of Han Feng's current state, everyone consciously returned to their bedrooms and did not disturb him at all. Lin Lan. Come with me. When going upstairs, Han Feng called Lin Lan. Oh! After a brief response, Lin Lan followed Han Feng. Entering the bedroom and closing the door, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. Just now, did you feel anything? Han Feng asked, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Sitting upright on a chair. Following Han Feng's question, Lin Lan bit her lip. And after a careful recollection, she said, to be honest, no. None of you saw that person, only Huhu and I saw him. Spitting out a puff of white mist, Han Feng continued, you have been in contact with the Holy Lord for the longest time. When he appeared, did you not feel anything at all? Holy Lord. You said, the person you saw was the Holy Lord? Hearing the word Holy Lord from Han Feng's mouth, Lin Lan immediately stood up excitedly. Calm down. Be careful not to disturb the fetus. Seeing that Lin Lan was a little excited, Han Feng softened his tone for a while, and stepped forward to help her sit down again. After Lin Lan calmed down, Han Feng continued, I'm not sure, but there are not many people in this world that I can't find. Especially when Master Ji said that even if he and I join forces, we may not be able to stop him. In these 2 sentences, Han Feng revealed that the other party was a top master. Don't look at Master Ji's smiling face. If we really fight, even after I activate my blood rage, I may not be the winner. Is the Holy Lord really that strong? Even you and Master Ji. Lin Lan said half of the words and didn't finish. Because even she herself had never seen the so-called Holy Lord. Can you describe the Holy Lord to me? Maybe I can help you. Seeing that Han Feng did not pick up her words, Lin Lan asked tentatively. Okay. Nodding, Han Feng continued. He wears a black suit and a tall hat. Gives people the feeling, is a very polite man. Man? When Han Feng said this, Lin Lan suddenly frowned and interrupted. Yes. It's a man. I'm not mistaken. Then it can't be the Holy Lord. What do you mean? I don't know anything else. But the only thing I can be sure of is that the Holy Lord is a woman. Chapter 427. Suspicion is growing. The Holy Lord is a woman. Han Feng stared with extremely frightened eyes, looking at Lin Lan and shouting, "Yes, yes? The Holy Lord is a woman." Facing Han Feng's horrified expression, Lin Lan felt a little strange that Han Feng and the Holy Lord had fought so many times. How could he not even know whether the Holy Lord was a man or a woman? On the other hand, Lin Lan felt that Han Feng would not be like this. Being a man or a woman is nothing more than a gender difference, and it has no effect. Why is it so shocking? How do you know that the Holy Lord is a woman? Didn't you say that you have never seen the Holy Lord? Staring at Lin Lan, Han Feng insisted on asking this question. Although I have never seen the Holy Lord in person, I can feel that she is a woman. Why do you think so? Due to Han Feng's mood swings, he did not control his tone for a while. This sentence was almost shouted out. Through the way of dialogue, the use of modifiers, the style of behavior and my feeling. After saying that, Lin Lan paused and continued, just like two people communicating only through text. They may not be able to judge each other's gender in a short period of time. But what about after a long communication? After staring at Han Feng and asking back, Lin Lan finally said, "Believe me, I am professional in dialogue and interrogation. I am 100% sure. Holy Lord, it must be a woman." Gurgle. After Lin Lan finished speaking, Han Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the shock in his eyes did not diminish at all. "You go out first. Let me be alone." After a few seconds, Han Feng said in a daze, "Okay. If there are any more questions, call me again." After speaking, Lin Lan stood up and walked out of Han Feng's bedroom. After leaving, he gently closed Han Feng's door. Sitting alone in a chair, Han Feng felt that his mind was very confused, very confused. Take out a cigarette and put it in front of him. Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. In the curling smoke, Han Feng recalled whose words, "When you and Sister Lin Lan were fighting, a big brother came to me. This big brother was very gentle. He gave this to me and said, 'Let me give it to you when you are not busy.' Big brother. Very gentle." Spitting out white mist, Han Feng muttered these two key words. The first one pointed out the gender of the other party, and the second one, very gentle and very polite. Is there any connection between them? Frowning, Han Feng began to think about deeper issues. First of all, who would not lie to himself? A man is a man. A woman is a woman. And Fox can tell them apart. In addition, just like the last strange situation, Fox was the first to discover the man in the suit. If I hadn't felt the tight grip of his hand, I might not have noticed him. All the people present, including snipers and SEALs, even the system could not detect the existence of the other party. But Fox could actually see him. After thinking about Fox, Han Feng began to ponder the information Lin Lan had just revealed. The Holy Lord is a woman. If this is true, then who did Fox see in the ruins? Who was the man I saw today? During the battle that night, I awakened my blood rage, and my perception of the surroundings was improved by more than one level. Although Luna was killed and the radar was lost, but the fact that I could not detect the person who appeared and disappeared under my nose meant that the other party's ability was far superior to mine. Besides the Holy Lord, who else could have this ability? Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly thought of a more terrifying fact. That is, the Holy Lord, the man on the ruins, the man who disappeared in the field, they are three different people. Only this explanation can perfectly explain this mystery. Once this amazing idea came up, Han Feng could not sit still. Until now, my understanding of the Holy Lord seems to have gone a step further. Is the man on the ruins another holy envoy of the Holy Lord? Luna, call Lin Lan over. No one has a better say than Lin Lan on this question. For this reason, Han Feng asked Luna to call back Lin Lan, who had just left for less than 5 minutes. Do you have any new discoveries or questions? A few seconds later, Lin Lan asked after pushing the door open. Holy Lord, how many holy envoys are there? Only me. What's wrong? Hearing Lin Lan's straightforward answer, Han Feng choked on the follow-up questions. During the night battle, besides you and the level 6 zombie, there was another man. Do you know who he is? After a little hesitation, Han Feng decided to tell the secret to Lin Lan. Impossible. Who knew that Lin Lan would deny it immediately after hearing the news? At that time, the level 6 zombie and I were already the strongest people under the Holy Lord. If there was another person, How could he not be found? When I was fighting with you. A man approached Fox and left something for Fox. Looking at Lin Lan, Han Feng told the story of that night in detail. Impossible. Impossible. I am very sure that the order received at that time was only from me and the level 6 zombies. After saying that, Lin Lan paused, frowned and continued, if the Holy Lord really wants to say something to you, or wants to give you something, wouldn't it be more convenient for me to do it directly? There is no reason or need for the Holy Lord to take the risk of one more person. This doesn't make sense. And what? Hearing Lin Lan's long-tailed tone, Han Feng asked anxiously. And based on your understanding of the Holy Lord, do you think she is such a polite person? How can someone who only wants to kill you be so kind? From the perspective of the Holy Lord, if it was really her, Foxy might not be in good shape now. She would definitely take away some of Fox's limbs to make you feel even worse. After Lin Lan finished speaking, Han Feng woke up as if from a dream. No wonder he felt something was wrong with those places at that time. After Lin Lan said that, it turned out to be true. At that time, the division of labor between me and the level 6 zombie was that I would attract your attention. The one who actually killed was actually the level 6 zombie. Wait. When Lin Lan said this, Han Feng raised his hand to interrupt. What happened? Looking at Han Feng's stunned expression, Lin Lan subconsciously asked back. You said, you and the level 6 zombies were following the orders of the Holy Lord? Looking up at Lin Lan's eyes, Han Feng asked slowly. Right. Why did she let the zombies obey her arrangements? At this moment, Han Feng asked the question he had ignored for a long time. Chapter 428, Hidden Mission 3. I don't know. Zombies seem to obey her orders naturally and never resist. After Lin Lan finished speaking, two words suddenly popped up in Han Feng's mind. Matrix. Do you know the Matrix? When he said this, Han Feng's tone showed despair. Matrix? I know. After speaking, Lin Lan recalled for a few seconds and then said, do you remember the Armed Forces Department you went to before leaving the nuclear radiation zone? Armed Forces Department? This time, it was Han Feng's turn to recall. Yes. On the first floor, there is a body of a Chinese soldier. On the top floor, you also received a piece of paper with garbled characters. I remember. It seems to be true. After Lin Lan finished speaking, Han Feng recalled that he had indeed been to this armed department about half a year ago, and after the system incompletely deciphered, this piece of paper with garbled characters only translated 5 words. Retreat. Extremely dangerous. Female body. Infection. Powerful. After speaking, Han Feng connected all his previous memories. That was the first time Han Feng heard the name of the Matrix. Well, I put that piece of paper there. You? Yes. It was me. Looking at Han Feng's frightened expression again, Lin Lan answered calmly. At that time, I was responsible for observing you in secret. I just saw that you were going to the Armed Forces Department, so I printed a document in a confidential form. What about the entire content? At this moment, Han Feng only wanted to know the entire content of the document, rather than just guessing based on these 5 words. Due to a serious leak in a foreign secret laboratory, a powerful life form escaped. At the same time, an extremely dangerous and deadly virus was also leaked. With the highest infection level, all members of the Armed Forces Department are required to retreat to the HS Armed Forces Department within 3 hours after receiving the order. Note, the escaped life form is a female, and her appearance is unknown. Codename, Matrix. Following Han Feng's question, Lin Lan narrated all the contents of the document at that time word for word. Is the Holy Lord the Matrix? After listening, Han Feng thought for a while and asked, I don't know, but based on the known clues now, it should be her without a doubt. For this question, Lin Lan gave a very pertinent answer. The Holy Lord is the Matrix. Then who are the other 2 men? While talking, Han Feng picked up a cigarette and continued, the fact that he can appear in the ruins means that he has some connection with the Holy Lord. Report to Captain Han. The number of survivors you are sheltering now has reached 10,003, which meets the task requirements of the hidden task 2 issued by the system. While talking to Lin Lan, Han Feng suddenly heard Luna's report in his mind. You go out first. If you have any more questions, I'll call you again. In order to watch the Hidden Mission 3 in time, Han Feng stood up and said the second eviction order to Lin Lan. Okay, Think about it again. Are there any other details? In order not to disturb Han Feng, Lin Lan stood up and walked out of the bedroom. When he was the only one in the room again, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. Congratulations to Captain Han for completing the Time Machine Hidden Mission 2. As soon as he entered the system, the cold mechanical sound sounded first. The next second, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. When the commander completes the following tasks, you can build the ultimate building, the Time Machine. Task 1. Upgrade all main buildings to the maximum level. Completed. Task 2. Build your own forces and become a perfect leader. Task target. Shelter at least 10,000 survivors. Completed. Task 3. Find out the cause of the GS virus and seal or destroy the main laboratory. Task 4. Unknown. Unlock Task 4 after the commander completes Task 3. After the system's mechanical voice finished speaking, it returned to silence. After hearing the content of Hidden Mission 3, Han Feng's eyes twitched unconsciously. Seal or destroy the main laboratory. While muttering this sentence, Han Feng felt bitter in his mouth and depressed in his heart. Let alone the main laboratory. I didn't even see the branch laboratory. Moreover, those who secretly studied the GS virus were all foreigners. And there were no Chinese people at all. In other words, this main laboratory is definitely abroad. Han Feng sat back in his chair helplessly with a sullen face. Fuck. I haven't figured out who the Holy Lord is yet. And you asked me to find the main laboratory. Isn't this cheating me? After saying this, Han Feng was so angry that he said, other people's systems are all trying to help the host in every possible way. You are so good. You put the supply box in a dangerous place. The price of each type of soldiers is ridiculously expensive. I won't say anything about these. Can the hidden missions be a little easier? One is harder than the other. After I complete Mission 3, does Mission 4 require me to rule the entire Earth? Damn it. After saying this, Han Feng sucked the cigarette hard. He wanted to use nicotine to get it out. After smoking this cigarette, Han Feng put the cigarette butt into the ashtray and extinguished it. Suddenly, Han Feng seemed to remember something, and asked Luna in his mind, Oh, Luna, in the Hidden Mission 3, there is a sentence to find out the cause of the GS virus. We have collected so much information about the GS virus. Isn't that halfway done? Captain Han, the information you have collected about the GS virus is all after the GS virus was leaked. And the system's task requires you to figure out the origin and cause of the GS virus. Alas. After hearing this, Han Feng continued to look disappointed. After a pause, Han Feng suddenly frowned again, because he thought of a crucial question. That is, whether the laboratory where the mother escaped and the main laboratory are the same place. If they are not the same, then he needs to travel thousands of miles to other countries to find a needle in a haystack. If it is the same, then this laboratory is likely to be in Nm province. Although Nm province is also very large, it is at least much smaller than other countries. Report to Captain Han. The main laboratory referred to by the system is the laboratory where the mother escaped. Finally heard a good news. Luna, when we met the special forces, didn't we intercept a lot of videos? With a slightly higher mood, Han Feng's tone was much lighter. Yes, Captain Han. The video system at that time is still preserved. Do you want to watch it now? Following Han Feng's question, Luna asked. No. After 3 consecutive no's, Han Feng continued, What I want to ask is, can the system analyze the video content and find the location of the main laboratory? Captain Han, I'm not sure about this, but the video of the main laboratory can be handed over to the combat laboratory for analysis. Maybe the combat laboratory can find the IP address of the video. Well, send it over. I hope this address can be found. Without hesitation, Han Feng immediately decided to let the combat laboratory start researching. Okay, Captain Han. The video file has been transferred to the combat laboratory. Video analysis time, 5 minutes. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng pursed his lips and waited quietly, and his heart was full of expectations. 4 minutes later. Report to Team Han. The GS virus main laboratory video and the combat laboratory have been analyzed. Have you found the location of the main laboratory? With great expectations, Han Feng asked eagerly. Congratulations to Team Han. The video IP address has been obtained by us. Perhaps sensing Han Feng's urgent desire, Luna responded with a smile. Damn. 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 Awesome. Awesome, Luna. Have you learned about the location of the main laboratory? Han Feng jumped up from his chair in an instant. Standing on the ground, waving his fists, he said. But, when Han Feng was ecstatic, Luna in his mind appropriately poured a glass of cold water on him. But what? Han Feng asked quietly with his arms fixed in the air. But according to the analysis of the combat laboratory, the location of the main laboratory is in BT City. BT City? Isn't that my home? After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng didn't react for a while, and only thought that he was born and raised in BT City. Yes, but BT City is now a nuclear radiation disaster area. When Luna said this, Han Feng remembered. Why did he evacuate from BT City? Wasn't it because of the meltdown explosion at the nuclear power plant? Putting down his arms, Han Feng was stunned. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. Looking down at his body, Han Feng didn't think that turning on blood rage could resist the damage of nuclear radiation. Moreover, even if blood rage can perfectly defend against radiation, it can't be used without limit. The nuclear radiation area is hundreds of kilometers away. Apart from other things, how to get close is a problem. Looking down at the ground, Han Feng took out another cigarette and started walking. Can the radiation protection suits of radiation engineers resist the nuclear radiation in BT City? This is the first question Han Feng asked. Report to Captain Han. The radiation protection suits of radiation engineers can resist about 10,000 Roentgens, radiation measurement unit, of nuclear radiation. Theoretically, as long as you are not within 10 kilometers of the nuclear leak, you will be fine. Luna's words are very clear. The radiation protection suit can indeed protect Han Feng. The premise is, Han Feng will not wear the radiation protection suit to play in the nuclear power plant. Where is the main laboratory located? How far is it from the nuclear power plant? Holding a cigarette. This is the second question Han Feng asked. Report to Captain Han. According to the coordinates marked on the combat laboratory, the main laboratory is in the mountainous area 82 kilometers northwest of BT City. It is 91 kilometers away from the nuclear power plant. That's right. It's said to be a secret laboratory. How could it be built in a crowded residential area? While Luna was talking, Han Feng also turned his attention to the system. Looking at the location marked on the radar display, Han Feng smiled and said, this location perfectly avoids the living area of the city. Even if there is radiation, the anti-radiation suit can perfectly defend it. Chapter 429, Going to the Nuclear Contaminated Area. Luna, if I wear a radiation protection suit, avoid all cities along the way. Rush to the main laboratory alone, and then destroy it. What is the chance of success? Speaking of his thoughts, Han Feng felt that this matter was stable. But out of a rigorous attitude, Han Feng still asked Luna's opinion. And, specifically for this matter, Han Feng also asked the system to do a simple simulation to see if there are other problems. Report to the Han team. According to the system's preliminary budget, the success rate is only between 14.8 and 21.6. Ah? Hearing Luna say this number, Han Feng frowned and asked in confusion, why is it so low? It shouldn't be. Captain Han. It's like this. You have overlooked two crucial issues. What? Wearing a radiation-proof suit will seriously affect your speed and combat efficiency. Hearing this, Han Feng couldn't laugh. Yes, wearing a heavy protective suit would mean losing the advantage of speed. In addition, the weapons you carry will also become a new source of pollution due to nuclear radiation contamination. Then Luna said another fatal point. But Captain Han, you can rest assured that the combat laboratory will customize a new set of weapons for you. When you are about to leave the nuclear contaminated area, you can discard the weapons you were using at that time. Hearing Luna's self-questioning and self-answering, Han Feng nodded gently. Another question is, around the main laboratory, the GS virus will be more active than farther away. In other words, the zombies may be more powerful. In addition, the system extends to another question. Have the zombies that have survived nuclear pollution been, or are undergoing mutations? This system cannot infer. Frowning, Han Feng pursed his lips and did not respond, but weighed the pros and cons in his mind. While you are wearing the anti-nuclear radiation suit, you cannot open the protective suit by yourself. If the protective suit leaks, nuclear radiation will corrode your body and pose a great threat to your health. As mentioned above, If you fight zombies in a nuclear-contaminated area, it is extremely dangerous. Once the protective suit is damaged, the consequences will be disastrous. At the same time, while you are performing your mission in a nuclear radiation-contaminated area, eating, drinking, excretion and other physiological activities will be prohibited. So cruel. Han Feng responded subconsciously when he heard that he was not allowed to eat or drink. After Luna finished talking about this, Han Feng asked, assuming everything goes well, how long will it take to complete this mission? According to the distance and the driving time, you will be in the nuclear radiation zone for about 36 hours. That means, you can't eat or drink for nearly a day and a half? Yes, Captain Han. Hearing that it would take so long, Han Feng's face fell instantly. I thought it was a task that would be easy to accomplish. But I didn't expect there would be so many obstacles in the middle. After a moment of silence, Han Feng ordered Luna, ask the combat laboratory to make a set of my weapons and equipment according to the highest standards. By the way, summon 11 more radiation engineers. This time, I have to run even if I don't want to. Captain Han, have you decided to go there in person? This time, after Han Feng finished speaking, Luna did not respond in the same way as before. Instead, she began to worry about Han Feng's safety. There is no way. If I don't solve the hidden mission 3, I will never get the time machine. Although his tone seemed to be light, Han Feng had actually put everything on the line. Okay, Captain Han. Your supporting weapons and equipment are being produced in the combat laboratory. Please wait. 11 radiation engineers are also being summoned. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng turned around and walked out of the bedroom. Dong dong dong. Arriving at the door of Lin Lan's house, Han Feng knocked gently. Squeak. Soon the door opened. And seeing Han Feng, Lin Lan asked, did you remember anything again? No. Shaking his head, Han Feng continued, I'm going out for 2 days. What for? Did you find the Holy Lord? At this moment, Lin Lan also began to have some obsession with the Holy Lord. No. Other things will take me 2 days. Then, when are you leaving? When he heard that the time was still short. Only 2 days. Lin Lan didn't react much. I guess it will be a while. The sooner the better. After saying that, Han Feng suddenly smiled and said, I left early. And I came back early, isn't it? Is it dangerous? Facing Han Feng's smile, Lin Lan didn't know why, and suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. It's not dangerous. I'm so strong. It's okay. Leaning against the door frame, Han Feng pretended to be relaxed. But no one knows the long road ahead. Good and bad luck. Even Han Feng himself can't guarantee that he can return victorious. Report to Captain Han. Your weapons and equipment have been made. 11 radiation engineers have also been summoned. In such a hurry. Let's go after dinner. Luna's voice in his mind and Lin Lan's questioning voice in front of him sounded at the same time. No. I ate so much at noon. I'm not hungry at all now. As he spoke, Han Feng took 2 steps back and said, wait for me. After the voice fell, Han Feng turned around and walked downstairs. Hey! You! Looking at Han Feng's back, Lin Lan stretched out his hand to grab something. Due to the lack of Han Feng's new order, the 3 armored troop carriers were still downstairs at this moment. However, there was no trace of the people in the ship at that time. Entering one of the troop carriers, Han Feng saw several boxes of nutrient paste piled in the corner of the ship. This saves me a lot of trouble. After staring at the box of nutrient paste, Han Feng continued, Luna, let one of the radiation engineers take off the protective suit, and then let the other 10 radiation engineers bring it on board. This time, let these 10 radiation engineers accompany me. Okay, Captain Han. After speaking, Luna paused and continued, Captain Han, can you let Tanya and Natasha accompany us? No. 1 less person means 1 less danger. If something unexpected really happens, at least I still have telekinesis to help. Bring them with me, and I have to distract myself to look after their protective suits. Without much thought, Han Feng refused directly. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. After that, the ramp of the armored troop carrier slowly lowered, accompanied by heavy footsteps. 10 radiation engineers boarded the cabin one after another. Let's go. Let's go quickly, and come back quickly. When the ramp closed, Han Feng gave the order to set off. For this solo action, Han Feng did not notify anyone except Lin Lan. Nor did he say goodbye. The lonely armored troop carrier, under the reflection of the setting sun, floated above the road and moved slowly forward. When the sky was occupied by darkness, Han Feng opened the baffle of the window. While sucking the nutrient paste, he admired the moonlight. At night, Han Feng took out the cotton lining of the spare protective suit and spread it on the relatively flat deck, sleeping with clothes on. That night, Han Feng in the cabin felt like he was back to his childhood, lying in a cradle. Ring! Ring! The next morning, Han Feng's cell phone alarm rang, a harsh alarm. Reaching out to turn off the alarm, Han Feng felt that the cabin was still shaking slightly. This means that the troop transport ship is still moving forward and has not stopped. Luna, where are we? How far is it? Rubbing his eyes, that were a little red and swollen due to not sleeping well, Han Feng asked. Reporting to Captain Han, we have walked 263 kilometers. There are less than 500 kilometers to the destination of the main laboratory. How many kilometers? Another 500 kilometers? Hearing such a long distance, Han Feng was surprised. Reporting to Captain Han, yes. From now on, you must stay alert. Once the system issues a warning of excessive nuclear radiation, you must quickly put on protective clothing. Stop. Stop first. I want to get off the ship. Holding his lower abdomen, Han Feng gave the order to stop moving forward in a sullen manner. Okay, Captain Han. Tens of seconds after Luna finished speaking, the armored personnel carrier slowly stopped moving and lowered the entry and exit ramp. After getting off the diving board, Han Feng looked around and finally ran to a secluded place to take off his pants. Let's solve the 3 urgent problems first, Han Feng muttered while opening the floodgates. After feeling relaxed, Han Feng leisurely returned to the cabin and said, okay, keep going. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, the troop transport slowly started and continued to move towards the main laboratory. About an hour later, alarm, alarm. The system detects that the commander is entering the nuclear radiation area. If you enter by mistake, please evacuate as soon as possible. Alarm, alarm. The system detects that the commander is entering the nuclear radiation area. If you enter by mistake, please evacuate as soon as possible. Alarm, alarm. The system detects that the commander is entering the nuclear radiation area. If you enter by mistake, please evacuate as soon as possible. The alarm automatically triggered by the system rang in Han Feng's mind 3 times in a row. Hearing the urgent alarm, Han Feng hurriedly picked up the spare protective suit on the deck. With the help of other radiation engineers, Han Feng finally put on this heavy armor, putting on the huge mask on his head. From this moment until the end of the mission and evacuating the contaminated area, Han Feng can only wear this heavy armor and cannot take it off. Breathing the oxygen produced by the armor, Han Feng sat back in his seat. The specially made mask effectively isolates the tiny sounds from the outside world. The entire mask is filled with the sound of one's own breathing. Luna, turn on the god's vision. Half an hour later, Han Feng couldn't stand the silence, so he decided to turn on the god's vision. On the one hand, to calm his restless heart. On the other hand, having a pair of eyes above the hull can also play a certain warning role. If there are really blind zombies coming to make trouble, he can also find them in the first time, and go out of the cabin to kill and drive them away. Chapter 430, Secret Thoughts. Luna, how far have we traveled? How far do we have to go? Outside the boat, Han Feng looked at the desolate vegetation waiting to grow. Inside the boat, Han Feng, bored, asked questions for who knows how many times. Report to Captain Han. We have traveled 423 kilometers. The distance to the destination is less than 300 kilometers. Oh. After a soft response, Han Feng continued to lean against the inner wall of the cabin, quietly waiting. Around 9 o'clock in the evening. Report to Captain Han. The distance to the destination, the main laboratory, is the last 60 kilometers. After a pause, Luna continued, if everything goes well, we will arrive in 2.5 hours. Hearing the report in his mind, Han Feng thought for a moment and responded, Luna, turn on the radar scan. Report to Captain Han. Turn on the radar scan with you as the center point. Confirm. Scan. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is turning on. Please wait. 2 seconds later, Luna continued to report. Report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. Any findings? For example, supply boxes or something. Report to Captain Han. There are a total of 3,012 animals within 10 kilometers around you. No supply boxes were found. After hearing this, Han Feng had an idea. Now that he was on a mountain trail, it was not surprising to see some animals around him. As long as no supply boxes were found, it meant that his surroundings were relatively safe. At least, there were no level 6 zombies. Always pay attention to your surroundings. It will be dark soon. While in a good mood, Han Feng did not forget to remind him again. Okay, Captain Han. After hearing this, Han Feng closed his eyes and waited for the battle that might occur in 2 hours. To be honest, wearing a heavy protective suit, Han Feng didn't know how much strength he could exert. However, with telekinesis, even if something happens, I can still fight. At least, escaping shouldn't be a problem. 2 hours later. Report to Team Han. We are now 10 kilometers away from our destination, the main laboratory, and we are expected to arrive within half an hour. Huh? Listening to the reports getting closer and closer, Han Feng took a deep breath. For some reason, he always felt a strange feeling in his heart at this moment. After a few seconds, Han Feng smiled and shook his head. He thought that maybe it was because of his reverence for nuclear radiation that he felt this way. 20 minutes later. Luna. How far is it? Report to Captain Han. We are less than 2 kilometers away from the main laboratory. Stop moving forward. Hearing this distance, Han Feng immediately decided to stop the advance of the armored troop carrier. Han Feng did this for his own reasons. If zombies are found around the main laboratory, then fighting is inevitable. No one knows whether the zombies that have lived in the nuclear radiation disaster area for half a year have evolved other unknown things. If I really can't beat them, I will definitely run faster than the zombies. But if the troop carrier is parked next to the laboratory, the situation will be bad. The troop carrier with a speed of less than 30 kilometers per hour in the mountains is not as fast as a bicycle on the road. In order to be able to attack and defend, Han Feng temporarily abandoned his means of transportation. For the rest of the journey, he decided to walk. Okay, Captain Han. Accepting Han Feng's order, the armored troop carrier slowly stopped moving. Swish. After stopping, the troop carrier lowered the gangplank. Boom, boom. With dull steps, Han Feng stepped onto this nuclear radiation contaminated area that people kept away from. Following Han Feng were 10 radiation engineers. As Han Feng was wearing armor now, the snow-drinking mad blade and the leather armor of the telekinetic weapon could not be worn on his body. In order to solve the problem of transporting weapons, Han Feng activated his telekinesis. Under the support of telekinesis, these weapons floated around Han Feng. Although the mad knife was extremely heavy, it was a little easier for Han Feng, who could lift a huge weight. Since the god's vision was activated, Han Feng has been using it to observe the surroundings and has never closed it. There is the god's vision exploring the way in front, and the radiation engineering team is on guard in the other 3 directions. Under this defensive formation, any abnormality in any direction can be discovered in time. Always pay attention to vigilance. As he got closer and closer to the main laboratory, Han Feng's vigilance in his heart became more and more intense. Yes, Captain Han. In his mind, the muffled responses of 10 radiation engineers came back. Luna, are you sure the main laboratory is here? Looking at the destination in the distance, Han Feng did not see any traces of the remaining buildings. Report to Captain Han. According to the 3D modeling of the radar, the main part of the main laboratory is 10 meters underground. Oh, I see. After saying that, Han Feng quickened his pace. A few minutes later, Han Feng stood on the land above the main laboratory. Stay alert. Before paying attention to the system, Han Feng specifically reminded again. Coming to the radar in his mind, Han Feng saw a very long tunnel in the sand table, leading directly underground. And at the end of the tunnel is a relatively large secret laboratory. Based on the subtle modeling of the radar, Han Feng found that the entrance and exit of this secret passage was just a few meters away from his feet. Withdrawing his attention, Han Feng turned his eyes and looked at the entrance and exit at his feet. Staring at the ordinary ground, Han Feng soon found something wrong. Frowning, Han Feng found that this entrance and exit was closed at this time. From the outside world's point of view, it was well disguised. Even if you walk on it, you can't find the secret under your feet at all. But according to the original video, the Matrix escaped from this laboratory. In a laboratory without a second entrance and exit. This passage is definitely her only way. Then, the question is, since the Matrix came out from here, then, who covered this entrance and exit and restored it to its original appearance? The Matrix came into the world with anger. And the special forces here, or the scientific researchers, will never leave anyone alive. Even if there are a few lucky ones. They can't escape the erosion of the GS virus. But, look at the surrounding environment. There are no traces of fighting on the rock wall or the trees. After thinking about this, Han Feng suddenly laughed bitterly. Thinking that this happened half a year ago, I still analyzed it as news for a long time. Throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Han Feng's telekinesis suddenly rose, trying to lift the veil of this main laboratory. At this moment, Han Feng was not afraid of monsters in the laboratory at all. Even if there were really monsters. More than half a year had passed. And even if the zombies were not dead, they would be as thin as skin and bones. What strength would they have to fight? Huh? The next second, Han Feng was stunned. His telekinesis could not lift this cover? When he got closer, he saw. It turned out that this underground door was welded to the entire tunnel. In other words, if I want to open it by brute force, I need to pull out the entire tunnel by the roots. Luna, decipher it. Staring at the row of buttons on the underground door, Han Feng ordered. Since it is impossible to enter destructively, let's follow the regular procedure. Okay, Captain Han. The combat laboratory is deciphering the code. Please wait. After a few seconds, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The code has been deciphered, and the underground door has been opened. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took a few steps back and used telekinesis instead of his hands to open it. It's not that Han Feng was afraid of a sudden attack inside, but he felt that being cautious was better than anything else. A few seconds later, the sealed ground door was opened. Standing in place, Han Feng stared at the cave entrance. Motionless. Captain Han? What are you waiting for? A minute passed, and Luna, who had not seen Han Feng move, felt a little puzzled. So she asked in a low voice, I am using telekinesis to send oxygen down there? It has been sealed for more than half a year. Even if there is no toxin, it probably smells bad. Captain Han, what's wrong? Hearing Luna's long tone and hesitant tone, Han Feng couldn't help but feel a little confused. Captain Han, the radiation engineer's radiation protection suit has its own oxygen production system. Don't worry, the outside air will never enter the protective suit. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng was stunned. It seems that he has been playing all this time? Pouting, Han Feng muttered quietly, this is also the first time I wear this thing. How would I know? Just be cautious. As he spoke, Han Feng walked to the entrance of the cave and looked down. I should have brought a fluorescent stick. Looking at the pitch-black interior, Han Feng was worried. Even if he has a God's vision, God's vision does not have night vision function. Report to Captain Han. The protective clothing of the radiation engineer has a built-in lighting function. Sensing Han Feng's worry, Luna added a very appropriate sentence. You should have said it earlier while responding to Luna. Han Feng stretched out his hands and kept groping on the protective suit. After a few seconds, where is it? Where is the lighting? Where is the switch? Click. Suddenly, Han Feng heard the sound of a switch turning on and off. The next second, Luna said, report to Captain Han. The lighting system has been turned on for you. Oh, it turns out to be on the head. Hee. With an awkward smile, Han Feng reached out to adjust the small flashlight on his helmet. With the addition of the strong light flashlight, Han Feng looked down again. At this moment, with the light of the flashlight, Han Feng saw the long and bottomless tunnel. When there is no light, the underground is pitch black. With light, it is even darker. Gurgle. Looking at the tunnel under his feet, Han Feng felt a sense of fear. Don't worry. This is not a sense of danger. Rather, Han Feng is a little scared. In the wilderness, the dark and dense tunnel. It feels like a horror movie. Come here. Raising his head, Han Feng glanced around, and finally fixed his eyes on a radiation engineer who was closest to him. You go down and explore first. I'll follow you. Pointing at the tunnel, Han Feng said. Chapter 431, 10,000 People Cave. Yes, Captain Han. After receiving the order, the radiation engineer turned around, stepped down and stepped on the ladder fixed on the wall of the secret passage, and slowly descended. After his entire body entered the secret passage, the radiation engineer turned on the lighting system on the side of his helmet. 4 more. Come with me. Turning his eyes, Han Feng looked at the 9 radiation engineers and continued, the remaining 5 people. Just guard the entrance of the cave. Keep alert at all times. And wait for us to come up. Yes, Captain Han. After everyone responded, Han Feng turned his head and looked at the radiation engineer, who was still descending not far from his feet, and took a deep breath. Not to mention, with a shield in front of him, Han Feng's courage also grew. A few minutes later, passing through the dark and deep passage, Han Feng and his party finally arrived at the main laboratory. Under the circular projection of 6 flashlights, Han Feng saw the brutal scene here. On the walls, on the ground, on the ceiling, in short, wherever you can see, there are deep and long claw marks. These claw marks are not made by humans, because the width of each mark is very far. The distance between the fingers of a normal person cannot be so far. In addition, there are various instrument fragments and human bones scattered on the ground. Looking at the broken bones of these broken arms and remains, Han Feng didn't even have to think about it. This must be the masterpiece of the mother. Tap tap. In the quiet environment, Han Feng raised his legs and walked towards the wall. Through the thick protective clothing, Han Feng reached out to touch the claw marks on the rock wall. Even with this barrier, Han Feng still clearly felt the sharpness of the claw marks. Then, Han Feng used his telekinesis to carry a silver shuttle and suddenly stabbed it into the hard rock wall. Bang! Crack! Crash! The extremely sharp silver shuttle, once it touched the rock wall, pierced into half of the body. Following closely, there was the sound of a small area of rock wall shattering, and the sound of rock debris sliding down. Pulling out the silver shuttle, Han Feng looked at it intently, and found that the depth of the silver shuttle's attack just now was not deeper than the claw mark. In addition to being shocked, Han Feng didn't believe it. Then he used his telekinesis to mobilize 3 silver shuttles again. Under the adjustment of telekinesis, the 4 silver shuttles showed the claw attack method and stabbed the rock wall again. This time, Han Feng not only simulated the claw attack method, but also temporarily turned on the telekinesis output to the limit. Bang! Bang bang bang. The next moment, in the originally silent laboratory, for dense roars suddenly exploded. Bang! Caw bang! Dong! Then, the 4 silver shuttles actually shoveled a large piece of granite. The large piece of rock fell to the ground, making a dull sound. Staring at the large pieces of broken rock on the ground, Han Feng frowned deeply. The reason is simple. Han Feng still lost. The mother body opened its claws, and could easily scratch 4 magical scratches on the rock wall, while he could only destroy the rock wall. Although it sounds like the destructive power is similar, but it's like the mother body can hold an egg in its hand and hit the rock without breaking the egg. Han Feng can't do it. And this is the essential difference between the two. Don't forget, these marks were left by the mother body more than half a year ago. After such a long time, low-level zombies can evolve to level 6 zombies. Han Feng doesn't believe that the mother body has not improved at all during this period of time. You can leave such deep marks on the extremely hard granite, and the rock wall itself is stable. Mother, how strong are you? Touching the shocking claw marks on the rock wall again, Han Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. After a few seconds, Han Feng put down his hand and turned around, looking at the 4 tunnels leading to other rooms around the laboratory. Han Feng immediately ordered, "Search one by one." After that, Han Feng raised his leg and took the lead to walk towards the passage closest to him. At this moment, Han Feng's heart was already filled with shock, and there was no room for fear at all. 2 radiation engineers walked side by side in front to open the way, filling the already narrow passage. Behind them, there were 3 radiation engineers who were on alert, always paying attention to the attack from behind. Han Feng, on the other hand, was protected by 5 people in the middle. Walking in the long corridor, Han Feng found that there were doors on both sides of him. This feeling was just like walking in the corridor of a hotel. However, all these doors were violently broken. After the flashlight was mapped, The environment inside was indeed as Han Feng guessed. It was the residence of the guards, soldiers from other countries. Looking at the messy scenes inside, Han Feng knew that these people were all cut into pieces by the mother body. Soon, Han Feng came to the end of the tunnel. However, what surprised Han Feng a little was that the door at the end of the corridor was intact and not violently destroyed like other doors. After careful observation, Han Feng discovered the difference of this door. There are several blockades on the thick iron door. It looks like a special door for detaining prisoners, like in a prison. Without hesitation, Han Feng reached out and gently opened the door. And the scene inside moved the ruthless Han Feng. The space is not spacious. There is no bed, no toilet, and no living conditions. But there are 6 complete skeletons lying side by side on the ground. Looking at these skeletons, Han Feng instantly remembered the girls and the experimental subjects. Looking at the skeletons again, there is no trace of clothing on the bones. In just half a year, the body can turn into bones. But clothes will definitely not decay so quickly. It can be seen from this, when these girls died, they were naked. Raising his eyes, Han Feng scanned the area and found no claw marks or traces of fighting on the wall. Combined with the neatly arranged corpses on the ground, Han Feng could be sure that this was done deliberately by the mother body. Here, dozens of meters deep underground, the mother body can be regarded as burying these poor and innocent lives. Alas! With a sigh, Han Feng turned around and walked out of this dark and depressing space. Let's go to the next passage. After leaving the door, Han Feng ordered, returning to the main laboratory. Han Feng walked straight to the nearest passage without hesitation. This passage seemed to be used to store meat, vegetables, and other food. However, due to the long time, these foods have basically all rotted. Even some canned food with a long shelf life was not worth Han Feng's attention. After a quick search without any results, Han Feng led the team out and returned to the main laboratory space again. Continue. Staring at the passage opposite, Han Feng gave the order without sadness or joy. Yes, Captain Han. Tap tap. The 5 people responded and continued to maintain the previous protective formation, sandwiching Han Feng in the middle and moving forward. Just like the first passage, the doors on both sides of the corridor were also destroyed by violence. However, unlike the first situation, this tunnel is inhabited by researchers. Stop! Hush! Suddenly, Han Feng heard an extremely faint voice through the protective mask. Almost subconsciously, Han Feng stopped moving forward and asked everyone to keep quiet. Not long after, Han Feng heard the voice again. Someone. After confirming that it was not his own people who made the noise, Han Feng was confused. Following the direction of the sound, Han Feng raised his legs and approached. At the same time, the telekinetic weapons beside him were also in a war readiness state. Once the target of attack was found, these telekinetic weapons would stab the enemy with a violent storm. In a dark and narrow environment, telekinetic weapons can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack on the place. After advancing a few meters, Han Feng saw a door behind the corner, different from other doors. This entrance and exit was filled with boulders. Help! When Han Feng stood in front of the boulder, a weak voice of a man suddenly came from inside. Luna. Translate. Hearing this tone, Han Feng knew that the person inside was speaking English. Fortunately, I have Luna as a translator, so I won't be completely confused. Report to Captain Han. He said help. After hearing this, Han Feng began to imagine the scene behind the boulder. A lucky survivor, holding a pile of edible cans, was imprisoned in this dark environment for half a year. Are you here to save me? The English voice and Luna's translation sounded at the same time. Who are you? Across the pile of boulders, Han Feng asked. However, with Luna's intervention, Han Feng spoke fluent English. Damn it! What took you so long? Get me out of this damn place. Hurry! Feeling that he was saved, the survivor inside, who had a strong desire to survive, actually shouted loudly. Boom! Boom! With a frivolous smile on his lips, Han Feng used his telekinesis to move away the boulders. It's not that Han Feng really wanted to save this man, but Han Feng was also very curious about why the Matrix cared for this man so much. Everyone died, but he was still alive. 2 minutes later, when the boulders blocking the door were removed, Han Feng saw an even more shocking scene. Following the searchlight, Han Feng saw that this room, which was supposed to be small, was widened several times by the mother body. No wonder. Han Feng was curious about where these boulders came from. It turned out to be construction garbage. Looking down, Han Feng saw countless bones piled on the ground in the huge space. Based on the clothes on the bones, Han Feng easily judged that they were the Triangle Porridge Special Forces. At the same time, there were also the Japanese Special Attack Team and the Goryeo 707 Special Forces. Chapter 432, Causes and Consequences. Instantly, Han Feng solved another puzzle. That is, after the Matrix escaped from here, other countries must have sent teams here to capture the Matrix alive. But unexpectedly, they were all killed by the Matrix, and then sent to this mass grave one by one. After killing them all, the Matrix should have restored the seal on the ground and waited for the next batch of special forces to come and die. What are you doing? Save me. Luna, analyze how many team members are here. Han Feng ignored the survivors lying on the ground, but changed the subject and asked Luna. Reporting to Captain Han, there are a total of 389 Special Forces wreckage here. 389. That means there are 2 teams buried here. Hearing this number, Han Feng said happily. Yes, Captain Han. And after a detailed radar scan, it was found that there were 3 Energy 7 injections among these wreckages. Hearing Luna's words, Han Feng was stunned. Oh my god! That's right. The Special Forces have energy injections. It's really a piece of cake to find it without any effort. Great Luna. We finally. But Captain Han. When Han Feng was speaking excitedly, Luna interrupted Han Feng's congratulatory speech with a remark. What's wrong? Luna? Han Feng asked with a smile. Captain Han, although the injection was found, there is nuclear radiation on the ground. These injections may be? This sentence was interrupted again, but Han Feng understood what Luna meant. Can't be used. Thinking of the injection being contaminated by nuclear radiation, Han Feng muttered to himself in disappointment. Report to Captain Han. It's not. The construction of this laboratory meets the radiation resistance standards, and it is deep underground, so it has some radiation resistance. Then these injections, not contaminated by nuclear radiation for the time being. Hey, then what are you talking about? Can't you just inject it and then go up? Hearing this, Han Feng was completely relieved. As long as the injections are not contaminated by nuclear radiation, they can be used. Captain Han, you can't take off your protective clothing now, and these injections can't be brought up there. Once the injections come into contact with nuclear radiation dust from the outside, they will be contaminated immediately. After hearing this, Han Feng began to think about how to deal with it. Idiot! I'm talking to you again. Are you deaf? Seeing that Han Feng had been ignoring him, the survivor on the ground instantly became annoyed and pointed at Han Feng and cursed. Heh. Looking sideways at the man lying on the ground like a dead dog, Han Feng whispered, Do you know who I am? Aren't you here to save me? Damn it! Why did you take so long to come? Looking at the group of people in front of him wearing heavy protective clothing, coupled with Han Feng speaking fluent English, the survivor certainly thought they were here to rescue him. Who are you? Why are you here? What is your duty? After asking this question, Han Feng used telekinesis to lift him up and sent him in front of him. And Han Feng continued, also, keep your mouth clean. After saying that, Han Feng suddenly felt that this man looked very familiar. After a few seconds, Han Feng finally remembered. He had seen this face in the video. Although he was wearing a mask at the time, Han Feng still recognized him as the photographer through his eyes and nose. I am the leader of the 7th Research Group, responsible for researching energy agents. In midair, the man did not realize that he was floating in midair until he finished speaking. After a few screams of fear, he found that it was Han Feng who was causing trouble. Instantly, the man started laughing. We succeeded? We succeeded? Ha ha. 12 years. 12 years. God. Did you see it? We succeeded? Looking at the crazy man in front of him, Han Feng felt that it was extremely noisy. Crack. Under the pressure of telekinesis, the man's right foot was severely crushed, making a series of bone-breaking sounds. Ah! 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 Under the stimulation of pain, the man temporarily regained his sanity. Listen carefully. I will only ask once. What success do you mean by success? What kind of monster did the girl who escaped from here become? Looking at Han Feng's threatening eyes, the man panicked. After careful interrogation and thunderous means of forced confession, Han Feng learned the cause and effect of the GS virus. Magnesium and other allied countries coveted the vast resources of China. So they decided to secretly conduct a super soldier experiment. In earlier studies, they used various drugs to paralyze the subjects' perceptions, hoping to make them super soldiers who did not feel pain, but failed. Afterwards, they used reagents to destroy specific brain areas of the subjects, achieving a deeper level of super soldiers who did not feel pain or fear. However, in this way, they were destined to fail again. After 12 years of research, they finally successfully produced a virus they had never seen before in the laboratory. The GS progenitor. That is, the predecessor of the GS virus. In order to fully promote the next research process, they almost endlessly cultivated this end-of-the-world virus. Of course, they would never think of what disaster their selfishness would bring to the world. When the virus stock was sufficient, they sent the viruses in batches to various branch laboratories around the world, trying to speed up the research process again. Until the early GS virus mutated in this poor girl, and the mother body was born from that moment. In short, they, a group of scientists who claim to be the world's blessing, have ruined the future of mankind with their own hands. Even if mankind can stand up from the end of the world, technology will regress for many years. And all this is just for their robber mentality. It is you who have made this world a mess. After the interrogation, Han Feng looked at the man in front of him coldly and said, "No! We are the creators. The new creators of this world." Crack! Hearing the man's still stubborn thoughts, Han Feng destroyed a bone in his body with his telekinesis. "Ah! You should thank me. It's because of me that you have all these abilities. I would rather not have." Crack! While speaking, Han Feng destroyed another bone of the man. "You are guilty." Staring at the sweaty man, Han Feng made the final judgment. "No, I didn't. I say you are guilty. The world says you are guilty. And the people who have become thousands of monsters say you are guilty. Every experimental subject says you are guilty. Every resentful spirit whose family has been destroyed says you are guilty. There is no pure land in this world anymore, and the initiator of all this is you so-called scientists. Even your God says you are guilty." While criticizing the man, Han Feng recalled the world before the end of the world in his mind. Unconsciously, Han Feng raised his head and looked at the non-existent sky. "No! Having a super soldier is the dream of every country." At this moment, the man is still defending himself. But such words sound so ridiculous and ignorant. "Kneel down." Han Feng lowered his head and shouted fiercely. "No! No!" Crack! 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 Looking at the man's stubborn and crazy expression, Han Feng directly crushed all the bones of his legs with his telekinesis. Bang! Instantly, the man collapsed to the ground. Under the influence of Han Feng's telekinesis, the man knelt on the ground. "Apologize to the people you killed." Bang! 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 As he spoke, Han Feng controlled the man's body to kowtow. After several kowtows, the man's face was covered with blood. The wound on his forehead was also covered with stone chips on the ground. "Since you are guilty, then I will punish you for everyone." After Leng Yan finished speaking, a silver wing slowly floated over and pressed against the man's neck. A few seconds later, Han Feng kept this action and did not make any further moves. "Luna, this guy has been here for most of the year, without food or water. How can he survive so long?" It turns out, the reason why Han Feng did not take action was because he suddenly remembered this question. "Report to Captain Han. The system detected a semi-activated GS virus in this man's body. Although the virus did not turn him into a zombie completely, it also has preliminary pathological characteristics. Oh, it turns out that the mother body did it deliberately." After understanding, Han Feng said thoughtfully, "You are lucky. I give up the punishment on you." Withdrawing the silver wing, Han Feng smiled evilly. Chapter 433, Hidden Mission 4. "Luna, give me the location of the Energy 7 injection." Turning his eyes away, Han Feng ignored the man's pleading at his feet and looked for the injection. According to the precise location given by Luna, Han Feng quickly found 3 Energy 7 injections from the pile of corpses. "Since it is the mother's choice, I will protect your life for her." Exiting the room, Han Feng said, while refilling the boulder that had just been removed, "Please, please, I don't want to endure the darkness here. Please take me away. Take me away." Hearing the man's desperate cry, Han Feng had a blank expression on his face and did not stop his telekinesis. In a few seconds, countless boulders blocked the door again, and the man returned to darkness again. Luna, do I know the cause and effect of the GS virus? Report to Captain Han. Yes, you have understood the entire evolution and operation process of the GS virus. After hearing this, Han Feng smiled with satisfaction, because half of the hidden mission 3 has been completed. The remaining half just need to completely destroy this place. Telekinesis. Start. Standing among the many machines in the main laboratory, Han Feng uttered these 3 sonorous words under his heavy mask. Xiao. Zheng. Swoosh. Swoosh. Huh? Buzz. The silver shuttle. Silver wings and blood needles shuttled through various machines thousands of times in a moment. The mad knife that had been floating behind him was also held in Han Feng's hands, and he chopped down the largest instrument in front of him with great force. 2 minutes later, after careful destruction, no more fragments as big as a fingernail could be found in the entire main laboratory. After retracting all the telekinetic weapons, Han Feng took a deep breath and scanned the surroundings. At the same time, he was a little confused. This laboratory has become like this. Why hasn't the hidden mission 3 been reported completed? Congratulations to Team Han for completing the time machine hidden mission 3. A few seconds later, the mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded in Han Feng's mind. Hearing this, Han Feng smiled softly. He thought that he didn't have to ask Luna. Then, the mechanical sound of the system sounded again when the commander completes the following tasks. You can build the ultimate building. The time machine. Task 1. Upgrade all main buildings to the maximum level. Completed. Task 2. Build your own power and become a perfect leader. Task target. Shelter at least 10,000 survivors. Completed. Task 3. Find out the cause of the GS virus and seal or destroy the main laboratory. Completed. Mission 4. Find a hidden matrix. Mission 5. Unknown. Unlock Mission 5 after the commander completes Mission 4. After that, the system mechanical voice stopped talking. Hearing the content and requirements of the hidden Mission 4, Han Feng was stunned. Find the matrix. Is it the Holy Lord? Raising his eyes, Han Feng once again scanned the deep claw marks on the granite, while muttering. At this moment, Han Feng could not determine the relationship between the matrix and the Holy Lord. But the only thing that was certain was that he could never beat the matrix. Gulp. Han Feng swallowed his saliva and fell silent. After a few seconds, Han Feng, who had recovered, said softly, "Let's go. Go up first." But when Han Feng was about to climb the ladder, he suddenly slapped his forehead and stopped. Because at this moment, Han Feng suddenly realized that there were still 3 energy injections that had not been used. Luna, is there any way to inject the injection without taking off the protective suit? Looking at the injection, Han Feng asked angrily. Report to the Han team. I'm sorry. There is no way. In fact, after asking, Han Feng also felt a little regretful. How can the injection penetrate such a thick protective suit? Scratching his head, Han Feng asked cautiously, Luna, if I take off the protective suit now, what will happen? Report to Captain Han. The surface of the anti-radiation suit has been contaminated by nuclear radiation. The moment you take off the anti-radiation suit, you will be corroded by nuclear radiation. I know. After listening to Luna, Han Feng hesitated again and finally said, I mean, can I withstand it? Or, what effect will these doses of radiation have on me? Report to Captain Han. The radiation on the surface of the anti-radiation suit is enough to make you suffer from radiation sickness. Cancer is expected within 3 years. Under the protective mask, Han Feng pursed his lips. Is there any way to minimize the damage? After a pause, Han Feng suddenly thought of something and said, even if I don't take it off now, I will take it off when I get to the safe area. What's the difference between taking it off now and taking it off later? Pulling up the courage, Han Feng decided to take off the protective suit. As for cancer within 3 years, as long as there is a time machine, there should be no problem. After taking over Han Feng's question, Luna was silent at first. After a few seconds, Luna slowly said, Captain Han, take off the protective suit in an absolutely safe place. This suit needs to be discarded, and your body will only be harmed once. and the system will monitor the radiation absorbed by the radiation suit and make the most favorable judgment for you. Even if it is corroded by radiation, it will be maintained within the limit of the human body. In addition, when you led the team to search here, the nuclear radiation had already spread throughout the space. If you insist on taking off the protective suit, it is not impossible. Luna suddenly changed the subject halfway through the sentence. What method? May I ask if Captain Han should take off the protective suit here? Surprisingly, Luna ignored Han Feng's question and asked her own question. Yes. I'm sure. Okay. Please give the order to summon a radiation engineer now. Summon a radiation engineer. Confirm the summon. According to Luna's instructions, Han Feng gave the order honestly. Okay. Captain Han, please relax your body now. Tap tap tap. As soon as Luna finished speaking, 5 radiation engineers came forward. Out of the corner of his eye, Han Feng noticed that each radiation engineer was holding a mineral water bottle. They unscrewed the bottle cap and poured it on Han Feng without thinking. Report to Captain Han. What you see is a nuclear contamination decontamination agent, which is used to clean the surface of objects from nuclear contamination. After Luna finished speaking, the 5 radiation engineers sprayed the remaining part of the bottle on each other. 10 seconds later, the 5 radiation engineers began to remove Han Feng's radiation protection suit. When the last piece of radiation protection equipment on Han Feng was removed, a bottle of new nuclear contamination decontamination agent was poured directly from his head. Captain Han, apply all over your body quickly. Instantly, Luna's voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. Captain Han, you only have about 30 seconds to change into a new radiation protection suit. That is to say, you must complete the injection within 30 seconds and then put on the replacement protective suit. While Han Feng was quickly applying the body, Luna added in time. I know. As he spoke, Han Feng knew very well what he would face in a while. 22. 21. Han Feng had just finished applying the medicine, and Luna's countdown had already reached 21. Time was running out, and Han Feng didn't dare to hesitate for a moment. He controlled the 3 Energy 7 injections with telekinesis and stabbed them straight into his heart. Just standing there, injecting the injections. This was something Han Feng had never thought about before. 10 seconds later, the 3 empty injections were pulled out by telekinesis and thrown on the ground. 10. 9. Wow! Another bottle of nuclear contamination decontamination agent rushed down again. And then 5 radiation engineers began to quickly put on new radiation protection suits for Han Feng. In the corner of Han Feng's sight, Han Feng saw a person without protective clothing, rushing to put on the protective clothing he had just taken off. Luna, what will happen if he doesn't use the decontamination agent? Report to Captain Han. This radiation engineer will die within the next 10 days. As soon as Luna finished speaking, the radiation engineer vomited while wearing the radiation protection suit. Seeing his uncomfortable appearance, Han Feng knew that this was the damage of early radiation to the human body. Don't worry. I won't let you die. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng swore silently in his heart. 1. 0. When Luna finished the countdown, Han Feng finally put on the protective suit with tight defense with the help of 5 people. Boom boom. Suddenly, Han Feng's heartbeat suddenly exploded in the closed protective suit. The pain came so suddenly. In just a moment, Han Feng felt his heart burning in the flame. Fuck. It's over. Feeling the pain of his heart being torn apart, Han Feng frowned and said, No. No disinfection. What? What's not disinfected? Hearing Han Feng's gradually stiffening voice, Luna asked back in confusion. Energy. 7. GS. GS, not disinfected. Han Feng barely responded with all his strength. Oh my god. I forgot. Oh. Damn it. It's my fault. Sorry. Captain Han. The moment Han Feng finished speaking, Luna suddenly remembered. Before injecting the Energy 7 injection, it had to go through the combat laboratory to remove the remaining GS virus in the injection. But in this tense environment, Han Feng forgot to ask. And Luna didn't remember it either. In this confused manner, Han Feng injected 3 full unsterilized energy VIs. It's not your fault. Enduring the intense pain, Han Feng heard Luna's intermittent voice in his mind. At this moment, Han Feng clenched his fists, leaned against the rock wall, and shook his body slowly. He didn't dare to fall down, because once he fell down, he was afraid that his strong struggle would destroy the airtightness of the protective suit. Chapter 434. GS virus enters the body. Squeak, squeak. Due to the strong squeezing, the protective covers on Han Feng's hands squeaked. Fortunately, this protective suit is heavy armor. Otherwise, it is possible that Han Feng would be crushed alive. Bang, bang. Han Feng's teeth were bitten against the rock wall, and they were clattering. At this moment, Han Feng had no time to think about what consequences the residual GS virus and the medicine would cause to him. He also had no energy to think about it. The pain brought by the 3 Energy 7 injections alone was enough to occupy all of Han Feng's thoughts. Ugh! Ah! Under the mask, Han Feng's painful groan turned from strong to weak, from sonorous to weak. At this moment, Han Feng felt that the flame in his chest had spread to his whole body. Imagine, when a person is immersed in the flames, how painful it is to endure the burning from the outside to the inside. And Han Feng, from the inside to the outside. At this moment, Han Feng did not dare to activate the blood rage to resist, because he did not know whether the blood rage would affect the protective suit. He did not dare to gamble, so he could only endure it and grit his teeth. 2 minutes later, the pain that should have passed showed no sign of stopping. His legs no longer had the strength to support his entire body weight. And leaning against the rock wall, Han Feng slowly knelt down. Why, it hasn't passed yet. Even without asking about the time, Han Feng himself noticed something was wrong. In the confusion of pain, Han Feng didn't know whether the delay was caused by the 3 injections working together, or by the failure to eliminate the GS virus. Face down, Han Feng's body slowly changed from a kneeling position to a prone position. Ding! Ding ding! Dong! The telekinetic weapons and mad knives that lost their telekinetic power fell one after another, hitting the ground with different sounds. Han Feng only felt a little blurry when he saw the silver wing in front of him. He squeezed his eyes a few times, but unexpectedly made his already heavy eyelids even more sticky. A few seconds later, Han Feng, who had lost all his strength, uttered his last mutter with his eyes half open. The pain was still going on, but it didn't matter to Han Feng anymore, because he had lost all consciousness at this moment. When Han Feng fell into a coma, the empty and messy main laboratory returned to silence again. Time will not stop when Han Feng falls into a coma. Similarly, the GS virus in Han Feng's body will not stop its activity because Han Feng loses consciousness. What can you do if you find me? Kill me? Waste. I've said you're waste. Now, I'm standing in front of you. What can you do to me? Want to kill me? Want revenge? With your current strength? You think too highly of yourself. Waste. In the endless darkness, hundreds of strange or familiar voices resounded in my mind. From all directions, the mixed voices intertwined into a wave-like continuity, constantly washing Han Feng's perception, scanning the absolute darkness around him. Han Feng couldn't tell where the person was speaking, nor could he tell whether the words came from the Matrix, or the Holy Lord, or someone else. Stretching out his limbs, Han Feng tried his best to sense other things besides the sound. Unfortunately, Han Feng felt like he was soaking in a hot spring, or exiled to a void universe. No matter how hard his limbs tried, he couldn't touch anything. It was like weightlessness, unable to tell which side was up and which side was down. After a while, Han Feng felt that the voices and words in his ears were gradually moving away from him. Frowning, Han Feng wanted to identify the owner of the voice, or listen to some useful content. But I found noise, and more noise. When all the sounds faded away and finally calmed down, Han Feng opened his eyes for no reason. The moment he opened his eyes, a strong light shot into his eyes. This sudden glare forced Han Feng to close his eyes again. After adapting for a few seconds, Han Feng tentatively squinted his eyes again. There were a few thin white clouds floating in the blue sky. The scorching sun was shining vertically overhead. As his sight slowly moved with the white clouds in the sky, Han Feng felt the coolness of the breeze, and the slight fishy smell in the breeze. It was not until a few seconds later that Han Feng gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? This was the first thought that came to Han Feng's mind after he regained consciousness. Thinking about the question, Han Feng slowly stood up. Standing up, Han Feng glanced around. Lush greenery, square, pile of corpses. Where is this? Looking at the surrounding environment, Han Feng asked the second question in his heart. Raising his flustered hand to the back of his head, Han Feng scratched the back of his head while recalling his previous memories. When he put down his hand and passed by in front of him, Han Feng caught a hint of something wrong. The sticky hands didn't seem to look like human hands. The nails were not like human nails, but strangely extended, hard and sharp. Level 6 zombie? After recognizing the claws, Han Feng spoke incoherently and remembered everything in an instant. I am a level 6 zombie. I have returned to the world where I am a zombie. Keeping his hands raised, Han Feng checked the surroundings again. That's right. I am back again. Moreover, I have successfully evolved to level 6. Master Laboratory. Han Feng spoke incoherently. His brows were tightly locked. In his original world, he was infected with the GS virus due to his negligence. Although Luna had told him before that he would not be infected if he was infected with the GS virus in battle. But if the GS virus was really active in his body, would it be a problem? I'm not sure. With deep anxiety, Han Feng raised his legs and tried to walk away. But unexpectedly, plop! Kneeling on the ground, Han Feng turned around and looked at his stiff legs. Wondering in his heart, could it be that I haven't been in touch with this body for too long, resulting in poor mobility? Slowly mobilizing his body muscles, Han Feng slowly stood up. After trying to walk a few steps, Han Feng came to the shade and began to slowly activate the stiffness in his body. About 10 minutes later, Han Feng had recovered his basic mobility. Looking at the empty street, Han Feng found a store everywhere, skillfully flipped into the counter, and fumbled out a few packs of cigarettes and a lighter. Sitting on a chair in the store, Han Feng smoked a cigarette and began to think about the next action. Looking for the mother body, holding a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth. Han Feng remembered his original intention. Why did he desperately upgrade in this world? Wasn't it to pursue a higher level to find the mother body? Now that he has reached level 6, he should have the ability to search. Right? But the current problem is how to find it. For example, perception? Thinking of this possibility, Han Feng simply threw away the half-smoked cigarette in his hand, then closed his eyes and carefully sensed. In the darkness, Han Feng's perception spread like the waves of the tide. Look! Found. About a minute later, just when Han Feng was about to give up, he suddenly felt an inexplicable wave from a very far place. Through the information fed back by perception, Han Feng roughly guessed that this should be the mother body. Opening his eyes, Han Feng stood up straight. Take the cigarette. Push open the door of the store and walk out. After a slight judgment of the direction, Han Feng took his legs and began to approach. Halfway, Han Feng saw a number of cars parked on the roadside. For a moment, he thought about whether he should drive there, but after trying several times, he found that the doors of these cars were locked, without an engineer to provide technical support. And since he couldn't find a gas station in this unfamiliar place, he gave up the idea. Anyway, as his body's adaptability continues to improve, his legs will become more and more flexible. Having seen the terrifying speed of a level 6 zombie, Han Feng knew that even if he stepped on the accelerator, he would not be as fast as a level 6 zombie. Moreover, a level 6 zombie has flexibility that a car doesn't have. In this case, Han Feng made up his mind and began to focus on the journey. As he kept moving on the road, Han Feng could also feel that his fit with this body was slowly improving. Every once in a while, Han Feng stopped and closed his eyes to sense carefully. This time, Han Feng ran from noon to dusk. With a slight breath, Han Feng stopped and looked up at the sky that was about to fall at night. Closing his eyes to sense again, Han Feng pursed his lips. Damn! I ran so far. At least hundreds of kilometers? How come it's still so far? Through the long sensory feedback, Han Feng thought a little desperately. Opening his eyes, Han Feng shook his head helplessly. In order to find out who the mother body is, Han Feng can only continue on his way. At about 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Han Feng really couldn't run anymore. Han Feng breathed heavily with his arms supporting his knees. At the same time, his sore and swollen legs seemed to tell him that today's trip was forced to end. After resting for a few minutes, Han Feng straightened up and began to look for a place to stay tonight. Not long after, Han Feng found a hotel. Without hesitation, he walked straight in. He found a relatively clean room and lay on the bed with his clothes on, looking at the ceiling in the dark. All kinds of strange questions began to appear in Han Feng's mind. Such as, what should I do if I see the Matrix? What if I can't beat the Matrix in a fight? What will the Matrix do if it controls me? In the original world, would I become a zombie? Thinking about it, Han Feng closed his eyes. I don't know how long it took. Ugh. Suddenly, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a bright room. The sky is bright. Without thinking about other problems, Han Feng followed his perception, sat up quietly, and looked carefully outside the open door. Is it her? Chapter 435, Return. Through the half-open door, Han Feng saw someone he didn't expect, the mysterious girl. At this time, the mysterious girl had her back to his room. Han Feng didn't see what she was doing because of her body. Looking at the mysterious girl in casual clothes, Han Feng's mind went blank. It's her. In a trance, Han Feng moved his lips and spoke silently without making any sound. Looking back, Han Feng saw the half-open door and suddenly remembered that the door was closed last night. This means that the mysterious girl found him and opened the door. I also saw myself sleeping soundly. Squinting his eyes slowly, Han Feng began to think about countermeasures. Squeak! What a coincidence! Just when Han Feng silently changed his body shape, the mattress was squeezed and made a squeak. For a moment, Han Feng felt his heart stuck in his throat. Hearing the movement behind him, the mysterious girl turned her head and looked at Han Feng behind the door. When their eyes met, Han Feng didn't know what to say because he knew that no one in this world knew him. But what surprised Han Feng was, the mysterious girl didn't even speak, just looking at each other. Are you the Matrix? Right? Finally, Han Feng couldn't stand the endless gaze of the mysterious girl and decided to ask first. Matrix? Who is the Matrix? Something unexpected happened. The mysterious girl actually frowned in confusion and asked herself, You are not the Matrix? Hell, what is the Matrix? Hearing Han Feng's second question, the mysterious girl chuckled and asked again. Looking at the familiar face of the mysterious girl, Han Feng carefully observed her expression. After repeated confirmation, Han Feng was sure that she was not lying. That's strange. The vibrations I felt were clearly in front of me. Then why? While Han Feng was thinking, the mysterious girl stood up and walked towards Han Feng. Staring at Han Feng, the mysterious girl said slowly, Have I seen you before? When Han Feng didn't know how to answer and hesitated, the mysterious girl asked again, Who are you? I am. With a long-tailed tone, Han Feng's mind was suddenly in a mess. The words were clearly on the tip of his tongue, but he just didn't know where to start. Seeing Han Feng's embarrassed expression, the mysterious girl suddenly made a gesture to silence him. Then, the mysterious girl bent down and approached Han Feng. Looking at the eyes of the mysterious girl getting closer and closer in his sight, Han Feng was a little at a loss. Oh, so that's how it is. A few seconds later, the mysterious girl stood up straight and said something that made Han Feng think about it. What? Swoosh. Looking at the mysterious girl, Han Feng was about to ask something when he saw a foot kicking towards him quickly. Swoosh. Whoosh. In an instant, Han Feng dodged in a hurry. He broke through the thin wall of the hotel and appeared in the corridor. Keeping a half-crouching posture, Han Feng raised his head and looked at the mysterious girl and said, Don't. Swoosh. But Han Feng got a response from the mysterious girl's rapidly approaching fist. Damn, what happened to this girl? Why was she fine just now? But now she's fighting. Looking at the other party's body that was almost a shadow, Han Feng couldn't help but think. Bang! Bang! In a panic, Han Feng took several moves. What surprised Han Feng was that he thought he could easily suppress her with the combat power of a level 6 zombie. But he didn't expect. He underestimated the strength of the mysterious girl. In less than half a minute, Han Feng and the mysterious girl fought from the hotel to the street. Then from the street, they fought to the street shop, and then fought from behind the shop. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Wherever the two fought, there were basically broken bricks and tiles. Not even a complete brick could be seen. Why? Han Feng asked while struggling to fight. But the mysterious girl responded with one punch after another. In less than a minute, Maybe the mysterious girl was tired of playing. Schwa. With a flash that was almost teleportation, the mysterious girl appeared in the defensive gap in front of Han Feng. Who? Pa. A white and delicate hand pinched Han Feng's neck and lifted it up. Why? Having his neck choked, Han Feng's limbs fell freely, and he did not attack, but continued to ask the questions in his heart. You don't want to go back? Hearing this answer, Han Feng was stunned for a moment. Just as Han Feng was about to ask something, the mysterious girl said to herself, "Then I will help you." Crack! Bang! As the mysterious girl clenched her palm, Han Feng felt his cervical vertebrae slowly breaking. "Thank you for letting me know the combat power of this form." While speaking, the mysterious girl smiled and let go of Han Feng, who was limp all over. Huh? As Han Feng fell, he saw the mysterious girl's feet getting closer and closer. Bang! Ah! The next moment after hearing the skull explode, Han Feng opened his eyes in horror and breathed rapidly. Heh. Inside the transparent mask, Han Feng's breathing sounded a little muffled. After calming down for a few seconds, Han Feng refocused his vision and saw the arms supporting his body. Luna. After realizing that he was back in the real world, Han Feng subconsciously called Luna. What's wrong? Captain Han? I'm here. How long have I been unconscious? This is the first question Han Feng wanted to know after regaining consciousness. Captain Han, you have been unconscious for 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Such a short time. Hearing that it was only 3 minutes, Han Feng was a little surprised. Ugh! Han Feng was about to continue asking questions, but heard the sound of vomiting beside him. He looked up. It was the radiation engineer just now. Let's go! Let's go home. In order to save the radiation engineer in time, Han Feng used his arms to support his body. Tap tap tap. Boom! What Han Feng didn't expect was that he had just stood up by holding the rock wall. Before he took a few steps, he found that his legs seemed to have not woke up yet, and they were a little weak. After stumbling a few steps, he fell to the ground. Lying on the ground again. Han Feng snorted. Oh my! Could it be? In an instant, Han Feng suddenly thought of something. Luna! GS virus. As soon as the guest came up, Han Feng immediately asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. According to the system's detailed detection of your body, it was found that the GS virus in your body is in a latent state at this time. What do you mean? Following Han Feng's question, Luna continued, in other words, the GS virus in your body has not erupted at this moment. This is very strange. After saying the previous sentence, Luna paused and continued, according to the combat laboratory's understanding of the GS virus. Once the GS virus enters the body, the outbreak is almost instantaneous. Is there any way to remove the virus in my body? After hearing this, Han Feng temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. But he knew, at this moment, the GS virus in his body was like a time bomb. It's hard to say when it will explode, and what will happen to him after the explosion. I don't know. Sorry, Captain Han. The system cannot remove the GS virus from the human body. Hee. Hearing this answer, Han Feng patted his head and laughed. I was really anxious. If the system could remove the virus in the body, there would be no zombies in the world. Alas. Sighing lightly, Han Feng, who knew he had no way out, could only take one step at a time. After resting for more than 10 seconds, Han Feng propped himself up again and stood up again by holding the rock wall. After several minutes of difficult climbing, Han Feng finally left the main laboratory. When he came to the outside world, Han Feng lay on his back on the ground, looking at the starry sky. Luna, if the GS virus in my body breaks out, will I become a zombie? Enjoying the beautiful night view, Han Feng tried to keep his emotions stable. Sorry, Captain Han. I'm not sure. Unexpectedly, but reasonable. Luna couldn't answer this probability. Is the mysterious girl the mother? Very abruptly, Han Feng changed the subject and asked this question that suddenly came to mind. Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know. Similar to the previous answer, Luna still didn't know anything. Okay. With a melancholy response, Han Feng slowly stood up. More than 10 seconds later, Han Feng staggered into the armored troop carrier. Return. Go home. Sitting in his seat, Han Feng gave the order to return. Swish. Then, the ramp of the armored troop carrier slowly closed and started. In the cabin, Han Feng slowly fell asleep with the shaking deck. Report to Captain Han. We are about to leave the nuclear radiation contaminated area. Please discard the contaminated weapons. Report to Captain Han. We are about to leave the nuclear radiation contaminated area. Please discard the contaminated weapons. Report to Captain Han. Han Feng was awakened by Luna's report in his dream. Turning his head, Han Feng saw the sunlight shining into the cabin through the window. You came out so soon? Han Feng responded as he stood up. Yes, Captain Han. In another 20 minutes, we will completely leave the nuclear radiation contaminated area. While discarding the weapons, please summon an armored troop carrier again. Why? Oh, okay. Han Feng, who was about to ask why, suddenly remembered that everything that came out of the contaminated area had to be destroyed. Summon an armored troop carrier. Confirmed. By the way, stop the ship. Okay. Captain Han. The armored troop carrier is being summoned. Summoning time, 40 minutes. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng felt that the troop carrier was slowing down. Not long after, the troop carrier stopped steadily and lowered the gangplank. Chapter 436, Han Feng's Death. Walking out of the cabin, Han Feng used his telekinesis to wrap all the weapons. Through the heavy protective clothing, Han Feng gently stroked the crazy blade. Silver shuttle, silver wings, and blood needle. Alas, this sigh was mixed with too much reluctance from Han Feng. Goodbye, my friends. Under the protective shield, Han Feng whispered. Then, whisper, clang, whoosh. The sky of weapons flew up and down with the wind, constantly drawing beautiful arcs. Just like a last look before saying goodbye to this world. Swish, swish, swish. She. Boom. A few seconds later, all the weapons in the air stabbed towards the ground. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Controlling his telekinesis, Han Feng hid the weapons several meters underground. If there were not cracks of varying sizes left on the ground, no one would have known that this was a weapon tomb. Staring at the hole on the ground, Han Feng stared for a long time. Soon, Han Feng shook his head and turned to the armored troop carrier. Retract, Han Feng. The armored troop carrier maintained its original route and continued to move forward. Report to Captain Han. We have now left the nuclear radiation contaminated area. But please continue to wear your radiation protection suit and do not take it off. 20 minutes later, Luna's report sounded in Han Feng's mind. Okay, I got it. About 10 minutes later, the armored personnel carrier slowly stopped. Report to Captain Han. Please abandon the ship and walk now. Hearing this, Han Feng nodded gently without responding. Everyone came outside the ship, and Han Feng noticed that the radiation engineer at that time had basically lost his ability to move and could only be supported by other radiation engineers. It will be fine when we get back. You hold on. Through the protective mask, Han Feng looked at the seriously ill soldier and said, Yes, Captain Han. In his mind, the weak radiation engineer did not forget to respond. Go, Han Feng ordered, locking his eyes in one direction. After walking for several kilometers, Luna's report sounded. Report to Captain Han. Please stand still and relax now. Following Luna's arrangement, Han Feng stood still. Then, the soldiers took out the nuclear pollution decontamination detergent and poured it on Han Feng's protective suit. After everyone's protective suits were coated with the detergent, everyone began to take off Han Feng's protective suit. Swoosh. Every time a part was taken off, Han Feng used his telekinesis to send it far away. Although the system and Luna didn't say so, Han Feng still believed that these things should be as far away from him as possible. A few minutes later, everyone took off their protective suits. Without the heavy and stuffy protective suits. A cool breeze blew, and Han Feng actually felt a little cold. Buzz. After doing all this, a light hum of the engine came. Following the sound, a brand new armored personnel carrier slowly approached. Back in the cabin, Han Feng looked at the listless radiation engineer sitting in the seat in front of him and ordered, Luna, go full speed and try to reach the base as soon as possible. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's waist softened, and he leaned back and began to think about what happened along the way. Basically, this operation went surprisingly smoothly, except the GS virus in his body. After more than 10 hours of non-stop driving, the armored personnel carrier finally arrived at the base under the dark night. Without bothering to visit Lin Lan and the others first, Han Feng rushed straight into the base. After searching for a while, Han Feng took out a supply box. On the small supply box, a striking number represented the hospital, and this supply box was one of the 13 supply boxes that were not open last time. Putting his hand gently on the supply box, Han Feng silently said, "Open." Ding. A crisp and lively sound was heard, and the supply box opened in response. And a symbol appeared in the air. Congratulations to Team Han for obtaining the full member recovery supply box. The next second, Luna's congratulations sounded in his mind. After hearing this, Han Feng did not respond, but hurriedly turned around and rushed outside. Seeing the 11 radiation engineers standing upright outside the armored personnel carrier, Han Feng smiled. The contaminated radiation engineer does not have to die. Rest. With a wave of his hand, Han Feng gave instructions. Yes, Captain Han. After hearing the 11 people's response, Han Feng turned around and walked back to the base. He definitely couldn't go back to the zinc mine to rest tonight. He could only stay at the base for one night and go to report safety when the sun rose. After a simple wash, Han Feng lay on the long-lost bed. Ring! Ring! Suddenly, a phone rang, waking Han Feng up from his sleep. Squinting his eyes, Han Feng took the phone beside his pillow and looked at it. Oh my! Is it already 8 o'clock? Time flies. Yawning, Han Feng felt that he had only slept for a few seconds. After turning off the alarm, Han Feng sat up to wake up. After washing up, Han Feng held a tube of nutrition paste in his mouth, which was considered breakfast. After driving to the zinc mine, Han Feng parked the car directly downstairs of the Color Steel house. Brother Han, you are back. As soon as he got off the car, he saw Wei Ping, who came down for a walk. Yeah, I'm back. After responding, Han Feng smiled and entered the Color Steel house. Lin Lan. I'm back. Seeing Lin Lan eating breakfast in the restaurant, Han Feng took the lead to greet her. You are back. Boy, you are finally back. When Lin Lan waved his hand and spoke to him, Lu Rui's voice suddenly sounded behind Han Feng. Yeah. Why did you get up just now? Turning around, Han Feng saw Lu Rui's eyes were red, as if he hadn't slept all night. Come on. Follow me upstairs. Quick. Before Han Feng could finish his words, Lu Rui dragged Han Feng towards the stairs. What are you doing so early in the morning? Looking at the anxious Lu Rui, Han Feng asked in confusion. I'll tell you later. Let's go to your bedroom first. Keeping the secret, Lu Rui continued his pushing. Entering Han Feng's bedroom, Lu Rui turned his back to close the door, then quickly walked to Han Feng, staring at Han Feng with his red and tired eyes. You, what's wrong with you? Huh, why are you looking at me like that? Han Feng laughed at Lu Rui's stare. But then, a sense of danger slowly emerged in his heart. I had a dream last night, Lu Rui said abruptly. Dream? Hearing this, Han Feng's heart clicked. Knowing that he has the superpower of predicting dreams, combined with his expression, it is very likely that no. Absolutely. There is absolutely no good news. What dream? What did you dream about? Putting back his joking expression, Han Feng asked seriously. You're dead. What? 3 simple words pierced Han Feng's heart. Yes. You're dead. As soon as Han Feng said the first word, Lu Rui spoke first and repeated the content of the previous sentence again. Last night, I just fell asleep and dreamed of your death. I woke up and looked at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. After that, I couldn't sleep anymore. Staring at Han Feng, Lu Rui spoke absent-mindedly. How could it be I'm so strong? How could I be killed so easily? Gently patting Lu Rui's shoulder, Han Feng tried to comfort the already neurotic Lu Rui in this way. Do you know how you died? Unexpectedly, Lu Rui was not moved by Han Feng's joke, but continued to keep a serious face. Tell me about it. As Han Feng spoke, he took out a cigarette from the drawer beside him and handed it to Lu Rui. After they lit up the cigarettes, they sat on the chairs by the window. Then, Lu Rui began to describe the scenes in his dream. It was a dark night. In the dark night, only the thin moonlight shone. You were covered in blood, and your exposed skin was covered with wounds of varying sizes. On the ground, in addition to blood, There were also your broken weapons. Broken weapons? Hearing Lu Rui say this, Han Feng frowned and asked back. Yes. Your long sword. Your weapon that looks like a cone and wings. Broke into many pieces and scattered on the ground. After Lu Rui finished speaking, Han Feng was shocked. A 3-star combat laboratory, synthesizing the world's hardest weapons, actually broke? Even if I used the silver shuttle and silver wings to forcibly collide with the hard granite, these weapons will not curl, let alone break. What kind of power can break these weapons like this? Of course, in addition to your weapons, there are also the bodies of your 2 powerful female companions on the ground. After hearing this, Han Feng narrowed his eyes instantly. He knew that the 2 powerful female companions Lu Rui mentioned were Tanya and Natasha. The one who killed you was not a human. Lu Rui may not have noticed Han Feng's shocked expression, and continued to throw out another blockbuster bomb. Not a human? What is it? Han Feng didn't bother to think about the previous question. The 3 words not a human alone were enough to occupy all of Han Feng's thinking ability. Yes, not a human, but a monster. A monster that can constantly change its body shape. Is the monster a higher-level zombie form? While Lu Rui was talking, Han Feng muttered silently. You kept fighting this monster, but you couldn't beat it, until its arm turned into a sharp thorn and pierced your chest. After that, Lu Rui turned his face and said to Han Feng in horror, Do you know? All your attacks can't break its defense. It's like a piece of iron plate. No matter how you hit it, you can't hurt it. You're dead. You're dead. You're really dead. I saw you stop breathing with my own eyes. Lu Rui became more and more excited, even ignoring the hot cigarette butts falling on the back of his hand. Guess. Guess. Guess what I saw when you died. Staring at Lu Rui's extremely terrified eyes, Han Feng shook his head in a daze. I saw. Chapter 437, Collecting Injections. I saw. It noticed me. What do you mean? Hearing this, Han Feng frowned and interrupted. I mean, in the dream, after it killed you. It looked at me. After saying this deeply, Lu Rui continued, You know, that was my dream. It could actually see me. Lu Rui's almost crazy statement was also the doubt in Han Feng's heart. Without waiting for Han Feng to think, Lu Rui added, After it looked at me, it didn't attack me, but stood there and made a gesture to silence me. While telling the story, Lu Rui put his index finger on the middle of his lips, imitating the other person's actions in the dream. Then I woke up. Lu Rui put down his imitating hand and said absent-mindedly, after listening to Lu Rui's detailed description of the dream. Han Feng put the cigarette butt in the ashtray and asked, You said it looked at you? Yeah. Then did you see its appearance clearly? I saw it clearly. It was a monster's face. When answering this question, Lu Rui's demented eyes flashed with a trace of fear, as if he didn't want to recall this terrible experience. Describe it in detail. What if we can find some useful clues from it? Han Feng frowned, and he was deeply curious. Long cheeks, with deep grooves on them. Like a wounded dead tree. And then its eyes. Not like humans. More like beasts. Its body. Sometimes big. Sometimes small. Like plasticine. It can change shape at will. Wei Yun. Lu Rui may have been greatly stimulated, and his words are always incoherent. But Han Feng still reluctantly analyzed and extracted useful information. Until the word Wei Yun came out. Yes. Wei Yun. At the beginning of the dream, I saw Wei Yun. Lu Rui excitedly expressed the information that suddenly came to his mind. What Wei Yun? Han Feng couldn't help but raise his voice and asked with his eyes wide open. At the beginning of the dream, Wei Yun stood in front of you. It was her. She was a monster. After speaking, Lu Rui stood up and imitated the standing positions of the 2 in the dream, and explained, You stood here and she stood there. You 2 seemed to be talking. But it didn't take long before she suddenly hit you. You didn't fight back until it changed into something else. And then you started to attack. But your attacks seem to be mainly defensive. I can feel, you don't seem to want to hurt it, until you die. Lu Rui described excitedly in a discontinuous manner. After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng said, Anything else to add? No. You go out for breakfast first. I'll think about it alone. Looking at Lu Rui, Han Feng felt that his brain was full of questions. He wanted to be alone. Let's go. Suddenly, Lu Rui said something inexplicably. Go. Where? Anywhere is fine. As long as we leave here. After saying this, Lu Rui stepped forward and grabbed Han Feng's arms. And continued, let's go. The farther the better. Leave here. You mean? In the dream. The place where I died was in the zinc mine? Following Lu Rui's meaning, Han Feng guessed. No. It's a very strange place. Yes, yes. Oh. It's too dark. Too dark. I can't tell anything. After struggling for a while, Lu Rui held his head and slapped it. His expression was extremely regretful. Okay. Okay. Give me some time. Give me some time. Grabbing Lu Rui's hands, Han Feng comforted him softly. You go eat something first. I'll think about it here. If there is any result, I'll come back to you. Okay? Okay. After listening to Han Feng, Lu Rui nodded. Then he turned around silently and left the bedroom. Bang! When Han Feng saw the door tightly closed, his brows wrinkled involuntarily. Turning back and sitting back in the chair, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. Staring at the white mist in the air, Han Feng said to himself, monster. A monster that can transform. Who could it be? The Lord? The Matrix? Squinting his eyes, Han Feng kept guessing. But he could never think of who this monster could be. Knock. 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 After dozens of seconds, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Come in. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and Han Feng saw that the person coming was Lin Lan. What happened to Lu Rui? Is there something wrong? As soon as he entered the room, Lin Lan asked Han Feng, who was sitting on the chair by the window. Will the Holy Lord transform? Han Feng did not answer Lin Lan's question, but changed the subject. Transform? Yes. It is a change in body shape. I don't know. I have never seen the Holy Lord. After hearing this, Han Feng pursed his lips and had no follow-up questions for the time being. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Lin Lan asked with a frown. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng told Lin Lan about Lu Rui's dream in detail. He wanted to get some useful advice from Lin Lan, but he didn't expect that Lin Lan also had a sad face and didn't give any useful information. After a brief exchange, Han Feng reluctantly sent Lin Lan away and planned to think alone for a while. Report to Captain Han. The dispatched Navy SEALs have returned. As soon as Lin Lan left, Luna in his mind reported this information. The returned Navy SEALs? Han Feng was stunned and couldn't remember the missions of these people for a while. Reporting to Captain Han. A few months ago, you sent out 30 Navy SEALs to search for Energy 7 injections. Now, a team that has completed the mission has returned. Oh, right. After Luna's explanation, Han Feng reacted instantly. Good news. After a pause, Han Feng continued, by the way, how many Energy 7 injections did they bring back? And where are they located? Where are they? Reporting to Captain Han, the team that completed the mission brought back a total of 2 Energy 7 injections. They have just entered the radar scanning range and are 500 kilometers away from you. Oh, how long will it take to come back? Report to Captain Han within 24 hours. Well, tell them to be careful on the road. At this point, Han Feng hesitated for a moment, and finally decided, forget it. I'll go and greet them. As he spoke, Han Feng took out 2 or 3 tubes of nutritional paste from the bedside table and put them in his pocket. Just as Han Feng was about to close the drawer, he accidentally saw the ring box. Wei Yun. Inadvertently, Han Feng read out her name. Don't worry. I will definitely find you back. Silently swearing, Han Feng slowly closed the drawer. Han Feng didn't care too much about Lu Rui's prediction a few minutes ago. Thinking back to the time when this guy had his first prophetic dream, he said that he would be killed by a rocket. Now, isn't he still alive and kicking? If he really encounters this monster, can he not escape even if he can't defeat it? Haha, even if there is really no way. Everyone will be sacrificed. As long as he doesn't die. After the time machine is built, everyone can come back to life. Having made up his mind, Han Feng directly discarded the negative energy in his mind and planned to set out to meet the victorious team. For Han Feng, nothing is more satisfying than strengthening his strength. Then, Han Feng tied the leather sheath of the mad knife on his back. checked the belt of the telekinetic weapon, and opened the door. Are you going out? As soon as he walked out of the room. Before he walked out of the prefabricated steel house, Han Feng saw Lin Lan wandering. Well, I expect to come back tonight or tomorrow morning. After speaking, Han Feng stepped forward, paused and continued, this time when I come back, there should be nothing else to do. Well, Lin Lan twisted her fingers with a trailing tone, looking at Han Feng and said, last time, the outing was very interesting. If there is a chance, let's go again. The wind in the mountains is very cool, and everyone is laughing happily. Lin Lan turned his eyes and looked in the direction of the previous outing, muttering something silently. Okay, wait until the weather gets warmer. Let's bring less food, said with a smile. Han Feng stepped out of the prefabricated steel house. Finding the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng skillfully pedaled to start the vehicle, and then drove away from the zinc mine with the roar of the engine. In fact, before leaving, Han Feng did not think about taking Tanya and Natasha with him. But when he thought of the scene of them being killed at night, Han Feng rejected this idea. Now, if he cannot take them with him, he will not take them with him. If he must take them with him, then he will only take one. After all, Lu Rui's prophetic dream. Although it sounds a bit outrageous, it is better to avoid it if it can be avoided. A few hours later, Han Feng drove to the edge of the city, holding a half-smoked nutrient paste in his mouth. Han Feng leisurely walked into the shops along the street, trying to find some supplies, such as cigarettes. Anyway, there was no rush to reunite, and he was not going to save people. So Han Feng's actions were a little slow, until the sky gradually darkened and the night enveloped the earth. Luna, how far is it? Driving? Han Feng asked again. Report to Captain Han. You are less than 10 kilometers away from the SEAL team. Estimated arrival time, within 20 minutes. Okay. After that, Han Feng whistled and continued to move forward. At the same time, he thought, after the 2 injections of Energy 7 are completed, I will have collected 10. The powerful injections that I have been thinking about. I have finally collected them all. Haha, after 10 injections enter the body, how strong will I be? While thinking, Han Feng said, Luna start scanning confirm. The closer he is to the Navy SEALs, the more excited Han Feng is. In order to experience the feeling of slowly approaching, Han Feng decided to start scanning. Okay, Captain Han. The radar is turning on. Please wait. 2 seconds later, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. Scan result. A supply box was found. Report to Captain Han. The Navy SEALs are under attack. As soon as Luna finished the previous sentence, she reported this heart-wrenching news. Chapter 438, Zombie Mysterious Man. Buzz? What's going on? Han Feng asked, stepping on the accelerator involuntarily. Report to Captain Han. The Navy SEALs are fighting the enemy right now. The supply box appeared, just next to the Navy SEALs. Luna's 2 sentences simply and clearly explained a coincidence. Pursing his lips, Han Feng wanted to use the vision connection to see the battle situation. But at this time, he was still driving a multi-purpose infantry vehicle, and the speed was very fast. If he was distracted for a while, the car would be destroyed, but human life would be in danger. Helplessly, Han Feng could only speed up again and again. I hope to arrive 1 second earlier. 10 minutes later, Han Feng managed to shorten the original 20-minute drive by half and arrived at the battlefield ahead of time. Swish. Whoosh. With the dust raised by the sudden brakes, Han Feng finally arrived at the attack site of the Navy SEALs. As soon as he got off the car, Han Feng saw shells all over the ground. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. You came quite quickly. A male voice came from a corner of the darkness. Han Feng was not surprised at all by the sound of this voice, because according to the radar display, all the Navy SEALs were not in danger of life and were deliberately piled together. This voice came from the position of many Navy SEALs. You are also very fast. Turning his head, Han Feng said to the darkness. While speaking, Han Feng silently observed the surroundings through his peripheral vision. This is a remote small village, because it is far away from the city. The transportation here is simple, and the houses are crisscrossed. Not far away, there is a large vegetable garden. However, at this time, the vegetable garden is a wasteland. Thank you. Thank you. Tap 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 tap. While speaking, The other party stepped out. With the thin moonlight, Han Feng saw the man. The man in a suit and a tall hat. Is it you? Han Feng said with a frown. Hello. Take off the hat. The man repeated the etiquette of the last meeting, rotated the hat a few times, and buckled it on his chest. Half bowed and said, Who are you? Why do you want to hurt my people? As he said this, Han Feng also observed that the other party's suit was smooth and clean without a wrinkle. You know, the people who just fought with him were more than a dozen Navy SEALs. The bullet shells on the ground, plus various grenades, actually didn't touch this man at all. Being able to stun so many elites in the hail of bullets is enough to prove his flexibility and close combat ability. It seems the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to hurt you. The man dozens of meters away seemed to have the ability to read minds, and responded to Han Feng's words out of thin air. You haven't answered my question yet. Who are you? Why do you want to hurt my people? Han Feng ignored the other party's intriguing answer, but emphasized his tone, and asked the previous question again. Haha. I have no ill intentions. I just want to see what kind of person you are. The calm and melancholy tone added a sense of nobility to the man, and the bright moonlight brought a touch of mystery to the man. Now, you have seen me. It's time to answer my question. Right? Who are you, and why did you hurt my people? Han Feng pursued these two questions, and asked them for the third time. Before, I have been wondering what kind of person you are. But the last time we met, you were having fun and I showed up at the wrong time. I rarely ask a question 3 times. Han Feng's tone gradually became cold, and it was obvious. Han Feng was a little impatient. Well, I saw you, but it still doesn't solve the doubts in my heart. Why did she choose you? Hearing the man's somewhat inexplicable words, Han Feng temporarily stopped talking. She? Who is she? Holy Lord. Matrix? Mysterious girl? Lin Lan? Wei Yun? During the silence between the two sides, Han Feng thought about almost all the female roles in his mind. But it seems that none of them match. Here. Swoosh. The man flipped through his inner pocket and took out 2 cigarettes. After saying here, he swung his hand, and a cigarette pierced Han Feng like a sharp arrow. Snap! Standing in place, Han Feng activated his speed superpower and clamped the cigarette with 2 fingers. Thank you. Releasing the momentum from his fingers, Han Feng gently waved his hand in response. After both parties lit up their cigarettes, the man said, I think, when she's had enough fun, you'll be dead too. Her? Who? The Holy Lord. Han Feng asked back, puffing out white smoke. Hee, whatever you want to call her. After laughing, the man paused and continued, I didn't want to fight you. Swoosh. Halfway through his words, the man suddenly extended a finger. He shot half of the cigarette, but at Han Feng. The hot cigarette, but turned bright red under the strong wind. Staring at the hidden weapon that was getting closer and closer, Han Feng turned his head slightly. Swoosh. With a sharp sound of wind, the cigarette but passed by Han Feng's ear. When Han Feng pulled his sight back and looked at the man again, he found that the man had disappeared from his original position. Huh? The next moment, before Han Feng could react, a devil wind blew up behind him. Hearing the amplitude and frequency of the wind, Han Feng roughly guessed that the other party was attacking with his legs. Han Feng, who had no time to turn around and attack, could only hastily raise his curled right arm to resist. Bang! Hum! A deafening muffled sound exploded between his arms, forcing Han Feng to groan. Whisper. Swoosh. In a split second, Han Feng's waist moved slightly, and several silver wings rose up, piercing the position of the man behind him. Swish. A greasy scraping sound rang out, and Han Feng was delighted. Hit! But when Han Feng turned around, his heart clicked. The man, standing a few meters behind Han Feng, held the cigarette he had just shot and smoked it leisurely. Looking at the cigarette still burning in the other person's hand, Han Feng knew he was showing off his speed to him again. I was careless and let you hit me. As he spoke, the man turned around and faced Han Feng head-on. From this angle, Han Feng clearly saw the man's chest, and the black dress was cut by the silver wings, leaving a long tear. At this moment, the white shirt he was wearing inside was completely exposed. What a coincidence. I was careless too, Han Feng replied, and picked up the cigarette with his other hand and smoked it. Hee hee. The man chuckled and threw the cigarette but lightly. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot again. Huh? Knowing the other party's routine, Han Feng disappeared from the spot without hesitation. Bang! Boom! In the distance, the figures of the two appeared. The man made a quick move, but he didn't hit Han Feng, but the cigarette in Han Feng's hand. Han Feng kept defending the cigarette, but in his hand to prevent the other party from touching it. In this battle, the two men seemed to have switched the target of attack and protection to the cigarette. Just like the capture the flag game, the two of them had a lot of fun fighting. Swoosh! 3 or 5 seconds later, the man disappeared from the original place, returned to the place just now, and caught his cigarette, but that was about to touch the ground. Huh? Following the man, Han Feng also returned to his original position, as if nothing had happened just now. Hiss. Huh? The man took the last puff of the cigarette, threw the cigarette butt away casually, and stepped on it. Then, the man began to take off his torn coat. That is, after the coat, there was the tall polite hat. Warm-up is over. After doing all this, the man looked at Han Feng and said softly, "What a coincidence. I am too." In response to the man, Han Feng stretched out his right hand and slowly drew out the snow-drinking mad blade. Buzz! Standing in place, a muffled sound exploded in Han Feng's body for no reason. Blood rage. Start. Swoosh. In a moment, the man's thin figure appeared in front of Han Feng out of thin air with his right hand raised high. Han Feng, who had been prepared, quickly held the mad blade horizontally with both hands and blocked his chest. Ding! Dong! Swish! The man stretched out his sharp claws and slammed the mad blade hard. With such a strong force, Han Feng's feet dragged several meters on the ground. You? At close range, Han Feng saw the man's claws hitting the mad knife. It actually had the smell of a zombie. With an angry look, Han Feng quickly contacted Luna in his mind and said, "Luna, scan." "Okay, Captain Han. Can you find him on the radar?" Han Feng asked before Luna finished replying. "Report to Captain Han. The radar shows that there is no such person, and it cannot be scanned." After hearing Luna's answer, Han Feng thought, there is no escape. This guy is a zombie, being able to be undetected when the radar is close and appears. Han Feng does not think this is some kind of superpower. The only ones who can do this are zombies. "You are a zombie?" Han Feng asked during the break in the fight. "What? Are you surprised?" After the man finished speaking, he spotted the loophole in Han Feng's defense and raised his right foot. Bang! Han Feng was able to defend in time against this kick, and used the mad knife as a temporary shield to withstand it. Huh? Although he defended himself perfectly, Han Feng was not in a good situation either. With the inertia of the impact force, Han Feng maintained the blocking posture and flew backwards for a distance. Swoosh! Clang! While flying backwards, Han Feng noticed that the opponent was still chasing him. However, the mad knife was close to his body and could not be pulled out. Han Feng could only fight back with telekinetic weapons to temporarily slow down the opponent's fighting rhythm. In an instant, dense and overwhelming silver shuttles, silver wings, and blood needles pierced the man like a rainstorm. And the opponent, his body turned left and right, trying to break through. But under the attack of so many telekinetic weapons, the man finally gave up approaching. The next second, Han Feng landed on his feet and stabilized his body. Telekinesis. Start. Holding the mad knife, Han Feng straightened his waist and roared. Then, the silver light flying all over the sky turned back to the man again. This time, Han Feng deliberately blocked all the man's advanced directions. No matter where he moved from, he would never be able to avoid the attack of telekinetic weapons. Heh. Let's see how you die. Staring at the man, Han Feng said in his heart. Chapter 439, it was her. Nothing more. Surrounded by the telekinetic weapons, the man spoke indifferently. Buzz? After the man finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and a circle of ripples appeared around him. You are not the only one who can control these gadgets. Gently pinching a piece of silver wing, the man continued while admiring it. Okay. I won't play with you anymore. Swish. Glancing at Han Feng, the man flicked his wrist, and the silver wing stabbed straight at him. Swoosh. Han Feng ignored the shock in his heart, and quickly took a half step to the side. barely avoiding the counterattack attack. If it's meaningless, it's really a terrifying thing. Suddenly, the man's voice sounded in front of him. Turning his head quickly, Han Feng saw the face close to him, and was shocked. He was obviously not so fast before. Swish. While Han Feng was still confused, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart, and then a chill. This, looking down at his chest, it was the man's hand holding 2 injections. At this moment, the long needle of the injection had pierced through the clothes and flesh on his chest and pierced into his heart. Swish. At that moment, Han Feng didn't dare to move too much. This gave the man a chance to inject the liquid medicine into Han Feng's body. These are the last 2 injections you've been looking for. Now I'll inject them for you myself. In less than 2 seconds, the man pulled out the empty syringe and said with a smile. Swish. The needle was out of the body, and Han Feng's actions were freed. He raised his mad knife and slashed at the man in front of him. Although I don't understand why he did this. One thing is certain. This guy is definitely not a good guy. I helped you so much, but you still want to attack me. It's really chilling. With a few steps, the man almost closely avoided Han Feng's attack. Go to sleep. I'll come to you when you know everything. Taking advantage of the momentary loophole of Han Feng's attack, the man covered Han Feng's face with one hand and said. Han Feng subconsciously closed his eyes, because his eyes were covered by the other party. But when Han Feng wanted to open his eyes again, he found that his eyelids were like glue stuck, and he couldn't open and close freely. Raising his right hand, Han Feng wanted to wave away the other party's hand, but found that his right hand was heavy. You know, he was in blood rage at the moment. Why didn't he even have the strength to raise his hand? Go to sleep. Go to sleep. At this moment, the man's words rang out again. But Han Feng couldn't open his mouth and couldn't speak. He could only let the shock in his heart gradually grow heavier. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. The clarity of mind only lasted for a moment, and Han Feng's consciousness slowly fell silent with the sound of go to sleep. The next morning, ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. On the bed, Han Feng was awakened by the alarm of the mobile phone beside his pillow. Subconsciously reaching out to turn off the alarm, Han Feng squinted his sleepy eyes. Sniff. Han Feng smelled an abnormal smell in the air as his nose moved slightly. Blood. Recognizing this familiar smell, Han Feng shouted softly and then jumped up from the bed. Looking at the originally white bed, now covered with blood, Han Feng's mind was suddenly in a mess. Looking down at his body, he found that the blood on the bed came from himself. In an instant, Han Feng remembered everything from last night. It was that mysterious zombie man. After thinking clearly, Han Feng quickly turned his head and looked for something in the bedroom. After a few seconds, Han Feng, who had searched in vain, asked Luna in his mind, Luna, how did I get back last night? Report to Captain Han. You were brought back by a multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Who drove the car? Sorry, Captain Han. The system failed to connect properly after you fell unconscious. So unknown. After hearing Luna's reply, Han Feng sat on the bed in shock, muttering to himself, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. I encountered it last night in the early morning. In other words, I returned to the zinc mine in just 7 hours. Report to Captain Han. Yes. More than 400 kilometers, less than 7 hours. After shouting this, Han Feng felt like he was dreaming. What does it mean to arrive in 7 hours for 400 kilometers? Before the end of the world, it was easy for a multi-purpose infantry vehicle to run 100 kilometers per hour. But, since the end of the world, the roads are full of abandoned cars, which makes the originally smooth roads become extremely blocked. Let alone 100 kilometers per hour, even running 50 kilometers is impossible. Moreover, according to the bloodstains on the mattress, it is not caused in a short time. In other words, this guy. 5 hours. Impossible. Unless. Damn. Sitting on the bed, Han Feng frowned and said in a low voice, and then suddenly seemed to remember something and exclaimed. Jumping off the bed, Han Feng directly opened the door and rushed out. Coming downstairs, Han Feng found the multi-purpose infantry vehicle parked behind the color steel house, according to the radar display. Approaching the vehicle, Han Feng stared at the appearance of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle while turning in circles. No. No. Muttering this sentence, Han Feng became more and more confused. According to his guess, The mysterious man should be driving the car, ramming and forcibly opening a road. But the complete paint of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle in front of him. Standing up, Han Feng scratched the back of his head in confusion. Ouch. The hair was stuck with coagulated blood, and Han Feng pulled it with his fingers, causing pain. Retracting his hand, Han Feng looked at the dried blood on his hand and thought he should take a shower first. Helplessly, Han Feng could only put this mystery aside for the time being. Fortunately, Han Feng did not meet anyone else on the way back to the bedroom, which saved Han Feng the trouble of explaining. Swish, swish. Standing under the shower, Han Feng closed his eyes and thought carefully about everything that happened last night. He wants to see what kind of person I am. She chose me. When she has enough fun, that's when I die. If it's meaningless, it's really a terrible thing. When I know the truth, it will come back to me. Han Feng silently said something he couldn't understand, trying to find some useful information from it. Obviously, this man should be a subordinate level person. Who is it working for? Her? Who is she? Holy Lord. Although Han Feng was a little confused, he was basically sure that she equals Holy Lord. Because except for the Holy Lord, no one can drive zombies. According to the ranking of combat power, this mysterious zombie seems to be a level 7 zombie. Level 7. When will they evolve to? Frowning, Han Feng had to think about this question again. Since the zombie outbreak, zombies have been evolving. Relying on blood rage, he finally reached level 6. And now he has a level 7. How can he live like this? Ah. Looking up, Han Feng let the warm rain wash over his head, and all the puzzles in his heart could only be put on hold again and again. Ring, 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 ring. In the bathroom, Han Feng heard the phone ring. Why are you calling me at this time? As he spoke, Han Feng guessed that the caller was the mysterious girl. Tap, tap, tap. Han Feng walked out of the bathroom with wet steps. Hello? What's up? Han Feng answered the unknown call in a proper manner. Hello, little brother. I heard that you have collected all the Energy 7 injections. You are always so well informed. Haha, I'm fine. What's up? Hearing the silver bell-like laughter from the other side, Han Feng asked with pursed lips. Nothing, I just want to hear your voice and see what you are doing. Han Feng really doesn't understand the mysterious girl's eccentric ideas. But when the two of them were talking, Han Feng somehow suddenly remembered himself and her in the other world. Hey little brother, why don't you say you are the mother? Han Feng suddenly interrupted the mysterious girl when she was halfway through her words. Actually, Han Feng didn't think about it at all when he said these 4 words. This time, it was the other party's turn to be silent. After 2 seconds of no response, Han Feng's heart suddenly trembled. Could it be? Did you see it? Suddenly, the mysterious girl changed her tone and said calmly, Have you been to the laboratory? Then, the mysterious girl continued. Gulp. At this moment, Han Feng didn't know how to speak. He swallowed his saliva and let the frenzy in his heart become more intense. Beep beep. The next second, the mysterious girl hung up the phone. A busy tone came from the receiver. She is really a mother. Dong. Click. Han Feng stood there in a daze, speaking unconsciously, and the phone slowly slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, making a muffled sound. Congratulations to Team Han for completing the time machine hidden mission, for, in Han Feng's mind, the cold mechanical sound of the system sounded abruptly. When the commander completes the following tasks, the ultimate building, the time machine, can be built in the nearly frozen air. Only the voice of the system in the mind continues. Task 1, upgrade all main buildings to the maximum level. Completed. Task 2, build your own forces and become a perfect leader. Task target, shelter at least 10,000 survivors. Completed. Task 3, find out the cause of the GS virus and seal or destroy the main laboratory. Completed. Task 4, find a hidden mother body. Completed. Half. Mission 5, upgrade all the main buildings of the second base to full star status. Mission 6, unknown, unlock Mission 6 after the commander completes Mission 5. The system finished speaking and returned to silence. Han Feng stood there in a daze, not hearing a word. In his mind, the word Matrix kept circling, and the innocent smile of the mysterious girl. Chapter 440, Second Base. She killed Wei Yun. Han Feng stared at the wall with his eyes blankly open. and said word by word. Why? Why? A whisper as thin as a mosquito's voice came out of Han Feng's mouth. The mysterious girl is the Holy Lord and the Matrix. Before the mysterious girl admitted it herself, Han Feng had always regarded this as an impossible guess. After a while, Luna, what did she say I saw just now? After a long silence, Han Feng asked Luna. Captain Han. I'm sorry. I don't know what she is talking about. She said in the lab. I saw something. What was it? What did I see? Keeping his eyes blank, Han Feng spoke incoherently. Just like what he was thinking at the moment. I want to watch the playback. Bring up the recording for me. Shaking his eyes slightly, Han Feng thought of the system's screen recording function. Okay. Captain Han. The system is retrieving all the images in the main lab that day. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng slowly walked to the bedside. After sitting down, he closed his eyes. For half an hour, Han Feng kept pausing what he heard and saw at the time, but still did not find anything special. Han Feng suddenly thought of something after opening his eyes. There were 5 other radiation engineers who went down the well with him at that time. Luna, retrieve the memories of the other 5 radiation engineers in the main laboratory at that time. Okay. Captain Han. The system is retrieving the memories of the 5 radiation engineers. Please wait. After hearing this, Han Feng continued to close his eyes and waited for the screen to open. After a few seconds, the dim scene gradually emerged in front of Han Feng's eyes. Half an hour later, nothing was found. The search route of this radiation engineer was the same as his own that day. Whatever he saw, he also had a backup in his memory. After eliminating the first radiation engineer, Han Feng concentrated on watching the memory screen of the second radiation engineer. An hour later, Han Feng eliminated 4 radiation engineers in succession. At this time, only the last one was left. With a try-it attitude, Han Feng finally saw a different picture. In the memory screen of the 5th radiation engineer, Han Feng saw many files. On each file, there was information about a victim. In the screen, the radiation engineer quickly flipped through it. Played 10 times slower. Staring at the file in front of him, Han Feng gave an order. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna replied, the images of these files were replayed and slowed down 10 times. In his sight, Han Feng felt like he was reading a book, looking at this thick pile of files. Stop. When the image was halfway through, Han Feng suddenly called for a stop. And in the frozen image in his mind, the file of a woman named Lu Meng was clearly visible. To be precise, it was not the name Lu Meng that attracted Han Feng, but a photo on this page. In the dim environment, Han Feng clearly saw this young and beautiful girl, and she looked familiar. Report to Captain Han. Now start playing the video of the mother experiment. Please wait. Luna sensed Han Feng's guess, and she played the mother data video that Han Feng had obtained a long time ago. After Luna finished speaking, the display screen in front of Han Feng split into 2. One side kept the picture of Lu Meng's file, and the other side started playing the record of the laboratory mother. Ah! I was wrong. I do it. I agree to do whatever you ask me to do. I will never resist again. Please. In the dynamic video, the girl's shrill scream sounded. While Han Feng looked at the girl in the file photo, he turned his eyes to look at the mother and secretly compared them. It's her. That's right. Although the girl kept shaking her head in the video, Han Feng could still find the commonality between the two. The next moment after saying this, Han Feng realized. No wonder he felt familiar with the mother's appearance at that time. It turned out that she and the mysterious girl were so similar. Although the mysterious girl had made some changes in her appearance, it was still possible to recognize that they were the same person between her eyebrows. Lu Meng. Han Feng closed the picture in his mind, opened his eyes, and muttered these 2 words. Standing up, Han Feng took off the bath towel around him and began to put on his clothes. He wanted to find something, but he didn't know where to start. Even if he knew who the Matrix was now, what could he do? Since the first time he saw the mysterious girl, Han Feng had never seen her in person again, except in his dreams. After putting on his clothes, Han Feng walked around the room. Under his frowning brows, he didn't know what he was thinking. In the past few days, the hidden tasks were completed one after another. The truth slowly surfaced. But Han Feng always felt an inexplicable suffocation that followed him like a shadow. It seemed that the closer he was to the truth, the stronger the wind would be. Standing in the wind, even if you open your mouth and breathe deeply, you can't catch any oxygen. Luna, open the hidden taskbar. Pausing, Han Feng suddenly remembered something. Okay, Captain Han. The hidden taskbar has been opened. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng turned his attention to the system and began to watch. Task 1. Upgrade all main buildings to the maximum level. Completed. Task 2. Build your own power and become a perfect leader. Task target. Shelter at least 10,000 survivors. Completed. Task 3. Find out the cause of the GS virus and seal or destroy the main laboratory. Completed. Mission 4. Find a hidden mother body. Completed. Half. Mission 5. Upgrade all the main buildings of the second base to full star status. Mission 6. Unknown. Unlock Mission 6 after the commander completes Mission 5. After reading it carefully, Han Feng focused on the hidden Mission 4. Luna, this Mission 4 clearly says completed. Why is there a half at the end? Is it, the mother body is not found completely? As he asked this question, Han Feng expressed his absurd thoughts. The mother body is not found completely. Haha. Could it be that there are two mother bodies? Captain Han. Yes. What? Hearing Luna's unexpected answer, Han Feng's eyes widened instantly, and his playful expression just now also changed drastically. How many mother bodies are there? Isn't there only one? Holding his head with both hands, Han Feng exclaimed. Captain Han, the content of the hidden Mission 4 is just to find the hidden mother body, and there are no other requirements. You have completed this mission now, and it will not cause any abnormalities in the subsequent hidden missions. Please rest assured. It may be that Luna misunderstood and thought that Han Feng thought that the word half would cause abnormalities in the subsequent missions. So he made this explanation. No. After listening to Luna's explanation, Han Feng felt his brain was even more confused. After a pause, Han Feng reorganized his words and continued. I mean, the mother body is not the only one. There are other mother bodies. Right? Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know. Then how to explain the half word at the end of this hidden Mission 4? After saying that, Han Feng thought of something and continued. How much does the system know? It even knows whether there is only one mother body. What else do I not know? Can you tell me? Sorry, Captain Han. The system has limited permissions for me. I can't search or flip through higher level sealed data. Luna replied to Han Feng with a little apology. What about me? I am the highest level commander of the Red Alert system. Can I view these data? Han Feng said angrily with a frown. Sorry, Captain Han. Your permissions cannot be viewed. I want to upgrade my permissions. I want to get all the hidden file contents. When Han Feng said this, in addition to the atmosphere, there was also a trace of emotion in his heart. This upgrade permissions was something he had never said again when the base was built. I can't believe, after owning all the main buildings of the Red Alert, I actually need to upgrade the so-called permissions. Report to Captain Han. If you want to upgrade your authority, please build the main base 2 and upgrade all the main buildings in the main base 2 to the maximum level. Okay. After I build the second base and upgrade all the buildings, can my authority be opened to the highest level? After a pause, Han Feng continued, by the way, in addition to building the second base, do I have any other ways to upgrade my authority? When asking this question, Han Feng's heart was actually full of helplessness. Not to mention the large amount of gold coins required to upgrade buildings. Just building the Allied base vehicle alone requires a very long time to irrigate. At least 3 months. At most 5 months. Such a long time. I am afraid I can't wait. And the various materials required to build the Allied base vehicle are as high as more than 8,000 tons. Just building the first base vehicle took all of Han Feng's savings. Now to build the second one, where to find all kinds of materials is also a problem. Report to Captain Han. Building and upgrading the base 2 will indeed increase your permissions. But whether it will be upgraded to the highest level, I'm sorry, I don't know, except building the second base. You have no other way to upgrade your permissions. When Han Feng was full of complaints, Luna made another knife in time. Alas, after hearing this, Han Feng frowned and sighed. Then, build it. As Han Feng was talking, he thought of the hidden Mission 5. Anyway, we have to build a second base. one for the mother body, and the other for the time machine. Although it is a bit unpleasant, this is also a necessary path. There is no shortcut at all. Okay, Captain Han. Please select a site for base 2. Following Han Feng's instructions, Luna asked. Chapter 441, Preparing for Transfer. After Luna asked, Han Feng pursed his lips and thought for a long time. During this period, Han Feng also opened his mouth and wanted to build a second base nearby. But the zinc mine is so small. It's not that there is no place to build, but Han Feng thinks it's unnecessary. Even in the game Red Alert 2, Glory of the Republic, placing 2 bases in the same location is a very stupid decision, let alone the problem of slow deployment of troops. If the enemy attacks in large numbers, the 2 bases may be wiped out at once. After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng touched his chin and began to think carefully about the construction location of the second base. Materials, transportation, construction time. Muttering about the necessary conditions for building a base, Han Feng gradually came up with an idea. Let's build the second base on Bo Lao's side. Finally, after thinking for a long time, Han Feng determined the direction. First, Han Feng licked all the cities around the zinc mine. Although it is not impossible to collect 4 or 5,000 tons of steel, the difficulty will definitely increase exponentially. You can't tear down the house and extract the steel bars, right? But it's different on Bo Lao's side. Bo Lao is more than 500 kilometers away from the barren land of the zinc mine. In that unmined city, the reserves of various materials are easier to collect. For the construction of the base, the supply exceeds the demand, which will greatly shorten the construction time. Secondly, Bo Lao is, after all, a survivor protected by his subordinates. The distance between zinc mine and Bo Lao is too long, with a distance of more than 500 kilometers. If there is a problem on either side, Han Feng will not be able to provide support in the first time. But if the second base is placed near Bo Lao, this problem will be solved. Even if the zombie frenzy attacks Bo Lao, Han Feng can control the second base to produce a large number of Red Alert soldiers and countless artillery shells. Report to Captain Han. The site selection of the second base requires you to be at the construction site in person. While Han Feng was thinking about something, Luna suddenly spoke up. Well, that's fine. It's been so long. I should go back and take a look. As he spoke, Han Feng nodded gently, indicating that he understood. Knock. Knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the bedroom. Brother Han, are you back? As soon as the knock on the door fell, Wei Peng's voice followed. I'm coming. Han Feng agreed and walked to the door and opened it. Ha ha. Brother Han, I knew you were back. Seeing Han Feng, Wei Peng said excitedly as he walked into the bedroom. How do you know I'm back? Looking at Wei Peng's confident face, Han Feng was a little curious. Last night, it was a level 7 zombie that sent him back, and it must not have disturbed anyone. Otherwise, Wei Peng and the others would have come to knock on the door long ago. I saw your car parked downstairs. The car is back. And the people must be back too. As he spoke, Wei Peng's tone gradually became low. Han Feng turned his eyes and saw Wei Peng staring at the large pool of blood on the mattress in a daze. This, after a pause, Wei Peng continued, brother-in-law. Yesterday, did something happen? Why is there so much blood? Wei Peng knew the side effects of Han Feng's blood rage superpower. It could make Han Feng bleed so much, which meant the battle must have been very intense. It's okay, I'm back, Han Feng said casually with a smile. Is it, the Holy Lord? Wei Peng looked away from the bed and asked Han Feng. No, Han Feng answered straightforwardly. Oh. After a lost murmur, Wei Peng continued, brother-in-law. Let's eat first. Eat? Han Feng frowned and said in confusion. The next second, Han Feng walked to the bed and picked up his phone. Oh my god, it's already noon. Looking at the time on the phone screen, Han Feng was stunned. Unconsciously, time passed so quickly. Putting the phone in his pocket, Han Feng followed Wei Peng out of the bedroom and went to the restaurant. Everyone has lived in the zinc mine for more than half a year. I just have a plan here. How about we go to other cities to play around? During lunch, Han Feng and everyone talked about the idea of travel. What are you doing again, kid? You said you were going to travel. Are you going to abandon this place and run away? While eating the self-heating military rations, Lu Rui glanced at Han Feng and continued, Did you offend someone again? Looking at Lu Rui. Han Feng smiled, thinking that Lu Rui is indeed Lu Rui. This timid and calm guy must not want to leave this familiar comfort zone. If you want to stay and watch the house, we can go out and play. Raising his eyebrows and looking at Lu Rui. Han Feng knew that only by using this provocation could Lu Rui be fooled. After all, this time, it is very likely that he will not return to the zinc mine for several months. Han Feng was still a little worried about leaving Lu Rui alone here. Brother Han, where are you going to travel? Like last time. Are you going to play in the mountains? Before Lu Rui replied, Wei Peng excitedly put down his bowl and chopsticks and asked first. This time we're going to a place far away. More than 500 kilometers. But it's not in the mountains, but a proper city. Keeping his eyebrows raised, Han Feng said mysteriously. Ah, a city. When he heard it was a city, Wei Peng's face fell instantly. In Wei Peng's impression, what's fun in a city? The shabby buildings are all depressing and dull. Moreover, on every street, there are shaking zombies wandering. What I just said is a proper city, the kind of city that is the same as before the end of the world. There are night markets, small stalls, hotels and nightclubs. Han Feng saw what Wei Peng was thinking. So he emphasized his tone and explained it again. Hotel? Nightclub? Hearing these words, Lu Rui, a playboy, became interested. Is there really such a place? Suddenly, Lin Lan, who was eating quietly, said in disbelief. After saying this, Lin Lan continued, Will the zombies let this city go? They won't attack? Narrowing his eyes in doubt, Lin Lan added, 4 zombies. Such a city is like a delicious canned meat. They will do everything they can to attack and plunder this city regardless of life and death. Until the city was completely dead silent. Hearing Lin Lan's words, Han Feng, who wanted to refute something, was silent for a moment. Yes, such a human paradise. Why didn't he see any traces of a large-scale zombie invasion last time? Although Bo Lao only occupied a corner of the city, there were more than tens of thousands of zombies in that city? But after thinking about it, Han Feng suddenly remembered that there were nearly 10,000 survivors in the city. They selected strong humans through various elections to protect the city lord and fight against zombies. Maybe before, they had more people, but they were reduced to less than 10,000 people during the fight against zombies. Besides, among these 10,000 people, there are many magical superpowers. For example, Mr. Stone who turned into stone. Master Ji who has a golden body. Thinking of this, Han Feng raised his eyes and looked at Master Ji, who was eating slowly and silently. Master Ji? Looking at Master Ji, Han Feng called softly, Donor Han. What's the matter? Putting down the bowl and chopsticks, Master Ji still called Han Feng Donor Han. Even though Han Feng had told Master Ji his real name, Master Ji still did not change his words. However, Han and Han have the same pronunciation, which doesn't matter much. Master Ji is from that city. I think no one can have more say than him in explaining that city. Looking at Master Ji, Han Feng continued, How about Master Ji? Can you solve the confusion for everyone? After Han Feng finished speaking, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Master Ji, looking forward to the next words. Hee. Master Ji smiled first, then said, I am just a disciple of a small temple in the mountains, not a native of the city. I also know a little about the things in the city. Not much more than Donor Han. If Donor Han wants to know the past of the city, why not? Why not go to the boss Donor Wang? Maybe he knows something. The Donor Wang mentioned by Master Ji refers to the hotel owner Wang Dafa. Oh, okay. With a long-tailed tone, Han Feng nodded. Wait a minute. Han Feng stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Han Feng knew that Wang Dafa was at the temporary residence of the survivors with Brother Wang and the others. He took out a cigarette and lit it while thinking of Luna in his mind. Luna, find the boss Wang Dafa and ask him to come over. Okay, Captain Han. The Red Alert soldiers are on their way to Wang Dafa and are expected to arrive at the restaurant within 5 minutes. Okay. Han Feng responded and turned back to the restaurant, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Han Feng said, Okay, I've sent someone to find him. Wait a minute. We'll know why the zombies don't attack their city. Han Feng finished speaking and looked at Lin Lan. Lin Lan has the most say in the behavior and thoughts of zombies. She used to be in the same group with zombies, so she knows that such a thing is impossible to happen. For the safety of the second base, Han Feng must understand the past of the city. About 5 or 6 minutes later. Xiao Han. Are you looking for me? Yo, Master Ji, haha. Being escorted to the restaurant by the red alert soldiers. The boss Wang Dafa greeted Han Feng and Master Ji as soon as he saw them. Come on, sit down. Have you eaten? Han Feng greeted Wang Dafa after asking him to sit down. I have eaten. I have eaten after a pause. Wang Dafa asked, what's the matter? Why are you calling me here so urgently? It's nothing serious. We just talked about your city. We are curious why your city is developing so well. Isn't there a large-scale invasion of zombies? After hearing this, the boss Wang Dafa waved his hand and smiled. Hey, I thought you were so anxious about something. So you are asking about this. Chapter 442, Secrets in the City. After laughing, Wang Dafa started to talk. How come those guys who are neither human nor ghost you mentioned never attacked us? It's just that we fought back bravely. When Wang Dafa said this, Lin Lan suddenly asked back, can only 10,000 people resist the invasion of endless zombies? Why not? Back then, we had 30,000 warriors to protect our homeland. 30,000? Forget 30,000. Even if you have 50,000 or 100,000, you can never defend the city. I know this better than anyone else. Wang Dafa said something, and Lin Lan countered it. After that, Lin Lan continued to interrupt. Low-level zombies are easy to resist, and a little hot weapon can stop them. But what about high-level zombies? I don't believe that level 4 and level 5 zombies had not visited you. Hearing Lin Lan ask this question, Han Feng also became interested. Thinking back then, a level 3 zombie could give him a headache. Later, level 4, level 5, and even level 6. Every upgrade of the zombies could almost destroy the forces he had worked hard to build. I can summon red alert soldiers, tanks and fighter planes. But what about the people in the city? What do they rely on? Thinking of this, Han Feng pricked up his ears and waited attentively for the boss's explanation. I don't know the difference between level 4 and level 5. But I know that there are indeed more powerful monsters coming. After a pause, the boss glanced at everyone and continued, but we have heavy machine guns, bombs, rocket launchers, and fighter jets. With these, fighter jets? You have fighter jets? When the boss said this, it was Han Feng's turn to interrupt. Yes, fighter jets. There are Gatling guns on the fighter jets as he spoke. Wang Dafa touched his lips excitedly and continued. The fighter jets were suspended in the air, and the machine gunners kept firing. Don't mention how exciting it is. There are also missiles. With a bang, everything was broken into pieces. WZ-10, armed helicopter? Lin Lan was the first to react and corrected the boss's mistake. Right. I was wrong. It was a helicopter. Fighter jets can't hover. I remembered it wrong. Laughing, the boss continued, there are heavy machine guns on the ground, helicopters in the air for support, plus the participation of various strange people. Even if there are tens of thousands of these monsters, they are just delivering food. How many armed helicopters do you have? Where do the pilots come from? This time, Lin Lan let the boss Wang Dafa finish. I don't know. This is all confidential information of the top. After a pause, Wang Dafa pretended to be in deep thought and continued, anyway, the most armed helicopters I have seen at one time. It seems like there are 5 or 6. You know, when a war breaks out, planes are flying everywhere. Sometimes they are here. Sometimes they go somewhere else. And I didn't bother to count them. What about the pilots? Without professional training, no one can fly a helicopter smoothly. Not to mention the numerous weapon systems. Seeing that Wang Dafa didn't speak, Lin Lan asked again. You mean the pilots? They used to fly airplanes. At this point, Wang Dafa patted Han Feng beside him and said, Hey, you know Nanchang? There is an airport in Nanchang. Although these pilots have never flown an armed helicopter, they at least have the foundation of flying technology. I guess there should be an instruction manual on the armed helicopter. They followed these instructions and trained for a while before they could fly the helicopter. As he spoke, Wang Dafa began to speculate. Hearing this, Han Feng and Lin Lan nodded slightly, recalling the evolutionary path of zombies. Han Feng knew that it took about a week for a level 1 zombie to evolve to level 2. It took about half a month for a level 2 zombie to evolve to level 3. As for the big level 4 zombie, it took more than 2 months to appear. After such a long time, This group of pilots who fly planes can really figure out the how to use of armed helicopters. At the beginning, more than 30,000 people relied on thermal weapons to resist low-level zombies. Even if level 3 zombies appeared, the powerful firepower network could kill them. When the level 4 zombies came out, the first flight of the armed helicopter just arrived. Do you know why the tiny city is divided into 5 districts? While Han Feng was still simulating the scene of resisting the invasion of zombies in his mind, the boss Wang Dafa suddenly asked, "Aren't there 5 city lords?" Han Feng responded with a confused look on his face. No, Wang Dafa continued with a trailing tone, because a large number of weapons were found in these 5 districts. The people who can own these weapons are the city lords. Oh, the weapons arsenal. Hearing the words "a large number of weapons," Han Feng immediately remembered the existence of the weapons arsenal. At the beginning, we were united to fight the enemy together. But the appearance of these weapons caused us to start fighting among ourselves. After laughing at himself, Wang Dafa stood up and walked to the window, looking at the mountain view outside the window, and continued, "Weapons are supposed to protect us. But none of these city lords would submit to each other." Then, these people started to fight hand to hand. The purpose of each city lord is very clear. That is, to unify the world and own everything. Looking at the boss's back, Han Feng could feel the decline of human nature. Once people have powerful weapons, they want to conquer others. For example, the existence of the shit stirrer of Magnesium Country. The originally peaceful and tranquil area has been turned into a habitat for war demons. Alas! Han Feng sighed and asked, "What about Bo Lao? How did he win the final victory?" "Bo Lao, he was just lucky." Turning around, Wang Dafa took out a cigarette, walked around and explained, "The central city where he is the parking place for armed helicopters. Don't look at these pilots from South City. But there is no place to park the helicopter in South City, haha." After laughing a few times, Wang Dafa raised his eyebrows and continued, "Even if the pilot flew the armed helicopter to the South City, it would be useless because the weapons and ammunition of the armed helicopter are all in the central city. Relying on air superiority, Bo Lao defeated all the 4 city lords around. During this period, the city lords wanted to join forces and steal Bo Lao's nest. Guess what?" Keeping the secret in suspense, Wang Dafa held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Han Feng with interest, motioning him to guess. "I think there are spies planted by Bo Lao around the 4 border city lords." No, Wang Dafa waved his hand and continued, "Guess again." "Someone reported their joint rebellion." "Haha, wrong again." Patting Han Feng, the boss explained, "These 4 guys didn't reach an agreement when discussing the division of the spoils." "Haha. I also heard that in order to fight for the benefits, these 4 people almost fought." "Haha," I laughed to death. Holding his belly, Wang Dafa laughed very unbridled. After laughing, the boss corrected his tone and said, "After the civil war was over, Bo Lao stood firm. And then he realized that the reduction in personnel was too outrageous. So, he issued an order to prohibit internal strife. The guards also took advantage of this trend. You know almost everything that happened afterwards. A competition is held every 3 months to select top warriors to fight against more powerful monsters, while protecting the city lord's safety. It is also to strengthen the defense of the border town. Now everyone understands." After Wang Dafa finished speaking, Han Feng turned around, sat up straight and looked at everyone. "Well, it can be explained." Lin Lan agreed while nodding. "Then, if there is no big problem, let's go back and pack up. Leave early tomorrow morning?" Getting up and supporting the dining table, Han Feng said word by word, "Okay, my good brother. I'll go wherever you go. We'll go through life and death together." What Han Feng didn't expect was that Lu Rui was the first to stand up and wave his fist in agreement. Looking at this fat man who was so scared just now, Han Feng curled his lips and was speechless. "Brother, when we go to a new place, is there an amusement park to play in?" Everyone talked about it for so long, and it was not until now that Hu asked something. Han Feng looked at Hu, then turned his gaze to the boss Wang Dafa. His eyes were full of the words, "Is there one? Amusement park? No. You know the amusement park is too big, and there is no way to protect it. And even if there are, it has been so long, the equipment is probably broken. Even if it is not broken, there is no extra power to turn them on." Looking at Han Feng, Wang Dafa continued with an apologetic look, "Well, there are rocking cars in the mall. Rocking cars that can rock for 10 minutes by throwing 2 or 3 coins." "Okay? Mall? There is a mall?" Just when Han Feng was thinking about how to explain to Hoo suddenly shouted happily. Then are there Barbie dolls in the mall? I think there are. I haven't paid attention to these things. Seeing Han Feng pursed his lips and didn't say anything, Wang Dafa responded angrily. Big brother. Let's go to the mall. Hoo hasn't been to the mall for a long time. Okay. Okay, tomorrow morning. Don't lie in bed the earlier we leave. The earlier you can go to the mall. Looking at Hoo's excited face, Han Feng nodded and spoke, thinking in his heart that she is worthy of being a girl. She is so interested in shopping at such a young age. Yet big brother is the best. Holding the spoon in her hand, Hoo waved excitedly a few times to express her excitement. Okay, since everyone has no problem, I will go back this afternoon to pack my personal luggage. Friendly reminder this time I leave. Maybe I won't come back in the near future. Looking at Wei Peng and Lu Zhe who were silent, Han Feng announced, I'm full, I'll go back and clean up first, you guys can chat slowly. Lu Rui was the first to stand up and walked out of the restaurant after saying that. I have a lot of things, so I'll leave first. Following Lu Rui was Lin Lan. Chapter 443, Goodbye. Mr. Bo. After a few pleasantries, everyone at the table got up and went back to the bedroom to pack their belongings. Let's go to Brother Wang's place together and say goodbye. When Wang Dafa was the only one left in the restaurant, Han Feng walked out first with a smile. The next morning, Han Feng stood downstairs with a large bag and small items. And behind him were 3 Nightingale transport planes. In order to reach Mr. Bo's place faster, Han Feng didn't want to continue to sit on the transport ship for a whole day. So last night, Han Feng decided to order the summoning of 3 Nightingales as vehicles. 2 for people and 1 for luggage. After all, each transport plane can only provide space for 5 people. Even with the pilot, there are only 6 seats. Looking back at the transport plane behind him, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, how long will it take us to fly in this thing? Report to Captain Han. The maximum carrying speed of the Nightingale transport plane is about 250 kilometers per hour. It is estimated to take about 2 hours to arrive in Midtown. This thing is still fast. When Han Feng sighed, he remembered the first time he went to Midtown. But it took a whole day. Brother-in-law. It's so early. Suddenly, Wei Peng's voice beside him drew Han Feng's attention back. Put the luggage over there. Looking at Wei Peng, Han Feng raised his hand and pointed at a Nightingale transport plane. Okay. Where's breakfast? We're in such a hurry. Shall we still have breakfast? As soon as Wei Peng finished speaking, Lin Lan's question followed. Whoever is hungry will be given a nutritional paste. Anyway, it's only 2 hours to take the transport plane. Looking at the transport plane, Han Feng continued, I want to save my stomach to eat tofu pudding. This kind of pure Chinese breakfast is not an option in military rations. After that, Han Feng pretended to lick his lips. There's tofu pudding? Great. A bowl of hot, spicy and fragrant tofu pudding, with 3 fried dough sticks. It's perfect. Lu Rui heard Han Feng's joking voice. And before he saw him, he heard him talking about food. Bullshit. Do you know how to eat it? And salty tofu pudding? I tell you, sweet tofu pudding is the best in the world. Besides, 3 fried dough sticks? You'll be stuffed to death. Carrying the oversized luggage, Lu Zhe teased Lu Rui while forcing out of the unit door. Put the luggage over there on the transport plane. Looking at the two bickering, Han Feng smiled and pointed at the Nightingale. You guys go ahead. I'll go get something for Hoo. Lin Lan got off the transport plane, said something without looking back, and then turned back to the color steel room. Sweet tofu pudding is the most disgusting. I had the chance to eat it last time and almost vomited my overnight meal. Salty tofu pudding is not decent. It tastes weird and ruins the bean flavor. Han Feng stood there in a daze, watching Lu Rui, a northerner, and Lu Zhe, a southerner, debate. More than 10 minutes later, everyone gathered, with Master Ji and Boss Wang. There were still 1 or 2 empty seats on the 2 transport planes. Among them, the manned transport planes were piloted by 2 heroic soldiers, Tanya and Natasha. The other transport plane for storing luggage was piloted by a Navy SEAL. With the rapid rotation of the propeller, the 3 Nightingale transport planes slowly took off from the ground and flew towards the direction of Midtown. Brother, if you say that again, I will be angry with you. Salty tofu pudding. Delicious. Angry? Do you believe I will roast you? Sweet tofu pudding is delicious. Hearing that the two were still arguing, Han Feng pursed his lips helplessly. At the same time, he thought to himself that when he got to the place, he must order 2 bowls of tofu pudding. 1 bowl of sweet. 1 bowl of salty. Try it yourself. Which one is delicious? 2 hours later, at about 10 a.m., Han Feng and his team finally arrived in Midtown. In a cloud of dust generated when the helicopter drives the airflow, Han Feng covered his mouth and nose as he got off the plane. Boss, where is the breakfast shop? Let's have breakfast first. Since the propeller was still turning and making a lot of noise, Han Feng almost shouted this sentence. Okay. Follow me. It's over there. Pointing to the street in front, the boss responded. Tanya, Natasha, turn off the engine. It's so noisy. After talking to the two of them, Han Feng contacted the Navy SEALs in his mind without making any noise, and continued, after we finish moving the luggage, you will fly back alone. After a hard trip, pick up the 4 Terminators. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. Listening to the response in his mind, Han Feng opened the luggage compartment and took down the luggage of different sizes. Luna, summon 5, no, 10 mobilized soldiers. Confirmed. Looking at the large and small luggage on the ground, Han Feng frowned. Looking back, the price of mobilized soldiers was not expensive. Okay, Captain Han. 10 mobilized soldiers are being summoned. Please wait. Duh. After Luna finished speaking, the empty transport plane slowly took off. After turning 180 degrees in the air, it flew towards the zinc mine again. Let's go! Aren't you hungry? Why are you still standing there? Boss Wang asked Han Feng, withdrawing his gaze from the transport plane. Wait a minute, I'll ask someone to help with all the luggage. After Han Feng explained, the boss asked in confusion, why don't you call someone? You're just standing here. How can? Boss Wang stopped talking halfway, because in his sight, a group of fully armed men suddenly appeared. Report to Captain Han. Move. SHHHHHH. Help with the luggage, thank you. Facing the mobilized soldiers who saluted and prepared to report, Han Feng made a gesture to silence. Yes, Captain Han. After receiving the order, the 10 mobilized soldiers bent down and picked up their luggage one by one. Let's go, let's eat. After walking for 3 to 5 minutes, Han Feng arrived at a breakfast shop across the street. As for the 2 transport planes parked on the street, Han Feng was not worried about losing them at all, because no one dared to steal them, and the vehicles summoned by the red alert were marked on the radar. Since it was more than 10 o'clock in the morning, no one else was eating in the store. Boss, 2 bowls of tofu pudding, 1 sweet bowl, 1 salty bowl, and 1 fried dough stick. Thank you. As soon as Han Feng entered the door, he said what he wanted to order. After ordering, Han Feng turned around and said to the people behind him, you order your own food. Just don't waste it. Okay. Standing behind Han Feng, Lin Lan took a step forward and said, 2 meat buns and a bowl of wontons. After that, Lin Lan lowered his head and asked who, what do you want to eat? When they were halfway through their breakfast, a group of uninvited guests suddenly came to the restaurant. Hey, Captain? Hello. Looking at the old acquaintance Captain of the Guard, who rushed in with his men, Han Feng smiled and greeted him. But he did not stop eating because of this. Haha. It turned out to be you. Seeing Han Feng, the Captain of the Guard was stunned at first, and then laughed. Just now I received a report that a large number of armed personnel appeared, and I was wondering who it was. Yeah, it's me. It's okay. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Han Feng looked up at the Captain of the Guard and asked, aren't you a guard in East City? Why are you in Central City? Where is Su Long? Su Long is a traitor. He wanted to assassinate Bo Lao secretly, but was discovered by Bo Lao and died a long time ago, waving his hand. The Captain of the Guard casually recounted Su Long's obituary. After a moment of silence, Han Feng felt that this was reasonable. After all, Su Long had great ambitions, but little strength. If not him, who would die? As for me, because of my outstanding performance, I was selected and sent to Central City during the guard selection. When Han Feng was silent, the Captain of the Guard briefly told him about his promotion. Well, go find Bo Lao later and tell him I'm here. Hearing Han Feng say this, the Captain of the Guard took a small step back in fear. The Captain of the Guard didn't know Han Feng's real identity. He only knew that Bo Lao was the most powerful person in the city. No one else. Just go. Don't worry. I can't hurt you. Holding a half-sliced fried dough stick, Han Feng spoke slowly. Go quickly. Why are you still standing? Waiting to have breakfast together. Han Feng laughed and pushed the stunned captain of the guard. Oh. Nodding absent-mindedly, the captain of the guard was inexplicably asked to leave the restaurant. Captain, let's. As soon as he went out, the other guards surrounded him and asked about the next action. It's okay. Pack up. After saying this with a frown, the captain of the guard got on a police car and prepared to go to Bo Lao's mansion alone. In the captain of the guard's mind, even if Han Feng was lying to him, he would not lose anything. Anyway, he was just an unknown little guard, and he had no status or impression in Bo Lao's heart. If the bet is right and Han Feng is really, then at least in the eyes of Bo Lao, he has made a contribution. After finalizing his plan, the captain of the escort stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to Bo Lao. Soon after the captain of the escort left, Han Feng put down his bowl and chopsticks to wipe his mouth, thinking that salty tofu pudding is still delicious. Take out a cigarette and light it. Han Feng sits on the stool, quietly waiting for others to eat breakfast. About 10 minutes later, tap tap tap. Outside the door, there was a sound of many footsteps in unison. Hearing the sound, Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth, thinking that Bo Lao should come to greet him personally. As expected, dozens of seconds later, the door of the restaurant was pushed open, and Bo Lao walked in with a smile on his face. Haha, when I got up this morning, I saw a few magpies chirping and jumping by the window. I was wondering what good things would happen today. It turned out that Captain Han is here. The captain of the guard, following Bo Lao's back, widened his eyes after hearing what Bo Lao said. It was the first time he heard a big man like Bo Lao call him you. But at the same time, the captain of the guard was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He had personally brought Han Feng to the police station. What if Han Feng bites back at this time? Then he would be dead. Chapter 444. Construction of the second base. Captain Han. What's the matter with you? Looking at Han Feng, Bo Lao continued, if you need me, just ask. I will fully cooperate with the country, and you. Last time, Han Feng told him not to reveal his identity. Bo Lao was so excited that he almost spit out the word country. Fortunately, he reacted in time and forced himself to change his words. No big deal. As he spoke, Han Feng slowly stood up. When he saw the face of the captain of the guard behind Bo Lao, who looked like he had seen a ghost, he instantly knew what the boy was afraid of. Turning his eyes, Han Feng looked at the captain of the guard and suddenly smiled. When the two of them looked at each other, the captain of the guard suddenly clicked in his heart. For the captain of the guard, Han Feng's meaningful smile was like a death warrant. I like this captain. What the captain of the guard didn't expect was that Han Feng didn't report him. And he was still speaking well of him? Haha, Captain Han knows my heart very well. Hearing Han Feng's praise for the captain of the guard, Bo Lao paused, turned around and said to his secretary or attendant beside him, Shao Li, go and talk to Director Liu and transfer him to the captain of Zhongqing. Go. Okay, Mr. Bo. Mr. Bo's secretary took the order, responded, and turned to leave the restaurant. It seems that he is going to handle the captain's promotion. On the other hand, the captain of the guard stood there blankly, with a blank look in his eyes. He didn't know what to do. Thinking back to the beginning, I worked hard and practiced my professional skills to finally get into the central city. After more than a month of struggle, I barely got the identity of a regional team leader. And Han Feng said, please look. I flew from a sparrow to a branch and became a phoenix? Why don't you thank Captain Han? Maintaining a kind smile on his face, Mr. Bo turned his head and looked at the captain of the guard. Thank you, Mr. Bo. Thank you, Captain Han. After hesitating for a long time, the captain of the guard finally ranked Mr. Bo ahead of Han Feng. Do a good job. Keep people safe. After speaking to the captain of the guard, Han Feng looked away and looked at Mr. Bo, laughing. During this period, we have mainly been playing. Who made you develop so well here? Relax when you come if you need it. I will send some people to be your guide. You can also know where there are delicious foods. When Mr. Bo said this, his eyes swept around Lu Rui, Wei Peng and others. When he saw Lin Lan, he changed his original intention of taking Han Feng to experience the world to the word food. Forget about the guide if possible. Can you give me a few cars? I have so many people and things. It's not convenient to carry them. Okay. Okay. There are many parked at the door. You can drive away directly if you like. Following Han Feng's words, Bo Lao readily agreed. Then I won't be polite? Grinning, Han Feng looked out of the restaurant. Okay, you do your thing. I'll just take a look. After secretly selecting a few cars in his heart, Han Feng raised his leg and walked out. Lu Rui, Lu Jia, Xiaoping, you three drive a car each. Follow the boss. And take everyone and the luggage back to the hotel. I'll do some work first. And we'll go to the night market together when I get back later. With a few words, Han Feng arranged everyone's itinerary. Okay. Everyone simply responded and got into the car. And 10 mobilized soldiers helped carry the luggage. After dozens of seconds, 4 or 5 off-road vehicles started and drove towards East City. Mr. Bo, see you later. Waving to Mr. Bo on the steps, Han Feng got into the car and prepared to find the site for the second base. Captain Han, drive slowly. After Bo Lao responded, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and left. After Han Feng walked away, Bo Lao retracted his gaze, turned to look at the captain of the guard and asked, Do you know Captain Han? I have met him several times. Not knowing how to respond to Bo Lao's question, the captain of the guard chose a seemingly ambiguous answer. Oh, with a slightly long tone. Bo Lao continued, Then you will be responsible for all of Captain Han's affairs during the days he is here. He arranged his luggage and accommodation in the East District, which happens to be your hometown, and you are familiar with it. Yes. Bo Lao. I will definitely complete the task perfectly. As for the first mission after his promotion, and it was Bo Lao who ordered it personally, the captain of the guard patted his chest and promised. Well, let's go now. Yes. After that, the captain of the guard walked down the steps and trotted back to the bureau, ready to set off for the East District. Luna, turn on the scan, check the surrounding environment, and confirm. On the way, Han Feng ordered Luna. Okay, Captain Han. The radar is turning on the scan. Please wait. After 2 seconds, Luna continued, Report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. Scan result. A supply box was found. Supply box? Hearing the result of finding a supply box, Han Feng was surprised and happy. What surprised him was that since a supply box was found, it meant that there were powerful zombies nearby. Even if he could kill them, it was not good news. And what made him happy was that he hadn't heard the word supply box for a while. Report to Captain Han. Yes, the radar found a supply box. The location is 413 kilometers away from you. So far? Hearing this, Han Feng temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. It seems, the powerful threat is not near the city. Report to Captain Han. This supply box was scanned 3 days ago. 3 days ago? At this moment, Han Feng was a little confused. Oh, yes. I remember it. The next second, Han Feng said while patting his thigh. 3 days ago, I drove alone to get the Energy 7 injection. When scanning, I found a level 7 zombie attacking the seals. Since it was the level 7 zombie who sent me back after the battle, I forgot about this supply box. Forget it. I'll go get it myself when I'm free. Shaking his head, Han Feng put the matter aside for the time being. A few seconds later, Han Feng continued, By the way, Luna, is there any place nearby suitable for building a base vehicle? Report to Captain Han. 3 locations, 3 kilometers, 6 kilometers, and 14 kilometers east of East City. All meet the conditions for building allied base vehicles. Wait, let me see. As he spoke, Han Feng slowly stepped on the brakes and stopped the vehicle. Then, Han Feng shifted his attention to the system and came to the radar sand table. Looking at the 3D sand table built according to the actual terrain, Han Feng began to study it. The location of the central city is close to the edge of the big city. West City is closer to the city center. There are tall buildings there, so it was eliminated first. Most of the areas in South City and North City are adjacent to the city. Although it is also a remote area, it is mostly woods and slopes. If you really want to build a base in these places, you need to do a lot of preliminary work. Then the only thing left is East City. 3 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 14 kilometers. looking at the 3 locations marked in the 3D sandbox. Han Feng squinted and muttered, "Let's go to the field to investigate first." After talking to himself, Han Feng shifted his attention out of the system. Then he stepped on the accelerator, drove out of East City, and rushed towards the 3 locations. In less than 5 minutes, Han Feng arrived at the nearest location given by Luna, 3 kilometers east of East City. After stopping the car, Han Feng stood beside the car and looked around. This place is far away from the mountains, and there is a small stream on the side. The terrain is flat, which is indeed suitable for building a base. However, it didn't take long for Han Feng to see something wrong. This place is too close to the city. Although the zinc mine and the first base are also 3 kilometers apart. But the zinc mine belongs to the mountainous area. The distance of 3 kilometers is half of the hillside. The 2 sides can't see each other. Even if one side turns on the lights, the other side will definitely not see. And here, there is no need to jump and look. You can look directly at each other. Pursing his lips, Han Feng frowned and thought for a while, then gave up this place. The reason was simple. People in the city could see the construction and the whole picture of the second base by standing a little higher and holding a telescope. And in the construction regulations, there was a clear mark. No unrelated personnel were allowed to approach and watch. Let's go to the next one. Turning around and pedaling, Han Feng continued to run towards the next location. 5 minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the second destination. Just like before, Han Feng got off the car to observe. Standing on this piece of land, Han Feng turned around and looked at the city, but found that his view was blocked by a huge forest. The terrain is flat, far from the mountains, far from the city, rarely visited, peaceful and quiet. It's a good place to build a base. After observing for a few minutes, Han Feng pointed out the advantages of this place. Let's go to the next one. Although he was tempted by this place, Han Feng decided to go to a suitable place 14 kilometers away. What if there is a place that is bestowed by nature, whistling and holding a cigarette? Han Feng set off again. More than 10 minutes later, Han Feng came to the third place suitable for construction. However, this time Han Feng didn't even get out of the car, and turned around and walked back. This place is similar to the previous place. Whether it is the environment or everything else, it is the same. But the place 6 kilometers away from the city can send troops to support the city faster. Here, 14 kilometers, it takes a while for the plane to fly to arrive. After comprehensive consideration, Han Feng finally decided to build the second base 6 kilometers east of Dongcheng. After finalizing the considerations in his mind in the past few days, Han Feng was in a good mood for a while. Taking out another cigarette, Han Feng lowered his head to find a lighter. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a earth-shaking sounded. Report to Team Han. A huge rock is coming. Please avoid it in time. Chapter 445. Surviving a Catastrophe. Damn it! The cigarette at the corner of Han Feng's mouth bounced up and down amidst the screams. Hearing the rumbling sound that was close at hand, Han Feng identified the direction and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw several round boulders rolling down the hillside beside the mountain path, and their path was coming towards him. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately stepped on the brakes. Squeak! A cloud of dust flew up from the rear of the car, and the speed dropped rapidly. Nima, holding the cigarette butt in his mouth, Han Feng stared at the boulders that were getting closer and closer, and cursed subconsciously. Several boulders attacked, almost blocking all of Han Feng's exits. No matter accelerating or braking, the vehicle driven by Han Feng could never escape the area where the boulders rolled down. This scene, even a fool could see that this was an attack on Han Feng. Telekinesis. Give me, start. Staring at the boulder that was about to hit his vehicle, Han Feng gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. And the cigarette in his mouth was almost bitten to pieces by Han Feng. Buzz. As the powerful mental power was released, the air around Han Feng rippled for no reason, even penetrating the vehicle and extending outward. Rumble. Rumble. The mental power wrapped around the boulder, slowing down its rolling speed. In the pause, the boulder plowed a deep gully on the hillside. But the round boulder was already heavy, coupled with the inertia of falling and rolling. The momentum should not be underestimated. Crack. Crack. Gnawing his teeth, Han Feng increased his mental power output again, trying to stabilize the boulder in front of him. If the boulder was allowed to roll down, the whole car would be crushed into a discus. Just when the boulder was about to stop completely, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. Rumble. Across the boulder in front of him. Han Feng heard a louder rumble behind it. Fuck. Han Feng widened his eyes, as if he had guessed something. Bang. Sure enough, in less than 2 seconds, a bigger boulder hit the boulder in front of him that was about to be stable. Crack. Bang. Boom. In an instant, under the extremely strong impact, the boulder broke into thousands of pieces. The sky was full of large and small stones, which hit Han Feng's vehicle one after another. Who? Schwa. At the critical moment, Han Feng pulled out the mad knife behind him and placed it horizontally at his side. Like a shield, it protected Han Feng on one side. Ding! Ding! Bang bang! Countless stones crashed onto the mad knife, playing a dense concert. Swish! Swish! The horizontal area of the mad knife must be limited, and it is impossible to block all the flying stones, and some of the stones that were not blocked had extremely sharp edges, gently sliding and flying. It cut open Han Feng's shirt and cheek. The environment inside the car was fine. Outside the car, there were only pits and scars on the metal shell, washed by the heavy rain. The vehicle tilted for a while, and had a tendency to overturn. Hum! With a muffled groan. Han Feng was very anxious. These small pieces of gravel were a small matter, and the larger boulders behind were the real death warrant. At this distance, even though the dust was everywhere, the heart-pounding rumbling sound was not far from the car. Han Feng knew that in such a short time, even if he used all his telekinesis, he would never be able to stop the boulder in front of him. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and spit out the cigarette in his mouth. Buzz! At the same time, with a bang in his body, Han Feng activated his blood rage. Ah! With a roar, Han Feng turned the snow-drinking mad blade around and chopped the boulder behind the dust with all his strength. Schwa! Boom! Bang! Boom! The full-strength knife easily tore open the metal shell of the off-road vehicle and chopped on the boulder. With the sound of shattering, the boulder was cut in two, and the cross-section was extremely smooth. Bang! Boom! Squeak! The boulder split into two, under the impact of inertia, hit the front and rear of the car. The off-road vehicle, which was already split in half, was completely smashed into two individuals. Swoosh! Without the restraint of the vehicle, Han Feng activated his super speed ability and flashed out of this dust zone in a moment and came to the clean, outside world. Rushing up the hillside where the boulder rolled down, Han Feng stood at the top and looked around. Being able to lift the boulder here means that the opponent must be very powerful. Being able to launch an attack on the road that he must pass means that the opponent has mastered his whereabouts. Being able to make so many boulders roll down at the same time means that the opponent must be more than one person. Being able to remain undetected under radar scanning means that the other party is not a human. In summary, Han Feng determined that the other party should be a high-level zombie, at least level 6 or above. Sure enough, when Han Feng was thinking about these questions carefully, his eyes caught 4 figures on the other side of the hillside. 4 figures stood together, staring at Han Feng together. Heh, want to kill me? Is it necessary to go through so much trouble? After speaking in a light tone, Han Feng carried the mad knife, slowly walked down the slope, and walked towards the other party. At close range, Han Feng could tell that these 4 figures were indeed 4 level 6 zombies. Without thinking about why, Han Feng just wanted to kill them. Swoosh! From slow to fast, Han Feng's feet were like the wind, and the next second he appeared in front of 4 level 6 zombies. Swish! The mad knife crossed and slashed. In an instant, 4 figures flew up, and their lower bodies were still in place. With this knife, Han Feng cut off the waists of the 4 level 6 zombies. This speed? In the previous second, Han Feng didn't dare to think. Snap! Snap! 2 seconds later, the remaining body in the air fell to the ground. Roar! Roar! Listening to the angry roars around him, Han Feng's mind moved lightly, and 4 silver shuttles flew out from his waist, piercing the 4 heads. When the air returned to silence, Han Feng stood there in a daze, looking down at his bleeding body. Han Feng closed his half-open mouth. Am I so strong? While murmuring, Han Feng recalled the scene of fighting with the level 6 zombies before. According to his cognition, He can definitely kill these level 6 zombies. But definitely not so fast. Is this the upgrade of Blood Rage, or the effect of Energy 7 potion? Frowning, Han Feng muttered to himself in confusion. Pa! 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 Suddenly, a round of clapping sounded behind Han Feng. Turning his head, Han Feng looked behind him. At the top of the hill, a mysterious zombie, no, it should be a level 7 zombie, standing there, clapping his hands at him. It was still wearing a black suit and a tall hat. You? Turning around, Han Feng spoke. The next second, Han Feng narrowed his eyes in fear, because he thought, this is not a zinc mine. It's more than 500 kilometers away. How did it follow? Strong, really strong. The level 7 zombie did not answer Han Feng's question directly, but smiled and praised himself. You are really haunting me. Carrying the crazy blade. Han Feng also expressed his feelings. How do you feel? Are you shocked by your own strength? Shrugged his shoulders. The level 7 zombie looked at Han Feng happily and asked with a smile again. Han Feng frowned slightly and looked at the level 7 zombie. He actually felt a sense of intimacy in his heart. Those who survived a disaster will have good fortune in the future. If you put such a big stone a week ago, you would probably be dead. Standing up straight, the level 7 zombie joked with Han Feng like an old friend. In that case, let's have a fight? Han Feng felt the growing intimacy with the other party, and it was not a solution to continue like this. In order to divert the illusion in his heart, he deliberately proposed a fight. Okay. As if he was invited to play chess or have a meal. The level 7 zombie readily agreed. Swish. Standing on the top of the slope, the level 7 zombie gently raised his foot and kicked a piece of gravel in front of his toes at Han Feng casually. Swoosh. Howl. The stone rolled and stabbed at him quickly, and there was a faint whistling sound with the wind. Huh? Keeping his eyes narrowed, Han Feng flipped the mad knife on his shoulder and held it horizontally in front of him. Ding! Bang! The next second, the stone was accurately blocked by the mad knife. With the slight hum of the snow drink mad knife, the stone instantly turned into stone chips all over the sky, drifting with the wind. Not bad reaction. Seeing that the attack was blocked, the 7th level zombie said with a smile, "What a strong force." Han Feng responded lightly, but in fact, the right arm that was holding the knife just now was shaking slightly. In fact, the stone was not big, at most half the size of a thumb. But with such a rapid increase, it was no different from a bullet fired by a heavy sniper rifle. In other words, just now, Han Feng blocked a heavy sniper rifle's attack. Haha, it's over, I should go. Very abrupt. The level 7 zombie said this inexplicably. Oh! Right, standing at the top of the slope, the level 7 zombie, who had already turned around to leave, suddenly seemed to remember something, and turned back to Han Feng and continued, after a while. You will become different. This is the power given by God, you should be grateful. Goodbye. After saying that, the level 7 zombie turned around, jumped down the hillside, and disappeared from Han Feng's sight. Hey! What's different? Holding the knife, Han Feng shouted, and then activated his super speed ability and rushed up the hillside. When Han Feng stood in the same place where the level 7 zombie had just been, he found that there was no one around. Looking far away, in the empty surroundings, the level 7 zombie disappeared again inexplicably. The power of God. After seeing no such person, Han Feng released his Blood Rage superpower and stood there muttering the last words of the level 7 zombie. Pursing his lips, Han Feng thought, isn't the so-called power of God the power given by the mother body? Oh my! Damn it! With his eyebrows furrowed, Han Feng suddenly thought that a few days ago, the Energy 7 injection injected by the level 7 zombie was not disinfected. Chapter 446, Deep Misunderstanding. Gurgle. When Han Feng thought of the 5 Energy 7 injections that were injected into his body without being disinfected, he swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Luna, how is the GS virus in my body? When asking this question, Han Feng couldn't help but sweat for himself. If he could suppress the virus in 3 injections, then he might not be able to withstand 5. Report to Captain Han. After system testing, the GS virus in your body is still in a low activity state, and no outbreak tendency has been observed. After hearing this, Han Feng pursed his lips and said nothing. According to what he had thought, as long as he built a time machine and went back to the past, The virus in his body would no longer be a threat. But now, as the hidden tasks become more and more harsh, the time required to complete them is getting longer and longer. Just task 5, building the second base. It will take at least 3 months. Whether he can hold on until the base is built is unknown, not to mention task 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alas! Looking up at the sky, Han Feng uttered a helpless low sound. Turned his head back. Han Feng lowered his eyebrows and looked at the broken cars and the mess of rubble on the ground below the hillside. Luna, how far am I from East City now? At this moment, Han Feng had to consider a question. That is, how to go back. Report to Captain Han. You are 6.7 kilometers away from East City. Oh, I see. Nodding in response, Han Feng secretly rejoiced, thinking that it was not too far. After that, Han Feng gently threw the mad knife on the ground. After the mad knife stopped shaking, Han Feng raised his foot and walked on the side of the mad knife. The next second, the telekinesis suddenly rose. With the blessing of telekinesis, Han Feng soared several meters. Just like that, Han Feng stepped on the mad knife, flew in the air, and headed towards East City. The advantage of flying is that 2 points approach each other in a straight line, without the various twists and turns of ground travel. Tens of minutes later, Han Feng arrived not far from the border of East City. Looking at the city of East City, Han Feng released his telekinesis, and the crazy blade slowly fell to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Walking down the crazy blade, Han Feng bent down and picked it up. After swinging it several times in a row, the dust on the blade was washed off. After reinserting the crazy blade into the leather sheath behind him, Han Feng changed to walking. A few minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the entrance and exit of East City. At the entrance and exit of East City, Han Feng saw the captain of the guard. Behind him, there were several guards on standby. It looked like they were waiting for someone. When the captain of the guard saw Han Feng, he ran a few steps towards him. But because the distance between them was quite far, the captain of the guard stopped and turned to run to the police car behind him. After a long journey, the police car stopped beside Han Feng. Who the hell beat you up like this? Pulling down the window, the captain of the guard looked at Han Feng, who was covered in blood, and roared. In his heart, he was shocked and scared. What shocked him was that he knew Han Feng was a warrior. A top warrior. How powerful must he be to beat Han Feng so that he was covered in blood? At the same time, the captain of the guard knew that although most of the survivors were in the city, there were still some arrogant and powerful supernatural people wandering outside the city. For their livelihood, they would not hesitate to rob the search team in the city. Could they rob Han Feng? Knowing that Han Feng drove out and now came back in a dusty state, the captain of the guard basically confirmed that Han Feng was robbed. Even if it was not man-made, there were powerful monsters outside, especially since Han Feng was walking in the deep mountains and old forests. Who knew if he was in big trouble? What if Han Feng was bitten? What should I do? What I am afraid of is, Mr. Bo has clearly told me to take care of Han Feng's safety. Now that this has happened, if Mr. Bo holds me accountable, I will have 10 heads, but they will not be enough to lose. If it is the former, Han Feng was robbed, and I still have ways to remedy it. Although I can't beat those super powerful Lone Rangers outside, at least I can try. I can build connections and find a few more powerful helpers to get my place back. Maybe Han Feng will let me go if he is happy, but if it is the latter, Han Feng has encountered a monster. Looking at his injuries, he must have been bitten. When the infection breaks out, I will be kicked out before I can even sit down. The more the captain of the guard thought about it, the more outrageous it became, and the more desperate he became. Unconsciously. Why are you crying? Broken-hearted? Your wife ran away with someone. Han Feng pouted, looking at the captain of the guard in the police car with his mouth open and tears silently, and asked in confusion. For Han Feng, a grown man, what kind of hurdle can he not overcome? The worst that can happen is that his head falls to the ground, and he gets a scar as big as a bowl. For such a crying man, Han Feng's good impression of him instantly have. Woo-woo. You got beaten. Maybe you got bitten. Woo-woo. What should I do? It would have been better if Han Feng didn't say anything. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the captain of the guard cried even more sadly. Hearing this inexplicable remark, Han Feng was confused at first, and then speechless. Looking down at his own dried blood, it's no wonder he misunderstood. I've grown up so big. And you've been someone who's cared about me. If you really care, take me back to the hotel. While Han Feng was talking, he walked to the back seat of the police car, opened the door and sat in. Okay. Sit tight. Hearing what Han Feng just said, the captain of the escort team misunderstood again. In his opinion, the purpose of taking me back to the hotel quickly was to see relatives and friends for the last time. As for whether Han Feng would mutate, when he would mutate, and whether he would kill himself after mutation, the captain of the guard didn't care. Because even if Han Feng didn't kill him, Bo Lao would never let him go. And Han Feng's real intention was to go back and take a shower. Squeak. After the police car turned around quickly, the captain of the guard stepped on the floor gas and increased the speed to the highest. Damn. Slowed down. In the case of being caught off guard, the push on the back twisted Han Feng's neck. Okay. The captain of the guard agreed without turning his head. But he didn't relax the accelerator pedal at all, because he knew that Han Feng didn't have much time left. Huh? In a flash, the police car rushed into East City in a few seconds. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as he entered the city, the captain of the escort pressed the siren button of the police car. For a moment, the sirens were blaring. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way in front! Holding the megaphone, the loudspeaker amplified the voice of the captain of the escort and spread it to every corner. Slow down, slow down, slow down. In the back seat, Han Feng covered his mouth and nose with both hands and said in a voice that was almost groaning. No matter how fast the police car ran, it was not as fast as Han Feng's super speed ability. But the driving and recoil of the two are completely different. Even though this speed was not considered fast in Han Feng's opinion, there were still physiological reactions. Han Feng was carsick. Hold on a little longer. We'll be there soon. Seeing Han Feng in such discomfort, the captain of the escort gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and increased the speed again, because in his opinion, Han Feng was about to transform. In order to fulfill Han Feng's only last wish, the captain of the escort gave up his safety, just to arrive 1 second earlier, and 1 second later. Huh? Carrying the strong wind, the captain of the escort compressed the driving time that originally took tens of minutes into 2 minutes. Squeak! Squeak! When they were about to arrive at the hotel, the captain of the escort suddenly stepped on the brakes. The 4 tires of the police car left 4 long marks on the ground. Thick white smoke came out in the 3 to 5 seconds before the car stopped. After unbuckling his seatbelt, the captain of the escort quickly got out of the car and ran to the back seat. Ugh! Wow! Han Feng pushed the door open with great effort and suddenly spit out. Go! Go! Seeing this, the captain of the escort gritted his teeth and dragged Han Feng out of the car. Then, regardless of the dirt on Han Feng's body, he lifted Han Feng up and walked up the steps in front of the hotel. Captain Han? At this time, the people who were chatting in the hotel heard the noise and came to the door. Don't move! Don't move! Bang! Seeing that everyone was approaching Han Feng, the captain of the guard immediately left Han Feng behind, took out his gun and fired a warning shot. In his cognition, once Han Feng mutated, he would eat the people around him. For their safety, the captain knew he had to do this. Captain Han, if you have anything to say it now. Panting, the captain of the guard slowly pointed the muzzle of the gun at Han Feng's head. Once he finished speaking, he would shoot and then he would commit suicide. 1 life for 1 life. You are really a fool, tut. Lying on the ground, Han Feng spat out the food residue in his mouth, then raised his weak hand, pointed at the captain of the guard and said, knock him out for me. Swoosh. Schwa. After receiving the order from Han Feng himself, Tanya and Natasha flashed out of the hotel in an instant. Bang. In a lightning speed, the two jointly knocked out the captain of the guard. Rewind the time to a few tenths of a second ago. In the side of the captain of the guard, 2 shadows attacked. Before the brain could react, the 2 eyes went black. Consciousness instantly dissipated. Stupid. Stupid asterisk. Pointing at the captain of the guard lying beside him, Han Feng cursed angrily. Let's go upstairs and take a shower first. Tanya and Natasha knew that even though Han Feng looked bloody, it might not be caused by injury. in order not to embarrass themselves on the street. The two women lifted Han Feng up and slowly went upstairs. Behind the three of them, the boss Lu Rui and his friends were chattering, asking all kinds of questions about whether they were okay. Outside the hotel, the captain of the security guard was ignored and just lay on the not-so-cold ground. Chapter 447, the day before work starts. 2 minutes later, Han Feng, with the help of Tanya and Natasha, finally returned to the room. You two go out first. Don't let that kid get frozen, Han Feng said as he undressed. Although it has been spring for some time, the temperature outside is still a bit low. Okay. After removing the hand that supported him, the two turned around and left the room, ready to go see what happened to the idiot outside. By the way, they closed the door. Half an hour later, after washing and changing clothes, Han Feng walked out of the room again. Hey, are you awake? Han Feng was furious when he saw the sleepy eyes of the captain of the security team in the hotel lobby. You? Seeing Han Feng standing in front of him in a neat suit, the captain of the security team subconsciously looked at his cheek. Although Han Feng's face was still bruised, judging from the scars, they were all scratches, not bite marks. You? Are you okay? After hesitating for a long time, the captain of the security team said, Well, once you stop the car, I will be fine. Hearing Han Feng's tone, the captain of the security team immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Okay. You take a rest first. I will drive the police car away. Captain Han. Brother Han. Brother. Where are you going? As soon as Han Feng stopped and was about to leave, the captain of the guard immediately woke up and ran to Han Feng in 2 steps. I'm going to find Bo Lao. As soon as Han Feng said this, he saw the captain of the guard lost his mind for a moment, and quickly changed his words. Don't worry. This has nothing to do with you. I'm looking for Bo Lao. It's just a private matter. Looking at the 30-year-old, extremely nervous face of the captain of the guard, Han Feng felt that his previous depression disappeared. Can I go with you? The captain of the guard pondered for a few seconds, and finally asked tentatively. Let's go. Then? But I have to drive. Han Feng stretched out his hand, motioning to take the car keys, and explained, You drive too hard. I'm not strong enough to sit in the car. Ha, ha ha, the keys are in the car. I didn't take them out. The captain of the security guard scratched the back of his head and responded awkwardly. After hearing this, Han Feng put down his hand and walked slowly towards the police car outside, according to his memory and the directions of the captain of the security guard. About 40 minutes later, Han Feng arrived outside the gate of Bo Lao. Stop! In front of the gate of Bo Lao, 2 security guards waved to stop Han Feng's car. I'm looking for Bo Lao. Please inform him. Who are you? The 2 security guards were used to being rude and didn't have the professional code they should have. I'll go. Just when Han Feng was about to say something else, the captain of the security guard had already opened the car door and got out of the car while talking. Seeing him show his ID and enter the gate, Han Feng, who was waiting, took out a cigarette and lit one. Not long after, Mr. Bo came down to greet him personally. Behind Mr. Bo, there was no long team of bodyguards, only the captain of the security guard. It seems, this guy came down in a hurry. But on second thought, that's right, Mr. Bo is at home, so he doesn't need so many guards to wait. Haha. Captain Han. You're here? In front of the police car, Bo Lao also greeted respectfully. Isn't this another matter to trouble you seeing this? Han Feng also opened the car door, smiled and got out of the police car and responded. This, without the cover of the windshield. Bo Lao saw several scratches on Han Feng's face, and subconsciously shouted in anger. And his eyes seemed to glance at the captain of the guard behind him. Bo Lao. It's funny. I was driving outside the city for a patrol. As a result, I accidentally hit a tree, causing the car to be destroyed and people injured. Feeling the deterrence in front of him, the captain of the guard immediately stood up. Just when he was about to explain something, Han Feng interrupted and saved the situation. Are you okay? After hearing this, Bo Lao hurriedly asked nervously. If Han Feng got into trouble in his territory, he would be the sinner. If Han Feng really died, even if he had 10,000 mouths, he would not be able to explain to the country. When he was taken off the shelf again, like the captain of the guard, Bo Lao just wanted to keep his position. My face was scratched by branches pointing to the wound on his face. Han Feng continued, I'm fine. But the car is destroyed. Sorry. Hey, it's just a car. Laughing, Bo Lao turned around and invited Han Feng into the house. May I ask what Captain Han wants me to do this time? After brewing tea, Bo Lao raised his head and asked, Does Captain Bo know, are there any building materials in the city? For example, steel, copper, titanium steel, etc. Building materials? Steel? Repeating Han Feng's words just now, Bo Lao asked, What does Captain Han want these things for? National defense. Touching the edge of the teacup in front of him, Han Feng casually uttered 2 words. Oh. I understand. I understand. Bo Lao nodded repeatedly, but also knew that he couldn't ask too deep. Does the city have these building materials? Looking at Bo Lao, Han Feng asked again. Yes, there are, but they are not in the city area under my jurisdiction. Looking embarrassed, Bo Lao continued, Building material cities are almost all close to the city center. I only occupy a quarter of the city, and do not have such resources. Do you know the location of the building material city? Unexpected, but reasonable. Han Feng could understand Bo Lao's words, and even if there were building materials in the city, they would definitely not meet the demand of thousands of tons. Yes. But the city area is full of monsters. Although I have some capable people under my command. But we have never been close to the city center. Don't worry about that. I don't need your people. You just need to tell me the location of the building material city. Han Feng took a sip of the slightly cool tea. Okay. I'll find a map for you later. But, as long as you have a map, you don't need to worry about the rest. I can handle it myself. Hearing Bo Lao's hesitation again, Han Feng knew what he was worried about. By the way, do you have a large semi-trailer truck here? Speaking of the evening, Han Feng suddenly remembered that the truck that transported steel back and forth was still in the zinc mine, and did not come here with him. I do have a semi-trailer truck here, but it hasn't been used for a long time, and I'm afraid it's a little damaged. I want to go and have a look first. Please send someone to take me. Putting down the teacup, Han Feng stood up and said, Okay, then let the captain take you there. He knows where the truck is. After that, Bo Lao sent Han Feng to the door and continued, Then I will look for the city map now. When I find it, I will send someone to take you to the hotel where you are staying temporarily. Okay, then I will wait for your news. After that, Han Feng walked out of the yard alone and sat in the driver's seat of the police car. The captain of the escort was arranged by Bo Lao for some matters, and got on the car a few minutes later. Captain Han. This way. As soon as he got on the car, the captain of the escort began to give directions and navigation. More than 10 minutes later, Han Feng and the others arrived at a relatively empty open-air warehouse. Captain Han. All the trucks are here. Pointing at the large number of trucks of different sizes outside the window, the captain of the escort said. Very good, quite complete, Han Feng responded. And then calmly contacted Luna in his mind and said, Luna. Summon 3 engineers. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. 3 engineers are being summoned. Please wait. Luna finished speaking, and Han Feng just stopped the car. Let's go down and take a look. And by the way, repair the big guy that can't move. After getting off the car behind Han Feng, the captain of the escort team wondered who Captain Han was. That he could even repair a large truck? After the 2 of them wandered for 2 minutes, 3 engineers ran in from outside the warehouse with tool boxes. Captain Han. They are. You 3. Please take a moment to see if there are any semi-trailer trucks that need repair. If there are, fix them as soon as possible. I need them. Looking at the 3 people who suddenly appeared, the captain of the escort team had not finished asking before Han Feng had passed on the order. Luna. Summon 10 American soldiers. Confirmed. Han Feng took out a cigarette, handed one to the captain of the escort team, and said to Luna, Okay, Captain Han. The next 5 minutes were a chat between Han Feng and the captain of the guard. When the 2 of them dropped their burnt cigarette butts, the 10 American soldiers were summoned. When the 10 soldiers walked into the warehouse in a uniform pace, the captain of the guard's eyes widened. Even the origins of the 3 engineers just now were not clear. And now there are so many fully armed soldiers. At this moment, the captain of the guard knew Han Feng's real identity. No wonder Mr. Bo was so respectful to this person. It turned out that, okay, the layout here is almost done, let's go. Patting the stunned captain, Han Feng raised his leg and took the lead to walk towards the police car. Luna, let the American soldiers and engineers stay here for one night and start building the base tomorrow. At the same time, Han Feng told Luna again. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna responded, Han Feng looked at the captain of the escort, who had just sat in the co-pilot, and said, Where are you going? I'll take you back first, and we'll go around in the afternoon, so you don't have to follow me. I'm going to Dongcheng too. On the way, because the instructions given by Bo Lao were to protect secretly. The captain of the escort didn't insist on anything. Okay. After that, Han Feng skillfully started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove out of the open-air warehouse, heading towards East City. Half an hour later, Han Feng sent the captain of the escort to the police station. And by the way, he also replaced the eye-catching police car with an ordinary car. After a simple farewell, Han Feng drove back to the hotel alone. He took out his mobile phone to check the time, and it was just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, shopping and eating are not a problem. When he thought of the word eating, Han Feng immediately felt a little hungry. Yes, he had a thin meal in the morning, plus a few battles and wandering around. It was normal to be hungry. Chapter 448, Slap him for me. Driving back to the hotel, Han Feng parked his new car and rushed back to the hotel lobby. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, Han Feng saw 4 strong men with their backs to him, looking at their tall and strong bodies and their cool black leather jackets. Han Feng immediately knew that the Terminators were coming. Brother Han, why have you been gone for so long? If you don't come back, we will starve to death. Suddenly, Wei Peng's pretended weak voice sounded in the originally empty hall. Following the sound, Han Feng realized that it turned out that these people were so hungry that they had no strength and were all lying at the bar. If she hadn't seen me coming back, she might still be lying down and sleeping. Resting. Haha, something delayed me with an awkward smile. Han Feng raised his hand and pointed to the door and said, let's go shopping, see if there are any special snacks. Yeah. Let's eat. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Hu's petite figure ran out from the bar and ran towards Han Feng. I'm starving. If you don't come, we'll have to eat by ourselves. Holding Han Feng's thigh, Hu looked aggrieved. Let's go now. Huh. Holding Hu's hand, Han Feng walked out. But, standing outside the door, Han Feng was dumbfounded. Lu Rui, Lu Jia, Wei Peng, Lin Lan, Boss Dashi, Tanya, Natasha. A careful count shows a team of more than 10 people. But there is only one car. Why are you standing there like an idiot? The boss said that the main street is in front. Let's walk there. Lu Rui said quietly as he passed by Han Feng. Let's go. Scratching the back of his head, Han Feng followed with a silly smile. After everyone had this late lunch, they had different opinions on the next march route. Lu Rui, Lu Jia, and Wei Peng wanted to go to the game hall to go around. Lin Lan, Tanya, and Natasha wanted to go to the mall to buy some clothes. The boss wanted to buy ingredients to prepare meals, and Master Ji wanted to look around alone, and Hu wanted to go to the indoor amusement park and buy toys. There was not much time in the afternoon, and Han Feng wasted more than half of it. It was just past 4 o'clock, and Han Feng was not sure what to do next. After hesitating for a few seconds, Han Feng immediately decided, since everyone wants to go somewhere, let's just go separately anyway. 3 big men don't like to shop for women's clothing. Right. Yes. With Han Feng taking the lead, Lu Rui's 3 big men nodded in agreement. There are 4 bodyguards here. Each of you can bring one. They can also help carry things when you buy something. Han Feng glanced at the 4 Terminators behind the crowd and assigned one to each team. He brought Hu with him and did not need the protection of the Terminator. After all, there was no one in this city who could hurt him, yet. In this way, Han Feng perfectly assigned everyone's preferred routes. Just as everyone waved goodbye, Lu Rui suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, Hey, kid, what should we do if we don't have money? Can't we play in the game hall for free? This question also attracted Lin Lan's attention. Just have fun, someone will pay for you. While eating, Han Feng noticed that there were several fixed people around him. They must be the guards responsible for protecting him. Now the whole city is his. So it's nothing to let Bo Lao spend some money after saying this mysteriously. Han Feng pushed Lin Lan and the others to the largest shopping mall nearby. Women's clothing is on the 3rd and 4th floors of the mall, and amusement facilities and restaurants are on the 5th floor. However, the amusement facilities on the 5th floor have not been open for a long time and look a bit shabby. For this reason, Han Feng specially summoned dozens of mobilized cleaners and several engineers. Within half an hour, with everyone's unremitting cleaning and maintenance, the amusement park was reopened. After playing with Fox for 2 hours, Han Feng heard a discordant commotion coming from downstairs. Looking down from the platform, Han Feng saw the crowd of people scattered in fear. Who is this unlucky guy who has offended the wrong person? Shaking his head, Han Feng sighed. He knew that in this apocalypse, the looks of Lin Lan and Tanya were definitely top-notch. Let alone the apocalypse. Even before the apocalypse, the looks of the three of them were not inferior to those of popular actresses. Big brother, what's the noise downstairs? Beside him, who came later, looked up and asked Han Feng. You play alone for a while, I'll come up to you later. Okay? Han Feng squatted down and touched Hu's little head. Okay. Then you have to be quick. Yes, soon. After saying that, Han Feng stood up. While walking towards the stairs, he did not forget to remind the red alert soldiers around him in his mind to always pay attention to Hu's safety. Kill someone. As soon as he walked down the stairs to the 4th floor, Han Feng heard whispers around him. Raising his leg and walking towards the crowd, Han Feng squeezed in and saw blood all over the floor. In the pool of blood, the bodies of 4 men were piled up in a mess. Beside the bodies stood the Terminator. Looking back, Han Feng saw the figures of Lin Lan, Tanya, and the other 2 holding clothes and gesturing constantly. Well, no need to guess. It must be these 4 idiots who got themselves killed. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes turned and he thought of something funny. So he said to Luna, Luna, open the God's vision. Okay, Captain Han. The God's vision is opening. Please wait. Buzz. As soon as Luna finished speaking, another vision of Han Feng suddenly opened up in the air in the mall. In the God's vision, Han Feng found several guards following him. They hid in a hidden place out of the public's view, using a small walkie-talkie to transmit some information to the outside. Luna, intercept their signal, let me listen to what they are talking about. Okay, Captain Han. Following Han Feng's instructions, Luna began to adjust the radar and receive the specific transmission frequency of the walkie-talkie. Captain, I know. Don't worry. We are here. And Captain Han and his men will not be harmed. The brothers from the 3rd Bureau are here. Handle this matter in a low-key manner. Don't be too conspicuous. Yes. Listening to their conversation, Han Feng curled his lips, thinking that he was too late and they had finished talking. Guards are here. Guards. Someone's been killed. Come and help. When Han Feng felt a little regretful, someone in the crowd shouted. It was this voice that attracted Han Feng's attention to certain people. Guard brother. It's him. We were walking on the road just fine. This guy suddenly killed our brother. How do you deal with this matter? When this person saw the guards coming, he seemed to see someone backing him up, and he started talking nonsense. Why is it you? Go back quickly. It's very deep here. I can't handle it. When the guard saw this man, he gave a familiar warning. From the conversation between the two, Han Feng roughly guessed, these people have people in the police station. Unfortunately, even if you know the director, it's useless in front of me. Thinking, Han Feng walked out of the crowd and came between the two. You? Who are you? Can't you see me talking to the guard brother? Get out. Han Feng was about to speak, but the man suddenly said arrogantly, pointing at Han Feng and cursing. Seeing this, Han Feng's face instantly turned cold. Slap him for me. Hit him gently. He turned his head and looked at the Terminator and ordered. Who? Bang. Accepting the order, the Terminator stepped forward and swung a slap, hitting the other person's cheek. Who? Bang. The man turned 3 times on the spot, collapsed to the ground, and fainted. I told you to hit him gently. Who told you to hit him so hard? Turning his eyes, Han Feng looked melancholy and continued to look at the Terminator. You beat him to death. How can I talk back? Didn't you hear how badly he scolded me just now? If I don't fight back, I won't be able to recover from this grievance until tomorrow. Report to Captain Han. The injury of this person is not enough to cause death, but only temporary coma. The Terminator explained word by word with a calm face. Quick! 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 Go find a glass of water and wake him up. Han Feng regained interest as soon as he heard it, and urged the Terminator. Yes, Captain Han. Hey! 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 Remember not to use cold water. Yes, Captain Han. After that, the Terminator turned around and walked towards the store next to him. While waiting, Han Feng turned around in confusion and wondered why the guards didn't come to stop him. The next second, Han Feng saw 3 men in plain clothes standing behind him, blocking him and the guards. On their faces, there was a faint smile. The captain of the guards in police uniform was sweating, standing aside and looking at him at a loss. Captain Han, the water is here. Throw it at him. Hearing the voice of the Terminator beside him, Han Feng said without hesitation. Wow! A cup of boiling water just poured down. Ah! Ugh! Instantly, the fainted man on the ground woke up and screamed with his bloody mouth open. Duh! Duh duh! After opening his mouth, more than 10 teeth of the man fell out one after another, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. I'll tell you again. Next time. Can you listen to me? You knocked out all his teeth. Why should I hit him? Frowning, Han Feng looked back at the Terminator with extreme displeasure and said, Yes, Captain Han. Perping his lips, Han Feng turned his head, squatted down and looked at the man and smiled. Don't worry. I'm not a good person. Who? Who? You? With a red face, the man looked at the guard several meters away in horror, his eyes full of signals for help. Don't look at him, he can't protect you. Patting the man's shoulder, Han Feng continued, You scolded me just now. Do you remember? Looking back, the man looked at Han Feng and nodded frantically. Well, it's okay. I'm not stupid. Pa! As soon as the last sentence was finished, Han Feng slapped him. It hit the man's face, making an extremely crisp sound. Chapter 449, Passage. Shoo! Han Feng slapped the man on the ground, and he flew several meters in the air. A few meters away, the man covered his right face. Through the high and bulging palm, Han Feng initially judged that the right face of this guy had swollen into a pig head. MMMM. MMMM. Covering his face with both hands, the man looked at Han Feng in horror. At the same time, he was mumbling something in his mouth. Do you dare to be tempted by beauty? Squatting on the ground, Han Feng took out a cigarette, lit one and asked the man. MMMM. Because he had no teeth and one side of his face was swollen. The man's speech was leaky. However, Han Feng could easily guess what he was saying from the man's shaking head and vague voice. Will you dare to curse people casually in the future? Holding a cigarette in his mouth, Han Feng asked the second question. No more. No more. Well, good attitude, go away. Take off the cigarette from the corner of his mouth. Han Feng smiled and looked at the man. MMMM. Nodding, the man staggered to his feet and fled the scene step by step. When the man's back squeezed out of the crowd and disappeared from his sight, Han Feng slowly stood up. Turning around, Han Feng looked at the trembling guard in police uniform behind him and said, Hey, I told him to get out. And you really let him get away? He just scolded me. And you didn't say anything about it? If he dares to scold me today, he will dare to kill people tomorrow. If you don't catch him, can you live up to the police uniform on your body? Looking at the guard, Han Feng continued, Why don't you chase him? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Oh. Okay. After speaking in a hurry, the guard turned around in a hurry, not even bothering to wipe the cold sweat that was about to drip from his forehead. The world is really going downhill. Why are there all kinds of people in the police station? Looking at the back of the guard behind the crowd, Han Feng said to himself. We know. Following Han Feng's words, the plainclothes guard said, Okay, let's clean the floor. Looking down at the pool of blood on the ground, Han Feng said casually, and then went upstairs to look for Hu. Before leaving, he did not forget to shout to the 3 people who were choosing clothes in the store, It's almost done. We should go home. 10 minutes later, Han Feng led Hu down from the 5th floor. Behind him, there was a group of fully armed mobilized soldiers with a murderous aura. Under the full protection of these people, Han Feng returned to the hotel. This army. How did it come? Little did he know that for the soldiers who suddenly appeared beside Han Feng, Bo Lao could not guess the reason. Since lunch was late, everyone didn't eat much at dinner time. After dinner, Han Feng followed his habit and went out for a walk with a cigarette in his mouth. But this time, Han Feng selected the boss to accompany him. Boss, how many rooms does our hotel have? How many people can it accommodate? Han Feng asked casually on the way. Rooms? Haha, there are so many, more than 50 rooms. It's just that I'm the only one in the whole hotel. And the clean rooms are the ones you live in. Oh. Then in the hotel, are there other people besides us? Han Feng continued to ask, while holding a cigarette in his mouth. No more, you know. In this world, there are more vacant rooms than people. Who would be stupid enough to spend money to stay in a hotel? Haha. After laughing a few times, the boss suddenly remembered that Han Feng also came to stay in a hotel. So he grinned awkwardly and stopped talking. Okay. I know. After understanding these points, Han Feng probably had a rough idea in his mind. At night, Han Feng stood alone by the window after washing up, looking at the still bustling crowd downstairs. In his hand, he was holding the city map that Bo Lao sent after dinner. In the map, there were several red circles marking the locations of the city's building materials city, building materials street, and other stores. Luna, summon 100 mobilized soldiers, 100 Navy SEALs, and 50 magnetic infantry. Keeping his eyes on the downstairs, Han Feng ordered Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. Summon 100 mobilized soldiers, 100 Navy SEALs, and 50 magnetic infantry. A total of 585,000 gold coins are required. Please confirm the summon. Confirm. Summon. After saying this, Han Feng instructed, ask the engineer to open all the vacant rooms in the hotel, and each room will accommodate 5 soldiers. If there are extra soldiers, let them squeeze in. Okay. Captain Han. Summon 10 more grizzlies in the parking lot behind the hotel. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took out his phone to check the time and added some more tanks. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 10 grizzlies requires a total of 80,000 tanks. Confirmed. Summon them. This time, Han Feng confirmed before Luna finished speaking. Okay. Captain Han. Okay, let's do this first. After saying that, Han Feng turned around and walked towards the bed. As soon as he lay down, Han Feng suddenly thought of another important thing. That is, how to solve the problem of food and drink for so many people. Water is easy to say. There is a stream on the edge of the city. But what about food? Luna, where is the Nightingale transport plane we came with? Thinking about the problem, Han Feng immediately asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. 3 Nightingale transport planes are parked on the open space on the top floor of our hotel. Oh. Hearing that the plane was not lost, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief and continued, well, let the base make 1,000 nutrient pastes now. And the 3 transport planes will continue to deliver food and grass tonight. Report to Captain Han. You are more than 500 kilometers away from the base, and you cannot issue effective orders. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, was stunned. After pondering for a few seconds, Han Feng said with embarrassment, wake up Tanya, give her summoning and production permissions, and let her drive the transport plane for a trip. As he spoke, Han Feng thought to himself, let Tanya rest more tomorrow. Okay. Captain Han. This time, after Luna finished speaking, Han Feng peacefully closed his eyes and fell asleep. Ring. Ring. The next morning, Han Feng's cell phone alarm on the bedside table kept ringing. Luna. Summon. Summon 50 snipers. Confirmed. Half of his eyes were narrowed. Han Feng reached out to turn off the alarm on his cell phone, and said to Luna in his mind, okay. Captain Han. Yawning, Han Feng sat up from the bed. Knock. 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 While Han Feng was washing up, there was a fierce knock on the door. What are you doing? This is not your door? Why are you knocking like that? With wet hair. Han Feng opened the door and asked the boss, who looked panicked. Downstairs. The big tank downstairs. Is it yours? With shaking hands, the boss jumped and pointed to the direction of the parking lot and asked, really? What's wrong? It's really yours? Hearing Han Feng admit it, The boss hurriedly hugged Han Feng's arms and said, "What are you doing? Do you want to start a war with Bo Lao? Mr. Bo has been very kind to you. You can't." "Who said I want to go to war with Mr. Bo?" Han Feng pouted and looked into the boss's eyes, and continued, "You will know in a while. It has nothing to do with Mr. Bo. Hey. Why don't you tell me now? Someone. Send him away." Seeing the boss chattering, Han Feng waved his hand. Swish. 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 Tap. 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 Following Han Feng's order, all the surrounding rooms were opened, and many fully armed soldiers rushed out, gently carrying the boss away. "Luna, is the nutrient paste in place?" Han Feng asked again after returning to the bathroom. "Report to Captain Han. The nutritional paste is ready." "Okay. Give each person to remember to bring a few down for me too." "Okay, Captain Han." As he spoke, Han Feng quickened the pace of washing his hands. After putting on his clothes and tying his weapons and equipment, Han Feng came downstairs to the hotel. All the personnel and tanks summoned last night and this morning, in addition to the 4 Terminators and Natasha. Take your positions at the door. Get ready to follow me. Holding a nutritional paste in his hand, Han Feng ordered in his mind. "Okay, Captain Han. What about me?" Luna had just finished speaking when Tanya asked before she arrived. "You?" Turning around, Han Feng saw Tanya with 2 dark circles under her eyes. "You stay to look after Huhu, and the others I left some soldiers for you to command." Looking at the fatigue in Tanya's eyes, Han Feng couldn't help feeling a little apologetic. "I want to go with you." Knowing that Han Feng had a big operation today, Tanya volunteered. "You were busy last night, so have a good rest today. Tomorrow, I'll leave Natasha behind and you'll follow." "Okay? Really? Really? You know, this mission can't be completed in a day or two. Today I'm just going to clear the road." "Okay then." After comforting Tanya, Han Feng turned around and looked at the many soldiers and said, "Let's go." Buzz buzz buzz. At the command, 10 Grizzlies started. With the roar of the engine, they slowly started and headed towards the city center. "Luna, when we enter the city, let the Grizzlies take the lead. 10 Navy SEALs will follow each tank. Snipers will look for commanding heights along the way and provide long-range support all the way. By the way, each sniper will be equipped with 2 mobilized soldiers for close protection. As for the magnetic infantry, randomly assigned, always be on guard against the possible appearance of high-level zombies." Han Feng took 2 steps at a time and jumped onto a Grizzly tank, then told Luna about the combat mission. "Okay, Captain Han." Half an hour later, Han Feng arrived in the middle of the city, under the gaze of many people along the way. "Luna, let the semi-trailer follow. Who has a lot of nutrient paste? Give some to them. They have been guarding for a day." Looking at the open-air warehouse not far away, Han Feng ordered. "Okay, Captain Han." After giving all these instructions, Han Feng sat on the tank with peace of mind, swaying towards the direction of the city center. So many armed forces. You tell me you don't know where they come from? In the villa, Bo Lao asked in horror with his back to the secretary. Chapter 450, Ambush. An hour later, Han Feng's army arrived at the border of the West City. Going further in, it is the heart of the city. Looking at the thick walls that divide the inside and outside of the city, Han Feng felt a sense of sadness in his heart. People should have been busy in the streets of the city, but now they have to huddle in a corner and need thick walls to isolate them. Report to Captain Han. The gate in front is open. When Han Feng stood on the tank and looked at the city, a SEAL ran from the front and reported. Continue to move forward according to the original route. Yes, Captain Han. After receiving new instructions, the army moved forward again. Luna, let the 4 Terminators go in front of the tanks and turn on the scanning mode. Once a high-level zombie is found, the tanks will immediately focus their fire. Back on the tank's turret, Han Feng did not forget to give a word of advice. Okay, Captain Han. Under the not-so-hot spring sun, Han Feng kept scanning the slightly dilapidated city. Tap 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 tap. As soon as the large army left the city, hundreds of Red Alert soldiers with different divisions of labor dispersed and looked for their own firepower points. Bang, bang, bang. At the front of the team, there were constant sounds of collision and crushing. No need to guess. This must be the sound of tanks crushing road-blocking cars. Luna, Are the snipers along the way in place? For the safety of the large army's march, Han Feng couldn't help but care about the snipers. He knew that the sniper's scope in the hands of the sniper could observe the situation several kilometers away. Report to the Han team. Most of the snipers are in place, and as the large army advances, they will change their sniper points on their own. That's good. After a pause, Han Feng continued, open the God's vision. Okay, Captain Han. The God's vision is opening. Please wait. Buzz? After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's other vision suddenly opened up in midair. With the help of the eyes in the sky, Han Feng kept scanning the surroundings, trying to detect the movements of the zombies. But what surprised Han Feng a little was that in the God's vision, there were only dozens of zombies wandering in the distance. Pursing his lips, Han Feng kept wondering in his heart whether this was a normal phenomenon. In theory, the people in the city are delicious canned meat for the zombies in the city. I should have encountered a lot of zombies when I went out. But in reality, why was there only so few? Could they have been killed almost all? How is that possible? Han Feng laughed at himself as soon as he made the above guess. From the map, the permanent residents of this city are at least 1 million. Even if the strong men in the city come out to clean up the zombies every day, how many can be injured? Luna, did the Terminator find anything? Thinking about the question, Han Feng asked. Report to Captain Han. So far, the 4 Terminators have detected a total of 83 low-level zombies, and have killed 32 zombies. No high-level zombies have been found yet. Oh. After listening to Luna's words, Han Feng first said oh, and then asked, Luna, what is the detection range of the Terminator? Report to Captain Han. The detection range of the Terminator is within 50 meters. Too little, too little. After shaking his head, Han Feng frowned and continued, summon 10 police dogs. For the current doubts, the best scout is the agile police dog. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 10 police dogs requires. Confirmed. Summon. Okay. Captain Han. 10 police dogs are being summoned. Please wait. After communicating with Luna, Han Feng continued to control the vision in the air to patrol back and forth. Woof. Woof. After dozens of seconds, a dog barked. Luna, summon the police dog and immediately start investigating. The larger the search range, the better. And the more detailed the better. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng saw the police dog that was originally running towards him suddenly turn around and rush to another place. At this time, the sky has its own God's vision to roughly cruise, and the police dogs on the ground can drill into shops, neighborhoods, and units for detailed searches. There are Terminators in front of the troops constantly scanning, and snipers behind them are paying close attention. This strict reconnaissance system would not be achieved even in the special forces before the end of the world. Oh my! Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly slapped his thigh and said, I almost forgot. Luna, turn on the radar scan the surroundings. Confirm. After saying this, Han Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket, took out one and lit it. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is turning on the scan. Please wait. 2 seconds later, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The radar scan is completed. And the scan results, a total of 38 supply boxes were found within 1 kilometer around the troops. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng, who was sitting on the tank turret, instantly widened his eyes. Report to Captain Han. 2 police dogs are being attacked. As soon as she finished the previous sentence, Luna reported, report to Captain Han. The police dog died. Hearing the feedback in his mind, Han Feng's shocked expression gradually solidified. The next second, Han Feng jumped up from the tank turret. Although Han Feng didn't say anything or do anything, Luna, who knew Han Feng's style, still ordered the large troops to stop advancing and return to defense. On a spring day, a breeze blew. But Han Feng felt that this breeze was full of threats, deadly threats. 38 supply boxes. In other words, there are at least 38 level 6 zombies around the troops. Who leaked the news? At this moment, Han Feng's eyes were unable to focus due to the shock in his heart. While murmuring, Han Feng thought to himself that there was more than one gate in the west city leading to the city. There were gates leading to the city in the north and south cities. He just randomly picked one of the 3 roads. Why did he fall into the ambush of zombies? It has only been more than 10 minutes since he left the city. Captain Han? Luna saw Han Feng standing on the turret for a long time without saying anything, and couldn't help but ask softly, "Show me the location of the supply box." After speaking, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. Coming to the radar screen, Han Feng saw the dense red dots around the troops, showing a trend of encirclement, trapping his troops in the middle. After just a few seconds of watching, Han Feng shifted his attention away from the system. Gurgle. Han Feng's eyes scanned the calm and dilapidated streets. His throat moved slightly, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a few drops of cold sweat flowed down his temples. Until now, Han Feng still couldn't guess how the zombies knew his plan, and they were able to form such a powerful high-level team to dig a pit for him. However, all of this seems to have become less important at this moment. The body of the police dog is now lying in the cold building, scanning the buildings on both sides of the street. Han Feng knew that the level 6 zombies were among them. So many soldiers were summoned overnight, and the routes were completely random. This has all been leaked. As he spoke, Han Feng's vision gradually focused, and his pupils slowly shrank into needle-like shapes. "I thought I was quick enough, but I didn't expect you to be faster than me. 36 level 6 zombies used the whole city's strength to surround and kill me. You really spent a lot of money." Swish. While speaking, Han Feng reached out and pulled out the snow-drinking mad blade from behind. "Luna, all troops, escort Natasha home at all costs," Han Feng said to Luna in his mind, pursing his lips. "Captain Han, I won't leave. I can." Knowing Han Feng's order, Natasha jumped onto the grizzly tank, but before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Han Feng. "Notify Bo Lao. Tell him that a friend is coming to visit. Let him be ready to receive the guest." Swish. 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 The zombies seemed to see that Han Feng had discovered them, so they broke the windows and jumped out of the buildings one after another. "Go! Buzz!" Seeing this, Han Feng roared. At the same time, Blood Rage was activated without hesitation. Step! Hitting the turret with both feet, Han Feng's figure instantly dived down from the tank and ran towards the level 6 zombies in front of the troops. "I'll cover you. You guys retreat quickly. Every extra person you can leave counts." On the way to dive, Han Feng did not forget to say, facing 36 level 6 zombies, Han Feng was really overwhelmed. And in the face of such an irresistible force, any counterattack, any resistance, is just futile. In order to reduce casualties, Han Feng did not order a resistance. "Captain Han, get lost." Natasha's shout came from behind, and Han Feng responded with only one resolute word. Swoosh. Whoosh. Facing Han Feng's strong attack, several level 6 zombies were not to be outdone, and they pushed back towards Han Feng instead of advancing. "Ah! Come on!" Dragging the long mad knife with one hand, Han Feng roared and leaped, pretending to attack from the right. He swung the mad knife to the left, slicing a level 6 zombie into two. The next moment, Han Feng used one arm to exert force, and with the help of telekinesis, he quickly pulled back the mad knife. At this moment, the mad knife suddenly moved to the right like a floating leaf, killing another level 6 zombie. However, at the moment of killing 2 level 6 zombies, Han Feng was forced to pause for a while. Tear! The other 6 level zombies around him seized this opportunity, swung their claws, and grabbed Han Feng's back. Tumbling, Han Feng avoided most of the attacks. But, as the saying goes, a random punch can kill a master. Even if Han Feng has opened his speed superpower to the limit, he still can't perfectly avoid all attacks. A few meters away, Han Feng, who was standing at a relatively safe distance, felt a burning pain in his back. Pa! On his body, the leather sheath of the mad knife fell quietly to the ground, making a crisp sound. Chapter 451, Resistance. Holding the mad knife, Han Feng lowered his eyebrows and glanced at the leather sheath at his feet, snorting coldly. With just a few of you bastards, you are not enough. Han Feng stared at the 6 level zombies in front of him with cold eyes, and said word by word, "Report to the Han team." The sniper found a large number of zombies coming. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Luna reported the bad news. "Report to the Han team. For Terminators detected 1,067 zombies coming. Report to the Han team. The other 8 police dogs were all killed. And before they died, They found that there were a large number of zombies standing 500 meters around the troops. Before Han Feng opened his mouth, news came to his mind one after another. Each report stirred Han Feng's already tense heartstrings. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng couldn't help holding his breath and stood there in a daze. Why? Why? In his heart, Han Feng shouted several words. This is no longer a simple ambush. There is a ghost in his team. It is impossible to ambush a large number of zombies around the must-pass road of the large army in a short period of time. The large army came all the way, and 4 Terminators were searching in the front row. The exploration range of the Terminator is 500 meters. And the zombies are hiding outside this range exactly. If you say this is a coincidence, Han Feng absolutely does not believe it. But Han Feng couldn't figure out the problem. Not just this one. Zombies. How did they know the search range of the Terminator? Even he, the highest commander of the Red Alert system, learned this data 5 minutes ago. How did the zombies know it? At this moment, Han Feng's first thought was that there was a traitor in the team. But who was the traitor? Lin Lan? Even if it was really her, she didn't know the search data of the Terminator. Luna. Besides me, who else knew about the search range of the Terminator? While asking, Han Feng guessed in his heart whether there was someone with ulterior motives who saw the identity of the Terminator and asked about it. But Luna's next answer made Han Feng silent again. Captain Han, no one except you has asked about this matter. Roar! Bang! When Han Feng stood there, the roars of zombies and the firing of the grizzly tank came from not far away. In front of him, several level 6 zombies were also rubbing their fists and slowly approaching the motionless Han Feng. Pursing his lips, Han Feng knew that now was not the time to pursue this matter. Killing high-level zombies was his top priority. Swoosh! Schwa! Han Feng strode forward with a wild knife in one hand and took the lead in launching a preemptive attack. Da-da-da-da. Bang! Bang! On the other side, the zombies have already approached the main force. As the passive defender, the Red Alert soldiers can only be forced to stop and shoot to meet the enemy. On the commanding heights that are not too high, the sniper's gun muzzle keeps aiming at the leaping 3rd-level zombies. Every bullet will take the life of a 3rd-level zombie. But how much ammunition can a sniper have? And there are so many zombies. As soon as the battle started, it was already close to the end. The tanks stay behind. All soldiers speed up the retreat. Everyone who can leave is a good one. Ugh! Hearing the dense firing in his ears, Han Feng also knew that they could not hold on for long. In order to reduce casualties, Han Feng had to take a break from his busy schedule to give instructions. But in this split second, Han Feng, who was distracted, was caught by the level 6 zombies again. Report to Captain Han. The large force was intercepted by zombies. Han Feng, who wanted to yell and curse, endured the severe pain in his side, but was blocked by this news. Luna, make 100 level 3 Gene B serums. Distribute them evenly to the troops. Any soldier who is accidentally scratched or bitten, injected by himself. Help everyone delay more time. After saying the above sentence, Han Feng jumped out of the encirclement of the level 6 zombies and continued, how much of the large force has evacuated? How many have not returned? Okay. Captain Han. 100 level 3 Gene B serums are being produced. Please wait. So far, the main force has evacuated a total of 27 soldiers. Notify Mr. Bo. Guard the entrances and exits of West City. Hearing that some soldiers had escaped successfully, Han Feng hurriedly ordered. Okay. Captain Han. The Red Alert soldiers are rushing to Mr. Bo. Swoosh. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng had no time to reply, and once again got close to the 6th-level zombies and fought a group. Boom. Roar. Boom boom boom. As the battle escalated, more and more zombies poured into the battlefield, and some of the Red Alert soldiers, who were holding on to the evacuation of the troops, had been injected with serum and began to transform. Those dying soldiers, who didn't have time to inject themselves, pulled out the grenades they carried. In less than 10 minutes, the originally peaceful streets were now filled with corpses. In the air, the smell of blood mixed with the smell of gunpowder became increasingly strong. Han Feng, looking at the struggling soldiers on the ground, gnashed his teeth and made a sound. Telekinesis. Give it to me. Activate. Han Feng clenched his fist tightly with his left hand until it trembled, and squeezed out this sentence from his teeth. Xiao. Zheng. Swoosh. After Han Feng finished speaking, he moved his waist slightly, and dozens of telekinesis weapons came out in droves. Under the sky, the sharp edges of the telekinesis weapons refracted the sunlight, emitting colorful light. You bastards! Die! Han Feng snorted coldly as he pointed his sword at the sky. Swoosh! 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 Instantly, the telekinetic weapons flying in the air seemed to be attracted by something and turned around to stab the zombies around the troops. Luna! All the uninjured Red Alert soldiers. Give up resistance. Evacuate quickly. Leave this place, to me. After saying that, Han Feng activated his telekinetic superpower to the limit. Bang! Walala! Bang! Walala! At this moment, Han Feng not only controlled the flying telekinetic weapons, but also tore off the glass of the surrounding buildings. The large pieces of glass were dismembered into thousands of small glass blades in the air. Die! With a roar, Han Feng shot down countless glass fragments. In an instant, the ground around the large army seemed to be washed by a rainstorm pear blossoms. Countless glass fragments the size of fingertips fell on the ground and penetrated several centimeters into the asphalt road. The next second, a strong wind blew down, raising the dust that had accumulated on the ground for a long time. Go! Go! Standing in place, Han Feng's figure was a little shaky. But even so, Han Feng was still concerned about many Red Alert soldiers. Luna, connect vision. The killing move was released, and Han Feng looked straight ahead. There were no whole zombies in his field of vision. In order to monitor the zombies farther away, Han Feng decided to borrow the eyes of the sniper on the high ground to take a look. Okay, Captain Han. The vision connection is connecting. Please wait. Luna finished speaking, and Han Feng closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, retreat, retreat, retreat. Through the sniper's vision, Han Feng saw zombies all over the city, already filling up the streets, and they were rushing towards him. In a panic, he said the word retreat 3 times in a row. Han Feng didn't know how so many zombies came out of the empty streets 10 minutes ago. There was no time to guess. No time to think. Han Feng swung his arms with a wild knife, rushed to the side of the troops, and rushed to the zombies farther away. At this moment, all Han Feng could do was to kill more zombies by himself. Luna, how much has the army retreated? Han Feng asked Luna while the zombies were empty. Report to Captain Han. The troops have evacuated 80%. Okay. Faster. After that, Han Feng recalled his telekinetic weapon and jumped into the zombies. He was betting that the zombies would chase him. In this way, the large army would have enough time to retreat. As he ran around the zombies, Han Feng even felt a little happy in his heart. Fortunately, he discovered the zombies' conspiracy early. If he really waited until he entered the heart of the city to discover it, it would be too late. Swoosh. Schwa. Bang. Boom. The blade, with strong wind, slashed horizontally and rightward among the zombies. Each slash could kill several zombies. In this space, Han Feng didn't need to aim at all, because the zombies were too dense. 5 minutes later, report to Captain Han. All uninjured Red Alert soldiers have retreated into the city. Good. Han Feng shouted good, knowing that he had won the bet. The zombies' target was indeed him. This result was a blessing in disguise. Relying on his blood rage, he could easily climb over the wall into the city. As long as the Red Alert soldiers were not in danger, these zombies would not be able to keep him at all. With a frivolous smile on his face, Han Feng looked back at West City. Damn. It's running far away. Looking at the West City several kilometers behind him, Han Feng cursed in his heart. Swoosh. Although he thought so in his heart, Han Feng's speed was getting faster and faster. A minute later, Han Feng's sight had touched the figure of the West City wall. Swoosh. Whoosh. Just then, dozens of black shadows appeared in front of Han Feng out of thin air. Swish. Squeak. Encountering a roadblock, Han Feng subconsciously stopped. When the figures in front of him stood firm, Han Feng recognized that they were all level 6 zombies. A rough count showed that there were more than 20. Schwa. Whoosh. The level 6 zombies didn't give Han Feng time to react. They attacked all at once, blocking Han Feng in all directions. Imprisoned, Han Feng quickly glanced over and found that he couldn't break out. He shouted and had no choice but to use the imprisonment. Humph. Just as the imprisonment fixed several level 6 zombies in front of him, Han Feng felt dizzy. Schwa. Tear. Ah. It was at this moment of distraction that the 3 level 6 zombies behind him swung their claws and scratched his already injured back again. Chapter 452. Resisting. Huh. Taking advantage of the damage from behind, Han Feng took a half step forward and escaped the encirclement of the level 6 zombies. Bang. After running a few steps, Han Feng's eyes went dark and he finally fell to the ground. Holding the mad knife, Han Feng subconsciously cried out bad. At this time, half an hour had passed since the blood rage was activated. The blood in the body was almost drained. Due to the lack of blood, the subsequent strength was broken. This was absolutely bad news for Han Feng, who was trapped in the enemy camp. Holding the knife, Han Feng reached into his jacket pocket, but only took out half of the nutrient paste. Damn! Gritting his teeth, Han Feng knew that he was careless. At the beginning of the battle, he should have asked Luna to make a quick recovery injection. At this time, asking Luna to make it. I'm afraid it's too late. Hee hee. Han Feng, who felt a little better, raised a self-deprecating smile after supporting his body. Today, is it possible that he will die here? Roar! More than 20 level 6 zombies stood in place, staring at Han Feng. And around them, countless zombies rushed. Luna, make 3 recovery potions. Swoosh. As soon as the words fell from his mind, Han Feng held the knife in both hands and stepped back quickly. This is not the time to fight hard. As long as he can escape to the city, the Red Alert soldiers can still resist with the help of the city wall. As long as he can drag it out for a certain period of time, when the blood in his body is enough, he can continue to fight. But the problem is whether he can return to the city safely. Swoosh. Whoosh. Han Feng's feet are full of wind. But the level 6 zombies are not vegetarians either. Following Han Feng, several level 6 zombies showed ferocious smiles. Schwa. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng drew out a little strength and swung the heavy blade of the mad knife to the side. But Han Feng was already exhausted at this time, and the power he swung was less than usual. The 6th level zombie also saw Han Feng's weakness, and supported his forearm to choose to resist the knife. Ding! A crisp sound came between the two. Bang! Holding Han Feng's mad knife, the 6th level zombie swung a leg and kicked Han Feng in the back. Hoo! Bang! Gulu! Flying forward dozens of meters, Han Feng fell to the ground and kept rolling. The blood splashed on the ground with the inertia of rolling and scattered. Fuck! Stopped his rolling body. Han Feng fell to the ground and cursed softly, and the mad knife in his hand was lost during the rolling, and no one knew where it fell. Tap tap. Behind Han Feng, the footsteps of the 6th level zombies slowly approached. Report to Captain Han. The rapid recovery potion is ready. At the critical moment, Han Feng heard Luna's good news in his mind. Swish. Stretching out his hand, Han Feng took out the 3 injections in his jacket pocket. But before he pulled out the needle cap, he saw a hand pinching his wrist. Looking at the dry knuckles, Han Feng knew that it was the damn level 6 zombie again. Bang! 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 The other hand of the level 6 zombie took the injection from Han Feng's hand and gently squeezed it, and it turned into crystals all over the ground. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Han Feng, who was controlled by the level 6 zombie on the ground, suddenly laughed. His voice was full of sadness. Telekinesis. Start. Start. After laughing, Han Feng suddenly shouted. This time, Han Feng poured all his mental power into it. Xiao. Zheng. In an instant, the telekinetic weapon pierced from Han Feng's waist turned into a dancing meat grinder. Even if I die, you guys will be buried with me. Han Feng clenched his fists and shouted again. His pupils, which had gradually turned red, turned scarlet again. Ziz. She. Under the powerful traction, the telekinetic weapon suddenly hit the level 6 zombies around Han Feng. With just one impact, 6 level 6 zombies were killed, and the rest were all injured, although they didn't know they were dead. Their bones were also hurt. Ha ha. Ha ha. Han Feng, lying in a pool of blood, was no longer able to support the next attack. Ding. Ding ding. In the distance, the silver shuttles and silver wings that lost the traction of telekinesis fell to the ground one by one, making crisp tremors. On the ground, Han Feng, whose last gasp had ended, grinned with satisfaction. Roar! Beside him, a wounded level 6 zombie raised half of its arm and pretended to hit Han Feng. Looking at the swooping fist, the limp Han Feng chose to close his eyes. This time, he could not avoid this attack anyway. Hoo! Bang! Boom! Suddenly, Han Feng, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly felt a flash of red light in front of his eyes. Then, the sound of a strong fist rang out. Opening his eyes, Han Feng saw his old acquaintance, Master Ji, fighting in the group of level 6 zombies. Master Ji was filled with a strong red light. Standing in the distance, it was better than Han Feng, who was driving a bloody rage. Master Ji. Han Feng gradually widened his eyes as he looked at Master Ji, who had saved him. Got it. Master Ji saw Han Feng wake up, threw out a box, and reminded him. Swoosh. Snap. After a short flight, the box slid accurately to Han Feng's side. Great Compassion Mantra. Annotated. Pinyin version? Han Feng was stunned when he read the title on the box. Could it be that Master Ji wanted me to self-transcend? Report to Captain Han. The box contains a gene rapid recovery injection. Sensing Han Feng's doubts, Luna in his mind explained in time. After hearing this, Han Feng hurriedly turned over and opened the book box. In the box, 5 injections were lying side by side. Swish. Without thinking, Han Feng immediately took out all the injections, pulled off the needle caps, and injected them all into his body in one breath. Be careful. Receive it. While Han Feng was still injecting himself with the injection, Master Ji's reminder came again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, Han Feng heard a buzzing sound in the air. Looking up to find the sound, it was the mad knife. It was the mad knife that was spinning and swinging in the air. Swish. Boom. The mad knife flew down. And finally the tip of the knife pointed downward, inserted into the asphalt road for dozens of centimeters, and stopped the blade. Looking at the mad knife a few meters in front of him, Han Feng's eyelids trembled a few times. After pulling out 5 empty needles, Han Feng felt a little strength in his body. With this weak strength, Han Feng propped up his body and stood up after a few steps. Walking to the knife, Han Feng tried to pull it out of the ground, but unexpectedly, with this little recovered strength, let alone pulling out the crazy knife from the asphalt road, even if Master Ji handed the crazy knife to him, he might not have the strength to pick it up. After trying a few times, Han Feng, who knew that he couldn't pull out the crazy knife at this time, decided to wait a little longer. Bang! Buzz! Dong dong! Buzz! On the other side, Master Ji fought with the 6th-level zombies. Every time he was attacked by a 6th-level zombie, Master Ji would emit a series of buzzing sounds in his body. As the number of attacks increased, the red light on Master Ji's body slowly turned to gold. Looking at the light on Master Ji's body, Han Feng was anxious. He knew that the more attacks Master Ji took, the stronger his golden body would become. But at the same time, the golden body would also consume a lot of Master Ji's physical strength. Thinking back then, Master Ji and I fought on the ring for only more than 10 minutes before Master Ji fainted from exhaustion. Here, the power of the 6th-level zombie attack is no less than mine. In other words, Master Ji could only help me resist for 10 more minutes at best. 2-foot-tall golden body. Ta! Ha! While Han Feng was still calculating the time, Master Ji's loud voice burst out. In his sight, a golden figure with dazzling light was fighting among the level 6 zombies. Bang! Bang! Although Master Ji is a Buddhist, he is not a pedantic person. Every punch he made hit the head, back and other vital parts of the level 6 zombies. It can be seen that Master Ji is attacking with a dead hand. It can be seen that Master Ji is getting more and more fierce. And Han Feng's heart is getting heavier. Frowning, Han Feng turned his eyes and looked around. In his haste just now, Han Feng missed an important issue. That is, Master Ji appeared here. Then Wei Peng. Luna. Where is Wei Peng? There were many zombies around, blocking Han Feng's sight. In order to find Wei Peng as quickly as possible, Han Feng turned to Luna. Report to Captain Han. Wei Peng is still in the city. After a pause, Luna continued. The only person who left the city was Master Ji. That's good. That's good. After hearing this, Han Feng nodded gently. Master Ji is skilled and brave. Relying on his golden body, he can swim among the zombies. For a short time, he can still protect himself. Tincturing all the muscles in his body, Han Feng gritted his teeth and desperately pulled out the snow-drinking mad knife stuck in the ground. At this time, it has been more than a minute since I injected the recovery potion. My strength and blood are also recovering bit by bit. Although it is still a little early for me to join the battle group. But if I don't go up, the crisis will be more serious after Master Ji loses his strength. Swish. Buzz. With the help of telekinesis, Han Feng finally pulled out the mad knife. At the moment of pulling out the blade, the mad knife buzzed like a dragon's roar. Holding the mad knife in both hands, Han Feng raised his neck and smiled. You bastards. Your grandfather is back again. Blood rage, open it for me. Buzz. Ignoring the lack of blood in his body, Han Feng forced the blood rage to open again. With a muffled sound exploding from his body, Han Feng's eyes turned scarlet again. Lu Rui said that I died at night. It is impossible to die in the daytime. Recalling Lu Rui's previous prophetic dream, Han Feng strode and muttered to himself. Master Ji, I'm here to help you. Get out of here. Holding the mad knife horizontally, Han Feng rushed to Master Ji's side. Chapter 453, Resistance. Is Donor Han feeling better? Master Ji knocked back the level 6 zombie in front of him with a punch, and turned his head to ask Han Feng. Thanks. Much better. With his back to Master Ji, Han Feng responded without turning his head. Why are there so many demons? After a cold shout, Master Ji continued, let's retreat to West City first. Bo Lao has deployed many weapons there. That's what I meant. Let's go! After Master Ji finished speaking, Han Feng immediately pulled Master Ji's wrist, throwing the mad knife in front of his feet. He jumped up. Huh? With the help of telekinesis, Han Feng and Master Ji took advantage of the wind and soared up more than 10 meters. Although Han Feng is still in a relatively weak state, it is more than enough to support himself and Master Ji. In order to avoid the jumping and killing of the level 6 zombies, Han Feng deliberately raised the flying height to more than 10 meters. You go into the city first. Looking at the city area getting closer and closer, Han Feng lowered his head and shouted to Master Ji. What about you? Don't worry about me. Their target is me. If I enter the city, the people in the city will suffer. When answering Master Ji's words, Han Feng thought that there were still many level 6 zombies alive. Although they were injured to varying degrees, they were not something that the people in the city could contend with. The low-level zombies like waves are not bad. At most, they will consume more physical strength and ammunition. But if the level 6 zombies chase into the city. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly shook his head. Today, we must stop them no matter what. Luna, summon 100 terrorists for me. Confirm. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng looked back coldly and said, Okay, Captain Han. 100 terrorists are being summoned. Please wait. Master Ji, go back first and tell Wei Peng and the others not to come out. It's best to stay in the East City. When the two were about to arrive at the West City, Han Feng shouted to Master Ji. You go into the city together. Let's go! Huh? Looking at the West City wall, Han Feng lowered his flying altitude. In order to prevent Master Ji from continuing to persuade him, Han Feng threw Master Ji out. This altitude is a bit high for ordinary people. But for Master Ji, who was driving the golden body, it was no problem. Boom! Gulu. 2 seconds later, Master Ji touched the ground. After several rolls to unload the force, Master Ji got up safely. Luna, call someone to pull him back. Seeing that Master Ji was still trying to run towards him, Han Feng opened his mouth and ordered Luna. Okay, Captain Han. When Master Ji was taken back to West City by the Red Alert soldiers, Han Feng continued, close the city gates. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna said that, Han Feng withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the corpse wall approaching not far away. Huh? Take a deep breath. Han Feng put down the mad knife and sat on the ground. In his pocket, Han Feng took out half a pack of blood-soaked cigarettes and the half-smoked nutritional paste. Find a relatively clean cigarette and lightly light it. A puff of cigarette, a puff of nutritional paste. Sitting on the ground, Han Feng smoked quietly. waiting for the corpse tide to sweep here. Luna, make me 5 more recovery potions. Han Feng thought for a moment after swallowing the liquid food in his mouth. Okay, Captain Han. 5 gene rapid recovery potions are being made. Please wait. Boom. Luna had just finished speaking when a deafening explosion sounded more than 500 meters in front of Han Feng. Then, a small mushroom cloud slowly rose up. It was the first terrorist. Huh? A few seconds later, a strong shock wave rolled up the dust and blew in all directions. Han Feng, who was sitting on the ground, leaned sideways to protect the cigarette and nutrient paste in his hand, waiting for the shock wave to pass. Boom, boom, boom. But who would have thought the first shock wave had not yet dissipated, followed by the second, third, and fourth mushroom clouds. Fuck, can't you let me eat properly? Holding his shirt, Han Feng pulled the wound on his back. Coupled with the erosion of the hurricane, Han Feng's mood became even more irritable. After yelling, Han Feng threw the cigarette butt in his hand. When he stood up, he swallowed the last mouthful of nutrient paste. Eat and drink enough. Get up and work. Looking at the zombies less than 100 meters in front of him, Han Feng picked up the knife and laughed. Duh. Swoosh. 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 Boom boom. When Han Feng was about to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of intensive firing behind him. Looking back, Han Feng still saw dozens of missiles in the sky. Luna, there are heavily armed soldiers in the city? Han Feng was a little confused when he saw the weapons that were not his own. Report to Captain Han. Those are missiles fired by Bo Lao's men. It is estimated that Bo Lao used the equipment in the arsenal. Oh, after Luna explained. Han Feng nodded. At this moment, the West City wall that stretched for several kilometers was full of people holding guns and cannons. Red alert soldiers, guards, militia, mixed together. Very good, then help me delay for a while. Looking at the fully armed and ammunition-rich scene behind him, Han Feng dropped the mad knife and sat on the ground again. Now, if the people behind him delay for one more second, he can recover 1 more point of physical strength. Luna, God's vision. However, Han Feng, who was sitting on the ground, was not idle. In order to detect the movements of the 6th level zombies, Han Feng immediately turned on the God's vision. Okay, Captain Han. The God's vision is being turned on. Please wait. Buzz. The next second after Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's other vision bloomed in the air. Among the numerous zombies, Han Feng saw the remains of more than 10 level 6 zombies. They stood quietly behind the zombies with broken arms and legs, as if waiting for something. Haha, so you are afraid of bullets too. Seeing this, Han Feng smiled and continued, Luna, all the newly summoned terrorists, go around these guys. Staring at the level 6 zombies with God's vision, Han Feng said fiercely. Okay, Captain Han. Boom, boom. After the exchange, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and watched this magnificent fireworks ceremony quietly. 3 minutes later, under the constant bombing of terrorists, the urban area outside the West City has become a scorched earth. The first wave of bombing, the buildings collapsed. The second wave of bombing, the bricks and tiles were broken. The third wave of bombing turned into powder. The fourth and fifth waves of bombing basically turned into ashes. In a moment, a vacuum zone of 100 meters wide appeared between the West City wall and the urban area. In this scorched black zone, there were no corpses or buildings. 5 minutes later, At this moment, the sound of firing behind Han Feng has become sparse. The not-so-dense firepower network can no longer cover the zombies that come later. Luna? Why is there no movement? Explosion? Unconsciously, the mushroom cloud stopped at some point, and no more explosions were heard. Report to Captain Han. 100 terrorists have all been killed. Then summon another 100? After that, Han Feng, who felt that he had recovered, picked up the mad knife beside him and stood up. Okay, Captain Han. 100 terrorists are being summoned. Please wait. The main course begins now. After that, Han Feng rushed towards the zombies 100 meters away again with one knife. The reason why Han Feng dared to single the zombies was because in the God's vision, he saw the scene of the 6th level zombies dying in the mushroom cloud. That's right, all the level 6 zombies that survived before were baptized by telekinetic weapons, coupled with Master Ji's hammering. The withered flowers and withered willows could not escape the explosion within a 300-meter range. Without the support of the big brother, the remaining little minions are really just a matter of time. Who? Swish. 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 It happened in a flash. Han Feng, who fell into the zombie group, was like a tiger falling into a flock of sheep, chopping left and right. The zombies were like leeks, and they were cut into large pieces. Among them, there were some level 5 and level 4 zombies. During the fierce battle, Han Feng did not forget to use his free hand to inject himself with recovery potions. Half an hour later, whoosh, boom, a fire dragon rose up behind him. A huge heat wave came, burning Han Feng. Looking along the flames, sure enough, it was Lu Zhi. Hey, you! Just as Han Feng was about to shout, he found that the zombies behind him had already approached the city wall. It turned out that when Han Feng was fighting alone, a large number of zombies took the opportunity to sweep towards the West City. It's not Han Feng's fault. After all, he was alone. It's a foolish dream to rely on one person to stop the wave. In the sight, Lu Zhi, with his whole body on fire, holding a knife, was like a god of war, without high-level zombies in the way. He is the big boss. In addition, there is Mr. Stone with a yellowish-brown body, and Master Ji with a red light. Luna, where is Wei Peng? Looking around, there are all kinds of talented people outside the city wall, but Wei Peng has not been found. Report to Captain Han. Wei Peng is now meeting the enemy outside the West City. In addition to Wei Peng, there are Lin Lan, Tanya, Natasha, and Terminator. After listening to Luna, Han Feng wanted to speak up to stop her. But then he thought, since there are no high-level zombies, let them train themselves. Luna, let the Terminator always pay attention to their safety. With a quick word, Han Feng rushed to the zombie horde again, killing zombies one after another. 1 hour later. Damn! These zombies! Why can't they be killed? Cursing, Han Feng injected himself with the 17th recovery injection. From the zombie frenzy to now, the battle has lasted for nearly 2 hours. After killing all the level 6 zombies, the low-level zombies are like endless weeds. Kill one wave, and another wave will follow. With the god's vision in midair, Han Feng still can't see the boundary of the zombies. Luna, summon another 100 terrorists. I don't believe it. Withdrawing the god's vision, Han Feng decided to fight these zombies to the end. Chapter 454, Severe Pain. Boom! Boom! Soon after Han Feng gave the order, a deafening bombing sound rang out again in the tide of corpses. Shwa! In the crowd of corpses, Han Feng's swinging speed gradually slowed down. The effectiveness of the Gene Rapid Recovery Potion began to show a downward trend. To put it bluntly, the effect of the recovery potion could not keep up with Han Feng's consumption. The recovery potion not only restored Han Feng's physical strength, but also restored the blood in his body. Nothing could be seen in a short time. But over time, Han Feng's decline gradually revealed. Sensing his own situation, Han Feng stayed 1 kilometer away from the West City wall and did not go deeper. At this moment, Han Feng's main target is the level 5 zombies. Although his own strength is not strong, it is not a problem to deal with a mere level 5 zombie. Every few minutes, Han Feng opens the god's vision to observe the boundary of the zombie tide in the distance. But every time, Han Feng is depressed and closes the god's vision. With a cold face, Han Feng keeps doing mechanical movements and slashing. Perhaps the only good news is that if you kill one more zombie now, there will be one less zombie when you mine the city in the future. Taking advantage of the current zombie gathering, it can be regarded as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thinking of the optimistic direction, Han Feng's knife unconsciously accelerated a few points. 2 hours later, the bright sun at noon has passed, and the time has come to the afternoon. So far, Han Feng has summoned 500 terrorists. Under the bombardment of artillery fire, most of the city buildings in sight have been reduced to ruins. Behind him, the sound of firing on the west wall also stopped completely half an hour ago. Han Feng, who didn't know how many quick recovery potions he had injected, was still wandering among the zombies, slashing non-stop. Fighting with Han Feng were Lu Zhi, Master Ji, Tanya, Natasha, and others who went up and down and up. In addition to these people, hundreds of Red Alert soldiers also took up cold weapons such as fire axes and machetes. in order to gather hundreds of weapons. Bo Lao almost looted all the machetes in the city. Even in the end, some Red Alert soldiers were holding machetes, kitchen knives and other blades from residents' homes. And those Red Alert soldiers, who were accidentally bitten, used the wild bee serum they carried with them to continue fighting and killing. At this stage, this battle has become a white-hot bayonet battle. Zombies, living people, mixed together. The remains of limbs and mincemeat were mixed together, evenly covering every corner of the city's site. At this moment, Han Feng smelled a mixture of gunpowder and blood with every breath he took. At first, this was the best stimulant. But at this point, Han Feng just wanted to find a tree pit to let it all out. But the zombies had not been completely eliminated, so Han Feng dared not slack off at all. As time went by, several hours passed in a flash. When the sunset enveloped the earth, Han Feng, holding a knife, was like a robot, and his eyes had long lost any expression. Numbness, mechanicalness, and dullness filled Han Feng's pupils. Combined with the bloody scarlet, it gave people the illusion of a fake person. From about 10 o'clock in the morning, Han Feng's blood rage has been on for more than 10 hours. Perhaps it was the inexplicable persistence in his heart that made Han Feng strong until this moment. The blood oozing from Han Feng's body was no longer as bright red as before. Instead, it was a pink liquid. He had not eaten a drop of water or a grain of rice for a day, and he really relied on the effect of the medicine. In the distance, in the heart of the city, in a high-rise building that Han Feng could not observe, a level 7 zombie stood on the rooftop and quietly watched Han Feng. "It's almost done," looking at Han Feng, then at the sky. The level 7 zombie raised his head and muttered to himself, "Woo! Woo! Woo! Roar!" In the distance, the 7th level zombie shouted strangely. The next moment, every zombie echoed this voice and burst into roars. Hearing this slightly familiar voice, Han Feng's eyes widened as if awakening from a dream. The numb and dull look also disappeared at this moment, replaced by extreme caution and panic. But something unexpected happened to Han Feng. After the zombies roared in front of the crowd, they turned around and began to leave. This was quite different from the riot Han Feng had in mind. Swoosh, whoosh, this. After jumping up to a high place in 2 or 3 steps, Han Feng was speechless for a long time as he looked at the retreating zombies. After a few minutes, Han Feng could no longer see any zombies within his sight. He looked back blankly, and the expressions of the people outside the West City were not much better than his own. Swish, swish. After jumping down from the high platform, Han Feng stepped on the ground covered with corpses, making a disgusting sound. Han Feng, who was holding the knife and releasing the blood anger in the first place, almost fell down. In his mouth, he gritted his teeth and held on, and then stretched his legs straight. At this moment, Han Feng experienced what it means to be eaten by thousands of ants. Every muscle, every bone, every cell in his body was trembling under extreme fatigue. With staggering steps, Han Feng told himself with every step, "It's almost there. I'll be in the city soon." This section of the road was extremely difficult for Han Feng to walk. His legs were already sore, and the road was slippery. If Han Feng hadn't been obsessed with cleanliness and held on, he would have. "Hold on. Wait for me." Suddenly, a sonorous female voice sounded in front of him. Looking up, it was Lin Lan holding a 3-edged military bayonet in both hands. Arriving next to Han Feng, Lin Lan snatched the mad knife from his hand, wanting to share some of the weight with Han Feng. Bang. But little did he know, the mad knife weighing more than 80 kilograms slipped directly from Lin Lan's hand and fell to the ground. "Don't worry about the knife. Help me back." Handing his chest, Han Feng stared with bloodshot eyes and said, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Lan was terrified to see Han Feng like this. I don't know. My heart suddenly hurts." As he spoke, Han Feng's hand covering his heart tightened. "Okay." Lin Lan looked back at the mad knife on the ground, then turned back to look at Han Feng, and finally gritted his teeth and carried Han Feng on his back. You hold me. Just, on Lin Lan's back." Han Feng gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Han Feng knew Lin Lan was pregnant now, and had been fighting for such a long time. "What's wrong with you?" Under him, Han Feng could feel Lin Lan's body trembling slightly. I don't know. After speaking with a breath, Han Feng suddenly felt this pain familiar. I thought of it. It's Energy 7. It's the pain in the heart after injecting Energy 7. Luna. What's going on? Han Feng, who was at a loss for words, asked Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. The GS virus in your body is currently active. I'm asking about your heart. Why, it hurts so much. Seeing that Luna didn't answer the question, Han Feng, who was suffering from inhuman pain, became a little anxious. As for whether the GS virus in the body is active or not, and whether it will cause any consequences to himself, Han Feng didn't have time to think about it. Report to Captain Han. Unknown. After speaking, Luna paused and continued, after the system's detection of you, it only detected that you are now in a state of separation and the GS virus is active. As for your heart, the system detected nothing abnormal. After hearing this, Han Feng tightened his throat. Until this moment, Han Feng suddenly sensed a hint of conspiracy. But as for what this conspiracy was, Han Feng, who was in pain, had no time to think about it. Ah! Bang! Carrying Han Feng, Lin Lan had just walked a dozen steps and fell to the ground accidentally. Are you okay? Are you okay? Suddenly, the two people on the ground asked each other in unison. I'm fine. How about you? In a hurry, Han Feng forgot the fatigue of his body and the severe pain in his heart. While talking, he struggled to get up. I'm fine. You? Tap tap tap. As Lin Lan answered, a series of footsteps came from far away. Lin Lan paused and looked up. It was Wei Peng, Lu Rui and dozens of red alert soldiers running over. Who? Han Feng, who was lying on the ground, continued to cover his chest and asked in a low voice. It's Lu Rui and your soldiers. Turning his eyes, Lin Lan looked at Han Feng and said, Okay. Han Feng, who was leaning against the dirty ground, didn't care about respect at this moment. Because, my heart hurts even more. The crowd half supported and half lifted Han Feng back to the city. What happened to him? I just checked and there's no wound. Why is he in so much pain? I don't know. On the way back, Lu Rui asked Lin Lan. And Lin Lan kept shaking his head. Quick! Comrades, get in the car first. In the West City, Bo Lao had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that everyone was surrounding Han Feng, he immediately cleared a passage and called for a car to come over. I have already contacted the hospital, and the doctor is waiting in the operating room. We will be there soon. Soon! In the car, Bo Lao pulled Han Feng's bloody hand, turned around and shouted to the driver, Quick! Step on the accelerator. Whoever is blocking the way, just run over him. Bo Lao, dressed in a white training suit, no longer cares about his appearance. In Bo Lao's mind, if Han Feng really died in the place under his jurisdiction, he, the so-called boss, should really step down. Okay. The driver responded to Bo Lao with a serious face, and at the same time stepped on the accelerator to the lowest. Buzz. Boom. Accompanied by the crazy roar of the engine, the vehicle ran on the road at lightning speed, flying towards the hospital in the city. Here. The original 20-minute journey was compressed into 5 minutes by Bo Lao. Looking at the red sign of the hospital, Bo Lao hurriedly opened the door and helped the red alert soldiers to get Han Feng out. Chapter 455. As if facing a formidable enemy. Hurry! Someone come! Lifting Han Feng's arm, Bo Lao shouted into the hospital. Instantly, a group of white-clad men rushed out of the hospital, pushing a cart. Lying on the cart, Han Feng was already sweating all over. Luna, let them go. Han Feng knew that the medical staff in the hospital had no way to solve the problem that even the system could not solve. Instead of letting them cause trouble here, it would be better to give himself a quiet environment. Maybe there are other ways. Okay, Captain Han. Stray people, step back. Luna responded to Han Feng, and they were already at the door of the operating room. The red alert soldier holding a gun suddenly changed his face and stopped the medical staff and Bo Lao. He. Oh! The doctors are all outside. What's the point of sending him in? Seeing Han Feng being pushed into the operating room alone by the soldiers, Bo Lao was anxious and continued, I don't want to go in. Can you put the doctor in? Stray people, step back. The 4 American soldiers, who were guarding the door of the operating room, had a firm face and repeated words. Human life is at stake. How can you rogue soldiers not listen to what others say? Knowing that the seriously injured Han Feng needed medical treatment. But there were 4 big-headed soldiers stuck in front of him. Bo Lao was a little angry. I'm telling you, if anything happens to Captain Han, I can't take the responsibility. You can't take the responsibility either. Pointing at one of the American soldiers, Bo Lao shouted, Get out of my way. What's wrong? As soon as Bo Lao finished shouting, Tanya, who arrived later, spoke up. Turning back, Bo Lao saw Tanya and Natasha, who were sweating and in tattered clothes. When he saw the two of them, Bo Lao immediately remembered that outside the West City, the strength of these 2 women was simply better than the masters around him. Captain Han has already entered the operating room. But these soldiers won't let the doctor in. Isn't this delaying things? Bo Lao confided his frustration to Tanya and Natasha in front of him. He knew that the person who could follow Han Feng and had such strong fighting ability must be a member of the army. Let's go in and take a look. After listening to Bo Lao, Tanya looked at Natasha and said something. As for Bo Lao, Tanya didn't bother to talk to him. Tap 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 tap. After that, the 2 women flashed into the operating room sideways. Stray people, step back. After letting the 2 in, Bo Lao also wanted to follow in, but was again sternly shouted back by the red alert soldiers. Captain Han, you, in the operation room. Han Feng rolled on the ground, and the veins on his head jumped, and the ground was full of traces of Han Feng's 5 fingers scratching the glue paint on the ground. Luna, what happened to Captain Han? Tanya asked Luna hurriedly with a deep frown. I don't know. The system only detected that the GS virus in Captain Han's body was unprecedentedly active. But as for Captain Han's heart problem, the system can't detect anything at all. Luna said these words truthfully to Tanya and Natasha. Han Feng, who sometimes curled up and sometimes tensed his whole body, let out a cry of extreme pain. Where's the morphine painkillers? Have you tried it? Tanya suddenly said, biting her lips. It's useless. There is morphine in the Gene Rapid Recovery Potion, but it's completely ineffective. Hearing Luna's response, Tanya stopped talking for a moment because she really couldn't think of a better way. Unless Tanya just had the idea. Natasha instantly glared at Tanya. Hero-level soldiers can communicate with each other and give remote commands. You, maintaining a shocked expression, Natasha pointed at Tanya and spoke. There's no other way. I can't just watch him suffer like this. Tanya, gritting her teeth, walked towards Han Feng, as if she had made up her mind. Bang! In front of Han Feng, Tanya squatted down and quickly slapped Han Feng's neck with a palm, intending to knock him out. Something happened that shocked Tanya. Han Feng actually took it. There was no sign of fainting. Even after he groaned, the pain became more severe. This, without retracting her palm. Tanya slowly turned her head and looked at Natasha. In her eyes, she seemed to be asking something. Natasha narrowed her eyes, did not speak, but nodded silently. Bang! Looking back, Tanya gathered her strength and slapped again. As the palm fell, the operating room exploded with a muffled sound. Ugh! Standing up, Tanya showed an even more shocked expression. Others may not know about this palm, but she knows it very well. She has used half of her strength. If it is used on an ordinary person, this palm can at least break the opponent's neck. But it is not effective at all on Han Feng. I'm afraid it's not. Just standing up. Tanya suddenly thought of something. After muttering to herself, Tanya immediately crouched in front of Han Feng and reached out to touch his exposed skin. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds passed, and Tanya's frozen figure did not change at all. But the emotions in her eyes became more and more intense. Zombies. After a long time, Tanya looked back at Natasha and slowly uttered 2 words. That's right. Through the touch of Han Feng, Tanya realized a terrible fact. Han Feng's skin is turning into a zombie. The reason why the previous blow did not stun Han Feng is that the toughness of his skin resisted a lot of force. Luna. On the ground, Han Feng trembled and called Luna's name. Captain Han. You say. If I really become a zombie, kill me. Han Feng said word by word. Captain Han. You. Go, go! Everyone go! On the ground. Han Feng didn't want to listen to Luna's next words, and just kept driving everyone away. Okay, Captain Han. Sensing Han Feng's persistence, Luna had to respond softly. More than 10 seconds later, everyone withdrew from the operating room. When Han Feng was the only one left in the operating room, Han Feng was still conscious and ordered, "All red alert soldiers listen to my order. Once I lose my will and become a zombie, kill me immediately. No mistakes." After saying this while holding his chest, Han Feng continued to pound the ground in pain. His twisted figure showed Han Feng's pain at the moment. Outside the operating room. "How is Captain Han? Why don't we let the doctor go in first?" Seeing Tanya leading everyone out of the operating room, Bo Lao hurriedly stood up and said, "Let's go out of the hospital first." Tanya didn't stop, but kindly instructed Bo Lao when she passed by him. "Hey! What's wrong with you? You left the injured alone." Halfway through his words, Bo Lao stopped talking, because he saw Tanya and everyone else had already walked out of the hospital, looking back at the unattended operating room door, and then at the hospital gate. In the end, Bo Lao waved his hand and walked out of the hospital with a group of people. When he arrived outside the hospital, Bo Lao saw Tanya and others facing the hospital with a serious look. "Is Captain Han okay? Is the blood flowing from others?" Walking up to Tanya, Bo Lao suddenly remembered something and said, "Do you have a military doctor?" Seeing that Tanya ignored him, Bo Lao smiled bitterly and said, "I was wondering why you weren't in a hurry. It turns out that you have a military doctor." I was abrupt, haha. With these words, Bo Lao was not only comforting himself, but also giving himself a way out. Boom, boom, boom. What's that? The laughter faded, and Bo Lao suddenly heard a rumble like an earthquake. He looked in the direction of the sound. Tanks? Behind the tanks were many soldiers holding guns. He pointed at the tanks and soldiers, and Bo Lao was a little confused for a moment. A minute later, the soldiers and tanks that arrived at the hospital were divided into different formations and surrounded the hospital. Looking at the orderly and ready-made red alert soldiers, Bo Lao understood instantly. It turns out that Captain Han was bitten. Knowing the consequences of being bitten by an ordinary person, Bo Lao was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. "Call someone. Call all the guards and masters. Go, go!" Waving his shaking hands, Bo Lao shouted intermittently, "Yes! Yes! Bo Lao." After the driver finished speaking, he hurriedly turned around and ran towards the vehicle. Ordinary people turning into zombies are nothing to be afraid of. But a being as strong as Han Feng, after turning into a zombie, these few people may not be enough. Looking around at the soldiers around him, Bo Lao said to himself worriedly, "Hospital. Operating room. Bang! Bang! Bang!" Han Feng, sweating like a fountain, knelt on the ground and kept hitting the ground with his fists. The pain in his heart not only did not ease at all, but even tended to get worse. At this time, Han Feng wished he could faint, so that he could avoid this heart-wrenching pain. In his sight, Han Feng saw that his knuckles had become a little dry. He didn't know whether this was caused by lack of blood, or a sign of impending corpse transformation. Han Feng kept groaning in grief. At the corner of his mouth, Han Feng's saliva overflowed, mixed with blood hanging on his mouth, dripping on the ground. At this moment, Han Feng's figure is no different from a wounded beast. His hunched body is covered with black blood that is about to dry, and his voice has become a little ferocious due to too much roaring. Even if Lu Rui is pulled over at this time, he may not be able to recognize that this is Han Feng. Bang! Bang! Buzz! Outside the hospital, Tanya listened to the muffled sound coming from the hospital, and her hands couldn't help but clench and clench again. "Luna, Captain Han, how is he?" Staring at the hospital gate, Tanya asked Luna, not optimistic. "But Captain Han hasn't mutated yet. Can he survive?" When asking this question, Tanya almost didn't hold any hope, but still expected a miracle to happen. "Sorry, I don't know." Chapter 456, Half Human, Half Corpse. In the messy and dilapidated operating room, Han Feng curled up on the ground alone. He was no longer able to shout, and only the faint sound of mosquitoes and flies indicated that Han Feng's pain was not over yet, and his clenched fists are now half clenched. Below him, there is a pool of blood and sweat flowing. At this moment, Han Feng's body is no longer as straight as before due to dehydration and blood loss. Wei, Luna, Peng, in a state of unconsciousness and exhaustion. Han Feng didn't know what he was thinking. The heart slowly went numb from the severe pain. Sometimes, Han Feng couldn't even feel the existence of his heart. Looking at the scattered operating table, Han Feng felt shaking and scattered. Luna, kill me! Kill me! The moment he regained consciousness, the heartache came again. Holding on to this breath, Han Feng wanted to end himself. So maybe he could get rid of this unwarranted pain. Captain Han, please, hold on for a while. Listening to Luna's somewhat intermittent words, Han Feng suddenly caught a glimpse of a small ring in his eyes. Ring? Ring. Looking at the small metal ring, Han Feng's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. Gritting his teeth and persevering, Han Feng moved his body in a small range and stretched out his hand to 1 meter in front of him. Hee, liar, liar. After reaching the metal ring, Han Feng took a closer look and found that it was a part of the machine in the operating room. Holding the titanium steel metal ring, Han Feng lowered his hand and cursed a few times. Shi Bo! But what Han Feng didn't notice was the hardness in his hand, under his unconscious kneading, actually broke into several pieces. Wei Yun. Lao. I'm afraid I'm here to accompany you. Gurgle. Lying on the ground, Han Feng gushed out a mouthful of blood just after he finished the previous sentence. Wait for me to go to hell. I will protect you. Protect you, protect you. Staring with bloodshot eyes, Han Feng held on for half a breath. But in the end, he didn't finish the sentence. As Han Feng's breath became weaker and weaker, his consciousness gradually faded. When Han Feng fell into a coma, Tanya and Natasha outside the hospital also received Luna's report at the first time. His. After listening to the report in their minds, Tanya and Natasha took a breath at the same time, and then looked back at each other. Swish. Tanya turned her eyes away and took out a saber from an American soldier beside her, and then stepped closer to the hospital. Entering the hospital where there was still some light, Tanya held her breath and listened attentively. Paused for a few seconds, until Natasha came behind her. Tanya didn't hear any movement. Looking back, Tanya saw Natasha also holding a saber in her hand. Presumably, it was because the gun had no ammunition. Let's go, Tanya said softly, and then took the lead and walked quietly to the operating room. Pushing open the door of the operating room, Tanya's eyes suddenly showed a hint of strangeness. The operating room was full of broken bricks and tiles, and various surgical instruments were broken and shaky. The floor of the operating room was full of fist marks tens of centimeters deep, and scratches several centimeters deep. This shows how much strength Han Feng had when he struggled. And the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Looking at Han Feng again, he was facing the ground, crawling motionlessly. In his outstretched hand, he still held some broken metal fragments. Tanya and Natasha held their breath and stared at Han Feng not far away. Seeing Han Feng slightly rising and falling back, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Han Feng is not dead yet, nor has he mutated, because zombies don't need to breathe. Luna, let a few mobilized soldiers come in to help carry Captain Han. Glancing at the dilapidated operating room, Tanya continued, the rest of the soldiers, stay alert. If there is an emergency, you can rush to help as soon as possible. Okay, I got it. After Luna finished speaking, 4 or 5 mobilized soldiers came over. With the help of several people, Han Feng finally left the operating room, transferred to the ward. Lu Rui, Wei Peng and others came in and helped Han Feng clean the dirty blood on his body. Time passed, and dawn fell. Outside the hospital, the soldiers held on all night. Although they were experienced warriors, everyone's face was also tired at this moment. Behind the soldiers, Bo Lao's face was a little pale. He was already old, and after a day of fear and a sleepless night, he was inevitably a little tired. Luna, let the soldiers work in 3 shifts. In the ward, Tanya looked through the window at the encirclement downstairs and continued, let the soldiers who are resting lie nearby. The soldiers on duty must ensure that there are people on duty 24 hours a day. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Following Tanya's command, Luna responded. A few minutes later, the armed forces outside the hospital were withdrawn. Seeing the group of people making a move, Bo Lao hurried forward to ask, you go and rest first. I'll take care of this first. When you wake up, remember to replace me. In the ward, Tanya pulled the curtains, turned around and looked at Natasha and said, Okay, this is up to you. After hearing this, Natasha did not refuse, and directly stood up and walked to the door of the ward. I'm next door. If there is any movement, I will come as soon as possible. Before closing the door, Natasha turned her head and said, Click. With the door closed, only Han Feng and Tanya were left in the ward. At the door of the ward, 4 American soldiers were on duty, with the purpose of not letting anyone approach. Among them, Lu Rui, Lin Lan and others, because no one knows whether Han Feng will be himself after waking up. Sitting beside Han Feng's bed, Tanya looked cautious. Her frown showed her anxiety and urgency. At this moment, in Tanya's sight, Han Feng's exposed skin was all dry and water-deficient toughness. This was no different from a level 6 zombie. If it weren't for the red alert system connection in her mind, Tanya could basically be sure that the person lying on this bed was a level 6 zombie. 6 hours later. TSK. It's your turn now. Go and rest. Pushing the door open, Natasha said. Tanya nodded, stood up and walked to the door. Her eyes were looking at Han Feng, full of anxiety and reluctance. 1 day later. At this time, the city had restored order. However, the area around the hospital was still a restricted area. The red alert soldiers found the police cordon from the bureau and surrounded the area around the hospital, prohibiting anyone from entering. 2 days later. After such a long period of coma, Han Feng's physical signs have improved a lot. His skin is also gradually recovering. Although the dryness due to lack of water can still be seen, it is much better than the previous days. The 3rd day. While guarding Han Feng, Natasha suddenly heard a weak mumbling. Natasha hurriedly got up and walked to Han Feng's bed. Looking at Han Feng's face, Natasha felt a little nervous. Luna, notify the white skin. Captain Han is awake. When it was confirmed that the mumbling was from Han Feng, Natasha immediately called Luna. When the 3rd mumbling sounded, Han Feng's eyelashes trembled repeatedly, indicating he was about to wake up. Shoo! Bang! Tanya rushed over and knocked the door open with a muffled sound. Rushing to Han Feng's bed, Tanya looked at Han Feng, then at Natasha, and the corners of her mouth raised to show her unstoppable joy. Heh! After a hoarse and dry sound, Han Feng narrowed his eyes. Gulp! Tanya and Natasha looked at Han Feng and took a small step back involuntarily. Captain Han? How do you feel? The two of them asked Han Feng tentatively one after another, and on their faces, vigilance was revealed. Water. Water. Han Feng's ears were buzzing in the hospital bed, and he couldn't hear the two people's voices at all, but his throat was dry as if burning. So he subconsciously called out his needs. Who? No. It's okay. The two looked at each other and said in unison. Since Han Feng felt thirsty, it means that his consciousness is still there. This is undoubtedly the best news. After the two said this, they hurried to the head of the bed. One person helped Han Feng up, and the other took a cup of water and slowly approached Han Feng's mouth. Where is this? After drinking a glass of water, Han Feng tried to open his eyes. Looking at the white, unfamiliar surroundings, he asked. It's still a hospital, but this is a ward. Putting down the water cup, Tanya continued, How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Hearing what Tanya said, Han Feng frowned, because he also thought about how critical his situation was at that time. Putting his hands out from under the quilt, Han Feng looked closely. Am I a human now? Or a zombie? Putting down his slightly dry hands, Han Feng turned his neck and asked Tanya. Should still be a human. Looking at Han Feng, Tanya hesitated and responded. You go out first. After hearing the answer, Han Feng lowered his eyebrows and said, We are at the door. Remember to call us if you need anything. Aware of Han Feng's depression at the moment, Tanya said tactfully. At the same time, she secretly waved to Natasha, indicating that they should go out together. Bang. After a few seconds, the door was closed. In the huge ward, only Han Feng was left. After sitting quietly for a minute, Han Feng, who had recovered a little, slowly sat up and prepared to get out of bed. Stepping barefoot on the cold ground, Han Feng walked towards the bathroom with a shaky step. standing in front of the mirror in the bathroom. Han Feng was stunned again. In the mirror, my reflection was extremely thin, just like an old man. Although he didn't look old, his wrinkled skin didn't look plump at all like a 24-year-old. If I appeared in the middle of the night with this face, people would believe I was a ghost. Looking in the mirror, Han Feng reached out and touched his cheek. Chapter 457, Summoned. While touching his cheek, Han Feng asked Luna, Luna, am I still a human being now? Captain Han, you need to rest and replenish your energy and nutrition now. Following Han Feng's question, Luna said something irrelevant. Because Luna didn't know how to talk about this. According to the Red Alert System's detection, Han Feng has not completely mutated at this time. But Luna herself couldn't say this sentence anyway. What about the GS virus in my body? How is it? Han Feng lowered his swinging arms and continued to stare at himself in the mirror and asked, Captain Han, the GS virus in your body is temporarily dormant. Tell me, what did the GS virus do to me? Changing the topic, Han Feng changed the way to ask himself whether he was a human. After Han Feng asked, Luna was silent for a few seconds, and finally said intermittently, Captain Han, the GS virus has enhanced your body's strength, endurance, and defense. So, it's a good thing, hee. Clenching his fists, Han Feng suddenly laughed at himself. Through these few words, Han Feng knew that he was now half human and half corpse, and could never go back to the past. Han Feng staggered to take off his clothes and walked to the shower. Swish, swish, swish. In the bathroom, the cold water rushed down his head and flowed all over his body. Feeling the coldness coming from all parts of his body, the look in Han Feng's eyes gradually became firm. I must hold on. Under his lips, Han Feng thought that as long as he could hold on until the time machine was built, then these problems would no longer bother him. Luna, summon 10 police dogs. Let them search along the road leading to the building material city. I think, after the battle a few days ago, the zombies must have been seriously injured. Let's take this opportunity to quickly collect enough materials. After saying the above sentence, Han Feng closed the shower and continued worriedly, if it's too late, I'm afraid that the zombies will mobilize more from other places. Okay, Captain Han. 10 police dogs are being summoned. Please wait. Luna finished speaking, and Han Feng put on his hospital gown again. TSK. Pushing open the door of the ward, Han Feng came to the corridor and saw Tanya and Natasha with worried faces. Hat, mask, gloves, go. After saying a few words, Han Feng turned around and walked back to the ward again. A few minutes later, Tanya held a cloth bag and pushed the door to the ward. Under Han Feng's gaze, Tanya untied the cloth bag, which was full of various types of hats, gloves, etc. At the bottom of the cloth bag, there was a brand new set of clothes. A few days ago, the leather sheath of your back knife broke, and the belt of your telekinetic weapon also broke. I ordered a new batch for you. As she spoke, Tanya took out a lot of things from her bag. Please pack them first. I'll go out and wait for you. After giving instructions, Tanya turned and went out. Watching Tanya leave, Han Feng sighed softly at the pile of clothes on the bed. When he put on his shirt, Han Feng realized that Tanya had thoughtfully placed a pack of cigarettes and a lighter in his pocket. After unpacking the cigarette, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. Holding the cigarette, Han Feng began to choose a hat, mask, and other coverings. A few minutes later, the fully armed Han Feng walked out of the ward. A dark coat with a black cap, a pair of black gloves, and a black cloth mask. From a distance, Han Feng, dressed in black, changed his previous outfit. Let's go! After whispering, Han Feng took the lead to leave the ward area. Standing outside the hospital gate, Han Feng glanced at the red alert soldiers who surrounded him, then closed his eyes, quietly felt the warmth of the sun. I don't know how long I can feel it. Han Feng lowered his head and frowned and muttered to himself. Luna, withdraw the soldiers on duty. Since he is now safe, there is no reason for these soldiers to continue on duty. Okay, Captain Han. Send me a car. And by the way, give me some nutritional paste. After that, Han Feng turned his eyes and looked in the direction of West City and continued, have the police dogs been released to find out the news? Report to Captain Han. 10 police dogs are now investigating. Did you find anything? Report to Captain Han. There is no abnormality at the moment. Oh, I know. While talking, an off-road vehicle drove towards him. When it got closer, Han Feng realized that the driver was an American soldier. You stay here first. I'll go for a walk by myself. After the vehicle stopped in front of him, Han Feng said as he got in the car, Captain Han, where are you going? You just recovered. You should rest more. Buzz? Before Natasha finished speaking, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and left alone, looking at the back of the off-road vehicle leaving. Natasha turned her head and looked at Tanya and whispered, white skin. Do you feel Captain Han is different from before? Maybe it's because I can't accept myself becoming like this. Tanya shook her head and thought for a moment before responding. Alas, if the commander is gone. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Hearing Natasha was about to say something unlucky, Tanya immediately stopped her. West City District. The guards guarding the West City defense line saw the vehicle belonging to Bo Lao coming and cleared a passage without checking or stopping it. Seeing that the vehicle was about to arrive at the gate but did not slow down, the guards wisely opened the door in advance. With a gust of wind, Han Feng drove the vehicle out of West City and headed straight for the heart of the city. No one knew what Han Feng was going to do. Even he himself couldn't tell. On the way, Han Feng glimpsed 3 tubes of nutrition paste and several recovery potions lying on the passenger seat. Picking up the nutrition paste, Han Feng bit off the port and began to suck it. Report to Captain Han. You are about to drive out of the police dog's detection range. Please choose carefully whether to continue. I know. In response, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator without slowing down and continued to drive deeper into the city. Following the route of the alarm map, Han Feng arrived at the building materials city alone in a short time. Bang! After parking the car, Han Feng got out and looked around. Who? The breeze blew, bringing with it a sound. You asked me to come over, but you didn't come out? Leaning against the front of the car, Han Feng lit a cigarette and suddenly said something inexplicably. You really dare to come alone? In front of him, a level 7 zombie walked out from a blind spot, looked at Han Feng and sneered. Swoosh! Pulling out a cigarette from the cigarette box, Han Feng flicked his wrist, and a cigarette hit the level 7 zombie like a thorn. Pa! Swoosh! Schwa! Bang! Dong! At the moment when the level 7 zombie reached out to take the cigarette, Han Feng's eyes tightened and waited for an opportunity to move. On the way to the level 7 zombie, he pulled out the mad knife from behind with one hand. The cap on his head fell off due to the strong wind. With one knife, the right arm of the level 7 zombie slid down smoothly along the wound on the shoulder. Swish! On the ground, the whole right arm of the level 7 zombie twitched on the ground. And in his hand, he still held the cigarette that Han Feng had just thrown out. Bang! After the knife was successful, Han Feng threw away the mad knife, turned lightly behind the level 7 zombie, and locked his throat. Shoo, relax. With the corner of his mouth close to the ear of the level 7 zombie, Han Feng whispered, Tada. At this moment, the breeze had gone, and Han Feng's cap finally fell to the ground. Be good, tell me where the mother body is. Or, where is the Holy Lord? Behind the level 7 zombie, Han Feng's tone was full of threats. Do you think I will tell you? This answer from the level 7 zombie made Han Feng admire him a little. His life was crushed by him, but he was not nervous at all. Hee. How do you feel? Do you feel that you are so strong? After the above joke, the level 7 zombie suddenly laughed. If you don't tell me, I will kill you. Han Feng ignored the joke of the level 7 zombie and continued to threaten. Strong as strong. In front of Han Feng, the level 7 zombie dragged out a long tone, and suddenly said coldly, but don't be too arrogant. Who? Bang bang bang. The level 7 zombie twisted its body forcefully and escaped from Han Feng's control. Taking advantage of the moment when Han Feng's chest was lost, it punched 3 times in a row. Squeak! Han Feng flew backwards for several meters and landed on the ground, leaving a break mark of 4 or 5 meters and then stopped. The knife comes. With a loud shout, Han Feng grasped the air with his right hand, and the mad knife came with the momentum and fell into Han Feng's hand without bias. Blood fury open. Holding the mad knife horizontally, Han Feng shouted again, Buzz. As the buzzing sound inside his body exploded, blood began to slowly seep out of Han Feng's body. His eyes also turned scarlet at this moment. Whether you are crazy or not, you have no say. Holding a knife, Han Feng slowly approached the level 7 zombie and continued, "Where is the mother body? Tell me. I will keep you alive." Haha, it seems that you know nothing about power. After laughing loudly, the level 7 zombie shouted coldly, "Woo!" Staring at Han Feng. The level 7 zombie made a series of strange buzzing sounds. The song is good, but it's a pity that you still can't escape death. After the level 7 zombie ended the song, Han Feng raised his crazy knife and rushed forward. Seeing that Han Feng was not controlled by him, the level 7 zombie showed a puzzled expression. But due to Han Feng's attack, the level 7 zombie did not show off and chose to retreat. "You are much stronger than I thought. It seems that the queen treats you very well. I really envy you." While moving, the level 7 zombie did not forget to tease again. Han Feng, with a cold face, did not reply after hearing this. Presumably, the queen had mentioned is the mother body. Swish, swish, swoosh. Huh? Maintaining a high-intensity attack, Han Feng gradually found something wrong. Blood Rage seems to be of little use. Before, when Blood Rage was activated, my combat power instantly doubled. But now, I, who was using Blood Rage, didn't seem to be much different from before. Why are you frowning? Do you think transformation is useless? Seeing Han Feng's doubts, the level 7 zombie spoke. Chapter 458, Collection begins. What did you do to me? Slowing down his attack, Han Feng stood in place, raised his knife, pointed at the level 7 zombie and continued, "Tell me, why is this happening?" Haha, why? Go ask the queen. Looking at Han Feng, the level 7 zombie laughed while holding his stomach with one arm. Don't ask, I won't tell you even if you ask me. Making a gesture of silence, the level 7 zombie grinned and continued, when there is a chance, go ask the queen. She may tell you the answer to all this. Okay, I won't play with you anymore. I was bored and asked you to play blindly. But I didn't expect. As he spoke, the level 7 zombie looked at his missing right arm, shook his head with a bitter face. Let's go first. After saying this briskly, several level 7 zombies jumped up and left the building material city, leaving Han Feng's sight. Holding the knife, Han Feng just stood there, without any intention of chasing. Puff. When the level 7 zombie completely left his sight, Han Feng suddenly gushed out a mouthful of blood. Wow! The blood fell to the ground, and the ink splashed into a painting. Holding the crazy knife, Han Feng covered his chest with his free hand and said to himself, what a strong force. It was the 3 hasty punches from the level 7 zombie that caused Han Feng to be injured. So, even if he saw the level 7 zombie escaping, Han Feng did not dare to chase rashly. Let's not talk about whether he could catch up or not. Even if he really intercepted it, whether he could beat it or not is another matter. In the end, Han Feng still didn't know his own strength. Nor did he know the depth of the 7th level zombies. That's right. He had been pressed to the ground by the 7th level zombies before. He finally got a very strong power increase, but he didn't know how strong it was. And he just wanted to seek revenge. Keeping the blood rage on, Han Feng took a few seconds to slow down. After getting up, Han Feng looked around and finally saw a steel block in his sight. Bang! Raising his leg and walking towards the iron block, Han Feng gently turned his wrist and punched. The heavy punch made the iron block tremble suddenly. In an instant, it flew backwards several meters close to the ground. Bang! The iron block barely stopped due to the obstruction of the wall behind it. Tap tap. Walking to the iron block deeply embedded in the wall, Han Feng observed intently. After a few seconds, Han Feng's bloody anger was relieved. Putting down the mad knife, Han Feng aimed at the iron block and turned his wrist again. Bang! Bang! Another full-strength punch. With this punch, the wall, which already had cracks, could no longer withstand such a heavy blow and collapsed. Puff puff. In the dust everywhere, Han Feng waved his hands to fan the air. When the dust was almost dispersed, Han Feng jumped onto the ruins. From the broken bricks and tiles, Han Feng dug out the deformed iron block. Sitting on the ground without caring, Han Feng looked at Taegata carefully. The fist mark on the left is about 10 centimeters deep, and it was punched out when he was in a state of blood rage. The fist mark on the right is slightly less than the left one. But it is almost the same. It was punched out when he was in a normal state. Looking at the two almost identical fist marks, Han Feng frowned and began to ponder. From the known information, it seems that blood rage has been weakened. Or it may be that the physical strength has increased, making blood rage ineffective. After thinking for a while, Han Feng, who had no clue, decided to put the matter aside for the time being. Standing up and looking around, there are a lot of steel materials in the building materials store. There are also too many metal materials such as copper and aluminum to count. Luna, make up for the red alert soldiers from the past few days. Once the summons are completed, bring all the semi-trailers to pick up the goods immediately. Han Feng knows the truth of the 4 words no time to lose. Now, not only are the zombies injured, but even the 7th level zombies have broken their arms and escaped. This is the auspicious time to come and collect various materials. Report to Captain Han. In order to complete the red alert soldiers. A total of. Confirm the summons. Seizing the words, Han Feng continued, it must be quick. Let the police dogs speed up the patrol. I'm on the way. If there is any change, I will rush to help as soon as possible. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. After Luna said that, Han Feng turned around and left the ruins, walked to the side of the car, and saw the baseball cap on the ground. Putting on the cap, Han Feng looked at his slightly dirty clothes. Luna, find me some water. Anyway, now that I have plenty of time, I might as well take care of myself a little. As he spoke, Han Feng walked to the trunk and decided to try his luck. Not to mention, in the trunk, Han Feng actually found a set of training clothes and a set of sportswear. Judging from the style and size, they should be Bo Lao's clothes. Report to Captain Han. There is water in the basement 24 meters away at your 3 o'clock direction. And you can wash it. When Han Feng was deciding which outfit to wear, Luna's scan results came out. Okay. With a reply, Han Feng grabbed his sportswear and turned to leave. Pa. When he was about to close the trunk door, a small box suddenly fell out of his sportswear. Picking up the small box, Han Feng found that it was a box of medicine. When he was about to throw it back into the car, Han Feng accidentally glanced at the words on the medicine box. After seeing that it was a box of aphrodisiac Viagra, Han Feng noticed the sex toys in the car that he had just ignored. Fuck, this old guy. Still using this thing? Bah, so damn unlucky. After spitting, Han Feng quickly threw the medicine in his hand into the car, as if it was something prickly. Bang! After shutting the trunk heavily, Han Feng turned around and rushed to the water source to clean his own dirt. In a seemingly ordinary shop, Han Feng found the entrance to the basement. Swish! After using telekinesis to open the iron door of the basement, a musty and pungent feeling came towards him. With his nose wrinkled, Han Feng took a few steps back and said, Luna, open the god's vision for a moment. Okay, Captain Han. The god's vision is being turned on. Please wait. Buzz. The next moment after Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's other vision opened up in the basement. As the vision descended, Han Feng saw the environment inside the basement with the help of a little light in the passage. In this space of less than 10 square meters, 2 folding beds first came into view. Next to the folding bed, on the hill of various food packaging bags, a highly decomposed corpse lay quietly on it. Based on visual observation, Han Feng saw a huge wound on the neck of the corpse. Obviously, this person did not mutate into a zombie, and the huge knife wound on the neck could not be suicide. TSK. 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 Han Feng made several TSK. 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 Sounds as he watched the disgusting scene. Turning his god's vision, Han Feng found several bottles of mineral water stacked in the corner of the deep space, and an axe covered with black dried blood. Obviously, this was a murder scene, but Han Feng was in no mood to care about such trivial matters at this time. Driven by telekinesis, bottles of water floated out of the basement one by one, covering his mouth and nose. Han Feng left the store with several bottles of mineral water. When he came to the outside world, Han Feng subconsciously looked around. When he confirmed that there was no one, Han Feng quickly took off his clothes. Whisper. Whoosh. Pop pop pop. A water float was placed above his head, and a silver wing quietly emerged, instantly cutting the mineral water in half. Wow! As the water flowed, Han Feng quickly washed himself. 2 minutes later, Han Feng had finished tidying up and put on clothes that didn't fit him well. Feeling the coolness around him, Han Feng took out a cigarette, lit one, and began to wait for the arrival of the large army. It took about 20 minutes to get here from West City. After smoking a cigarette, Han Feng heard the rumbling of the engine. Luna, let the Terminator scan the entire building materials city. Once the zombies are found, kill them immediately. Looking at the soldiers and semi-trailers approaching, Han Feng paused and continued, once this place is clean, immediately let the mobilized soldiers move the materials onto the semi-trailers and strive for a quick resolution. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. After Luna said that, Han Feng turned around and went back to the car to rest. Duh. In the car, Han Feng always paid attention to the firing situation and the scanning results of the Terminator. Once a level 5 or higher zombie appears, it is time for him to take action. However, it is gratifying that when the entire building materials city was completely cleared, no high-level zombies were seen. Looking at the busy figures of the mobilized soldiers, Han Feng silently started the vehicle. Luna, give me the location of 38 supply boxes. Before saying this, Han Feng thought of the many supply boxes that were scanned by the radar a few days ago and have not been picked up yet. Anyway, this place is temporarily safe, and the supply boxes are very close to the building material city. He can collect supply boxes while observing the movements here. According to what he thought, if there are zombies coming to make trouble, he can also rush back in a few minutes. Report to Captain Han. The location of the 38 supply boxes has been marked by radar. Please move to the radar to check. No need. Turn on the navigation. Okay, Captain Han. The navigation is turned on. Turn around at the intersection ahead. Listening to the route given by Luna, Han Feng gently stepped on the accelerator and left the building materials city in a short time. 38 supply boxes. I guess they are all gold coins. On the way, Han Feng held the steering wheel and muttered to himself, maintaining the concentration required for driving. Han Feng transferred the remaining attention to the system, looking at the number of more than 5 million in the gold coin column. He smiled and said, as long as the base is built, all 3-star buildings can be built immediately. Captain Han, we are here. The first supply box is on the building to your right, on the first floor. While Han Feng was still complacent, Luna's report suddenly sounded. So fast? After saying this with a smile, Han Feng stepped on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. And he pushed the car door open and walked towards the building in front of him. Entering the slightly dirty building, Han Feng saw a black box on the ground at a glance. Never seen it before. What could it be? Frowning and hesitating, Han Feng's mind moved slightly. Chapter 459, Natasha's exclusive weapon. Riding a cloud of dust, the pitch-black supply box flew straight towards Han Feng. Bang! Holding the long supply box, Han Feng suddenly felt this was like an oversized musical instrument box. It was about 2 meters long and 60 centimeters wide. There was a silver-white metal handle on one side of the supply box. Picking up the handle, Han Feng immediately withdrew his telekinesis. It's quite heavy. Feeling the weight of the heavy hand, Han Feng's curiosity was instantly aroused. Open it! Picking up this strange supply box again, Han Feng whispered. Ding! A clear and pleasant sound rang out with this sound. The supply box opened. When the supply box opened a gap, a shadow of a gun rose into the air and gradually disappeared. This, as soon as Han Feng's doubtful voice sounded, Luna congratulated him in time. Congratulations to the Han team for obtaining the hero-level soldier Natasha's exclusive weapon supply box. With his eyes wide open, Han Feng's body trembled suddenly while holding the supply box. Is this Natasha's exclusive weapon? After the exclamation, Han Feng was ecstatic. He had heard that Natasha was the sniper god in the Sulian army, but he didn't have his own weapon. Using a sniper's weapon, the strength he exerted was less than 1/10 of his own. And now, for Natasha, an epic-making day has come. Ha. Great. It's a great start. Holding up the dark supply box, Han Feng smiled from ear to ear. After putting the supply box into the trunk, Han Feng didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to take this joy back to share with Natasha. Half an hour later, back downstairs at the hotel, Han Feng parked the car and contacted Natasha in his mind and said, "Natasha, come down, I'll show you something good." "What good thing?" "Haha, you'll know when you come down." Han Feng responded mysteriously, keeping the secret. Soon, Natasha ran downstairs. Following closely behind her were Tanya, and Lu Rui and others. "What's wrong with you? You didn't even come back to see everyone after your injury healed." When he came to Han Feng, before Natasha could say anything, Lu Rui punched hard and hit Han Feng on the shoulder. "Why are you wearing a hat and a mask? It's not cold." As he spoke, Lu Rui reached out and prepared to take off Han Feng's hat. "Get out. Don't touch my hat." Han Feng took a step back and said, opening Lu Rui's fat hand, "I've never seen you before. Take it off." Lu Rui's words were beyond words. At the beginning, it was he and Wei Peng who helped Han Feng into the bathroom to take a bath. At that time, Lu Rui had seen Han Feng in a worse state. "This place is all yours. What are you afraid of?" After saying that, Lu Rui frowned and continued, "Whoever dares to gossip behind my back, I will let Lu Zhi roast him to death." When Lu Rui reached out to Han Feng's hat again, Han Feng did not dodge. Swish. Well, much better. The skin is much more moisturized, taking off Han Feng's baseball cap and mask. Lu Rui continued to joke, "You didn't know it at the time. You were like a piece of old wood. The whole piece of skin feels like you can buckle off a piece. Not only is it surprisingly dry, but it is also ridiculously hard." While talking, Lu Rui touched Han Feng's face and laughed, like a little old man, haha. Get lost. After enduring for a long time, until now, Han Feng finally exploded. "Natasha, you don't have a gun all the time? Come look at this." Lifting his leg over Lu Rui, Han Feng walked to the trunk and opened it. "This is your exclusive weapon, try it quickly." Pointing at the black big box, Han Feng grinned. "Dragunov's sniper rifle?" Seeing the supply box, Natasha instantly said the weapon inside. "Wow! Great! Captain Han! I love you so much!" Cheering and jumping for joy, Natasha immediately went forward and hugged Han Feng. Oh! Oh! It's done! Let's take a look." After a few pushes, Han Feng impatiently urged while holding the supply box. Okay. Okay. Letting go of Han Feng, Natasha ran to the trunk and took it out. "Your mother! You old pervert!" When the supply box left the trunk, Lu Rui's curse sounded. Looking at Lu Rui, Han Feng was stunned at first, not understanding what he was so excited about. But the next second, Han Feng reacted instantly. In the trunk, there was bold Lao's interest. Bang! Fuck! Don't talk nonsense! This is not mine! Han Feng closed the trunk heavily and turned around to explain. "It's in your car. If it's not yours, then whose else can it be?" Bah! Shameless! While Lu Rui was swearing and teasing, in Han Feng's peripheral vision, Lin Lan and Tanya knowingly walked to Natasha on the side and pretended to look at the weapons. And Lu Zhi and Wei Peng smiled vaguely. Their eyes always glanced at the trunk, as if there was some treasure in it. "Fuck you. Didn't you see my ill-fitting clothes? This car was lent to me by Mr. Bo. It's not mine." Pointing at the car, Han Feng pointed at his sportswear and said, arguing with reason, "TSK. Who knows?" Waving his hands, Lu Rui pushed Han Feng away and opened the trunk himself. "Ha! Wow! Ouch! This old idea is really fun." Lu Rui picked up this and looked at that, and he was amazed. "Xiaopeng, go find a bag." "What do you want a bag for?" Guessing Lu Rui's intention, Han Feng hurriedly stopped him and said, "Wei Peng is still young. Aren't you lacking virtue? Who said you want to show it to him?" Turning around, Lu Rui criticized Han Feng with a serious face, saying, "You are his brother-in-law. There are so many messy things in the car. You are not ashamed. I don't even have the face to see Wei Peng. I will destroy these things for you. Get out of the way. Don't stop me. No matter what I say today, I will take these things away. Don't let these things shake your heart." After that, Lu Rui looked at Wei Peng and said, "Why are you still standing there? Don't you want to help your brother-in-law?" In the righteous words, Lu Rui's image suddenly appeared much taller, and Han Feng began to doubt himself. "Captain Han, look at me." When Lu Rui got into the trunk to collect things, Natasha, who was not far away, suddenly shouted, looking for the sound. Han Feng saw a female soldier in combat uniform, Natasha Volkova. In her hand, a sniper rifle with great visual impact stood beside her. So handsome. So handsome. Staring at Natasha, Han Feng didn't know what to praise. He just kept shouting, so handsome. Miss People's Beret. Natasha pointed to the small hat on her head and introduced it first. Waterproof and breathable spandex uniform. Putting her hand down for a while, Natasha pointed to the combat uniform on her body. SVD Dragunov sniper rifle. Then, Natasha raised the sniper rifle in her hand and laughed. White skin. Be careful when talking to your sister in the future, otherwise hee. Natasha waved the sniper rifle in front of Tanya, and then said with a cheap smile, then you must hold it well. Otherwise, Tanya, unwilling to be outdone, narrowed her eyes and raised her right fist, imitating Natasha's response. What, coward sniper rifle? How is it? Forgetting the name of the sniper rifle for a moment, Han Feng smiled awkwardly. Dragunov sniper rifle. Yes. How is it? It looks very powerful, but I don't know how powerful it is. After Natasha's correction, Han Feng finally asked what he was thinking. How should I put it? Pick up the gun and look at it. Natasha frowned, and after thinking for a few seconds, she continued, let me tell you this. If you line up the American soldiers in a row, within 1 kilometer, I can kill 15 with one shot. What about the zombies? Staring, Han Feng continued to ask. What level are you asking about? Level 1. More than 20 are no problem. If you shoot at close range, I guess, at least more than 25. What about level 2? Like level 1 zombies. Low-level zombies don't have protective clothing or anything like that. As she spoke, Natasha gestured at the bulletproof vests of American soldiers. What about level 3 zombies? How many can be killed with one shot? Level 3, about 15? Raising her eyebrows, Natasha responded modestly. Level 4. Level 4. How many level 4 zombies can be killed? At this moment, Han Feng's curiosity was aroused, and he kept asking questions. Level 4 zombies have thicker protection. I guess it shouldn't be a problem to kill 3 with one shot. 5. Level 5 zombies can at least kill 2 with one shot. Knowing what Han Feng was going to ask, Natasha simply answered first. Then, level 6 zombies can be killed with one shot, even if they are moving rapidly. It's no problem. When Natasha answered, she looked at Tanya vaguely, as if to say, she also rushed at a high speed last time. But I shot her resurrection armor off. One shot killed a level 6 zombie. After hearing this ultimate answer, Han Feng was stunned. Level 6 zombie. Putting aside its speed, the tough skin armor alone made my telekinetic weapon shattered. I can't believe Natasha can actually kill a level 6 zombie with one shot. How many sniper bullets do you have? 10 rounds? Staring at this heavy sniper, Han Feng asked subconsciously. No. I only had 10 bullets when I was level 1. But now, I have 20 sniper bullets. Natasha raised her eyes and said proudly. You are level 2? Hearing Natasha's words, Han Feng reacted instantly. It turns out that Natasha was promoted. But, when? Brother, when you first summoned me, I was a level 2 Special Forces soldier. Report to Captain Han. When the main buildings of your main base are all upgraded to full star level, the hero level soldiers will automatically be promoted. As soon as Natasha finished the previous sentence, Luna immediately explained to Han Feng. Oh, so that's it. After a look of sudden enlightenment, Han Feng said to himself, I was wondering, how could Natasha be tied with a 2-star Tanya at that time? It turns out that Natasha was promoted too. Chapter 460, Start Working. In fact, there should be a laser pointer in my exclusive equipment to summon the Bandicoot transport plane. But I didn't find it. Maybe it should be in another supply box. Natasha looked back at the empty supply box, then turned her head to look at Han Feng. Bandicoot transport plane? What is it? Han Feng did not answer Natasha's question directly, but showed great interest in this new term. Bandicoot transport plane can carry tanks, and a single soldier can drop them over a long distance. It can also carry bombs for carpet bombing. It can also carry toxin bombs to turn the target area into a radiation zone. Natasha continued to explain Han Feng's question. Parachute airdrop? Bomber? That's about it anyway. It's powerful enough to destroy a small town. How far can this transport plane fly? How fast? How many people can it drop? How many tanks? Are there many bombs on board? Radiation zone? Are they nuclear bombs? Hearing that the Bandicoot transport plane had such a miraculous effect, Han Feng continued to ask. I don't know. I have to look up the code of the laser indicator to get the specific data. Wait. I'll find it for you. After Natasha finished speaking, Han Feng turned around excitedly and ran towards the vehicle. At the same time, he was thinking that there were still 37 supply boxes in the city that had not been opened. Maybe there was really Natasha's laser pointer in them. If this magic was really obtained, then divine soldiers from heaven would no longer be a dream. Although Han Feng had a Nighthawk transport plane, he could only transfer 5 soldiers at a time. This small amount of troops would not show anything on the battlefield. Moreover, the Nighthawk transport plane could not carry tanks. When he thought of the sky full of paratroopers and air raids, Han Feng's mouth corners unconsciously rose a little. Even the speed of his feet was much faster. Hey! Where's Lu Rui? Where is Lu Zhe? Wasn't he here just now? Back to the car. Han Feng didn't see the second Lu, so he asked the lonely Wei Peng. They went back, pointing at the hotel. Wei Peng replied. After taking a look at the hotel, Han Feng turned and walked towards the trunk. Sure enough, these 2 old hooligans. How dare they say that to me? Seeing the empty trunk, Han Feng was a little angry and complained for himself. Why didn't you follow? After yelling a few times, Han Feng closed the trunk and looked at Wei Peng and asked. They didn't let me follow. Wei Peng answered pertinently. Don't get too close to the 2 old hooligans. They are bewitched. After kindly giving a word of comfort, Han Feng got into the driver's seat, started the car and left. Luna, navigate all the supply boxes. 10 minutes later, when leaving West City, Han Feng ordered Luna. Okay, Captain Han. The navigation is starting. Please wait. After a pause, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. Please go straight at the intersection ahead. 3 minutes later, 10,000 gold coins. After the crisp ding sound, Han Feng repeated Luna's greeting. 2 minutes later, another 10,000 gold coins. 1 minute later, why are there still gold coins? In the half hour since then, Han Feng has collected more than 10 supply boxes. The gold coins have also increased by more than 100,000. When time passed, it was close to noon, and Han Feng looked confused and melancholy. It seemed that all the supply boxes were about to be collected, but there were still gold coins. Report to Team Han. Turn right at the intersection ahead. The supply box is in the building at the northwest corner of the intersection. Buzz. With a calm face, Han Feng mechanically parked the car, got out, and went to get the supply box. Seeing a supply box that looked like a large refrigerator, Han Feng's mood was shocked at first, and then returned to silence. Ding. Congratulations to Team Han for getting the Terminator supply box. Go to the building materials city first and cooperate with the guards to move the goods. Luna will give you the specific location. Go. After the Terminator came out, Han Feng ordered him. Okay. Team Han. Without any emotion, the Terminator turned around and took out the black Gatling gun from the supply box, then set off alone and walked towards the building materials city. Watching the Terminator's back gradually going away, Han Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit one, and asked Luna, how is the semi-trailer moving? Report to Team Han. It is estimated that there are still 42 minutes left for all the semi-trailers to be loaded. Yeah, I got it. Han Feng responded, walked out of the building, and returned to the car. In the next 40 minutes, Han Feng sped up and collected the remaining supply boxes. In addition to a large number of gold coins, Han Feng only got 3 or 2 instant recovery supply boxes, plus an unlimited ammunition supply box, and the laser indicator he wanted to see the most was nowhere to be seen. Report to Team Han. All semi-trailers have been loaded. When Han Feng felt lost, Luna in his mind reported the good news. How many semi-trailers? Following Luna's report, Han Feng stepped on the brakes and asked subconsciously. Reporting to Captain Han, there are 18 fully loaded semi-trailers, 14 medium trucks, and 6 small trucks, with a total of 246 tons of steel. So much? Hearing Luna's words, Han Feng was stunned. However, after hearing this, Han Feng also recalled the scene of dust flying and many vehicles rushing in. That, after thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng continued. Notify all trucks to drive to the second base construction site. Today, we will start building a new base. Okay, Captain Han. I understand. After Luna finished speaking, she began to notify the drivers in the trucks to change the destination. Han Feng looked around, determined the direction, and started to rush to the second base construction site. Many trucks carrying countless steel materials passed through West City, Central City, East City, under the gaze of almost all the people in the city. They finally left the city and headed towards the remote mountainous area. Luna, to build the second base, do we need another 50 engineers? On the way, Han Feng suddenly thought of this question. Originally, he wanted to summon engineers directly without asking. But Han Feng was afraid that there would be other additional conditions for building the second base. So, Han Feng, who was unsure, decided to ask. Reporting to Captain Han. Yes, you need to summon 50 engineers to build the second base together. In addition, you need to set up walls and other cover objects around the 2,000 square meters. Anything else? After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng asked again. Without Captain Han, the rest is to collect various materials necessary for construction and hand them over to the engineers. Oh, I see. After speaking, Han Feng muttered to himself, I thought there were other special requirements. It turns out to be the same as when building the first base vehicle. Luna, summon 50 engineers. And the summoning location. Just put it in the second base construction location. As he spoke, Han Feng used his naked eyes to observe the distance of the road. When he passed, the engineers would have almost finished summoning. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng did not reply, but began to concentrate on his journey. Half an hour later, Han Feng, leading a group of vehicles behind him, finally arrived at the open space where the second base was built again. Looking at the weeds and small trees on the open space, Han Feng thought that he needed people to clean it up. Moreover, when building a base, there must not be only engineers without combat power. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng ordered Luna, summon 40 mobilized soldiers, 10 American soldiers, and a sniper, and let them form a new brigade to guard the construction of the base vehicle. Confirmed. Okay, Captain Han. The new team members are being summoned. Please wait. After speaking, Han Feng got out of the car and came to the front of the car, and began to look for a specific location to build a wall. After communicating with Luna and observing with the God's eye, Han Feng finally pointed to a large open space, spent 2,000 gold coins, and fenced off a huge area of land. Dong 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 dong. A series of muffled sounds of hitting the ground came, and with a burst of dust, the long wall was built. Luna, this place, opened a 10-meter opening, in order to ensure the normal entry and exit of trucks. Han Feng pointed to a place. Okay, Captain Han. Swoosh. Instantly, a 10-meter long gap opened up at the location designated by Han Feng. After the new brigade is summoned, let them clean up this area first. As for the problem of no shovels, let them solve it themselves. After that, Han Feng walked out of the fence. Looking at the many trucks parked on the road, Han Feng said, the trucks go in to unload first, and the vehicles that have finished unloading will return to the city on their own. Tomorrow morning, we will go to collect steel. After that, Han Feng walked towards his car and prepared to go home. But after taking only 2 steps, Han Feng suddenly stopped, because he suddenly remembered that when loading, there were hundreds of mobilized soldiers and American soldiers helping. And now, there are only the driver who transported and the brigade that was just summoned. It's a bit of a joke that these few people want to unload 200 or 300 tons of steel. Even if they don't eat, drink or sleep, one night is not enough. Luna, summon another 100 mobilized soldiers. Let them come out to help unload. Confirm the summons. In order to speed up the unloading speed, Han Feng spent a lot of money to summon a new batch of mobilized soldiers to help. Okay, Captain Han. 100 mobilized soldiers are being summoned. Please wait. Pa. The moment Luna finished speaking, Han Feng slapped his forehead with a regretful expression. Damn. Where will all these people live after being summoned? He was only thinking about how to unload the cargo, and actually forgot about the problem of eating, drinking, and defecating for these people. Luna, notify the Navy SEALs to drive the Nighthawk transport plane back to the zinc mine and bring some of the extra tents over. Okay, Captain Han. After saying the previous sentence, Han Feng suddenly remembered the food problem, so he continued, oh, by the way, ask the barracks to make another 10,000 tubes of nutrient paste and bring them together. If you can't pull it all in one trip, make 2 more trips. Report to Captain Han. You are beyond the radar coverage limit of the main base and cannot convey effective commands. Chapter 461, Force Gift. Then, let Tanya and Natasha go. Let's see who will go back to the zinc mine and pass on my order. Han Feng asked tentatively, frowning. I'll go, you help me find the Dragunov sniper rifle. I don't know how to thank you. Han Feng had just finished the previous sentence. And before Luna had time to communicate with the two, Natasha's voice of asking for help sounded in Han Feng's mind first. Sorry. I didn't find the laser pointer you wanted. Hearing Natasha's joyful voice, Han Feng felt a little apologetic for a while. It doesn't matter, that thing is just an external aid equipment, it won't affect my combat effectiveness. Then I'll help you find it if there's a chance. Okay, then I'll set off first. Be careful when flying. It's getting dark. There's no rush here. While giving the instructions, Han Feng looked up at the setting sun. I know, let's not talk anymore. I'll leave first. Hearing Natasha's anxious voice, Han Feng shook his head and smiled slightly, thinking, this girl is really impatient. Luna, let the Red Alert soldiers at the building materials city withdraw. It will be tomorrow morning if they go again. As he spoke, Han Feng thought that the building materials city was not far from the West City. If he really left so many soldiers in the building materials street, he would be a little scared. Okay, Captain Han. I have already notified the soldiers in the building materials city. Bang. Boom. After communicating with Luna, the sound of unloading was heard inside the wall behind Han Feng. Looking back, he saw that several steelmaking furnaces had been built inside the wall. Looking back, Han Feng thought carefully. He felt that the number of tents in the zinc mine might not be enough for this side. Anyway, it's not too late now. So why not borrow some from Bo Lao first, Luna? Let the Red Alert soldiers notify Bo Lao and ask him to prepare more tents and bottled water. Han Feng did what he said. Before he got in the car, he had already passed on the order. Okay, Captain Han. Buzz? After starting the car, Han Feng was still thinking on the way back to the city. Tomorrow, when I go to the building materials city again, I must find some color steel plates. Building a few houses will definitely provide much better living conditions than tents. After thinking about it, Han Feng sped up his return to the city. Half an hour later, in the middle city, in Bo Lao's residence. Haha, Captain Han. You're back? Seeing Han Feng, Bo Lao, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted the car. Bo Lao, where are the tents and water I want? Without greetings or nonsense, Han Feng got straight to the point. Everything is here. Everything is here. Turning sideways, Bo Lao pointed to the 3 trucks in the yard. In addition to tents and water, I also prepared some camp beds. Looking at Han Feng in the car, Bo Lao continued, it's just that the camp beds are not loaded yet, so we need to wait a little longer. After Bo Lao finished speaking, Han Feng suddenly remembered that he had indeed neglected it. What's the use of just having a tent? Sleeping in the cold mountains will not be able to bear it. Even a strong Red Alert soldier can't resist it with physical strength. You are really thoughtful, you even thought of the camp beds for me. Han Feng laughed awkwardly. Of course I should. It's my honor to serve the country. And the Korean team, haha, holding the bottom of the car window. Bo Lao continued, the Korean team has worked very hard for everyone. How can we just sit back and enjoy ourselves? Although I don't know what the Korean team is going to do. There's no need to think. It must be a great thing that benefits the country and the people. While speaking, Bo Lao wanted to ask Han Feng directly what national defense facilities he was going to build. But then he thought, how could someone like him find out about such secrets? So he changed his words and gave a calm compliment. There's no such thing as working very hard, I just want everyone to be safe and sound. Pushing the Tai Chi, Han Feng ordered Luna in his mind, Luna, summon 10 American soldiers. Because the base is under construction and cannot be seen by unrelated personnel. The drivers of these trucks can only be replaced by our own people. It is a great blessing for the people to have such a pillar of the country as Han Team. Report to Han Team. It takes a total of 5,000 gold coins to summon 10 American soldiers. Please confirm the construction. The voices of Bo Lao and Luna sounded at the same time. If you live in a corner, you must protect the land. It is your duty, haha. After watching Bo Lao finish speaking, Han Feng said to Luna, confirm the summons. Okay, Captain Han. Oh, by the way, Mr. Bo, how many camp beds do you have? After changing the topic, Han Feng asked first. 200. Mr. Bo stretched out 2 fingers and continued, I know it may not be enough, but after all, time is limited. If you give me a few more hours, I can still search, collect more. 200 is enough. Enough? When I need it again, I will ask you after speaking. Han Feng opened the car door and got out, and continued, when will the camp beds be loaded? While Han Feng was talking, his eyes seemed to look at the setting sun, indicating that it was getting dark, and he hoped it would be faster. Almost done. Almost done. The workers are loading. Raising his wrist, Bo Lao looked at his watch and said to himself, it's been almost half an hour. I'll go and urge you. After that, Bo Lao turned around and walked towards the backyard. At this moment, a worker in work clothes ran over and said, Bo Lao, the camp beds are ready. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear, haha. Waving his hand, Bo Lao turned around and looked at Han Feng and smiled. At the same time, 7 small passenger and cargo vehicles drove out of the backyard. In the space behind the vehicles, there were layers of neatly folded camp beds. Okay, leave the rest to me. With a smile in return, Han Feng called the 10 newly summoned American soldiers in his mind. Tap 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 tap. A few seconds later, 10 American soldiers pushed open the door and walked out of Bo Lao's house. Bo Lao looked at the group of soldiers walking out of his house and was stunned. He stared at Han Feng blankly, and the look in Bo Lao's eyes was full of questions and confusion. This. Han Feng looked at Bo Lao, and then at the American soldiers who were walking towards him. He hesitated for a long time and didn't say anything complete. In his mind, he was full of regrets. I wondered why these people were so impartial and had to be summoned from Bo's house. How could I explain this? Sorry, Captain Han. We forgot to bring the Gene Quick Recovery Potion to Bo. Sorry. The American soldier who came to Han Feng bowed lightly and said sorry. After hearing this, Han Feng reacted instantly and continued to act. I told you so many times before I left. Why can't you remember? When we go to the battlefield tomorrow, are you going to tell me that you didn't bring any bullets? You didn't bring any guns? Pretending to be powerful. Han Feng pointed at the American soldier's nose and scolded him. With a look of disappointment, Han Feng turned around and got into the car, pretending to look for something. On the other side, Han Feng hurriedly said to Luna, hurry up and make 3, no, 5 quick recovery potions. Confirm. Quick. Okay, Captain Han. 5 Gene Quick Recovery Potions are being made. Please wait. After Luna responded, Han Feng pretended to look for it for dozens of seconds. Pretending to close the handcuffs of the co-pilot, Han Feng put his hands in his pockets. Standing up, Han Feng looked at the American soldier next to him and continued to scold. You can't remember anything. If you continue like this, won't you miss the opportunity to fight? Turning back to look at Bo Lao, Han Feng smiled and said, fortunately I have some in the car. Otherwise it would be a wasted trip, haha. Captain Han, what did you say you wanted to give me? It's a Gene Rapid Recovery Potion. It's a newly developed emergency injection for treating physical injuries. After saying this, Han Feng took out the new recovery potion he had just made from his pocket. I have a lot of emergency medicines at home. Take these needles back with you in case you need them. Looking at the injections in Han Feng's hand, Bo Lao waved his hand. Compared to this, the emergency medicine at home is weak. Holding the injection and walking to Bo Lao, Han Feng glanced around and said to the worker, are you afraid of pain? I'm not afraid. Under Bo Lao's gaze, the worker reluctantly said, that's good. I'll ask Bo Lao to give you more wages later. Come. As he spoke, Han Feng walked towards the worker, and at the same time, his free hand touched his waist and twitched a silver wing. Swish. With a knife in his hand, a wound of more than 10 centimeters appeared on the worker's arm in an instant. Bear with it for a while. At the moment of speaking, Han Feng injected a quick recovery injection into the worker's body. Bo Lao stared at the wound on the worker's arm, with a curious look in his eyes. It healed? It healed. Pointing at the worker's arm, Bo Lao saw that the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, the wound was as smooth as before, as if it had never been injured, whereas Bo Lao seen anything produced by the red alert system. He stared at Han Feng with a look of shock. I told you. This is a high-level emergency medicine newly developed by the country. Han Feng continued, handing the remaining 4 injections in his hand to Bo Lao. As long as the person is not dead, this injection will work. Even if there is a fatal injury, this injection can save 1 or 2. Bo, would like to thank Captain Han. After receiving the 4 injections, Bo Lao knew the value of the injections, and immediately put his hands together. His body was falling. Hey. No need. That's too polite. No. Seeing the white-haired old man saluting to him, Han Feng hurriedly supported Bo Lao and stopped him from kneeling. If he really asked Bo Lao to kneel, wouldn't it be shortening his life? I have a lot here. You don't have to be so polite. Helping Bo Lao up, Han Feng continued, don't be reluctant to use this thing. If someone in your family is injured and incurable, this injection is a life-saving thing. When you have used it up, come and tell me. I can't use it up anyway. Chapter 462, Gradually Perfected. Captain Han, thank you for your kindness. I have no way to repay you. I only hope that if you can use me in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you. As he spoke, Bo Lao's hand holding the injection kept shaking. The wound on the worker's arm just now was not an act, but a real wound. How could Bo Lao not be excited when he realized that he had the holy medicine that could restore bones to flesh in his hand? And this heartfelt remark came from the heart. Haha, you are too polite to say that. After saying this with a smile, Han Feng thought to himself that I am protecting this place since you are the big boss here. That little injection is nothing, don't thank me, or the sky will be completely dark. Han Feng laughed and pointed at the sun that was about to set. Yes. You go ahead and do your work. Realizing the time issue, Bo Lao quickly waved back, signaling the truck to follow Han Feng. These drivers should take a break because the construction site is a secret. Okay, I know. 3 okays in a row. Bo Lao turned around and looked at the truck and said, you all get off. Luna, take over. Watching the drivers leave the truck one by one, Han Feng said with a raised mouth. Okay, Captain Han. Tap. 10 trucks. 10 American soldiers. Just 1 pit. 1 carrot, then I'll leave first. Back in the car. Han Feng didn't dare to delay any longer. Captain Han, drive slowly. Be careful on the road. Knowing the war outside the city, Mr. Bo kept giving Han Feng comfort before he left. Don't worry. Lowering the car window, Han Feng held out his hand to say goodbye. Mr. Bo. Captain Han. Watching Han Feng's convoy go away, the secretary beside Mr. Bo leaned over to whisper something, but Mr. Bo raised his hand to stop him. Captain Han. Is he hitting me? Keeping calm, Mr. Bo said Han Feng's intention in one sentence. Hitting? I don't think so. He can give you so many precious things. Hey, you don't understand. After saying this, Bo Lao turned around and walked towards the house. Arriving at the door, Bo Lao pointed at the half-open door and asked the secretary behind him, did you see the special forces coming out of our house? Yes. The secretary answered with a puzzled look on his face. So many special forces. 10 in total. Did you see how they got in? No. I didn't see it. Under Bo Lao's questioning, the secretary looked terrified. Bo Lao has always been responsible for the security of his house. Now there is such a big mistake. I didn't see it either. Ignoring the secretary's panic, Bo Lao continued, inside the building, there are 8 of my masters guarding the house. Why didn't they notice so many people entering the house? Today, the special forces of the Korean team can appear in my house. One day, this group of people will appear by my bed without anyone noticing. Turning over, Bo Lao looked at the secretary and continued, as long as I have ulterior motives, I believe I will never see the sun the next day. The secretary lowered his head, not knowing how to continue this sentence in his mind. As for these precious medicines, raising his hand, Bo Lao looked at the 4 green and crystal clear potions and said, this is the date. Dates? Idiot! Don't you understand the principle of giving a date after a slap? After that, Bo Lao turned and walked into the house. Remember to pay the worker 10 times the salary. As he went upstairs, Bo Lao said without turning his head. Okay, Bo Lao. I'll do it right away. While speaking, before it got dark, Han Feng brought 10 trucks and came to the construction site of the second base again. Luna, is Natasha not back yet? Standing in the middle of the wall, Han Feng looked inside and outside, but did not see any trace of tints. So he asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. Natasha is still on her way to the zinc mine. She is expected to arrive at the zinc mine in half an hour and return here in 2.5 to 3 hours. Oh, I was impatient. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng finally realized what was happening. It has only been an hour since Natasha left. How could Natasha come back in such a short time? Come on. Find a few people to unload the goods first. After getting off the car, Han Feng looked at the nearby area and continued, This open space looks good to me. Let the Red Alert soldiers rest here for the night. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, more than 50 mobilized soldiers walked out of the wall, ready to unload goods, assemble tents, and assemble camp beds. Leaning in front of the car, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit one while watching the mobilized soldiers set up the tent. Holding a cigarette, Han Feng walked into the wall, scanning the mini trucks. Han Feng found that nearly half of the steel had been unloaded. The unloaded building materials were piled up next to several steelmaking furnaces. Luna, how long will it take to build the second base? Han Feng asked tentatively with a long tone. Report to Captain Han. At this speed, it will take 3 months to build the second base. Is there no possibility of speeding up at all? Sorry, Captain Han. There is no. After listening to Luna, Han Feng suddenly felt a sense of loss. 3 months. 3 months. How can I endure such a long time? Looking at the setting sun, Han Feng muttered to himself sadly. The GS virus has already broken out once in his body. If it happens again, I am not sure if I can survive it. And when the next GS virus will break out is still uncertain. Soon, at night, when it was completely dark, many lights were lit on several steelmaking furnaces. Although it can't illuminate the night, it's more than enough to illuminate the inside of the wall. Captain Han, aren't you going back to rest? Luna saw that it was already this late and Han Feng had no intention of leaving for the city. So she asked first. Today is the first day of construction at the second base, and I want to stay and guard it. If there is a zombie attack at night, I can support it as soon as possible. Han Feng responded while playing with his gloves. Okay, Captain Han. Your tent has been set up. You can rest at any time. Thank you. You've worked hard. An hour and a half later. Duh. In the air, the sound of helicopter propellers turning came from far to near. Report to Captain Han. Natasha is back. Yes, I know. A few minutes later, 3 Nighthawk transport planes landed outside the wall. Captain Han, I only brought 4,000 tubes of nutrition paste this time, because the capacity of the Nighthawk transport plane is limited. There is no place for tents. It's okay, I have already solved the problem of tents. I'm just worried that you can't bring nutrition paste. Hearing Natasha's apology, Han Feng waved his hand. Come on, put the work at hand aside and eat first. Looking at the 3 Nighthawk transport planes loaded with nutritional paste, Han Feng decided to let the soldiers eat first. After all, they had worked for several hours, so they had to eat to have strength. Right. After Han Feng gave the order, hundreds of Red Alert soldiers lined up in 3 columns and received nutritional paste in front of the 3 transport planes one by one. The scene was orderly. Eat a full meal, unload the remaining goods, and then everyone can rest. As for these trucks, well, let's leave them here for now. After all, it's so late, and the way back may not be very safe. Holding a box of nutritional paste, Han Feng left this sentence and walked out of the wall and came to his tent. Sitting on the camp bed, Han Feng took out 2 tubes of nutritional paste and ate them with relish. After eating, Han Feng wiped his mouth and prepared to sleep in his clothes. But as soon as he lay on the bed, Han Feng frowned in discomfort and said to himself, Damn, I should have asked Bo Lao for some pillows. After that, Han Feng sat up again. He took off his coat and folded it again and again. Finally, he folded it into the shape of a pillow and placed it on the side of the camp bed. Well, it's still so comfortable, with the coat pillow as a pillow. Han Feng closed his eyes beautifully. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the wall, bundles of steel bars hit the ground with a muffled sound. However, this sound was not enough to disturb Han Feng's sleep. The next morning, ring, ring. Han Feng's cell phone alarm rang in his coat and pillow, waking him up from his dream. Han Feng sat up with sleepy eyes. Turning out his coat, Han Feng found his cell phone and turned off the alarm. It's getting light so soon, aha! After yawning, Han Feng rubbed his dull head to wake up. 10 seconds later, Han Feng put on his shoes and stood up. After searching around, he suddenly realized, it's over, no toiletries. Lifting the tent curtain, Han Feng walked outside. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and the sun was shining. Under this clear sky, every steelmaking furnace was working overtime. Let's go pack up and prepare to go into the city to continue collecting, Han Feng ordered after holding his waist for a few times. A few minutes later, a long convoy of vehicles went down the mountain into the city with dust flying. Half an hour later, Han Feng arrived at the hotel, with hundreds of fully armed red alert soldiers. Han Feng continued to head towards the west city. When passing the central city area, Bo Lao, who had been waiting on the roadside for a long time, waved his hand. Captain Han. Captain Han. What's wrong? Mr. Bo? Pillows and bedding. I have prepared what you asked me to prepare. 2 trucks in total. 1 for pillows and 1 for bedding. Pointing to the medium-sized truck behind him, Mr. Bo continued with self-blame. It's all my fault. I actually forgot to prepare pillows and bedding for you. I'm old and my memory is not good. I hope you don't mind. Captain Han. Under Han Feng's 1 hit and 1 reward, Mr. Bo's attitude became more pious. Pillows? Bedding? Looking at Mr. Bo, Han Feng was stunned. Report to Captain Han. Last night, didn't you say you wanted a pillow? Luda's voice sounded in his mind. Oh my! I was talking to myself. You. Chapter 463, Calling in the Night. Hearing Han Feng's exaggerated tone, Luna was silent for a moment and stopped talking. Hey, Captain Han? You look much better than yesterday. Seeing that Han Feng didn't answer for a few seconds, Bo Lao changed the subject. Faces? Yes. When I saw you yesterday, your face was a little dry. I had prepared some skincare products for you. But now it seems I thought too much, haha. After laughing a few times, Bo Lao looked at Han Feng kindly and continued, it's still good to be young. And you recover quickly. Oh, really? I didn't really notice it myself. After saying the above to Bo Lao, Han Feng immediately said to Luna, turn on the God's view. Okay, Captain Han. The God's view is being turned on. Please wait. Buzz? After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's other vision opened up in front of him. With the filling frame of the other vision, Han Feng saw his face. After careful observation, as expected, the dry wrinkles on his face have smoothed out a lot. The next second, Han Feng took off 1 glove and looked again. Huh? Captain Han. How did you do this? Is it a burn? Hearing Han Feng's sigh of relief, Bo Lao took the opportunity to ask another question. And this answer was also the point of Bo Lao's curiosity. I got it when fighting zombies a few days ago. Fortunately, there are special drugs developed by the country. With a smile, Han Feng made up a lie. The country is really powerful. After hearing this, Bo Lao muttered with admiration. Thank you. Bo Lao, I was just worried about how to find these pillows and beddings. Looking away, Han Feng looked at the number of trucks behind Bo Lao and continued, okay. I have something else to do. I will let someone take over these trucks. As he spoke, Han Feng said to Luna calmly in his mind, let the American soldiers take over the trucks and send them directly to the second base. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. Okay. Okay. If it wasn't a secret, I would have sent someone to do it for you. After saying that, Bo Lao stepped back a few steps, bowed and said, then I wish Team Han a successful start and success. Thank you. After returning the greeting, Han Feng waved his right hand lightly, and the order to set off was issued again. Buzz, leading the convoy, Han Feng continued to drive towards Xiqing. Behind him, several American soldiers left the team and took over Bo Lao's truck. After an hour's drive, the infantry behind the convoy moved slowly. Han Feng returned to the building materials city again. Luna, Let the Terminator continue to clear the zombies that may appear here. Looking at the empty building material city, Han Feng got out of the car and walked through it. With the entry of various types of trucks, the building materials street gradually became lively. Hu, Dong, Hu, Kong, Hu. Walking between the trucks and the building materials store, Han Feng used telekinesis to load the goods himself in order to speed up the delivery. In less than an hour, with bundles of steel bars, steel coils, and steel pipes entering the trucks, all the trucks were fully loaded. Return to the construction site of the second base. The Red Alert soldiers will stay here temporarily. Okay, Captain Han. After speaking to Luna calmly, Han Feng got into the vehicle and led the way. Back at the second base, Han Feng also used telekinesis to unload the goods. With Han Feng's strong participation, the speed of steel transportation increased dramatically. When Han Feng returned to the building materials city again, it was already noon. After ordering everyone to stop their work and eat, Han Feng walked around alone with a nutrient paste in his mouth. Anyway, maintaining telekinesis did not delay eating, and Han Feng did the work of hundreds of people alone. On this day, the convoy made 4 round trips between the two places, and the weight of the steel carried was 1,000 tons. At night, Han Feng stayed next to the second base, as he did yesterday. At the same time, the Red Alert soldiers in the building materials city were recalled to the East City Hotel. Lying on the bed, Han Feng, half covered with a quilt, carefully observed the skin of his hands. It has been 2 or 3 days since I woke up. My hands have almost recovered. If I hadn't looked closely, I really couldn't see any traces of zombies. Luna, what's going on? Did the GS virus find its conscience? Did it turn me back again? Overjoyed, Han Feng still had a little worry in his heart. In order to find out the truth, Han Feng decided to ask Luna. Report to Captain Han. I don't know. According to the system's observation of you, the GS virus in your body is still in a low activity state at this time. As for why the skin recovered, it is not clear yet. After hearing this, Han Feng curled his lips, thinking that it was not bad news anyway. As long as he didn't really turn into a zombie, he would be very satisfied. Putting down his hands, Han Feng turned off the lights in the tent, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. The next day, Han Feng woke up before the alarm went off. After relieving himself, Han Feng looked at the steel piled in the wall and suddenly became interested. Bang! She! Walking into the wall, Han Feng came to a bundle of steel rolls and punched out with full force. Under the attack of the huge force, the huge steel roll moved horizontally for several meters. Holding back his right fist, Han Feng rubbed the slightly red fist tip. Raising his leg and walking to the steel roll again, Han Feng instantly activated the blood rage. Buzz! Bang! Chi! Dong! The steel roll that was hit for the second time moved horizontally for several meters again. Finally, it hit the wall, making a deafening muffled sound. At the moment when this straight punch was thrown, Han Feng released the blood rage. Because the blood rage was activated for too short a time, the blood had no time to overflow from the body surface. So Han Feng still looked clean at this moment, as if the blood rage had never been activated. Walking into the steel coil again, Han Feng stopped to observe the 2 fist marks carefully. This time, Han Feng's mouth corners finally turned up. The second fist mark is several centimeters deeper than the first one. Compared with yesterday's test, the effect is much more obvious, although the situation is not very clear. But this is at least a good sign. It means that blood rage is recovering its effectiveness. Luna, notify all Red Alert soldiers to get ready. We will continue to collect construction materials today. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng turned around and got on the off-road vehicle. On the way, Han Feng thought happily that if he collected materials at this speed, the steel would be collected in less than 3 days. In addition to steel, there are other materials such as copper and aluminum in the building materials city. As for zinc, Luna, summon 7 Nighthawk transport planes. Let these 10 transport planes keep going back and forth between the zinc mine and here to transport zinc. As he spoke, Han Feng was full of confidence. He owns an entire zinc mine. Apart from steel, the easiest material to get is zinc. Report to Captain Han. Summon 7 Nighthawk transport planes. A total of 14,000 gold coins are required. Please confirm the summoning. Confirmed. Confirmed. Once summoned, They will be put into the transport mission immediately. If there are not enough pilots, draw a few Navy SEALs to fill in. Okay, Captain Han. 7 Nighthawk transport planes are being summoned. The estimated summoning time is 4 hours and 40 minutes. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng pondered for a few seconds and continued, forget it. Let's transfer 2 more groups of transport plane pilots. This way, the pilots will not be overworked with 3 shifts, and the construction period will not be delayed. Okay, Captain Han. After the 2 finished communicating, Han Feng just arrived downstairs of the hotel. Looking at the hundreds of soldiers ready to go in front of him, Han Feng ordered, let's go. Amid the rumbling sound, Han Feng drove towards the building materials street for the 3rd time. A week later, Han Feng had already collected common materials such as steel, zinc, copper, aluminum, and titanium steel. As for the rest of the rare metals, Han Feng also looted half of the city's electronic products, and barely collected them. In order to avoid the worries of building the second base, Han Feng paid a heavy sum of 2,000 gold coins per ton to the combat laboratory for production. In the past few days, 10 transport planes kept going back and forth between the zinc mine and the second construction site. Poor thing is that just after the zinc was delivered, he now received the task of transporting rare metals. 3 days later, all the rare metals were transported back. So far, Han Feng has collected more than 1,000 tons of construction materials in just 10 days. A few months ago, this was unimaginable. Back then, in order to build the first Allied base vehicle, Han Feng took great pains to collect materials. At dusk, Han Feng sat on the wall with a cigarette in his mouth, watching the busy engineers in front of him. A feeling of loneliness suddenly rose in his heart. It was not the loneliness of missing a man or a woman, but the loneliness of doing nothing. Recalling the intense collection these days, and the current retirement time, the huge contrast troubled Han Feng a little. In the construction site, Han Feng wandered around for a few days, and then he remembered to go home to have a look. Anyway, all the building materials have been collected, and the rest is to wait. In the hotel, everyone knew that Han Feng was coming back, and specially asked the boss to cook some good dishes. During the dinner, the carefree Lu Rui kept rubbing Han Feng's face, and from time to time teased Han Feng about what skincare products he was using. Today, Han Feng's skin has returned to its previous smooth and plump state, and there is no trace of aging and wrinkles. What skincare products do you use as a man? If you say that again, I'll beat you up. Lu Rui pretended to yell and beg for mercy with a smile. After dinner, Han Feng sat in the hotel lobby with a cigarette in his mouth, flipping through various magazines left over from before the end of the world. Squeak! Suddenly, Han Feng, who was originally slumped on the sofa, suddenly sat up straight. In his hand, he was holding the magazine tightly, and it was getting tighter and tighter. The reason for all this was that Han Feng just felt someone was calling him. That's right. It's a call. Just like the level 7 zombie called me at that time. No, that's not right. It's much stronger than the call of the level 7 zombie. Could it be the mother wants to see me? Han Feng kept guessing in his heart with his eyes wide open. Chapter 464, Unknown Blessings and Disasters. While sitting, Han Feng thought again. Could an 8th level zombie appear? Once this thought came to his mind, Han Feng was shocked. He still had no idea how powerful a 7th level zombie was. If it was really an 8th level zombie, wouldn't it be sending himself to death? Even if it wasn't an 8th level zombie, the mother's combat power would definitely be higher. While thinking about these questions in his mind, a stronger call came. For zombies without any intelligence, they could not resist such commands. Even high-level zombies cannot break the call from the soul. But Han Feng is different. He can choose to go or not. Although he cannot turn off the call in his mind, he has more choices as he has self-awareness. Swish! Han Feng walked out of the hotel after dropping the magazine that was about to be crushed. Standing in the night outside the hotel, Han Feng looked at the sky quietly, and in his mind, he savored the location of the call. After dozens of seconds of confirmation, Han Feng knew that the call location was more than 10 kilometers behind him. Coincidentally, this location was not far from the construction site of the second base. Narrowing his eyes, Han Feng suddenly felt this seemed like a threat. If he decided not to go, then the next moment, the second base might be in trouble. Clenching his fists, Han Feng took a deep breath. It seems that he has to go to this meeting today. Whether he wants to or not, he has to go. 2 seconds later, Han Feng, with his fists relaxed, walked towards the off-road vehicle in front of him. Since he knew that he had no way out, Han Feng checked his weapons and equipment while starting the vehicle. Buzz! The off-road vehicle had just taken a few steps when Han Feng stepped on the brake. Frowning, Han Feng suddenly thought that this trip was going to be dangerous and unpredictable. Without a helper around. What if he got into danger? Luna, let Natasha get off. This time, she will go with me. As he spoke, Han Feng considered 3 points. First, Tanya and Natasha. One close combat. The other long-range attack. As long as Natasha got off the car in advance. Then within 3 kilometers, Natasha could provide him with the first-time long-range support. This is much better than taking Tanya with him. Second, the zombies summoned this time cannot be just him. What if there are many level 6 zombies among them? Then taking Tanya with him is definitely the stupidest order. At that time, whether I can beat them or not is aside for now. How to save Tanya's life is enough for me to worry about. Third, bringing Tanya and Natasha along at the same time will increase the hit rate of Lu Rui's prophetic dream. Okay, Captain Han. Natasha is sorting out her equipment and is expected to come down in 30 seconds. While Han Feng was sorting out his equipment, Luna's answer rang in his mind. While waiting for Natasha to come downstairs, Han Feng, who was a little nervous, took out a cigarette and lit one. He took a puff after another. But Han Feng's anxiety did not decrease. It's so late. Is there something you want to see me for? Sean? Assassination? Or, Captain Han? I'm here. Captain Han. Luna told me to let me go with you. As soon as Natasha finished speaking with her sniper rifle in hand, Tanya behind her quickly joined in. Natasha, get in the car first. After turning his eyes away and watching Natasha finish speaking, Han Feng stared at Tanya and said, You must stay here. Why? When she heard that there was no quota for her in this mission, the battle maniac Tanya immediately raised her eyebrows and questioned. Listen to me first. After dropping the cigarette, Han Feng paused and continued. First of all, I don't know what the consequences will be if I go this time. Since Luna told you, you must know the reason. Besides, I'm afraid this is a zombies luring the tiger away from the mountain strategy. If the 3 of us leave the city, if zombies take advantage of the situation and sneak in, I'm afraid no one can stop them. If you stay here, I will give you all the highest permissions. If I really guessed it right, you can summon soldiers according to the situation. And don't worry about the loss of gold coins. Then, after listening to Han Feng's words, Tanya stepped forward to fight for something. Don't say anything. I'm leaving first. If I can come back healthy tomorrow, I want to eat fried dough sticks. Buzz. After that, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove away quickly. Captain Han, be careful. Han Feng's mind rang with Tanya's admonition. Hee. Han Feng smiled softly and nodded silently without replying. Captain Han, do you want to summon a phantom tank? On the way, Natasha expressed her opinion. Yes, but it's not necessary. While responding, Han Feng took out another cigarette and lit it. As the cigarette butts flickered in the car, Han Feng explained, The place I'm going to this time is in the mountains. It's not even clear whether this car can go up, let alone a huge tank. Then, why don't we let the soldiers from the second base come out to support us? Even if we can't beat them, it's a good thing to scout the other side. Han Feng pursed his lips and hesitated for a few seconds before responding. That's even more nonsense. My goal now is to protect the second base. If we drained all the defense forces, wouldn't that be equivalent to handing it over to others? Besides, I have checked the building materials city. If the base is destroyed this time, it will be a long time before we can gather all these materials. Han Feng's 2 sentences revealed his determination to protect the base. Can we temporarily summon soldiers now? When the time comes, we will have more power. Seeing that her first 2 opinions were rejected one by one, Natasha continued to talk about the third opinion. You can summon them, but you can't bring them back. After saying these 6 words, Han Feng paused and continued. I guess the person who summoned me must have summoned a large number of other high-level zombies. If I can beat them, there's no need to summon more people to make trouble. If you can't even beat me, then why summon them? For level 6 zombies or higher level zombies, summoning any type of soldiers will be useless. instead of increasing casualties. It's better to save some energy and see when the time comes. Oh, okay. Seeing that she couldn't share Han Feng's worries, Natasha pouted quietly. At this moment, Han Feng was driving quietly with a cigarette in his mouth. During the few minutes of communicating with Natasha, Han Feng felt that his mood seemed to be less depressed. Maybe this is the calm before the storm. However, what puzzled Han Feng was that after he pedaled, he could no longer feel the call. It was as if the person on the other side knew that he was approaching. 20 minutes later, after a fast ride, Han Feng arrived at the foot of the mountain closest to the call point. Through the windshield, Han Feng looked at the steep mountain wall and frowned for a moment. Rock climbing. How are you? After measuring their eyes, Han Feng looked at Natasha and asked, Haha, what can't a special forces soldier do? Okay. Let's go! Hearing Natasha's hearty laughter, Han Feng pushed open the car door and climbed down. I'll take you up first, so you can save some energy. At the foot of the mountain, Han Feng whispered, and his telekinesis suddenly rose. Next to Han Feng, who was stepping on the mad knife, was Natasha floating in the air. After climbing more than 30 meters, Han Feng and the others arrived at the top of the mountain. Putting Natasha gently on the ground, Han Feng pointed to one side and said, You stay here and find the best sniping point. I will go in this direction in a while. Keep an eye on my movements. Once the battle starts, you immediately shoot and provide me with long-range support. Okay, Captain Han. I know. The distance is about 2.5 kilometers. Within your range. Leading the sentence, Han Feng raised his legs and walked away alone. On the way, Han Feng admired the scenery along the way while looking at the brightly lit second base in the distance. The straight line distance between the two is only 5 kilometers. Luna, turn on the God's vision. Halfway through the walk, in order to detect the dynamics ahead, Han Feng decided to turn on the God's vision to fill in frames. Okay, Captain Han. The God's vision is opening. Please wait. Buzz. The next moment, Han Feng's other vision opened up above the top of the hill. With the vision above, Han Feng can see a wider range. Pushing the God's vision forward, Han Feng's heart became nervous. Ah! Suddenly, Han Feng screamed. Then he hugged his head and knelt on the ground in pain. Report to Captain Han. The God's vision was forcibly disconnected. Would you like to reconnect? At the same time, Luna's report and inquiry in his mind also sounded. On the ground, Han Feng held his head, which felt like it was being stabbed by a needle, and shook it gently. Just a few seconds ago, Han Feng saw an unforgettable scene. In the God's field of vision, Han Feng saw an eye. Yes, a huge eye. It's not that the size of this eye is big, but Han Feng felt like he was looking at someone at close range. At close range, in Han Feng's God's field of vision, there was only this eye. He couldn't see the other person's nose or mouth at all. But as the other person's eyes became sharp, Han Feng suddenly felt a pain in his brain. It was like a curved needle piercing. After a dozen seconds of rest, Han Feng felt much better. It seems the other party just gave him a warning and didn't really want to hurt him. He took out a cigarette and lit it, sitting cross-legged on the ground smoking. At the same time, he was waiting to replenish his physical and mental strength. 10 minutes later, Han Feng slowly got up. At this moment, Han Feng has completely recovered, but he still couldn't figure out how the other party noticed his invisible vision in the air. After another 10 minutes of walking, Han Feng came to the place where he was called. Chapter 465, Fight to the Death. This is an open space on the top of the hillside, surrounded by trees. As long as the breeze blows the branches, apart from the branches swaying naturally, there is no insect chirping, and no one can be seen. I'm coming. In the silent air, Han Feng uttered 3 words. After waiting for a few seconds, the surroundings were still as quiet as before, and no one appeared. I'm coming. Repeated. Han Feng emphasized the tone and raised the volume. Rustle. The breeze moved, and the light debris on the ground rolled. If you don't come out, I'm going home. Luna, is there anything unusual in the base or the city? The wind stopped for a long time, but Han Feng still didn't see anyone coming. For a moment, he felt that he had been tricked, and asked Luna calmly in his mind. Report to Captain Han. There is nothing unusual in the second base or the city. As soon as Luna finished speaking in his mind, a figure suddenly appeared in the bushes and said, "You are so brave, I really admire you." Following the voice, Han Feng looked closely. It turned out to be the one-armed hero level 7 zombie. Looking at its empty sleeves, Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said, "It's a bit funny to wear a suit when you are disabled, how about? I'll take some effort to help you make it symmetrical? Haha, your evaluation is quite sincere, but I won't bother you." After making a joke, the level 7 zombie said seriously, "I'm not joking with you when you come this time." After saying this intriguing sentence, the level 7 zombie moved aside and stepped aside, revealing the person behind it. "Hello. Long time no see." Looking at the white dress behind the level 7 zombie, Han Feng greeted softly. Sure enough. She wants to see me. Hello, little brother." The mysterious girl raised her hand and made a yeah gesture, and also greeted Han Feng. "Where are the others? Come out." Taking out a cigarette from his pocket, Han Feng lit it while reaching out to pull out the knife from behind. "There is no one else. Only you and me." "Then what is this cripple doing here?" As soon as the mysterious girl finished speaking, Han Feng looked at the level 7 zombie and mocked without hesitation. The next second, Han Feng continued to speak. "Why are you looking at me? Wait for me to give you a cigarette? Okay. Take the cigarette and smoke it." Swoosh. After speaking, Han Feng took out another cigarette. The moment he raised his hand and threw it out, it was also driven by telekinesis. Bang. The level 7 zombie stared blankly at the cigarette stabbing at him, without moving to take it or avoiding it. Instead, he let the cigarette hit him, turning it into a pool of scattered tobacco. What a waste. Looking at the cigarette paper fluttering in the wind, Han Feng curled his lips and muttered to himself. Looking at Han Feng not far away, the mysterious girl raised one hand and signaled the level 7 zombie to leave. Yes. Seeing this action, the level 7 zombies bowed slightly, and then jumped away. "Did you miss me during this time? When there were only 2 people left on the top of the mountain?" the mysterious girl asked first. "Yes, why not holding the mad knife?" Han Feng changed his serious expression just now, put on a gentle smile, and looked at the mysterious girl and said, but the next moment, Han Feng's expression changed immediately. He said coldly, "I want you to die every day." Seeing Han Feng's big change, the mysterious girl was stunned. "You instructed Lin Lan and the 6th level zombies to invade the base and kill Wei Yun and Gui Yongxing. Why did you send me a text message to ask me to go back?" Looking at the mysterious girl, Han Feng asked himself, "Do you want me to go back and see the current situation of Wei Yun's tragic death?" Staring at the silent mysterious girl, Han Feng said again, "Keep the survivors in captivity. Surround them, but don't kill them. And establish faith. You want to play? What do you want to play? Lord Saint." Han Feng used a heavy tone and a disdainful tone to say the words Lord Saint. "Where is my Wei Yun? Where is she hidden?" Looking at Han Feng's witty remarks, the mysterious girl never answered, but her stunned expression gradually eased. "I always thought you were helping me. I didn't expect what I thought was not what I thought." Looking at the mysterious girl, who still didn't speak, Han Feng said in a low voice, "What? Do you want to apologize yourself? Or do I do it myself?" Lu Meng. Ring. 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 After that, Han Feng clenched the mad knife. Due to the trembling, the blade made a cold trembling sound. Whoosh. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over the top of the mountain, lifting the white skirt of the mysterious girl and swaying it. Looking at the pure and charming girl, Han Feng felt as if he had turned over a spice jar, mixed feelings. Indescribable. Okay. It seems that I have to do it myself. After a few seconds, looking at the motionless figure of the mysterious girl, Han Feng knew. This knife must be used today. Tap tap tap. When walking towards the mysterious girl, Han Feng actually knew he could not beat her at all. But even so, today, this revenge must be avenged. Even if it means death. She already knows the base and her address. She can find me at any time. If I don't stand up today, in the future, the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light, which will be more difficult to deal with. Swoosh. Schwa. The footsteps went from slow to fast. And in an instant, Han Feng jumped up and came in front of the mysterious girl, and the mad knife in his hand, which had been ready for a long time, was also swung fiercely at this moment. Bang! In front of him, The mysterious girl stretched out her left hand and steadily caught the sharp mad knife. Under the huge force, the corner of her clothes only swayed a few times. But her footsteps did not move at all. Do you really want to kill me? Raising her head, the mysterious girl looked at Han Feng, who was much taller than her, and asked softly. The hand holding Han Feng's mad knife trembled slightly. Tick, tick, tick. Blood flowed out of the mysterious girl's palm, gathering into drops of blood, dripping on the cold ground in the night. At a close distance, Han Feng stared at the mysterious girl's eyes and beautiful face, and lost his mind. Once upon a time, the girl in front of him had saved him and helped him. But the next moment, Han Feng's mind suddenly flashed Wei Yun, lying in the ruins with a steel pipe stuck in his chest. Wei Peng's tears, Lu Rui's panicked eyes, and Hu Hu's helpless eyes. Hundreds of dead soldiers. All of this is hitting Han Feng's nerves. Yes, today, you and I. Only one can leave alive. Gritting his teeth and squeezing out these words, Han Feng tightened his hand that had just been slightly relaxed and was holding the mad knife. Do you really want to kill me? Letting the blood drip from her palm, the mysterious girl repeated the previous question. Yes. Tonight. Either you die, or I die. Ding. Bang. Seeing Han Feng's eyes bursting with a roar, the mysterious girl waved her hand and pushed Han Feng steadily out dozens of meters. Who? Holding the mad knife. Han Feng stood firm on the ground. Okay. In that case, let me see. How strong are you? Lowering her bloody palm, the mysterious girl continued. I will suppress my strength to the same level as you. If you can't kill me tonight, I will kill you. After imitating Han Feng's tone, the mysterious girl pursed her lips, her eyes full of determination. No need to pretend to be kind. Come and fight. Matrix. Han Feng responded with a word. And at this moment, he was extremely disgusted by her behavior. At the beginning, since you were determined to kill Wei Yun, why did you let me rush back? While I was about to come back, you took action in advance. Despicable, shameless. I don't allow you to call me that. Swoosh. Raising his palm, the mysterious girl came over instantly. While shouting this sentence, he swung his palm. Bang. Holding the mad knife horizontally, Han Feng blocked the palm and shouted, What do you call you? Lord Saint? Bah! Even more disgusting. Spitting to the side, Han Feng turned the mad knife, ignoring his own defense, and swung it straight out. Swish. Tear. The blade arrived instantly. But the mysterious girl did not take advantage of the opportunity to enter, but retreated to avoid it. But Han Feng's knife was faster. The knife flashed and cut the mysterious girl's white dress, splashing a line of blood. The bright red blood splashed on the white dress. Even in such a dark night, it was dazzling. Use all your strength. I don't want your false kindness. Seeing the mysterious girl injured, Han Feng roared, and in his heart, filled with unknown emotions, the mysterious girl pursed her lips, without any response, but clenched her fists and rushed towards Han Feng. Bang! Boom! Under the night sky, the white skirt was very eye-catching. But even though Han Feng saw her movements, his body was half a second slower, and she successfully punched him twice. Puff! Flying backwards in the air, Han Feng couldn't help the surge in his throat, and a blood mist spurted out of his mouth. Swoosh! The mysterious girl didn't give Han Feng a chance to react, and instantly appeared beside Han Feng, looking at the mysterious girl beside him, who was preparing to kick in midair. Han Feng's alarm bells went off in his heart. In midair, his movements were greatly restricted, and Kwang Dao was also on the other side of his body. It was too late to defend at this time. Huh? Mixed with strong wind, the mysterious girl's feet were getting closer and closer to his head. Blood rage. Before the kick came, Han Feng took the attitude of giving it a try and activated blood rage, just to increase a little bit of defense. Bang! What Han Feng didn't expect was, the mysterious girl actually forcibly changed the landing point of her toes. From Han Feng's head, it was moved to the left arm. Bang! Bang! Gurgle gurgle. Under this kick, Han Feng's body was forced to change direction in midair, and flew to the other side. After landing and rolling dozens of times, Han Feng finally stopped. Shaking his somewhat dazed head, Han Feng stood up. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his left arm. Reminding himself, this arm is considered useless. Chapter 466, Lu Meng's tomb. Swish. Han Feng stared at the mysterious girl not far away. He dropped the mad knife and hurriedly took out the recovery injection from his jacket pocket and injected himself with 3 injections at once. Throwing away the empty syringe, Han Feng picked up the mad knife at his feet again. From beginning to end, the mysterious girl just looked at Han Feng and did not make any other moves. Why don't you kill me? Swoosh. Holding the mad knife in one hand, Han Feng turned into a bloody man. And after saying that, he used his super speed to attack the mysterious girl. Bang! Boom! The mysterious girl still pursed her lips, with a determined look. Who? Swish. At this time, Han Feng, who was using blood rage, clearly felt the increase in blood rage. At this moment, when his speed surpassed the mysterious girl, he swung at her back. Swish. Tear. The sharp blade cut her white dress and her delicate skin. Hum! The mysterious girl staggered a few steps, making a muffled sound of pain, and turned around to fight Han Feng again. Use your strength. I don't need you to suppress yourself. Feeling that the mysterious girl was getting more and more tired, Han Feng roared. On the other hand, the mysterious girl had a pale face, and a few strands of hair were wet with sweat, sticking to both sides of her cheeks, highlighting her pitiful appearance. Use all your strength. I can bear it. Han Feng was a little confused by the unmoved expression of the mysterious girl. In his heart, he kept thinking, is this her tactic? But there is no need. She can easily kill me. Bang! Bang! The mysterious girl's desperate attack made Han Feng unable to distract himself to think about more factors. Because Han Feng only had one arm at this time. A few minutes later, as the battle lasted longer and longer, Han Feng fought harder and harder, and the mysterious girl was covered with injuries, and even her white dress was dyed red by blood. The mysterious girl compressed her strength to the same level as Han Feng. But Han Feng had a recovery potion. She didn't. Han Feng had a mad knife in his hand. She didn't. I ask you, do you want to kill me? When the battle was approaching the end, the mysterious girl dodged a distance and asked weakly. Yes. I didn't want to. But I have to kill you. As he spoke, Han Feng himself didn't know what he was insisting on. Maybe it was because of Wei Yun. Swoosh. After hearing Han Feng's resolute answer, the mysterious girl dragged her injuries and swung her fist again. Swish. Suddenly, a sound of a knife entering the flesh sounded in front of Han Feng. At close range, looking at the pale face of the mysterious girl, Han Feng looked at the knife in his hand in fear. The blade fused into one with the mysterious girl's chest. In a trance, Han Feng suddenly remembered Wei Yun's death. Hi, little brother. When Han Feng lost consciousness, the mysterious girl said in a cute voice with blood spilling from her mouth. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Han Feng heard his own heartbeat, which was getting louder and louder, until it was a little harsh. Little brother, will you miss me? This sentence, the mysterious girl held her breath and asked playfully. I. At this moment, Han Feng's heart seemed to be torn apart. The hand holding the mad knife was shaking. You must be pretending. You must be pretending. You can't hit the blade yourself. In panic, Han Feng suddenly thought of this and kept repeating it. But the tone of these few sentences was full of self-doubt. Do you really want to kill me? Gurgle. As he asked again, more blood flowed out of the mysterious girl's mouth. Feeling the warm blood flowing out of the mysterious girl's chest, Han Feng's brain was instantly in a mess. Shoo! Boom! Before Han Feng could reply, the mysterious girl could no longer stand up and slid to the ground, looking at the mysterious girl dying on the ground, and then looking at the trembling blade in the air. Han Feng moved his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Bang! Han Feng threw away the mad knife as if avoiding the plague, and looked at the limp girl on the ground at a loss. I. This time, you should be satisfied. When Han Feng was at a loss, the girl on the ground twitched a few times and said, You. Lying on the ground, Han Feng pulled the mysterious girl, his mouth trembling. You haven't answered me yet, the mysterious girl suddenly asked, forcing her eyes open. Ask. What do you want to ask? Looking at the dying mysterious girl, Han Feng sat beside her and said, Little brother, will you miss me? Hearing this question, Han Feng frowned and hesitated for a long time without speaking. Hug me. Unable to wait for Han Feng's answer, the mysterious girl made this request again. After hearing this, Han Feng hugged the mysterious girl in his arms. Some mechanical eyes indicated that Han Feng was still in a state of unconsciousness. So, this is how it feels in your arms, so warm. In Han Feng's arms, every time the mysterious girl spoke a short paragraph, a stream of blood gushed out. La Luna, make a recovery potion. Quickly, quickly. In Han Feng's arms, Han Feng clearly felt that her life was slipping away desperately. In a hurry, Han Feng suddenly thought of a quick recovery potion. But he searched all the pockets and couldn't find it. Okay, Captain Han. The Gene Quick Recovery Potion is being made. Please wait. Don't bother. In Han Feng's arms, the mysterious girl knew something and said to herself, let me, lie quietly for a while, just a while. Okay. 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 Han Feng said 3 okay words in a row. But his heart was in a mess. I wanted to kill her a minute ago. But why now? Report to Captain Han. The Gene Rapid Recovery Potion has been prepared. After dozens of seconds, Luna's report sounded in Han Feng's mind. Hold on a little longer. As he spoke, Han Feng reached out and took out the needle from his pocket. Don't sleep. Hold on a little longer. Hurriedly pulling off the needle cap, Han Feng aimed at the mysterious girl's skin. Hold on a little longer. Hold on. Before he finished speaking, under the dark night, on the uplifted hillside, Han Feng's movements suddenly stopped. Holding the injection, Han Feng's hands trembled wildly. Because just in the last second, he felt the increase of 3 million huge gold coins. Huh? In the almost frozen picture, a breeze blew again. But this time, the breeze could no longer blow the blood-soaked hem of the mysterious girl. You? Looking at the peaceful smile of the mysterious girl in his arms, Han Feng could only utter half of the word you for a long time. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. At this moment, the silent Han Feng heard his heartbeat again. Inside his chest, Han Feng's heart seemed to have been freed from some restraints. Beating wildly. Bang. Han Feng crushed the injection he had just made in his hand. The green fluorescent medicine dripped onto the body of the mysterious girl along the lines of Han Feng's palm. Closing his eyes, Han Feng slowly looked at the sky. Everything was so quiet. Drops. A tear flowed from the corner of Han Feng's eyes and flowed down. 2 drops, 3 drops. At this moment, Wei Yun's revenge was avenged by himself. But why was my heart so painful? I should be happy that my revenge was avenged. Why was it like a stone was pressing on my heart? The suffocating feeling of being unable to breathe lingered around Han Feng. Retracting his gaze, Han Feng opened his eyes and looked at the girl in his arms. On her innocent and charming face, beads of sweat were like stars hanging in the sky. Why? Looking at the girl's slightly closed eyes, Han Feng asked softly. Unfortunately, Han Feng could no longer hear her answer. Because she was dead, and he was the murderer. Brother, will you miss me? Brother, do you miss me? Say you like me. Say you love me. Ha ha ha. Looking at the mysterious girl's face, Han Feng's mind unconsciously rang with the words she had said to him before. And her silver bell-like laughter. Lu Meng is dead. The mother is dead. The Lord is dead. With the disappearance of the mysterious girl's life, all of this no longer exists. Holding the mysterious girl for a long time, Han Feng gently put her down. But when Han Feng's hand just left the back of her head, Han Feng used telekinesis to float her up again. She said that her embrace was warm, and the ground was cold. Swish. Standing in place, Han Feng secretly scanned the area. Finally, he picked a piece of land that was pleasing to the eye and used telekinesis to dig up the soil on the ground. After a while, a grave of medium size was dug out by Han Feng. Controlling the telekinesis, the body of the mysterious girl slowly fell into the pit. Standing outside, Han Feng stared at the girl in the pit. The look in his eyes flickered. And I don't know what Han Feng was thinking. Who? Bang. As the soil was filled back, the pit gradually flattened and bulged. Whisper. Whoosh. Sacrificing several silver wings, Han Feng cut out a wooden tombstone from the woods. Swish. 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 Picked up the mad knife. Han Feng swept it a few times. And the words Lu Meng appeared on the tombstone. And the 2 words tomb. Han Feng really couldn't write them out. Swish. In midair, with the downward pressure of Han Feng's telekinesis, the tombstone was firmly inserted into the ground in front of the grave. looking at the completed grave. Han Feng's eyes were a little red. The mysterious girl was wearing the clothes she wore when she first saw him until her death. Ah. With a sigh, Han Feng took out 4 cigarettes, lit 3 of them, and inserted them in front of Lu Ming's tombstone to pay tribute. The remaining cigarette was held in Han Feng's mouth. The breeze wanted to blow down the cigarette without a foundation, but Han Feng used telekinesis to stabilize it. After watching the 3 cigarettes burn out quietly, Han Feng planned to turn around and leave. But something strange happened at this moment. After walking a few steps, Han Feng suddenly fainted without any signs. Chapter 467, Amusement Park. Rumble. Rumble. Ah! Accompanied by the rumble, a group of people on the roller coaster screamed in excitement. Boom! Wow! Ah! On the other side, the rapid splashed a huge handful of water, which fell in a moment and wet a large area. Standing in place, Han Feng looked around in confusion. Amusement park? Han Feng frowned slightly and looked at the laughing people around him thoughtfully. Hey! What are you looking for? Suddenly, a hand patted one of his shoulders, and Han Feng jumped a little. Ha ha, what are you afraid of? We haven't even gone to the haunted house yet. Looking back, Lu Ming covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her body shook. The white dress on her body was also swaying in the wind. Her other hand held 2 ice creams of different colors. Here, here. This is the chocolate ice cream you asked for. After laughing, Lu Ming picked out an ice cream and handed it to Han Feng. Thank you. After taking the ice cream, Han Feng responded subconsciously. You're welcome, let's go, let's continue playing. Raising her arms, Lu Ming hugged Han Feng's neck and walked forward. Since Han Feng was taller than Lu Ming, this scene looked a little funny. Wait here for a minute. I'll go line up to buy tickets. When they arrived at the bumper car ticket office, Lu Ming let go of Han Feng and continued, why are there so many people? As he spoke, Lu Ming had already lined up with his bag. Han Feng, who stayed behind, kept looking around, because he felt something seemed wrong. But he couldn't tell. Bang! Ha ha! Come again! Hit him! He was the one who bullied us just now. Lu Ming raised his little nose and pointed a finger at the bumper car that had hit him just now, shouting fiercely. Okay, I'll avenge you. Han Feng, in this exciting game, forgot something. Bang! Ha. Handing the steering wheel of the bumper car, Han Feng dashed across the sky, laughing with Lu Ming. It's so hot, so hot. Walking out of the bumper car field, Lu Ming covered her eyes with her hands and sighed with her mouth slightly open. She looked so cute. Let's find an air-conditioned restaurant later. I'm hungry too. While Lu Ming was talking, Han Feng looked around and found that the playground was full of lush trees. The scorching sun was hanging high in the sky. That's good. But where is the restaurant in the amusement park? Han Feng looked around and didn't see any restaurant. Are you stupid? Didn't you just say you wanted to eat KFC? You forgot so quickly. After Lu Ming said that, Han Feng suddenly remembered that there was indeed a hamburger fast food not far from the amusement park. Okay. Don't think about it. I'm dying of heat. Let's go to the air conditioner and then go out to play. Seeing Han Feng in deep thought, Lu Ming grabbed Han Feng's hand and dragged him towards the entrance of the amusement park. Okay. Don't be impatient. As he spoke, Han Feng adjusted the position of his hand and skillfully took Lu Ming's hand. Arriving at the hamburger fast food restaurant, Lu Ming pointed to an empty seat and said, Go grab a seat. Don't let others take it later. After pushing Han Feng over, Lu Ming turned and left again. Before leaving, Lu Ming did not forget to say, I'll go buy some hamburgers. You wait for me. Sitting alone in the bustling restaurant, Han Feng stared at the empty table in front of him and thought. Wherever he looked, there were food residues accidentally dropped by the guests at the previous table. Come on. Help me. Suddenly, Lu Ming came over with a large tray of food and urged Han Feng to help. How come it's so fast? Standing up, Han Feng first looked at the long queue, then looked at Lu Ming who was holding the tray, and exclaimed in disbelief. Don't be silly. I've already placed the order on my phone. Seeing Han Feng's big reaction, Lu Ming pouted and responded. There was a little bit of coquetry and blame in her words, which made Han Feng feel a little guilty. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. I always feel. Speaking apologetically, Han Feng hurriedly picked up the tray and slowly placed it on the dining table. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Looking at Han Feng, Lu Meng asked nervously. No, waving his hand. Han Feng looked at Lu Meng's clear eyes and continued, Oh, forget it, I thought too much. Han Feng laughed it off. After that, Han Feng picked up a burger on the tray, took it out and bit it. You are really good at picking. I picked it up, and it was your favorite chicken burger. Holding a large cup of Coke, Lu Meng rolled her eyes playfully and looked at Han Feng. Hee hee. Feeling the joy of the taste buds in his mouth, Han Feng smiled quietly and did not respond to anything else. When lunch was halfway through, Han Feng suddenly noticed a shining diamond ring on Lu Meng's left middle finger. This is... Holding the hamburger, Han Feng stared at the diamond ring. Your engagement ring, I finally saw it today, so I put it on. Lu Meng said proudly with her head tilted. No. Han Feng stared at the diamond ring with an obviously stunned look, and uttered two words. No. No. At this moment, Han Feng looked at the familiar diamond ring, and his brows became deeper and deeper. What's wrong? What's wrong? Looking at Han Feng's appearance, Lu Meng panicked. No. No. At this moment, Han Feng didn't know why in her heart. She always felt this diamond ring was not hers. It belonged to someone else. But as for who the owner of the diamond ring was, Han Feng couldn't remember. Don't scare me. What's wrong with you? No. No. In front of Han Feng, Lu Meng was at a loss and almost cried. But Han Feng still kept this expression, saying the word no over and over again. Brother Han, are you hungry? I'll go cook for you. Suddenly, when Han Feng was thinking hard, the image of Wei Yan flashed through his mind. It was at this moment that Han Feng remembered some memories. No! This is not yours. Swish. While shouting, Han Feng got up and didn't pay attention, causing the plate to fall to the ground. After a snap, Coke and hamburgers were scattered all over the floor. This is not yours. Han Feng stared at the diamond ring and shouted again. After this, the restaurant began to shake. Through the huge French window, Han Feng also saw the outside world began to collapse. This is mine. Mine. In front of Han Feng, Lu Meng stomped her feet and shouted. 2 lines of tears flowed from her red eyes. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Feng felt a buzzing sound in his ears. The next moment, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes all of a sudden. Who? Han Feng got up in shock. His expression was erratic, but his breathing seemed extremely rapid. After a few seconds, Han Feng, who had recovered a little, became conscious. Am I in the second base? Looking around, Han Feng saw that he was inside the tent, and under him was a camp bed. Yes, Captain Han. You are now outside the second base. Oh. After responding, Han Feng moved his eyes back and stared at the quilt on his body in a daze. Drip. Bang bang. At the moment Han Feng blinked, 2 tears fell and hit the quilt with a slight muffled sound. I cried? Looking at the 2 pools of water on the quilt, Han Feng asked himself in surprise. Why am I crying? The next second, Han Feng was a little confused. Is it because in the dream, I was set to be her boyfriend? Ah. Holding his forehead, Han Feng closed his eyes and recalled the dream. The next moment, Han Feng suddenly opened his eyes. What does the mysterious girl like to do most? She is making trouble in the dream. Could it be? She is not dead yet? Hiss. When he thought of this possibility, Han Feng immediately jumped up from the bed. On the ground, Han Feng, who was putting on his shoes, was suddenly stunned again. When the mysterious girl died, he received a reward of 3 million gold coins. According to this alone, the mysterious girl is indeed deceased. Otherwise, where did the 3 million come from? Luna, is Lu Meng dead? Standing up, Han Feng frowned and asked. Yes, Captain Han. Lu Meng is indeed dead. Dong. After getting this definite answer, Han Feng sat back on the bed. Hey! Captain Han. You're awake. At this time, Natasha opened the door curtain and came in, looking at Han Feng and smiling. Awake. Just woke up. Rubbing his still red and swollen eyes, Han Feng asked again, how long have I slept? Natasha subconsciously looked up at the ceiling with a long tone. and continued after a few seconds. It seems to be 3 or 4 days. I don't know the details. Not sure? Han Feng asked with a frown. At the same time, he thought to himself, how could it be possible? Natasha is a special forces soldier, and her concept of time is definitely different from that of ordinary people. It's only 3 or 4 days. Not a few years ago. How could she not know? Well, when I saw you, you had been unconscious for a while. When? How did you know? Hearing this, Han Feng interrupted and asked. Because at that time, there was dew on your body. Dew? Yes, dew. I guess you were lying in the field all night, and I found you in the early morning. Since the clothes were wet by the dew, it means that the coma time must be quite long. Keeping his brows frowned, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, Luna, how long have I slept? Reporting to Captain Han, you have been in a coma for 3 days and 10 hours. Oh, after getting the exact value, Han Feng responded first, and then suddenly remembered something. So he turned his head and looked at Natasha and asked, where were you a few nights ago? Waiting for the attack order at your place of stay. I said that after the battle begins, you will provide me with long-range support. But why didn't you shoot after fighting for so long? Chapter 468, Finalizing the Plan. Because the level 7 zombies are interfering with me. Looking at Han Feng, Natasha responded apologetically. Level 7 zombies? Squinting his eyes, Han Feng recalled the man in a suit. Yes, under the interference of the level 7 zombies. I can't provide you with remote support. Then you are not injured? Knowing the whole story, Han Feng immediately became nervous. For the lack of remote support, it is insignificant. No, it just dealt with me and didn't really attack. After the battle on your side was over, it had no intention of retreating. It didn't leave until dawn. It's just that its whereabouts are so strange and unpredictable that I can't aim at it. Taking advantage of Han Feng's silence, Natasha told Han Feng about some things that happened after he fell into a coma. Huh? I'm glad you're okay. Having seen the methods of the 7th level zombies, Han Feng knew that, let alone Natasha, even if there were 10 or 8 of them, they would definitely not be the opponents of the 7th level zombies. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what the 7th level zombies were going to do, Natasha was still safe and sound, which was the best result. Then you transported me here? A few seconds later, Han Feng asked. Yes. Thank you for your hard work. Go out and get me some food. Okay, Captain Han. After receiving Han Feng's order, Natasha turned and walked out of the tent. On the bed, Han Feng's mind was still replaying the amusement park in his dream. Since the mysterious girl is dead, then this dream is what he thinks about every day. After finding an excuse for himself, Han Feng slowly got up and folded the bedding. A few minutes later, Natasha returned to the tent again with 3 or 4 nutrition creams. Putting down the nutritional paste, Natasha left the tent again, saying that she was going to supervise at the second base. Luna, test the GS virus in my body. Unpacking a box of nutritional paste, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind while sucking it. Okay, Captain Han. The system is testing you. Please wait. 2 seconds later, Luna's voice came again. Report to Captain Han. After the system's preliminary test of you, it was found that the GS virus in your body is now dormant. Hearing this, Han Feng immediately smiled. Sure enough, what he expected was right. As long as the mother body dies, the GS virus will be weakened. In this way, wouldn't the zombie crisis in the world be perfectly solved by myself? Ha 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 ha. But, just when Han Feng was imagining the beautiful world of the future, Luna suddenly said but and brought him back to reality. But what? Hearing Luna's hesitant tone, although Han Feng maintained his joy, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. Although the GS virus in your body is dormant at this time, it seems to have undergone a leap before the virus went dormant. You mean, the GS virus in my body has evolved? You can say that, because the system detected that the GS virus has been strengthened by several levels. Once they break out again. Hearing Luna's hesitant tone again, Han Feng took a deep breath, calmed his mind and said, speak. Once they break out again, you may not be able to hold on. The result is that there is a great chance that you will completely mutate into a zombie. After hearing this, Han Feng opened his mouth and wanted to say something but stopped talking. He wanted to ask himself what the chance of mutation was. But when he thought of the word great, He lost the courage to speak. About when? Han Feng seemed to be asking himself the date of the deadline in a trance. Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know. Even the activation pathway of the GS virus has not been found in the combat laboratory. Hearing the answer of no use, Han Feng swallowed subconsciously. It's okay, just be faster. A few seconds later, Han Feng suddenly laughed. The faster in this sentence refers to the speed of building the second base. Again, as long as the time machine can be built in time, then all problems will no longer be problems. After swallowing the remaining nutrient paste in a few mouthfuls, Han Feng stood up and walked to the door of the tent. Outside, Han Feng stood at the gap in the wall, holding a cigarette and looking inside. After about a week of basic construction, Han Feng clearly saw the base of the Allied base vehicle. 3 months. As his vision blurred, Han Feng vaguely said the time for the construction of the second base to be completed. After this mission is completed, what will be the next hidden mission? How long will it take? How many hidden missions will follow? Will there be enough time? Han Feng didn't know all this. From the time he took over this mission to now, there was no prompt and no progress bar. At the moment, he had to go all out to complete one task after another. A few minutes later, Han Feng threw down the burnt cigarette butt and turned away. Natasha, do you want to go back with me? Finding the off-road vehicle, which had been driven back by Natasha, Han Feng asked Natasha in his mind. No, I'll help here. Natasha knew what Han Feng wanted in his heart, so she took the initiative to ask to stay and look after the construction of the base. Okay, contact me if you have anything. After that, Han Feng got into the car and started the car. Yeah. Go slowly on the road. Captain Han. Okay. After the two finished communicating, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the direction of East City. Back at the hotel, the people who hadn't seen Han Feng for a long time showed great enthusiasm. Especially Lu Rui. Following Han Feng, the little fox also turned into a tail chaser. Wherever Han Feng was, there would definitely be the figure of the fox. Hey, how is your plan? Before dinner, Han Feng was helping in the kitchen. Taking this opportunity, Lin Lan leaned in and asked quietly. What plan? Han Feng, who was confused, asked back. TSK. It's the picnic plan. After saying this, Lin Lan frowned slightly and continued. You promised me for a long time. And you always said you would go on a picnic. But you never went. Besides, what did you promise when you brought everyone here? Hearing Lin Lan's critical and aggrieved tone, Han Feng laughed bitterly, then scratched the back of his head and said, What promise? You said you would take everyone to the city to play. Staring, Lin Lan took a step forward, staring into Han Feng's eyes and said, Outing? Play? Apart from fighting zombies, what else did we do? Ha, didn't you go shopping on the street? With an awkward smile, Han Feng suddenly said something without thinking. Unexpectedly, it was this sentence that completely ignited Lin Lan's powder keg. Can shopping be compared with an outing? Can buying clothes be compared with playing? Tomorrow. Swoosh. Whoosh. Seeing Lin Lan about to take up the knife, Han Feng hurriedly said this. Then, he stepped on the watermelon peel and ran away. Half an hour later, the dinner began. Han Feng came to the hotel restaurant trembling with fear and looked at Lin Lan quietly. Brother Han, remember to bring tables, chairs and benches tomorrow. I felt cold when I sat on them last time, and I ran away several times after returning. At the door, Wei Peng suddenly left this sentence when he passed by Han Feng. Pa! Monty boy! Who are you standing here to peek at? While Han Feng was still staring at Wei Peng's back, his butt was sneak attacked by Lu Rui behind him. Can I bring a little sister with me when I go out for fun tomorrow? Just when he was about to fight back, Lu Rui suddenly threw out this sentence. Ah? Little sister? Well, we just met recently, we get along very well. Head, round head? Looking at Lu Rui's chubby face, Han Feng thought of little sister in his mind and turned it into little girl. Little girl. Haha, okay. Okay. Just let me see whose girl is so unlucky. Haha. Patting Lu Rui on the shoulder, Han Feng laughed. Get lost after cursing. Lu Rui walked into the restaurant and turned back to say, Then it's settled. I'm going to bring someone tomorrow. Remember to drive more cars. Oh. Nodding frantically at Lu Rui, Han Feng's heart was also full of expectation. Come in for dinner. Due to the playfulness of the two, Lin Lan noticed Han Feng in the darkness. Looking at Han Feng from a distance, Lin Lan shouted, "Oh! Come!" Responding, Han Feng walked into the restaurant. Let's have a toast for tomorrow's outing. At the dinner table, Lin Lan took the lead and stood up, holding a teacup. Looking at Lin Lan, Han Feng smiled lightly. He knew that the reason why Lin Lan spread the rumor in advance was to knock it to death. Come on, cheers. Seeing through it but not saying it, Han Feng stood up and clinked his teacup with Lin Lan's. After dinner, standing downstairs of the hotel, Han Feng habitually smoked and took a walk. After walking for a few minutes, Han Feng, who had thrown away his cigarette butt, suddenly remembered something and stopped. Since the GS virus in his body is dormant, then, will the other zombies also lose their ability to move? When this thought came to his mind, Han Feng almost unconsciously said this. Pursing his lips, Han Feng looked up at the sky shrouded in night. At this time, zombies should be easy to find. Search. After thinking about it, Han Feng lowered his head again, and his figure disappeared in an instant. He wanted to find zombies, so he went to the city to find zombies. Because compared to the mountainous area, Han Feng felt that there were more zombies in the hinterland of the city, and it was easier to find them. Swoosh. Whoosh. Soon, Han Feng's figure appeared on the top of the West City wall. The next second, Han Feng jumped out of the city and ran towards the city again. Hey, little brat. Holding a cigarette, Han Feng squatted in a corner of the broken wall and shouted at the zombies wandering below. The zombie looked at Han Feng following the sound, stared for a few seconds, and then turned his head, as if Han Feng did not exist. Chapter 469, Back to Lu Ming's tomb. Looking at the low-level zombies wandering around, Han Feng was a little surprised. Hey! Han Feng shouted again, raising his voice. But this time, the zombies didn't even look at Han Feng. How? Whoosh! Although Han Feng was a little confused, it didn't affect Silverwing's harvest. With the death of this zombie, Han Feng stood up with a cigarette in his mouth, thinking about looking for a higher-level zombie. A few minutes later, in a building, Han Feng saw a level 3 zombie and a level 4 zombie. Whoosh! Whistling, Han Feng walked over with his hands in his pockets. What disappointed Han Feng was that the level 3 and 4 zombies reacted the same way as the previous zombie. Not even looking at Han Feng. Whisper. Whoosh. Sitting on the slightly cleaner steps, Han Feng was puzzled. Why did the zombies that had been howling before become wilted now? They couldn't even fart when hit with a stick. After a few seconds, Han Feng's eyes gradually widened, because he suddenly thought, could it be the GS virus in his body that was causing trouble? Do zombies have a self-identification system? Can they automatically identify whether the creatures in front of them have the GS virus, and decide whether to attack? Han Feng didn't know whether to be happy or sad when he thought of this possibility. From now on, he might be the only person in the world who could safely pass by zombies. And the sad thing is, this incident also indirectly confirmed that he was a neither human nor ghost existence. Alas! After sighing, Han Feng threw down the burnt cigarette butt and stamped it out. Looking around, Han Feng suddenly felt that there was no place for him to stand in the world. Heh. With a self-deprecating smile, Han Feng thought of the theme of tonight again, whether the GS virus has weakened completely. After leaving the dark building, Han Feng closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings. A few seconds later, Han Feng opened his eyes and stared in one direction. 1 kilometer. After muttering something, Han Feng disappeared instantly and rushed towards the level 6 zombie not far away. Bang! Boom! In the battle with the level 6 zombie, Han Feng keenly caught that the level 6 zombie was far inferior to the previous one in terms of attack power and reaction power. After Han Feng neutral killed the level 6 zombie, he came to a conclusion that with the demise of the mother body, the GS virus was indeed much weaker. In other words, at this time, the ability of the level 6 zombie was almost reduced to the same as the previous level 5 zombie. This is good news. Absolutely delightful good news. At this moment, even if 100 level 6 zombies come to surround and kill him, he can definitely unscathed and annihilate them all. Just when Han Feng was imagining the battle scene, he suddenly thought of the level 7 zombies. In theory, its queen is dead, and it is the temporary king. because he has not seen a zombie stronger than it. Once the mother body dies, there are only two ways left for it. 1. Lead the remnants and fight to the end. Because according to the information known now, the GS virus is unlikely to upgrade again, but will decline. 2. Find a way to coexist with humans. However, this one seems a bit too unreal. If I put myself in the position of a level 7 zombie, it is unlikely that I would choose this path. Thinking from another perspective, Han Feng gradually narrowed his eyes. After a long time, Han Feng, who was alone, was blown by the cool breeze at night and couldn't help but shudder. Looking up at the dark night, Han Feng took out the mobile phone in his pocket. Oh my! It's 3 o'clock? Seeing the time displayed on the phone, Han Feng was surprised. Swoosh! The next moment, Han Feng disappeared from the spot and rushed back to the city. On the way, Han Feng was still a little puzzled. How time passed so quickly. Just a few zombies. But it took me 4 or 5 hours. Back in the hotel room, Han Feng quickly washed up and then curled up in the quilt. The next morning, knock, 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 knock. Woke up by a knock on the door. Han Feng squinted his eyes and took the phone. Brother, it's not even 7 o'clock. What are you doing? Brother Han, get up and get ready. Everyone is almost ready. Only you are left. Outside the door, Wei Peng responded. Oh, I see. After that, Han Feng yawned and got up. Half an hour later, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, Han Feng came to the hotel lobby. From falling asleep to being woken up, Han Feng slept for less than 3 hours. In this time, Han Feng had no time to rest. I have prepared the ingredients and brought the tables, chairs and benches. Yes, all loaded in the car. Responding to Lin Lan, Tanya pointed to the 2 trucks outside the hotel. Listening to everyone talking, Han Feng sleepily picked a car and entered, and said, "You decide where to go. I need to sleep for a while. I can't stand it anymore." Buzz. Soon, the vehicle started. In the cabin, with the swaying bumps, Han Feng quickly fell asleep again. Brother Han? Brother Han, wake up. Brother Han. We're here. Waked up by Wei Peng. Han Feng felt like he had only slept for a few seconds. Lying on the back seat, Han Feng rubbed his face and got up. After sitting up, Han Feng subconsciously squinted and looked out the window. The next second, Han Feng frowned, because in his vision, an inexplicable sense of familiarity came into view. This is, sitting in the car, Han Feng glanced around, and finally saw the construction site of the second base at the foot of the mountain in an inconspicuous gap. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes widened. This area, isn't it the hillside where he saw the mysterious girl a few days ago? Bang! Instantly, Han Feng immediately opened the car door and rushed out of the car. Hey! Don't put the table here. There are trees behind it. It's so cold. Where is the barbecue grill? Where are the lamb skewers? Hey! Lucia! I'm talking to you. Fox, follow me closely. Don't run around. Rushing out of the car, Han Feng saw everyone arranging the venue with laughter. Brother Han, what's wrong with you? Until this time, Wei Peng, who saw that Han Feng was not right, chased out. Who told you to come here? Panting, Han Feng turned around and stared at Wei Peng and asked. Seeing Han Feng's eyes about to burst, Wei Peng was frightened and immediately took a small step back, almost falling down. Damn! Without waiting for Wei Peng to speak, Han Feng subconsciously cursed and turned away. At this time, Han Feng wanted to see if Lu Meng's tomb still existed. These days, he always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't explain it. He suspected the mysterious girl was not dead, and all this was her secret trick. But when Han Feng saw her intact tomb, the corners of his mouth trembled unconsciously a few times. The tomb was intact. Even the tombstone was covered with dew before dawn, and around it, there were still traces of the battle that night. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Who? Lu Meng. Who is Lu Meng? Behind Han Feng, Lin Lan was the first to rush over. Looking at the word Lu Meng on the tombstone, he asked subconsciously, Holy Lord. Ah? What? Listening to Han Feng's confusing answer, Lin Lan was obviously confused. Lu Meng is the Holy Lord. She died, and I killed her. Even this tomb was made by me. Han Feng did not turn around, but looked directly at the tombstone and responded, "Holy Lord. You said this is the Holy Lord." Before Lin Lan could speak, Wei Peng came in a daze. Noticing Wei Peng, Han Feng immediately felt that he had said the wrong thing. Swoosh. Bang. In a flash. Before Han Feng could say anything, he saw Wei Peng flying away and kicking the tombstone. As the tombstone broke and flew out, Wei Peng completely lost control. Ah! 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 While roaring, Wei Peng kicked the raised earth of the tomb. "Give me back my sister! Give me back my sister!" Wei Peng was obviously not satisfied with his kick, so he bent down and dug frantically on the ground. "Xiao Peng, don't do this." Seeing this, Lin Lan wanted to step forward to stop something, but was stopped by Han Feng. It's not that Han Feng is heartless and lets Wei Peng do bad things, but Han Feng himself also wants to confirm something. That is Lu Ming. Is she still under the soil pile? Why don't you go up and stop him? Looking at the arm across her chest, Lin Lan turned sideways and whispered to Han Feng. After hearing this, Han Feng did not speak, but shook his head with a cold face. Seeing this, Lin Lan could only give up. A few minutes later, Wei Peng found something and pulled out the red cloth from the soil. Seeing this scene, Han Feng knew. This piece of red cloth was originally the white dress of the mysterious girl, but it was stained with blood. Buzz! Silently, Han Feng activated the god's vision. Standing in place, Han Feng used the mid-air vision to clearly see the corpse in the pit. The mysterious girl was still. "What are you doing? Let me go! King, let me go!" After Han Feng released the god's vision, he used telekinesis to pull Wei Peng out of the tomb. In midair, Wei Peng cursed at Han Feng, very angry why he had to take him out. "She's dead. I killed her." Bringing Wei Peng to him, Han Feng said indifferently, "You liar. Liar. You said? I want to kill her myself." "Xiaoping, don't be like this. Listen to me first. Okay?" Looking at Wei Peng, Lin Lan took the position, blocked between Han Feng and Wei Peng, supported Wei Peng and continued, "Look at the traces of fighting around. You must know how dangerous the battle was at that time. What if your brother-in-law held back and didn't kill the Holy Lord? Instead, he was attacked by the Holy Lord. Then you would lose more than just your sister. Besides, without your brother-in-law, there might not be anyone in this world who could really kill the Holy Lord. Everything happened in an instant, and your brother-in-law couldn't have taken care of everything." Chapter 470, Disappeared. Lin Lan looked at Wei Peng earnestly. Wei Peng looked at Han Feng with fire in his eyes, and Han Feng looked at Wei Peng expressionlessly. At this time, the three people's positions and emotions actually formed a strange balance. Until, bang! Lu Rui, who came later, was so scared when he saw the three people that he lost his balance. After taking a few steps back, he fell to the ground and made a loud muffled sound. This movement successfully attracted the attention of the three people. "Haha, you continue. Blame me for not holding steady. Blame me. Blame me." Seeing the three people looking at him, Lu Zhi behind Lu Rui smiled bitterly. But Han Feng was not distracted by these joking words, because, in his sight, he saw Lu Rui's extremely terrified expression. "You? Yes. 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 It's here. It's here." Han Feng was about to ask something when he saw Lu Rui crying nervously as if he had seen a ghost. Ignoring Wei Peng, Han Feng raised his legs and walked towards Lu Rui, who was limp on the ground. "It's here. You died here." On the ground, Lu Rui, who was shaking all over, pointed at Han Feng and told him this shocking news. "What? What happened to my brother-in-law? What did you say?" How could Han Feng? Sure enough, when Lu Rui said this, everyone asked in panic, "TSK?" And Han Feng, the Lord of Dreams, sighed with regret, as if he was blaming Lu Rui for telling this secret in public. "You go back first. No one is allowed to stay here without my order." Looking back coldly, Han Feng glanced at everyone and continued, "Come on. Take them away." Han Feng's "come on" refers to Tanya, who was accompanying him, and dozens of red alert soldiers. Turning his head again, Han Feng glanced at Lu Rui, then wrapped his body with telekinesis, and with a leap, Han Feng disappeared into the distance. "What's going on?" On the mountainside, Han Feng found a small open space to put Lu Rui down. Looking at the panicked Lu Rui, Han Feng couldn't help but ask, "Was that a tomb just now?" Lu Rui didn't answer Han Feng's question directly, but asked on his own. "Yes. What happened?" Wei Yun walked out of the tomb. Wei Yun. Hearing these two words from Lu Rui's mouth, Han Feng's whole body trembled suddenly, as if he had been electrified. "Yes. Wei Yun. Hey! What's wrong with you?" The situation was beyond Han Feng's expectation again. Lu Rui was still terrified just now, but he suddenly fainted at this moment. Patting Lu Rui's chubby body, Han Feng shouted loudly, but Lu Rui did not respond at all. "Luna! What's wrong with him?" The next second, Han Feng asked about Luna. "For this kind of thing, maybe the system is more say. Report to Captain Han. Lu Rui is only temporarily unconscious. Don't worry. He will be fine." Huh? After hearing this, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it might be because this kid was too excited. Looking around, Han Feng stood up. His telekinesis once again wrapped around Lu Rui's body, and after confirming the direction, he returned the same way, returning to the tomb at the top of the hillside. Han Feng was shocked to find that the mysterious girl in the tomb had disappeared. "Luna! This..." Looking at the empty tomb, Han Feng immediately asked Luna. "Report to Captain Han." I don't know." Staring, Han Feng walked around the tomb and found a footprint that did not belong to everyone. There were 3 kinds of footprints beside the tomb. They were his own, Wei Ping's, and this unknown one. According to observation, Han Feng also found that this unknown footprint was lighter than his own and Wei Ping's. This means that the person who took the body of the mysterious girl is not as good as himself and Wei Peng. Moreover, this footprint does not look like that made by ordinary shoes. It looks more like leather shoes. Level 7 zombie. Looking at the footprint, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and muttered. Standing up, Han Feng looked in the direction of the footprint and found that the footprint was broken after a few steps. This means the level 7 zombie quickly escaped from here. It is very likely that these footprints that left the direction were also intentional. Pursing his lips, Han Feng turned around and walked towards the camping site silently. Why does it want the mother's body? Does it want to become the new mother? On the way, Han Feng muttered and imagined a scene in his mind. That is, the level 7 zombie sucking the blood of the mysterious girl. Or the two were doing blood transfusion under medical equipment. Captain Han. What happened to Fatty Lu? When everyone saw Han Feng return, Lu Zhi was the first to greet him. But halfway through, he saw Lu Rui floating behind Han Feng, sleeping. He was just too excited and fainted. After explaining, Han Feng glanced around, found a relatively cool corner and continued, let him rest for a while. After that, Lu Rui's body turned towards the shade. Lu Pang Pang. What's wrong with you? As soon as Lu Rui's body landed on the ground, a little girl rushed over. Buzz, staring at the girl who was about to touch Lu Rui. Han Feng instantly erected a transparent telekinetic wall between the two of them, separating them. Captain Han. This is Lu Rui's girlfriend. Looking at Han Feng's expression, Lu Zhi's heart clicked. He quickly leaned in and whispered, "Oh." After replying softly with one word, Han Feng withdrew his telekinesis. At the same time, he told the girl, don't touch him first. Let him rest for a while. Don't worry. It's okay. Thank you. Responding to Han Feng, the girl looked back at Lu Rui on the ground. She wanted to reach out and touch him, but then retracted her hand. The behavior of wanting to do something, but not being able to do it was quite cute. In Han Feng's eyes, the girl's appearance was not outstanding, but her clean face was a bit sweet. With casual clothes and jeans, Han Feng subconsciously felt that this girl was just an ordinary member of the university. This was somewhat unexpected from the glamour that Han Feng had thought of before. But because of this, Han Feng let go of his guard in his heart. Let's go. Go first. After nodding to the girl, Han Feng turned and walked towards the camping site not far away. Xiao Peng. How are you? Walking to the side of Wei Peng, who was sitting quietly, Han Feng asked first. Brother Lu said you would die. Why? What surprised Han Feng was that Wei Peng did not ask about the Holy Lord, but cared about himself first. He is talking nonsense. This kid is just being mysterious. But I don't think he is lying. Haha, who in this world can kill me? Seeing Wei Peng asking questions, Han Feng simply showed off his domineering side. Sure enough, after this sentence, Wei Peng pursed his lips and stopped talking. Once the Holy Lord dies, the world's greatest enemy will be gone. The remaining minions, it's only a matter of time to kill them all. Oh, right. Fearing that Wei Peng would ask more questions, Han Feng quickly changed the subject and asked, who chose this place for an outing? I don't know. After hearing this, Wei Peng stretched his neck and looked at the crowd not far away and said, you could ask Lin Lan. It seems that she decided the location this time. Okay. After responding with one word, Han Feng turned and walked towards the busy crowd. On the way, Han Feng suddenly became suspicious. Lin Lan and the Holy Lord. There is 1,000 threads connection between them. Coincidentally, just after the Holy Lord died, Lin Lan took the lead to come here. The twists and turns in this are probably a bit hard to explain. Han Feng was suspicious, but didn't say anything. You are the one who decided the location of this outing? Han Feng asked softly when he came behind Lin Lan. Turning around and looking at Han Feng, Lin Lan opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. How could she not know what Han Feng was thinking? The grave of her old master was just 100 meters away. No matter how she explained it now, it would always give people a weird feeling. Didn't everyone choose it together? When Lin Lan gave up explaining, Lu Zhi jumped out and said something. Everyone. Together? Turning his eyes, Han Feng looked at Lu Zhi. The word continue was revealed in his eyes. Lin Lan will first select a few places suitable for picnics. And then everyone will choose. The place with the most votes will be the picnic location. Pointing at the surrounding environment, Lu Zhi said angrily. So, everyone chose here? Slightly narrowing his eyes, Han Feng asked in a picky tone. Not really. No one chose here, haha. Feeling Han Feng's aura, Lu Zhi took a small step back and responded incoherently. Big brother, I chose it. Suddenly, a childish voice sounded beside Han Feng. Looking for the sound, it was Hu who was holding Han Feng's collar and talking. I saw that big brother always ran over here. I thought there would be fun. Maybe Hu felt Han Feng's mood. So when he spoke, he always gave people a timid feeling. Did you choose this place? Han Feng squatted down and held Hu's little shoulder and asked. Yes, we all chose other places at that time. Who knew that this little guy would veto it, haha. Seeing that he could disassociate himself soon, Lu Zhi took the opportunity to say, well, I know. Standing up, Han Feng took Hu's hand and nodded at Lu Zhi. At this point, the case is solved. It was Fox who chose this place. So, it has nothing to do with Saint Lin Lan. What are we going to eat later? In order to ease the slightly frozen atmosphere, Han Feng took the initiative to ask Lin Lan. Barbecue and simple meals. I have taken down the barbecue stove. Lin Lan raised his chin and looked at the place 10 meters in front of him. Ha ha, really, it just so happens that I want to eat barbecue too. Let's go. Fox, let's take a walk first so that we can eat more later. Ha ha. Han Feng led Fox to the side. Luna. They are ignorant. Why are you following them? The construction location of the base at the bottom of the mountain is so clear. Why don't you stop them? On the way to accompany Fox for an outing, Han Feng contacted Luna calmly. Chapter 471, Truce. If you don't stand in a specific position, you can't see the base construction position. Before Luna could explain anything, Tanya's voice was the first to ring. Then you can't gamble? What if you see it? The construction manual clearly stipulates that no outsiders can watch the base construction. How can you? Halfway through the words, Han Feng held back the second half. Don't worry, Captain Han. I'm watching. If anyone approaches the specific position, I will stop it in time. After saying this, Tanya threw the blame on Hu and said, didn't Hu insist on coming here? It was the middle of the night. And I don't know where you ran off. How can we have a remote command connection? How can you not know where I am? It would have been fine if Tanya hadn't said this. After she said this, Han Feng became even angrier. Big brother, why don't you leave? Walking in front, seeing Han Feng standing still, he turned around and asked, come on. Come on. After saying that, Han Feng stepped forward and took Hu's hand again. After being interfered by Hu, Han Feng was too lazy to continue asking other questions. After more than 20 minutes, the simple meals and barbecue were served one after another. At Lin Lan's call, the two walked back to the camp. as everyone was playing and laughing. Wei Peng gradually smiled. At this point, the unpleasant things that happened in the morning were forgotten. Time passed by little, and in the blink of an eye, it was dusk. Lu Rui got up in the afterglow of the setting sun. This faintness just missed the happiest time for everyone. With the help of Lu Rui's girlfriend, Lu Rui returned to the dining table. You eat something first. I'll help to close the stall. I'll find you when we get back to the hotel in the evening, Han Feng said, turned around, and left to help Lin Lan clean up the sundries. Oh. Frowning, Lu Rui looked at Han Feng's back with a confused look. An hour later, everyone returned to the hotel in Dongcheng. You didn't lock the door? After calming everyone down, Han Feng came to Lu Rui's room. Seeing that the door was not locked, he was a little surprised. Go out first and play with your sister Lin for a while. Captain Han and I have something to say. Seeing Han Feng coming in with a cigarette in his mouth, Lu Rui patted his girlfriend beside him. Okay. Looking at the two of them, the girl stood up and walked to the door. Baby, help me close the door, thank you. Oh. Okay. After the two finished talking, the girl closed the door and left. What do you want to talk to me about? As soon as his girlfriend left, Lu Rui asked Han Feng. Ah? Raising his eyebrows in surprise. Han Feng was a little disordered. Ah. Shit. What do you want from me? Staring at Han Feng, Lu Rui asked with a stronger tone. Did you forget? Forgot what? Pursing his lips, Han Feng felt a little cold on his back. Looking at Lu Rui's expression and look, this guy didn't seem to be playing a trick on him. Do you remember what happened before you fainted? Squinting his eyes, Han Feng asked tentatively. I forgot. But Xiao Zhang, Lu Rui's girlfriend, said. I was stimulated by something. With a look of reminiscence, Lu Rui asked again, can you tell me what happened? After Lu Rui finished speaking, Han Feng fell silent, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Han Feng walked towards the window. He opened the curtains and looked at the endless night. Han Feng struggled for a moment. Let's go! After a few seconds, Han Feng turned around and continued to Lu Rui. Let's go. I'll take you back. Where are you going? It's so late. Seeing that Han Feng was going to take him out, Lu Rui immediately waved his hands. He knew that there were man-eating monsters outside, and his superpowers were the useless of the useless. Not only did he not have any attack power, but he also had no life-saving skills. If he went out and was caught by zombies, I'm here. Stop talking nonsense. As Han Feng tried to pull Lu Rui away several times, but Lu Rui was unable to get rid of him. Telekinesis, activate. Staring at Lu Rui, Han Feng used telekinesis. Half an hour later, under Lu Rui's ineffective resistance, the two returned to Lu Meng's empty tomb. Calm down now, and don't get excited no matter what you see, okay? At this time, Han Feng and Lu Rui were separated from Lu Meng's tomb by a small bush. In order to prevent the fainting in the morning from happening again, Han Feng specifically gave a few instructions. Brother, don't. Can we come again tomorrow? I want to go home. Lu Rui, who was already uneasy, became even more afraid after hearing what Han Feng said. In the pitch-dark night, Lu Rui was really scared. It's okay, I'm here. It's okay. With a firm word, Han Feng dragged Lu Rui through the bushes. How is it? Do you feel anything? Arriving in front of Lu Meng's empty grave, Han Feng asked Lu Rui nervously. Don't just stand there and say nothing. Did you remember anything? At this time, no matter what Han Feng said, Lu Rui looked confused and stood stupidly in front of the grave without saying a word. I'm broken. Seeing Lu Rui didn't respond for such a long time, Han Feng's heart also sank. What is this? Why did you call me here so late at night? Just when Han Feng was about to give up treatment, Lu Rui suddenly said this. Fuck. Why didn't you say anything just now? Slapping Lu Rui, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't you let me feel it? I didn't feel anything. Fuck you. This morning, we just came here, and you pointed to this tomb and said, after a soft curse, Han Feng talked about what happened in the morning before Lu Rui fell into a coma. I said you would die? And die here? A few minutes later, Lu Rui exclaimed in surprise, as Han Feng sorted out his thoughts. Are you sick? Why are you yelling in the middle of the night? As he was talking, Lu Rui suddenly roared, which scared Han Feng. No. You said. I said you would die here? Well, you also said that Wei Yun would walk out of this tomb. Wei Yun. After hearing Han Feng say this, Lu Rui scratched the back of his head and tried his best to recall. But he couldn't remember anything. Damn. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng cursed inwardly, then turned to Luna and said, Luna, test his brain to see if he has become stupid because he slept for so long today. Okay, Captain Han. The system will start the preliminary test of steamed dishes. Are you really going to kill me? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from above to Han Feng's ears. Who is talking? Hearing this voice, Lu Rui, who was already timid, sat down on the ground and looked around in fear. You are really annoying. Without looking up, just by hearing the voice, Han Feng knew. It was a level 7 zombie. Clang. Huh. Jumping down from a tall tree, the level 7 zombie landed steadily. He is not good at anything, but he is the best at stealing things. Han Feng looked at the level 7 zombie and sneered. Haha, after all, she's my boss, it's not right not to collect her body. While talking, the level 7 zombie took out cigarettes from his pocket and threw 2 of them to Han Feng. After catching the cigarettes falling from the air, Han Feng handed one to Lu Rui. Who is he? How come he didn't fall to death from such a high place? Hiding behind Han Feng, Lu Rui trembled as he took the cigarette and asked in confusion. Your hand has grown back? At this moment, seeing the healthy body of the level 7 zombie, Han Feng didn't bother to explain to Lu Rui. Yeah, it's grown back. Impossible. I haven't seen you for 2 days. How could you? Han Feng paused in the middle of his words, because he thought the level 7 zombie took Lu Meng away. Could it be that it did something to Lu Meng to make his broken body whole again? Don't think about it, it's not what you think. Holding a cigarette, the level 7 zombie leaned against the tree and continued, I came here this time to talk to you about something. Squinting his eyes and staring at the level 7 zombie, Han Feng did not answer. Instead, he was thinking, is this an opportunity? An opportunity to kill the level 7 zombie. 3 months, how about we take a 3-month truce? In 3 months, I will not appear in front of you again. As for the other zombies, as long as you don't look for them deliberately, we won't see each other. How about that? Han Feng still kept his lips pursed while listening to the words of the level 7 zombie. Hey, give me a straight answer. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Suddenly, Han Feng asked coldly. After speaking, Han Feng raised his leg and walked towards the level 7 zombie, and continued, you want to cease fire? Haha. I guess you have dropped a level? I still say the same thing. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Now you are getting weaker and weaker, and I will only get stronger. You took away the body of the mother body, and asked me to cease fire for 3 months. He delusion. While speaking, Han Feng had already walked most of the way. At this moment, Han Feng believed more and more in his heart. This guy wanted these 3 months just to transform into a new mother body. If he really agreed to its conditions at this time, then there would be one more powerful enemy in the future. It is better to take advantage of his illness and kill him. While crossing, Han Feng used telekinesis to hook the telekinetic weapon on his waist. And the blood rage was also on the verge of being triggered. Haha, you are wrong, you are wrong. Seeing Han Feng getting closer and closer, the level 7 zombie not only did not retreat, but also laughed while holding his belly. The zombie virus is indeed weakening. But they are just low-level zombies. I won't get weak. After laughing, the level 7 zombie jumped onto the tree behind him, stood on the treetop and continued, I will assume that you have agreed to the 3-month truce. I'm leaving first. See you in 3 months, bye. Swoosh. After saying that, the level 7 zombie flashed and disappeared from Han Feng's sight in an instant. Looking at the treetop where the level 7 zombie disappeared, Han Feng loosened his clenched teeth. Based on the opponent's figure, it is indeed still strong. Look at Lu Rui standing stupidly behind him. If they really fight, I may not be able to protect him. Forget it, this is not a good opportunity this time. Next time, I must kill this annoying guy. Clenching his fist, Han Feng swore in his heart. Chapter 472, The fog is getting thicker. Report to Captain Han. After a preliminary system test, it was found that there was nothing wrong with Lu Rui's brain. Okay, I got it. After responding calmly, Han Feng turned around and walked back to Lu Rui and said, Do you really not remember? I don't remember. Did I really say these words? Lu Rui frowned. His expression was even uglier than Han Feng's. Think about it again. Maybe you can sense something again. At this time, Han Feng was unwilling to miss this good opportunity to predict the future. Brother, I really can't remember anything. Really? Then let's go. Han Feng didn't know what to say. After he finished speaking, Han Feng took the lead and walked towards the vehicle. On the way back, Lu Rui in the co-pilot seat hesitated. Say, looking forward, Han Feng spoke. Actually, in my dream, the place where you died was not here. What do you remember? After Lu Rui said this, Han Feng asked sideways. No, I mean my previous dream. At that time, you and that monster were fighting in a ruin. As he spoke, Lu Rui looked out the car window and said in confusion, It's impossible. There are no buildings in this deep mountain forest. How could I say that you would die here? Hearing Lu Rui's contradictory words, Han Feng frowned and said nothing. But in his heart, anyway, you should be careful. After all, this is not a good dream. Patting Han Feng, Lu Rui continued, If only I could know the specific date. It's better than guessing back and forth like this. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by heaven. After responding, Han Feng stopped talking and concentrated on driving. More than 20 minutes later, the two returned to the hotel. At this time, it was also 1 o'clock in the morning. Back to his room, Han Feng closed the door and went to the window. Looking at the lights downstairs, Han Feng silently took out a cigarette and lit it. Why did Lu Rui say that he would die in front of Lu Meng's grave? Why did he say that Wei Yun would walk out of the grave? Later he said that he would die in the ruins. But there are no buildings in the mountains. So where does the word ruins come from? Could it be that he would die twice? At this time, Han Feng always felt that he had lost some key information. Just like the feeling of forgetting what to say when the words are on the tip of your tongue. After a few seconds, Han Feng squinted his eyes and turned to walk towards the chair. After sitting down, Han Feng held his forehead and began to struggle with Lu Rui's memory. Obviously, what Lu Rui said yesterday morning was not groundless. There must be a meaning behind what he said. But why did he lose such a crucial memory when he woke up? Could it be? Thinking of this, Han Feng was stunned. While talking to himself, Han Feng suddenly thought, who has the ability to enter dreams? Who has the ability to change dreams without anyone noticing after entering dreams? Mysterious girl. Lu Meng. Staring with horror, Han Feng read out 2 names in succession. That's right. If the mysterious girl entered Lu Rui's dream, and then tampered with the original dream, all this would make sense. But the next question made Han Feng feel a little uneasy. First, why did the mysterious girl enter Lu Rui's dream? What was her motive? What was her intention? Did she just want to scare herself? But this doesn't make sense. Second, Lu Rui had never dreamed of the environment in front of Lu Meng's grave. Yesterday morning was also the first time he came to the top of the mountain. Why did he suddenly have such a big reaction? Could it be that this guy's superpowers have evolved? Can he predict the future without dreaming? Thinking of this, Han Feng frowned even more deeply. It's still the same problem. The mysterious girl is dead. So no one has the ability to change dreams and memories. How to explain Lu Rui's question? Putting out the cigarette, Han Feng felt a chill on his spine. I thought that the closer I got to the truth, the clearer I could see the essence of the matter. But who knew that the closer I got to the truth, the more confusing the incident became. And the fog became thicker. Alas. Standing up, Han Feng sighed heavily. Now, he couldn't understand the purpose of the 7th level zombies. Nor did he understand Lu Rui's question. And he still didn't know where he really died. Shaking his somewhat dull head, Han Feng took off his clothes and walked towards the bathroom. Standing under the shower, letting the water splash freely. The next morning, Han Feng was not in a very good mental state because he had been thinking all night. After washing up, Han Feng, with 2 faint dark circles under his eyes, called Tanya and Natasha to the room. Tanya, after breakfast, you will take 3 seals and drive the Nighthawk transport plane back to the zinc mine. Let the barracks make another 10,000 nutrient pastes and send them over. And then, you will stay there and wait for orders. Ah? The first half of the sentence was fine. But the second half of the sentence was that when Han Feng sent her to the zinc mine. Tanya exclaimed, looking a little surprised and unacceptable. Han Feng glanced at Tanya and continued with a look of relief in his eyes. Level 7 zombies spontaneously want to cease fire for 3 months. You agreed? Hearing this, Tanya couldn't help interrupting. Listen to me first. Uh-huh. Of course I can't agree. It said that it won't appear in front of me within 3 months. During this period, I will find a way to find it. But I'm afraid that there will be no one guarding the zinc mine. So you want to transfer me to guard the zinc mine? Yeah. Looking at Tanya, Han Feng nodded gently. Seeing that Tanya was silent, Han Feng said, don't worry. It will take at most 3 months. If I still can't find it, then you come back. In 3 months, by then, the second base will be built. Oh. After hearing this, Tanya responded reluctantly. Before that, Tanya turned her head and looked at Natasha, and the expression in her eyes seemed to ask why she was not sent. Okay, you pack up and leave. As he spoke, Han Feng stood up and greeted the two of them. Let's have breakfast first. After speaking, Han Feng raised his legs and walked out of the room first. After breakfast, Han Feng watched Tanya leave with the other 4 Nightingale transport planes. After a brief explanation, Han Feng also took Natasha to the second base in an off-road vehicle. Arriving at the second base, Han Feng ordered the construction of 4 light towers and 4 magnetic storm coils at the 4 corners of the wall. By the way, 3 holes were opened on the other 3 sides of the wall for entry and exit. In order to increase defense, Han Feng built 8 sentry guns and 8 machine gun bunkers. After this operation, Han Feng's gold coins disappeared by more than 100,000 in an instant. Looking at the solid defense of the second base, Han Feng nodded with satisfaction. The next second, Han Feng's smile gradually solidified, because he thought that the first base also had this kind of defense. Didn't the Holy Lord take advantage of it? And Wei Yun died because of it. Pursing his lips, Han Feng shook his head gently. Once the mysterious girl died, the word Holy Master was a thing of the past. Now, except for the fear of the 7th level zombies coming to make trouble, there will never be such a oolong incident as last time. Natasha. Coming back to his senses, Han Feng looked back at Natasha behind him and continued, until the second base is built, it's your fault to keep guarding here. After all, I have no other choice except you. Haha, Captain Han. You are being polite, this is what I should do. Well, you have worked hard. After saying that, Han Feng raised his leg and walked past Natasha and came to the side of the off-road vehicle. I'm leaving first. If you need anything, you can make your own decisions. Red Alert soldiers and defensive weapons are at your disposal. Before getting in the car, Han Feng did not forget to give another reminder. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. Waving at Han Feng, Natasha responded with a smile. Bye. After that, Han Feng started the car and stepped on the accelerator. Buzz. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, Han Feng rushed straight to the city. Where will the level 7 zombie hide for 3 months? The city is its best choice. First of all, there is no one in the city, which ensures that no one will be full of food and wander around. Secondly, there are many zombies of various levels in the city. With such a group of loyal little brothers supporting them, the level 7 zombies can better form a reconnaissance system. Whether it is defense or offense, it is the best choice. If it enters the deep mountains and old forests. Hee. With so many zombies, how many can it take away? After a little analysis, Han Feng dared to conclude that the level 7 zombies are in the city. With a confident smile, Han Feng was not worried about not finding it. With the detection of the radar system and the supply boxes that jump out from time to time, he will definitely find it within a few days. An hour later, Han Feng, full of confidence, crossed the city and came to the hinterland of the city. Luna, turn on the radar scan. Parking the car near a commercial pedestrian street, Han Feng ordered Luna. Report to Captain Han. Turn on the radar to scan the surrounding 500-mile radius. 100 gold coins are required. Please confirm to turn it on. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is turning on the scan. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, she continued 2 seconds later. Report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. Scan result, no supply box found. After listening to Luna, Han Feng frowned in confusion. No supply box found? Impossible. Not finding a level 7 zombie. Not even a level 6 zombie? 500 miles. 500 miles. There is no dangerous place at all? Thinking about the problem in his heart, Han Feng was relieved after a few seconds. The level 6 zombies are now at the level of level 5 zombies. So it makes sense that there is no dangerous place within 500 kilometers. But, in such a long range, did the level 7 zombies really disappear? Where did it go? With a frown on his face, Han Feng looked away. Chapter 473, 3 Days. After a few seconds, Han Feng retracted his gaze and began to think about new ways to find. Huh? Suddenly, a light flashed in Han Feng's eyes. There is a way. Since the 7th level zombie, the mother body can be summoned through perception. Then why don't I also use perception to determine its location? As soon as this thought came up, Han Feng closed his eyes and did it. 5 seconds later, Han Feng pursed his lips. 10 seconds later, Han Feng frowned. 20 seconds later, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes. After nearly half a minute of perception, Han Feng did not find anything in the perception area. In other words, the level 7 zombie is not here. I said, this guy. How can you guarantee that he won't appear in front of me for 3 months? It turns out that he escaped to another city. Squinting his eyes, Han Feng secretly guessed in his heart. Turning back to the car, Han Feng felt very frustrated. Originally, he was confident in finding the level 7 zombie. But now it seems, this plan has gone down the drain. In the next few days, in order to find the level 7 zombie, Han Feng ran around tirelessly every day. But after exploring the surrounding area more than 1,000 kilometers, he still found nothing. It was as if the level 7 zombie evaporated. Staying in the second base, Han Feng watched the engineers busy while thinking about the secret behind the disappearance of the level 7 zombies. Soon, a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the general outline of the second base has been initially built. Looking at the huge metal shell of the Allied base vehicle, Han Feng also sighed that time flies. At this point in time, everything is going according to plan. The only thing that is not perfect is, during this period of time, the zombies are really just as the level 7 zombies said, and they have not been seen. And Han Feng, from time to time, strolled into the city. Unless he deliberately entered the building to search. The streets were really empty as far as the eye could see. At noon, Han Feng drove back to the hotel. Because of the accident 3 months ago, Lin Lan was pregnant. At this moment, the signs of Lin Lan's pregnancy gradually emerged. Her originally flat belly now had a slight bulge. How was it today? Did you find anything? Seeing Han Feng coming back, Lin Lan put down the magazine in her hand and asked in the hotel lobby. And this? I don't know how many times Lin Lan has asked this. No, I still haven't found anything. In response to Lin Lan, Han Feng looked at her belly and said, What about you? Are you asking me or him? Raising her eyebrows, Lin Lan stroked her belly and asked Han Feng playfully. Haha. Of course I'm asking you. He can't talk. After that, Han Feng slowly walked towards Lin Lan, who was sitting on the sofa. I'm fine. I read books every day when I'm free. But I can't feel him yet. Looking down at her belly, Lin Lan said hesitantly. Nonsense. He just took shape. It's strange that you can feel him. With a coquettish word, Han Feng gently placed his hand on Lin Lan's belly. And in his mind, he contacted Luna and said, Luna? Test. Okay. Captain Han. The system is conducting a preliminary test on Lin Lan. Please wait. 2 seconds later, Luna continued, reporting to Captain Han. Lin Lan's vital signs are all normal. Nothing is wrong. That's good. That's good. Hey. He just took shape. It's strange that you can feel him. Seeing Han Feng touching his belly for a long time without saying anything, Lin Lan simply returned his words a few seconds ago. Haha, I'm glad you're fine, Han Feng said, and stood up with a smile. Ah? Of course I'm fine. Hearing this intriguing sentence, although Lin Lan was a little confused, he still responded with a smile. Let's go. Eat. I'm hungry again. Walking in front, Han Feng pressed the elevator button. Entering the restaurant, the 8 dishes and 1 soup on the table were all produced by the zinc mine barracks. In order to reduce the burden of Boss Wang in the logistics department, Han Feng decided more than 10 days ago that all future meals would be supplied by the first base. Brother Han, I saw you go out again today. Seeing Han Feng and the others enter the restaurant, Wei Peng was the first to greet them. Well, it's a pity that we still didn't find anything. TSK, you guys are really. Isn't it better to be safer? There are these monsters. People die every day. You are all capable of not being afraid. But I am afraid. Biting the chopsticks, Boss Wan complained. After hearing this, Han Feng smiled and said nothing. Looking at Master Ji, he found that Master Ji also had a smirk on his face. Today's suffering is for tomorrow's happiness. Kill one more zombie today, and there will be one less zombie tomorrow. After drinking a sip of water, Lu Rui continued with a stern remark. Captain Han said that there must be a conspiracy behind the zombies during the 3-month truce. If we don't find a way to break it now, what if a large army comes to attack us in 3 months? But even Captain Han can't do anything. What can we do? Putting down his chopsticks, Boss Wang asked Lu Rui a question. What can we do? Looking at Boss Wang, Lu Rui thought for a few seconds and continued. Do you have a Buddha statue? Buddha statue? Yes. No, but there is a god of wealth. What do you want to do? Hearing Lu Rui's irrelevant question, Boss Wang was a little puzzled. It's okay to have a god of wealth. You go and worship him. And pray for your Captain Han, hoping that he can find the zombie leader as soon as possible. And then destroy it in one fell swoop. After listening to Lu Rui, Boss Wang curled his lips and said with disgust, what a bad idea. Eat. Eat, you two chat for a while. The food is cold. Holding the bowl and chopsticks, Han Feng looked at the two of them and took the lead in picking up a piece of meat and putting it in Huhu's bowl and said, eat more. It's time to grow up. Big brother. Eat too. While speaking, Huhu imitated Han Feng and added food to Han Feng's bowl. Ha ha, this little Huhu is a beauty at first glance. When she grows up, she will definitely be a big beauty. Luja teased, amused by Huhu's appearance. After Luja said this, Han Feng also looked at Huhu's little face. He had never looked at her face so closely before. Yeah, it's true. There will definitely be a lot of people chasing after her in the future. While teasing, Han Feng didn't know why. He always felt that Huhu's face was a little familiar. How it would be strange if she wasn't familiar. After getting along with Huhu for nearly a year, he never cared about these things. Now that he suddenly remembered them, he would definitely have this strange feeling. Gently shaking his head, Han Feng turned his attention back to the dishes and began to eat. Another month has passed. During this time, Han Feng went out several times a day, in non-stop places, looking for level 7 zombies. As the agreed deadline got closer, Han Feng began to get anxious. After a while, when the time came, the plan of the level 7 zombies would succeed. If he became the new mother, then the abilities of all zombies would be improved to a certain extent. And the GS virus that had disappeared for a long time would also start the evolution mode again. Luna, when will the second base be built? Han Feng asked Luna in his mind after parking the car in the heart of the city. After a rough calculation, Han Feng found that it has been almost 3 months since the construction of the second base began. Now, apart from the 7th level zombies, the most important thing is to complete the second base. Report to Captain Han. There are only 3 days left before the completion of the Allied second base. Well, I know. After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng responded. After getting out of the car, Han Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Sitting on the steps in the shade, Han Feng realized it was too late. Seeing that the second base was only 3 days away from completion. And these 3 days might be the most dangerous period. The day when the second base was completed and the truce deadline given by the 7th level zombies overlapped with a high degree. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of 1. What if the zombies suddenly attack when the second base is completed? Thinking of this, Han Feng felt a sense of danger. Step. Han Feng stood up after dropping the cigarette butt and stomping it out. He sat in the driver's seat, started the car and drove straight to the second base. Luna, inform Lin Lan and the others that I will be guarding the base these days and will not go back to the hotel. Tell them not to worry about me. I will go back after I finish my work here. Okay, Captain Han. I will convey it to Lin Lan. Yes. Hearing this, Han Feng nodded and began to concentrate on his journey. When they returned to the base, it was already dusk at 7 o'clock in the evening. Luna. Summon 20 police dogs. Outside the wall, Han Feng parked the SUV. When entering the wall, Han Feng thought for a moment and gave an order. Report to Captain Han. Summon 20 police dogs. A total of 10,000 gold coins are required. Please confirm the summon. Confirm. Summon. Okay. Captain Han. 20 police dogs are being summoned. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng continued, 20 police dogs. Let them be in groups of 10. Scattered around the second base. Patrol in turns within a 30-kilometer range. If you find anything unusual, notify me immediately. Okay. Captain Han. I got it. After communicating this, Han Feng just returned to his tent. Inside the tent, Han Feng, sitting on the camp bed, sighed worriedly. At this time, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, which is completely passive. Will the level 7 zombie come? When will it come? How many helpers will it bring when it comes? What will the strength of these helpers be? Han Feng knows nothing about these. And the level 7 zombie needs these 3 months. In addition to wanting to become the mother body. Is there any other conspiracy? For example, create more level 6 zombies? Or find a way to advance again? Captain Han. It's time to eat. While Han Feng was thinking hard, Natasha walked into Han Feng's tent with 2 boxes of rice bowls. Captain Han. Eat first. If you have anything to think about, you can think about it after dinner. After greeting Han Feng, Natasha said to herself, during this period of time, I have taken 9 snipers to occupy the surrounding high ground every day. As long as there are zombies, they will not escape my eyes. Chapter 474. The second base is completed. Is there anything unusual? Han Feng asked Natasha while eating the self-heating rations. No. Well, pay more attention recently. After listening, Han Feng thought for a moment and said, if there are not enough snipers, you can call them yourself. Okay. After the two finished talking, they stopped talking and started eating. At night, after patrolling the area around the second base, Han Feng returned to the tent. Lying on the bed, Han Feng closed his eyes and thought. For unknown threats, Han Feng always felt like a thorn in his back. Damn level 7 zombie. What on earth are you going to do? Before going to bed, Han Feng still muttered. The next morning, Han Feng got up early. After a simple wash, Han Feng began to hunt for possible dangers. At this time, the construction of the second base has completely entered the final stage of power-on and testing. Time passed, and as the sun moved down, a day passed like this. Luna, how long will it take for the second base to be completed? Under the night, Han Feng stood in front of the second Allied base vehicle and asked. Report to Team Han. There are still 7 hours and 21 minutes before the base vehicle is put into use. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took out his cell phone and saw that the current time was exactly midnight. Tomorrow morning at 7:30. I know. After speaking, Han Feng put the cell phone in his pocket. Natasha. Tonight, everyone is on alert. At this last moment, Han Feng would not allow any mistakes. Yes. Captain Han. After Natasha responded, she led more than 10 snipers to climb the nearby high ground. Through the sniper scope, the environment around the base was detected from a long distance. Luna, the police dogs should not rest tonight. Send them all out. Expand the detection range to 50 kilometers. Okay. Captain Han. After saying that, 10 police dogs ran out of the camp and ran into the mountains. After giving all this order, Han Feng thought for a while and continued, Luna, notify all the soldiers in the hotel to rush here. When saying this, Han Feng also thought about summoning soldiers on the spot. But the living space is full. Even if they are summoned, where to live is a problem. And if you want to summon, it must be in units of hundreds. It is impossible to summon 3 or 2 soldiers. Right? But if you call the soldiers in the East City Hotel, the situation will be different. The second base is only a dozen kilometers away from East City. At this distance, the soldiers can quickly provide support. And after the battle, they can go back to East City to rest and live. Okay. Captain Han. The soldiers in the hotel are preparing to leave. And the first batch of Red Alert soldiers are expected to arrive in half an hour. Don't worry. Tell them to be safe on the road. Yes. Captain Han. After talking to Luna, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit one. His. Huh? Take a deep breath. Han Feng calmed his excited heartbeat. An hour later, hundreds of Red Alert soldiers crossed the country to the second base. Under Han Feng's arrangement, the soldiers surrounded the second base. According to this defense, even if 10 powerful level 6 zombies come, they will definitely not get any benefit. Looking up at the dark sky, and then looking down at the heavily defended armed forces, Han Feng's brows finally relaxed a little. 1 hour later. Natasha. How is it? Have you found anything? This night, Han Feng will definitely repeat similar questions. Report to Captain Han. There is no discovery for the time being. Who? Pa. After Natasha finished speaking, Han Feng exhaled a breath of foul air and threw away the cigarette butt in his hand. On the ground, dozens of cigarette butts were scattered at Han Feng's feet, foreshadowing his inner uneasiness at this time. A few hours later, in the east, a ray of light suddenly rose from the dark night. Gazing at the dawn, Han Feng pursed his lips, wondering what he was thinking. Luna, how long will it take to finish the base? Report to Captain Han. The second Allied base vehicle has only 1 hour left. The last hour. Frowning, Han Feng muttered again, did I guess wrong? Keeping a suspicious look, Han Feng said to Luna, Luna, turn on the radar scan and confirm. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. 2 seconds later, Luna gave a conclusion, report to Captain Han. The radar scan is over. And the scan result, a supply box was found. Hearing the word long-lost supply box, Han Feng's eyes widened instantly. At this moment, even the slight fatigue in Han Feng's eyes disappeared. Where is it? Give me the location. Han Feng instructed with his fists clenched while shifting his attention to the system. Report to the Han team. The supply box is to the west of you. Location. About 318 kilometers away from you. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng also rushed to the radar display screen. More than 300 kilometers? Han Feng pouted and said in a daze. 300 kilometers? Such a long distance. It seems that he is definitely not a troublemaker. Puzzled, Han Feng said nothing and quietly exited the system. Now it seems that the second base is at least safe. This may be considered a blessing in disguise. The next second, Han Feng suddenly remembered something. He caught the important information that flashed through his mind. What does it mean to find a supply box? It means danger. Then what is considered dangerous? Level 6 zombies, or level 7 zombies. Can this supply box represent the location of level 7 zombies? Or, is the GS virus starting to become active? After thinking for a second, Han Feng rejected the latter in his heart. The area is 500 kilometers in radius. It is impossible for there to be only one level 6 zombie that is recovered to full strength. But to be on the safe side, Han Feng asked Luna, Luna, test the GS virus in my body to see if there is any abnormality. Okay. Captain Han. The system is doing a preliminary test on you. After waiting quietly for a few seconds, Luna said, report to Captain Han. The GS virus in your body is still dormant, and no abnormality has been found. Hee. I knew it. With Luna's evidence, Han Feng basically determined that the level 7 zombie was 300 kilometers away from him. Luna, divide all Red Alert soldiers into 2 groups and take turns on duty. Since the danger was far away, Han Feng relaxed his guard a little, especially since everyone had been with him all night. They must be exhausted. Okay. Captain Han. After responding, half of the Red Alert soldiers responsible for the perimeter withdrew and went to the camp to rest and adjust. A few minutes later, looking up at the sun of the first day, Han Feng noticed that the nearest hillside to the second base was the grave of Lu Ming. Without hesitation, Han Feng checked his weapons and equipment briefly and ran towards the hillside. Sitting on the rocks on the top of the mountain, Han Feng silently held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at the base vehicle in front of him. A few minutes ago, Han Feng also took a special look at Lu Ming's empty grave. No surprises, the grave is still empty. Report to Captain Han. The second Allied base vehicle has been built and can be put into use. Please give instructions. Suddenly, Luna's voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. Built? Hearing this news, Han Feng stood up and exclaimed. Yes, Captain Han. The second Allied base vehicle has been built and can be put into use. Listening to Luna's repeated answer, Han Feng looked up at the sun. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Looking at the phone again, it was 7:25. Deploy the second Allied base vehicle. Without hesitation, Han Feng immediately gave the order. Bang. She. Huh. With loud noises and dust flying, the Allied second base vehicle was fully deployed. It turned into a huge steel center. Luna, start building all the main buildings now. Han Feng gave the order without waiting for Luna to report. Report to Captain Han. May I ask, which main building do you want to build first? All. Report to Captain Han. The main buildings cannot be built at the same time. After hearing this, Han Feng frowned. Then, let's build the barracks first. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng decided to build the barracks first. Because as long as the barracks come out, the supplies such as nutrition paste and ammunition will no longer need to be sent thousands of miles. Invisibly, Han Feng also saved a lot of time. Okay, Captain Han. The main building, the barracks, is under construction. Estimated construction time, 24 hours. Please wait. Following Han Feng's order, Luna responded. Well, let's build it first. As he spoke, Han Feng nodded slightly. Seeing the sky getting brighter, Han Feng's hanging heart also fell. Luna, I'll go back and sleep for a while. If there is any abnormality, notify me in time. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. After saying that, Luna paused and continued to ask, then, the police dogs. Withdraw half of them, and the other half will conduct normal investigation. The investigation range is still 50 kilometers. Okay, Captain Han. After the conversation, Han Feng followed the mountain road, slowly went down the mountain, and came to his tent. Perhaps it was because of the night of worry that Han Feng fell asleep as soon as he laid down. Captain Han? Captain Han? After an unknown amount of time, a voice sounded beside Han Feng's bed. Having narrowed his eyes, Han Feng saw Tanya. Why are you here? Sitting up, Han Feng was a little puzzled. Wasn't she in the zinc mine? How could she suddenly come back without his order? You asked me to come back. Seeing Han Feng wake up, Tanya turned around and sat on the stool, answering with her legs crossed. Me? I asked you to come back? Rubbing his eyes, Han Feng continued, It's impossible. I don't remember asking you to come back. You said that when this base is built, I can come back. You didn't forget it? Oh, it seems that's the case. After listening to Tanya, Han Feng remembered that he did say that about 3 months ago. How is the zinc mine recently? Is there? What big thing can happen in a place where no one lives? Before Han Feng finished speaking, Tanya answered. Chapter 475, slowly approaching. It's good that everything is fine. It's good that everything is fine. After learning that there was no abnormality in the two bases, Han Feng smoothed his messy hair and said, Okay, you wash up first. Captain Han, I just came to report to you. After that, Tanya got up and left. After watching Tanya leave, Han Feng looked back again, and found that on the table behind Tanya, there was a self-heating military ration and a glass of milk. After a simple wash, Han Feng hurriedly ate the military ration. After the meal, Han Feng wiped his mouth and walked out of the tent. As soon as he came outside, Han Feng was dumbfounded. Why is it dark? I'm jet-lagged. After saying this in a daze, Han Feng walked towards the base not far away. Luna, turn on the radar scan. In order to detect the movements of the level 7 zombies on a large scale, Han Feng ordered. Report to Captain Han. Turn on the radar to scan the area. Confirm. Scan. Hearing Luna's familiar question, Han Feng interrupted. Okay, Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. After 2 seconds, Luna continued, Report to Captain Han. The radar scan is over. Scan result, 2 supply boxes found. Luna's words made Han Feng a little confused. Report to the Han team. The first supply box is the supply box that was scanned yesterday but not collected. Oh, how about the second one? How far is it from me? After hearing this, Han Feng also reacted. Report to the Han team. The latest supply box location is about 247 kilometers away from you. It's approaching me. After a little calculation in his mind, Han Feng found that this threat was 50 kilometers closer than yesterday. pursing his lips. Han Feng shifted his attention to the system and came to the radar display screen. Squinting his eyes and staring at the display screen, Han Feng thought to himself, sure enough, I guessed it. In the radar, 2 supply boxes are in a straight line, heading straight for the second base. In one day, the distance was shortened by 50 kilometers. At this speed, within a few days, the 7th level zombies will arrive here. Nodding his head gently, Han Feng indicated that he understood. Exiting the system, Han Feng lit a cigarette, sat quietly on the wall, and looked at the dark night. An hour later, Han Feng came down from the wall and walked straight into the tent. Although he had just woken up not long ago, but this already disordered biological clock, Han Feng must adjust it in time. Lying on the bed, Han Feng set the alarm for the next day, and then closed his eyes and went to sleep. Because he had slept for a whole day, Han Feng tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. I don't know how long it took. Tick, tick. Hearing the sound of dripping water around him, Han Feng looked around, trying to find the source of the sound. Is it foggy? When he was surrounded by white fog, Han Feng said subconsciously, Are you killing me? In a trance, a familiar female voice came into his ears. But even if Han Feng tried to listen carefully, he still couldn't distinguish the content of the sentence. Are you really me? The voice was getting closer and closer, and the voice Han Feng heard was getting more and more healthy. Who's talking? Keeping his eyes fixed on the white fog around him, Han Feng found nothing. It was as if he was walking in the thick fog at the edge of the wasteland. Are you really going to kill me? At this moment, the female voice sounded again. It's you? Hearing this, Han Feng was shocked. It was the mysterious girl. Are you really going to kill me? Suddenly, the white figure of the mysterious girl came out of the thick fog. Are you really going to kill me? Han Feng was about to say something when the mysterious girl interrupted and asked again. The next moment, the mysterious girl was covered in blood. Her normal steps became staggering. Why did you let me go? I'm so cold. Blood dripped from her innocent face. Even so, Han Feng could still see deep reluctance in her eyes. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly forgot everything. He frowned and said I for a long time without finishing the sentence. I'm so cold, so cold. In front of him, the mysterious girl had come to Han Feng. While speaking, the mysterious girl raised her hands stained with bright red and slowly stretched them to Han Feng's cheek. Ring, 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 ring. Suddenly, a ringing sound pulled Han Feng back to reality. It was the alarm on his cell phone that Han Feng had set last night. After sitting up from the camp bed, Han Feng took a deep breath and kept looking around. Dream. Touching his chest, Han Feng muttered to himself. Report to the Han team. The main building of the 2nd Allied base, the barracks, has been completed. Ding ding ding. While Han Feng was relaxing, Luna reported the news that the barracks had been completed. But as soon as Luna finished speaking, a series of power outages sounded. What's going on? What happened? At this moment, Han Feng asked almost subconsciously. Report to Captain Han. Due to insufficient power, the 2nd Allied base has been temporarily paralyzed. Insufficient power? After repeating Luna's words with a frown, Han Feng suddenly reacted and slapped his still dull forehead and said, Oh my god! Before, whether it was in the game or the zinc mine, the power station was a building that had to be built first. This time, in order to save trouble, I actually forgot about the insufficient power. Quick! Build a power station. Without hesitation, Han Feng gave the order directly. Report to Captain Han. The construction of the physical building power station requires 10,000 gold coins. Please confirm the construction. Confirmed. Construction. Okay. Han team. The physical building power station is under construction. Estimated construction time, 24 hours. Please wait. Huh? After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, Han Feng's heart tightened again. The base has no electricity. That means all defensive weapons are temporarily ineffective. Light prism tower. Magnetic storm coil. Sentry gun. Thinking of this, Han Feng didn't bother to tidy up his clothes, picked up his shoes, and rushed out of the tent. Sure enough, looking at the motionless light prism towers at the 4 corners of the base, Han Feng said to himself, Luna, Start scanning. Confirm. Now, before the power station is built, the base can be said to be the most dangerous period. Without power supply, except for the walls and machine gun bunkers, everything else has become decoration. If the zombies attack on a large scale tonight. So, in order to ensure relative safety, Han Feng must first determine the location of the level 7 zombies. Okay, Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. 2 seconds later, Luna paused and continued, report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. Scan result, 3 supply boxes found. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng did not ask any more questions, but immediately turned his attention to the system. On the radar screen, 3 supply boxes appeared in a straight line, pointing straight to the location of the second base. Luna, how far is the new supply box from us? Staring at the screen, Han Feng asked without turning his head. Report to Team Han. The latest supply box is 210 kilometers away from us. With a frown on his face, Han Feng roughly calculated. The level 7 zombies had shortened the distance by another 37 kilometers overnight. There are still more than 200 kilometers. After that, Han Feng shifted his attention away from the system. Opening his eyes, Han Feng glanced at the periphery of the wall. At this time, most of the Red Alert soldiers were still on duty. The other half were resting in the tents in the camp. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng's mouth trembled slightly. He hesitated and didn't say anything. More than 200 kilometers. According to the speed of the 7th level zombies, it can't get here in a short time. Even if it arrives, the power station has been built long ago. Huh? After sorting out this matter, Han Feng slowly let go of his heart. Back in the tent, Han Feng began to clean up and sort out the housework. After breakfast, Han Feng carried the crazy blade on his back and wandered around the second base, trying to detect the zombies that had arrived in advance. After dusk, Han Feng walked out of the dark forest with a calm face. The next day, in the morning, around 7:30, report to Captain Han. The second base, the physical building power station has been built. Ding ding ding. After Luna finished speaking, a series of power-on sounds rang out. Build a heavy factory. Swallowing the self-heating military rations in his mouth, Han Feng gave the order. Report to Captain Han. The construction of the physical building heavy factory requires 10,000 gold coins. Please confirm the construction. Confirm. Build. Okay. Han team. The physical building heavy factory is under construction. Estimated construction time, 24 hours. Please wait. Luna. Start scanning. Confirm. At this time, Han Feng almost repeated the operation of the previous days. Okay. Han team. The radar is scanning. Please wait. After a pause, Luna continued, report to Han team. The radar scan is completed. Scan result, 4 supply boxes found. The newly scanned supply box. How far is it from us? When asking this question, Han Feng couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Report to Captain Han. The newly scanned supply box is 171 kilometers away from us. Nearly 40 kilometers. After hearing this, Han Feng calculated the distance of the level 7 zombies. Duh. Putting down the half box of military rations in his hand, Han Feng stood up and walked out of the tent. There are still combat laboratories, ore refineries, radars, and air command units that have not been built. It will take another 4 days. Looking at the main buildings that are being built and those that have been built, Han Feng secretly calculated, and the arrival time of the level 7 zombies is about 3 days. Could it be? It will attack after my base is fully built. Squinting his eyes, Han Feng suddenly had this thought in his mind. Pursing his lips, Han Feng returned to the tent to take out the crazy knife, turned around and went into the forest again to patrol. Chapter 476, Walking Leisurely. 3 days later. During these days, Han Feng has been in a high-frequency reconnaissance state. Almost twice a day, Han Feng has to determine the location of the level 7 zombies. And during these 3 days, Han Feng also built a combat laboratory, an ore refinery, and a radar in succession. In the morning of the 4th day, Luna, build the air command department. Confirm the construction. After this sentence was issued, Han Feng knew. After the construction of this main building was completed, all the main buildings of the second base would be completed. The rest is to upgrade instantly. Okay. Captain Han. The main building, the Air Command Department, is under construction. Estimated construction time, 24 hours. Please wait. Luna. Turn on the radar scan. Confirm. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng replied in seconds. Okay. Team Han. The radar is turning on the scan. Please wait. Report to Team Han. The radar scan is complete. Scan result, 8 supply boxes found. Report to Team Han. The latest supply box found is about 56 kilometers away from us. Luna knew what Han Feng was going to ask next, so she supplemented the explanation without waiting for Han Feng to ask. 56 kilometers? Hearing this distance, Han Feng was stunned. The last update? This guy was more than 60 kilometers away from me. After such a long time, he only got less than 10 kilometers closer. Frowning, Han Feng took out a cigarette, lit one and thought, what is it waiting for? Waiting for the zombie army to gather. Luna. Summon 4 invader fighters. All ammunition replaced with slow-drop bombs. As soon as this conjecture came up, Han Feng immediately thought of a countermeasure. In the mountains, having bombers is better than using human wave tactics. Report to Captain Han. The Air Command headquarters will take another 23 hours and 50 minutes to complete the construction. Please wait patiently. After being poured with a cold water by Luna, Han Feng realized that the Air Force Division was still under construction. He was too impatient. Damn. After cursing inwardly, Han Feng scratched his head and thought about it. Soon, Han Feng gritted his teeth and ordered Tanya. Natasha, prepare the Nighthawk transport plane and get ready to take off. Taking a big puff of cigarette, Han Feng continued to order, Luna, send 2 more SEALs, and all 4 transport planes will take off. On the way to the Nighthawk, Han Feng said again, by the way, let all the Terminators follow. Okay, Captain Han. Following Han Feng's order, Luna quickly arranged it. 5 minutes later, 4 Nighthawk helicopters slowly took off. Go straight to the level 7 zombie. Shoot him with a sniper first. In midair, Han Feng pointed in the direction of the level 7 zombie and said, Luna, for safety reasons, let all the soldiers in the second base come out to guard. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, the 4 transport planes in midair turned around and headed in the direction designated by Han Feng. Inside the transport, Han Feng wore noise-isolating headphones, held the mad knife in his hand, and carefully looked at every inch of the land below him. He had made up his mind that once he found a large-scale zombie group, he would jump off the transport plane without hesitation. Start the battle directly. Report to Captain Han. We have arrived at the place where the level 7 zombies last appeared. More than 10 minutes later, Luna's report sounded in Han Feng's mind. After hearing this, Han Feng was a little puzzled. Along the way, let alone a large-scale zombie group, not even a lost zombie was seen. Where is the level 7 zombie? While wondering, Han Feng asked Luna. Sorry, Captain Han. I don't know. It was not detected in the radar. After pondering for a few seconds, Han Feng said, then turn on the scan again. Report to Captain Han. The interval between 2 radar scans must not be less than 12 hours. In other words, within 12 hours after you use the radar scan, you cannot use it again. What? This is the first time Han Feng has heard Luna say this. Yes, Captain Han. You cannot use the radar scan again within 12 hours. Unless you can reach a new location 500 kilometers away. Hearing Luna's repeated answer, Han Feng wilted. 12 hours without radar scanning. This is not good news. Level 7 zombies have the function of invisibility, which means, during this period of time, as long as it does not show up, you will not be able to find it. Go back. During the few minutes of communication with Luna, the 4 Nighthawk transport planes have circled in the air for several circles. I haven't seen the figure of the level 7 zombies for so long. If I don't go back, I'm afraid I will fall into the luring the tiger away from the mountain strategy. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, the Nighthawk transport planes turned around one after another and returned to the second base. Luna, remember to tell me when the radar can be used normally. Okay, Captain Han. On the way back, Han Feng reminded Luna. More than 10 minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the second base. Fortunately, nothing happened during the time he was out. However, after this morning of messing around. It was noon. After eating the self-heating military rations, Han Feng asked a team to go to the surrounding mountains and forests to explore fully armed. Himself? With a powerful enemy at hand. Han Feng of course stayed at the base, and did not dare to run around like he did a few days ago. Staying in the base, Han Feng read the time. And every second passed. Hey Luna. When was the last time a level 7 zombie told me to stop fighting? How long has it been? Holding a cigarette, Han Feng suddenly remembered this question as he watched the sun set in the west. Reporting to Captain Han. It was 3 months and 1 day ago. Has it been 3 months already? Han Feng exclaimed, standing up in shock. Yes, Captain Han. It has been more than 3 months. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng did not reply, but took out his cell phone. April, the 14th. Staring, Han Feng read the date displayed on the phone. Shouldn't there be a few more days? How come? Holding the phone, Han Feng thought vaguely. It took 3 months to build the base, and the base had already started construction before the level 7 zombie said to cease fire. How could it be? Oh my god! As soon as the previous sentence was finished, Han Feng reacted instantly. The base was indeed built ahead of time. But these main buildings also took more than a week. So 3 months just passed. Report to Captain Han. The radar has refreshed the usage restrictions and can be used normally. As Han Feng was thinking carefully, Luna's report sounded in his mind. Start scanning. Confirm. After hearing this, Han Feng immediately decided to turn on the radar. As for the miscellaneous things in his mind, Han Feng decided to think about them later. Okay, Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. When the scan comes out this time, we must attack quickly. This guy must be not far from me. Before waiting for the scan results to come out, Han Feng muttered to himself. Report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. Scan results, 9 supply boxes were found. The supply box that appeared in the latest update is less than 20 kilometers away from us. 20 kilometers? Less than? Impossible. Han Feng was shocked when he heard the news. 20 kilometers? This distance is almost face to face for a zombie as strong as the 7th level. After exclaiming, Han Feng felt that this was too incredible. The detection range of the police dog is 50 kilometers. It is impossible not to detect such a close distance. Tanya. Natasha. Let's go! In a hurry. Han Feng didn't care to think about these. Since Tanya had been on standby, the propeller of the Nighthawk transport plane started to turn the moment Han Feng finished speaking. The three took off in the Nighthawk transport plane and headed straight for the 7th level zombie. 2 or 3 minutes later. In midair, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at the jungle below, trying to find the figure of the level 7 zombie. Luna. God's eye. After a few seconds, Han Feng, who had searched in vain, spoke. Okay, Captain Han. God's eye is opening. Please wait. Buzz. The next moment after Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's other vision suddenly opened up under the transport plane. Controlling God's eye, Han Feng shuttled through the trees below without any obstruction. But even if Han Feng used his trump card, he still failed to detect the figure of the level 7 zombie. Not to mention the figure, even the corner of the opponent's clothes, he had never seen. Go back to the base. After more than 10 seconds, Han Feng, knowing that he could not delay any longer, decided to rush back to the base. Because the speed of the 7th level zombies on the ground is not much slower than that of the Nighthawk. After returning to the second base and seeing that there was nothing unusual, Han Feng calmed down and decided to wait patiently for the arrival of the 7th level zombies. At this time, Han Feng could neither leave the base nor start scanning. There was no other way except to wait. More than 10 kilometers. A few minutes at the fastest. Or a few minutes at the slowest. While talking to himself, Han Feng unconsciously looked at the sun that was about to set. 2 hours later. Around 10 o'clock in the evening. Report to Captain Han. It's coming. When the sky was about to get dark, Natasha's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Swish. Carrying the mad knife, Han Feng rushed out of the tent and asked, Where is it? Luna. Vision link. Report to Captain Han. The vision link is connecting. Please wait. Listening to Luna's reply, Han Feng closed his eyes and opened them suddenly. At this moment, Han Feng's vision was grafted into Natasha's eyes. After opening his eyes, Han Feng saw through the sniper scope in Natasha's hand. The level 7 zombie looked leisurely and walked towards the base. Changing his previous style, the level 7 zombie was actually wearing a casual vest, but in its hand, holding a ball of flesh and blood. Chapter 477, Fighting to the Death. Staring at the shredded meat in the hands of the level 7 zombie, Han Feng's heart suddenly clicked. Report to Captain Han. The level 7 zombie is on the east side of our base, about 3.6 kilometers away. At this time, Natasha's report came late. East side? That's it. Staring, Han Feng's body was like an electric current passing through. Halfway through the words, there was no follow-up. Because the east side of the base is the direction of East City. The level 7 zombie came from East City with flesh and blood. At this moment, even if Han Feng was a fool, he knew that the level 7 zombie came with bad news. Swoosh. With a slight movement of his body, Han Feng disappeared from the spot in an instant. At this moment, he couldn't wait any longer. Whoosh. Howl. Han Feng turned on his super speed ability to the maximum, just to reach the level 7 zombie 1 second earlier. Every jungle where his body passed through would have a strong wind after a few seconds. And the mad knife, with its sharp blade, cut the air, making bursts of piercing whistles. More than 10 seconds later, swoosh. Chiss. When approaching the level 7 zombie, Han Feng stepped on the brakes. After sliding for dozens of meters, he finally stopped in front of the opponent. Ring. 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 Han Feng's hand holding the mad knife trembled due to excessive force, making a slightly rhythmic golden sound. And on the ground behind him, a ditch more than 10 centimeters deep and more than 10 meters long was plowed out. Am I so popular? You came all the way to greet me. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing Han Feng suddenly appear in front of him, the level 7 zombie was startled at first, and then made a joke. Just like an old friend who hadn't seen each other for many days, ignoring the anger in Han Feng's eyes. Whose is this? Han Feng moved his eyes, stared at the mincemeat in the hand of the level 7 zombie, and asked with suppressed anger. This? The level 7 zombie raised his hand, looked at the mincemeat and smiled. This is a gift for you. Who? As he spoke, the level 7 zombie threw the meat in his hand to Han Feng, and shouted in a mean way, catch it, this is your child. Pa! Bang! Caught the meat in midair, still with a trace of warm meat. After hearing the level 7 zombie say this, Han Feng bit several teeth. With a trembling body, Han Feng looked at the meat in his hand. In the bright red, Han Feng suddenly saw a trace of eyebrows. My child. In Han Feng's absent-minded words and trembling hands, the meat trembled. Between his fingers, a few warm blood flowed and dripped onto the ground. Fuck you. The next moment, Han Feng went berserk. Swoosh. The hand holding the knife swung violently, and the sharp and slender-backed knife flew towards the level 7 zombie. But because Han Feng was anxious, this attack was not accurate. Swish. The level 7 zombie moved lightly, easily dodged the deflected mad knife, and stood in another place looking at Han Feng with a silly smile. Bang! Boom! The next second, the mad knife hit the trees behind the level 7 zombie. After cutting off more than 10 trees, it was inserted into the ground and did not move. Swoosh! The mad knife fell to the ground, like a heavy drum. Han Feng stepped on the ground, stepped out a deep pit, and then blasted directly towards the level 7 zombie. At this moment, in Han Feng's blank mind, 3 words kept echoing. Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! The 3 words lingered in his mind, like the sound of a bell, and every punch shook Han Feng's heart. Bang! The heavy punch came down, but was dodged by the level 7 zombie. The tree behind it was not so lucky. Under this huge hammer, the thigh-thick tree trunk was directly exploded into thousands of pieces of broken wood. Swoosh! Swish! Seeing the level 7 zombie escape, Han Feng took a step forward and followed closely. The other hand, stretched straight into a hand knife state, quickly chopped at the level 7 zombie. Swoosh! Swish! Whoosh! At this time, the level 7 zombie did not seem to want to fight Han Feng head-on, but just chose to dodge. On the other hand, Han Feng, blinded by hatred, became stronger and stronger. But as a price, His attack speed was also slowly decreasing. One punched hard, but his body was slow. One evaded the fight skillfully and only knew how to hide. Everything was self-evident. After hundreds of attacks, Han Feng did not encounter the level 7 zombie. Instead, the battlefield between the two was turned into dust. Wood chips and broken stones were scattered around. Wood chips and dust were flying all over the sky. Are you warming up? Is it fun to smash trees? Uh-huh. During the evasion, the level 7 zombie did not forget to continue teasing, adding fuel to Han Feng's fire. Han Feng did not respond to the nonsense of the level 7 zombie, but the red in his eyes gradually became darker. Buzz, accompanied by a muffled sound in his body. Han Feng's blood rage started. Swoosh. With the blessing of blood rage, Han Feng's speed increased a lot. Almost instantly, he flew in front of the level 7 zombie. Tear. Maybe the level 7 zombie did not expect Han Feng to speed up suddenly, and was caught by Han Feng's sleeve. With a tearing sound, the casual short-sleeved shirt on the level 7 zombie was torn into pieces and fell to the side. Mad dog. Mad dog. How can you fight like this? Looking at Han Feng with red eyes, the level 7 zombie shouted solemnly. Give me back my wife's life. Give me back my son's life. Looking at the level 7 zombie, Han Feng's new and old hatreds burst out again. Wei Yun died. Although the Holy Lord was dead, the hatred was still transferred to it. And if the child was cut open during pregnancy, Lin Lan would definitely not survive. After all these things, how could Han Feng let the level 7 zombie go again? At this moment, Han Feng hated himself for not trying his best to kill it. Crazy. Crazy. Do you have to kill a person? Hands became claws. In Han Feng's heart, he could no longer hear what the level 7 zombie was saying, because the voice in his head had already destroyed his rationality. Swoosh. Before the level 7 zombie finished speaking, Han Feng pressed forward again. Bang. 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 The level 7 zombie knew that he could not dodge anymore, so he had to choose to fight. After a series of bombardments, the level 7 zombie actually stabilized his body and fought a tie with the violent Han Feng. Ah! 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 Han Feng shouted wildly with his mouth bleeding, regardless of his own defense, and increased the output of power to the maximum. At this moment, even if thousands of knives were coming, and swords were in front of him, Han Feng would never retreat a single step. Either kill the level 7 zombie, or perish together. And these 4 words, perish together, are exactly Han Feng's choice. When a person completely disregards his own safety, he is the most terrifying existence. As the old saying goes, the stupid ones are afraid of the arrogant ones, and the arrogant ones are afraid of the desperate ones. And Han Feng is the one who is desperate. The level 7 zombie is very strong, and Han Feng still doesn't know what trump card it has. But so what? Bang! Boom! Puff! After the level 7 zombie hit Han Feng's chest 7 times in a row, Han Feng finally spit out a blood mist. It was waving in the air. Under the reflection of the setting sun, a blood-colored rainbow appeared. Under such a heavy blow, Han Feng's legs trembled slightly, but he never took a step back. Even when he was vomiting blood, Han Feng still suppressed his body and punched the level 7 zombie again. Bang bang. Unable to withstand Han Feng's desperate fighting style, the level 7 zombie chose to temporarily avoid the attack. After a few steps, it flashed 10 meters away. Spit. After landing, the level 7 zombie spit out several broken teeth from its mouth. You succeeded in angering me. You will. Swoosh. How could Han Feng give the level 7 zombie time to talk nonsense? After stepping on the ground, Han Feng clasped his hands and elbowed again. Bang. This elbow hit the level 7 zombie's head. Bang bang. Boom. Seizing this opportunity, when the level 7 zombie was flying backwards, Han Feng rushed forward again. It was a set of random combos towards the level 7 zombie's body. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. When Han Feng punched next time, he hit an unknown shield. Telekinetic barrier. It's a telekinetic barrier. Instantly, Han Feng remembered the last time he saw a telekinetic barrier, when a mysterious girl used it to save his life before he died in another country's special forces. Telekinetic. Activate it for me. The picture in his mind flashed by, and the next moment Han Feng used telekinesis to hook out the telekinetic weapon on his waist. Do you have telekinesis? Haha. I have it too. In an instant, 30 telekinetic weapons blocked all the retreat routes around the level 7 zombie. Don't forget at this moment, the level 7 zombie has not yet landed. Kill! Gritting teeth and roaring, 30 telekinetic weapons gathered in an instant. They pierced the level 7 zombie in midair. The level 7 zombie made a muffled sound while holding up the telekinetic barrier. Seeing that his telekinetic weapons could not break the barrier, Han Feng got anxious. He grabbed 2 silver shuttles regardless of anything and stabbed them fiercely at the level 7 zombie in front of him. While roaring, Han Feng tried his best to suppress it. Injure the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 of your own. Before the silver shuttles penetrated the barrier set up by the level 7 zombies, Han Feng's hands were cut by the sharp edges of the silver shuttles, leaving several deep wounds. But Han Feng didn't care about himself at this time. He just wanted to kill the person in front of him as soon as possible. At this moment, the two began to fight with telekinesis. Bang! The time and distance of flying backwards are limited after all. After flying a very long distance, the level 7 zombie stopped with its back against a tree. The four looked at each other, and the 2 pairs of red eyes stared at each other. Today, I swear I won't be a human if I don't kill you. With blood overflowing, Han Feng roared almost crazily. No problem. As long as you can kill me. After a pause, the level 7 zombie stared at Han Feng's eyes and continued, but do you have the strength? Bang! Boom! After the level 7 zombie said this, he instantly removed the telekinesis barrier and kicked Han Feng's abdomen with a kick. Caught off guard, Han Feng held 2 silver shuttles and flew back along the route of the level 7 zombie just now. Chapter 478, Fierce Battle. In midair, Han Feng remembered the mad knife he had thrown a few minutes ago. Driven by telekinesis, the mad knife floated up from the ground 100 meters away and instantly arrived behind Han Feng. Then its broad blade pressed against Han Feng's back, stopping him from continuing to fly backwards. Han Feng finally stopped with his toes tapping the ground, standing steadily on the ground. After landing, Han Feng turned around and picked up the mad knife, and whizzed out 2 knife flowers in midair. Han Feng pointed the mad knife horizontally and said to the level 7 zombie, "Die!" Swoosh! After the words fell, Han Feng's figure instantly became blurred. Ding ding! Ding! Following closely, there were knife shadows all over the sky. But what Han Feng never expected was that the level 7 zombie could actually withstand the slashing of the mad knife with its flesh alone. And it was not at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Han Feng had to slow down the speed of the knife and increase the power of the slash. For a moment, Han Feng and his men were surrounded by flying sand and rocks, and flames burst out. Every knife of Han Feng would land accurately on the level 7 zombie. But the effect was very small. The level 7 zombie could always block the blade with its forearm and then attack with the other hand. After more than 10 rounds, the level 7 zombie followed the momentum in front of him and retreated several meters, pulling away from Han Feng. The tip of the knife touched the ground, and Han Feng gasped heavily. But his eyes were still full of anger and hatred, staring at the level 7 zombie. Enough of madness? Looking at Han Feng, the level 7 zombie teased. Although the tone was relaxed, the level 7 zombie was not much better. The casual clothes on his body had been beaten to pieces, especially the upper body with bare arms, which was full of various scars. The blood flowed out along the wound. Sticky, giving people a sticky feeling. Do you think enough? Bang! Han Feng just asked back and was about to move when he suddenly saw a small blood flower burst out from the right calf of the level 7 zombie. After a crisp and powerful muffled sound, the figure of the level 7 zombie suddenly trembled forward and almost knelt on the ground. Seeing this scene, Han Feng stabilized his body and planned to find out the facts and wait and see. Bang! 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 Until a few seconds later, an extremely dull gunshot came with a long echo. It was Natasha. It was Natasha who fired. After the gunshot, Han Feng instantly understood that it was Natasha's long-range support. Before, the battle between the two was so fierce that Natasha did not have a suitable time to shoot. But the level 7 zombie had been standing there for 4 or 5 seconds. In this few breaths of time, Natasha seized the opportunity. Sniper bullets are faster than the speed of sound. So Han Feng saw the level 7 zombie being shot first, and then heard the gunshot. All this happened in a flash. When the level 7 zombie was shot, the level 7 zombie first looked in the direction of the bullet, and then jumped out of the original flavor in the next second. In the middle, it turned back several times. It seems, this guy also knows that Natasha's sniper bullet can hurt himself. See where you run. Han Feng's eyes were always locked on the biased level 7 zombie, and he didn't forget to threaten him. Swoosh. This time, Han Feng did not hesitate at all, and leaped towards the level 7 zombie. Shwa! The mad knife swung in the air, making a dragon roar, and pierced the chest of the level 7 zombie. With Natasha's assist, the level 7 zombie's body turned half a second slower than before. Taking advantage of this great opportunity, Han Feng gritted his teeth and stood up, fighting to the death again. However, the body of the level 7 zombie was obviously tempered, as if it had evolved or improved to some extent. Even if Han Feng swung the knife hard, he could not break the body defense of the level 7 zombie. 3 months ago, Han Feng could easily cut off an arm of the opponent. Han Feng and the level 7 zombie fought from dusk to sunset. At night, the two continued to fight in the dimly lit forest. During the fight, Natasha fired 4 times, but missed. But even so, the level 7 zombie was still afraid of the black gun behind him. Each time he stayed in place, it would not exceed 2 seconds. Bang! Dong! Ding ding! In the darkness, all kinds of collision sounds were heard. And around the two, there were no intact trees or stones within 100 meters. The debris was all over the ground. Shocking. The eyes of the level 7 zombie were much sharper than those of ordinary people in the dark. But Han Feng was also tortured by the GS virus. Although his vision was not as good as that of a level 7 zombie, it was not much worse. In order to supplement the frame rate, Han Feng started to connect to the god's vision at the beginning of the night. This made Han Feng's vision wider, and made up for the last gap with the level 7 zombie. At this time, in the second base, White Skin, you stay here? Don't go! Holding her exclusive weapon, Natasha crouched on the high ground of the base, and saw Tanya walking left and right below. In her anxious expression, Natasha guessed that this battle maniac wanted to help. In order not to disturb Han Feng's fighting state, Natasha gave him a preventive shot in advance. Below, Tanya, who was standing in the open space below the combat laboratory, looked up at Natasha, pursed her lips and said nothing. In fact, Tanya knew very well in her heart that this level of battle was no longer something she could intervene in. Otherwise, she would not have waited until now without taking action. But Captain Han took up his sword and went out to fight the enemy for nearly 6 hours. After such a long battle, she could not just sit back and watch. F********. F*******. Pulling her hair, Tanya burst into desperate curses. After cursing, Tanya squatted on the ground, took out a military cigarette, lit it and smoked it. In the fog, Tanya also knew that she and Natasha had their own tasks. That is to guard the house. That's right. At this time, the second base was the most dazzling crystal tower in the eyes of the zombies. As long as this key building was pushed down, Han Feng's plan would be delayed by at least 3 months. Or even longer. Zombies can afford to delay. But Han Feng can't. What will happen to the GS virus? I don't know. Will the next GS virus outbreak take Han Feng's life? Will it turn Han Feng into a zombie? I still don't know. Facing all these uncertainties, the best way to deal with it is to stay at the base and not move. Not move. So far, the only good news is that there is only one level 7 zombie. The combat power of the next level 6 zombie is equivalent to that of level 5. Natasha, 5 Terminators, plus nearly 400 Red Alert soldiers. And these defensive weapons can withstand it. Absolutely withstand it. The premise is that as long as I don't go out. Who? Pa! The depressed Tanya dropped the half-smoked cigarette on the ground, then stood up and walked to the post she was responsible for. On the other side, in the mountains. Why? At this time, Han Feng asked the question that should have been asked long ago. While asking the question, Han Feng's attack was still strong. What why? When he received the attack, the level 7 zombie chuckled and pretended to be ignorant. Why did you kill my child? Why? Haha, do you need a reason? Unexpectedly, The level 7 zombie did not answer directly, but slid to the other side and asked Han Feng back, looking for death. After hearing this, Han Feng approached closely and punched the level 7 zombie. At this moment, the level 7 zombie's fists and feet also arrived, and the two of them didn't know how many times they had blasted each other. When you killed the queen, did I ever ask you why? Covering the huge crack on his chest, the level 7 zombie steadied his body and walked to Han Feng and asked. His tone was still so cynical. Nothing to say. Fight again! Fight again! Seeing that he couldn't communicate, Han Feng supported the mad knife and stood up again with telekinesis. Under the moonlight, the blade of the mad knife in Han Feng's hand was already riddled with holes. After the reflection of the bright moon, the reflection of a saw on the ground was wrong. Fortunately, it was the world's first knife made by the Level 3 Combat Laboratory. Otherwise, it really couldn't withstand such a high-intensity battle. Another 2 hours later. At this time, it was pitch dark in the deep forest. But Han Feng could still see things around him, because there was no shade from the trees. Sitting on the gravel ground, Han Feng didn't care about dirt or cleanliness. At his feet, a level 7 zombie was lying on the ground with its head drooping. Upon closer inspection, there was only a thin layer of skin connecting the head and neck of the level 7 zombie. That's right, the level 7 zombie is dead. After receiving the 2 million gold coins rewarded by the system, the level 7 zombie finally died. Although Han Feng solved his biggest worry, he didn't feel the happiness he should have. The broken meat in the hands of the level 7 zombies at that time. After the battle began, no one knew where it was lost. Looking at the broken books on the ground, even if Han Feng wanted to collect them, he couldn't find them. Hee. Very abruptly, Han Feng, covered in blood, laughed out loud in the silent mountains, because he had mobilized all the Red Alert soldiers and armed forces to the second base. So there was no soldier left in the city. Even the announcement of the death, no one did it for him. Tap 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 tap. After Han Feng laughed, a burst of hurried running sounds came from far away. It was Tanya. Tens of seconds later, Tanya rushed to Han Feng with 3 gene rapid recovery potions. Captain Han, you bear with it. Tanya looked at Han Feng's rotten flesh, and her eyes twitched unconsciously. Holding 3 injections, Tanya, who was always brave, hesitated, or rather, she was afraid. Looking at Han Feng's skin, Tanya couldn't find a single intact spot. As far as she could see, Han Feng was in a state of skin and flesh. The exposed muscles, whether it was because of pain or something else, trembled again and again. Let me do it. Seeing that Tanya didn't move for a long time, Han Feng took the injection sideways and inserted it without thinking. Chapter 479, Lost and Found. Chi-chi. Puff. After injecting the liquid in the 3 injections into his body, Han Feng pulled them out casually. When he threw them on the ground, they made several muffled sounds of varying sizes. You, go first. I want to be alone and quiet for a while. Thank you. After doing all this, Han Feng said to Tanya. However, because of extreme fatigue, there was a pause in his words. After a slight hum, Tanya slowly stood up. Before standing up, Tanya did not forget to put down the 2 nutritional pastes and half a pack of cigarettes in her pocket. Call me if you need anything. I'm leaving first. Captain Han. Seeing Han Feng didn't even raise his head, Tanya turned and walked away. Half a minute later, Tanya hid behind a tree 100 meters away from Han Feng, quietly watching Han Feng, who was alone. She was also afraid that other zombies would interfere with Han Feng's recovery. When there was no one around, Han Feng glanced at the cigarette at his feet, picked it up silently, and lit it. When he took the cigarette, the blood from Han Feng's fingertips dripped onto the white cigarette. But Han Feng didn't mind. Because of the tearing pain all over his body, Han Feng took a big puff of the cigarette by sucking in the cold air. Han Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid mist with a trembling frequency. Believe me, you will come back again. Staring at the gravel on the ground, Han Feng muttered abruptly. At this time, there are less than 3 hours left before the completion of the empty finger department. As I said before, as long as all the hidden tasks are completed and the time machine is turned on, then all the regrets can be repeated. And this is the only pillar in Han Feng's heart. Hee hee. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, The originally calm Han Feng burst into a burst of laughter. Drip. In the laughter that seemed crazy and wailing, 2 drops of bright red tears fell to the ground, creating a small puddle. Han Feng cried. Han Feng didn't cry when he was severely injured, but he cried heartbreakingly when no one was around, laughing and crying at the same time. Even Han Feng himself didn't know what these tears meant. Was it because of the unborn child? Maybe. Was it because of Lin Lan who died tragically by cesarean section? Maybe. But in the end, Han Feng couldn't explain what his attitude towards Lin Lan was. Unconsciously, Han Feng suddenly thought of Wei Yun. In his mind, he unconsciously compared the two. At the beginning, he hated Lin Lan very much. This kind of hatred is no weaker than Wei Ping's. But he knew that Lin Lan was controlled by the mysterious girl. In the end, this hatred, no matter what, it is not Lin Lan's turn to bear it. When Lin Lan got out of trouble, she gradually turned to logistics. You are back? Are you hungry? I will go to heat up your meal for you. 2 women. The same words. Han Feng didn't know whether he loved Lin Lan or not. But thinking of the picture of Lin Lan's eyes full of himself, how could he be as hard as a stone? People are all emotional animals. After 4 or 5 months of living together day and night, even if you raise a cat or a dog, you will feel nostalgic in your heart. Not to mention a living person. Especially, she is still pregnant with her child. The next second, Han Feng's mind turned the picture and thought of Lin Lan's death. Bang! The tightly clenched fist instantly crushed the cigarette in his hand. And even the cigarette but disappeared in the palm of his hand in an instant. Take a deep breath. Han Feng calmed his mind, because at this moment, he felt the tremor of blood anger again, about to burst out. Shashasha. Loosening his tightly clenched fist, Han Feng threw the Lin powder in his palm and lit another one. An hour later, the first sun of dawn quietly emerged. In a moment, it illuminated the dark night. Facing the morning light, Han Feng looked tiredly. Under his feet, dozens of cigarette butts were scattered all over the ground. Luna, send someone to bury Lin Lan properly. When saying this, Han Feng wanted to go to Dongcheng to handle the funeral in person. But he couldn't accept the tragic death of Lin Lan. Rather than adding to the sadness, it is better to ignore it and concentrate on completing the hidden mission. Report to Captain Han. Lin Lan is still asleep at this time. Are you sure to bury him? After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng was stunned. His eyes were dazed. And I don't know what he was thinking. Han Feng opened his mouth, confused, and wanted to say something. But he hesitated. 5 seconds later, Han Feng still didn't recover from this sentence. Captain Han? Captain Han? Seeing that Han Feng didn't answer for so long, Luna couldn't help asking, Lin Lan is not dead? After another 3 seconds, Han Feng finally asked this question. Yes, Captain Han. Lin Lan's vital signs are all normal. Until this moment, Han Feng's eyes began to change. From doubt and distress to shock and ecstasy. What is lost and found? This is it. Whoa. Whoa. But who knows? The next second Han Feng suddenly cried again. While crying, Han Feng kept wiping his tears with both hands. Crying like a child. Woo woo. Captain Han. You? Seeing this, Luna didn't know how to comfort him. So she had to call Captain Han over and over again. You big idiot. Why didn't you say it earlier? I was the one who got beaten. Did your brain get damaged too? After being scolded, Luna dragged out her voice and slowly explained, reporting to Captain Han. In my spare time, I can't independently explore your thoughts in your brain. Besides, you didn't ask me. Woo woo woo. Hearing Luna's slightly aggrieved reply, Han Feng cried even harder. It's okay. It's okay. In between his cries, Han Feng repeated with a gasp. Han Feng cried for 5 minutes, and Tanya watched him cry for 5 minutes. As the crying died down, Han Feng put down his hands that were wiping his tears. Looking again, blood and tears painted a strange face on his face. In terms of appearance, it was as funny as it could be. Let's go! Go back and take a shower. Then go find her. After a few seconds of pause, Han Feng stood up and walked towards the second base with the mad knife in his hand. A few minutes later, Han Feng returned to the second base. Since there was a living area in the base, Han Feng could take a hot bath. While washing, Han Feng gently pulled off a layer of old skin on his body. Under this layer of skin tissue is new skin. Because the level 7 zombies destroyed most of Han Feng's body surface, there were these lifeless battle garbage. After shedding, Han Feng became smaller overall. However, this is only temporary. In a few days, he will return to his original state after eating a few more meals. After a quick bath, Han Feng put on his clothes and walked out of the base again. Looking around, Han Feng went straight to the off-road vehicle. Driving fast in the car, Han Feng could not wait to go home. 10 minutes later, at about 5:30 in the morning, Han Feng arrived at the East City Hotel. After a quick positioning in his mind, Han Feng found the floor where Lin Lan was. The 9th floor. Swoosh. Whoosh. Disliking the slow elevator, Han Feng threw out the broken mad knife and stepped on it to soar up. A few seconds later, Han Feng froze in front of a window on the 9th floor. Looking inside through the glass, Han Feng only saw the tightly covered curtains, and did not see Lin Lan at the first time. Duh. Impatient, Han Feng used his telekinesis to open the window that had been locked. Swish. Pull open the glass. Han Feng jumped into the room. At the moment of entering the room, he did not forget to hold the mad knife in his palm. Lin. Swoosh. Puff. She. Han Feng had just put his hand on the curtain. But unexpectedly a sharp attack came the next second. It pierced through the curtain and pierced into his chest. Looking at the half of the 3-edged military dagger on his chest, Han Feng thought to himself that it was bad. He was too impatient and forgot that Lin Lan was also from the military. He still had the necessary caution. I do. Swoosh. As soon as Han Feng cursed subconsciously, he heard another sharp sound behind the curtain that cut through the wind. Buzz. Without thinking, Han Feng instantly opened the telekinetic barrier. Ding. The second 3-edged military dagger pierced the telekinetic barrier and could not move forward. It's me. It's me. Han Feng. The flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and the family members did not recognize each other. In order to avoid accidental injuries, Han Feng hurriedly shouted. Sure enough, after the shout, no more weapons attacked. Wow. Pulling open the curtains, Han Feng had a half-broken 3-edged military bayonet stuck in his chest. And he smiled and greeted, Good morning. You? Seeing Han Feng like this, Lin Lan was immediately frightened. She would never have thought that Han Feng, who had disappeared for several days, would meet her in this way. But Han Feng was dumbfounded at this moment. Because it was early in the morning, Lin Lan was not wearing clothes while sleeping. In addition, he got up temporarily to fight, and there was no thread hanging on his body in a hurry. As soon as Han Feng spoke, Lin Lan also realized this extremely embarrassing moment. At first, Lin Lan wanted to find some clothes to put on. But looking at the 3-edged military dagger on Han Feng's chest, Lin Lan couldn't help but want to check Han Feng's injuries. Under his feet, Lin Lan turned over several times in a few seconds. He was ruthless. He gritted his teeth. He stomped his feet. Anyway, he and Han Feng already had a child. If someone saw him, they saw him. After thinking this through, Lin Lan no longer hesitated and ran straight towards Han Feng. But it was this scene that caused Han Feng's wound, which was originally not bleeding, to suddenly bleed a large amount of blood. I guess, maybe it was because of the excessive mood swings, which caused the heartbeat to accelerate and the blood to flow turbulently. Looking at the white jumping in front of him, Han Feng's mouth and nose were bleeding. Are you okay? How come you? This is not, oops. Coming to Han Feng, Lin Lan was so scared that he couldn't speak. After being supported by Lin Lan, Han Feng suddenly felt his legs weak and gradually lost all his strength. Hey! You! Helping Han Feng lie on his back, Lin Lan looked at the 3-edged army thorns, which were neither pulling nor inserting. Chapter 480, Hidden Mission 6. Because she knew that once a foreign object pierced the body, it could not be pulled out at will. If it was pulled out rashly, without the blockage, Han Feng might be in danger of heavy bleeding. Hold on. I'll go get the medical first aid kit. Holding Han Feng in her arms, Lin Lan gently rocked him while thinking of a countermeasure. In a hurry, Lin Lan forgot the first aid kit can only treat minor injuries. And Han Feng's injuries. How could the first aid kit work? But the drunkard's intention was not to drink. At this moment Han Feng's eyes were not on his chest at all. It's great that you're alive. While Lin Lan was at a loss, Han Feng grabbed Lin Lan, who was about to stand up with one hand. And with the other hand, he gently stroked her belly. He said something that surprised Lin Lan. "Don't be silly. Wait for me." After that, Lin Lan forcibly broke free from Han Feng's grip and stood up to find a first aid kit. Puff! Looking at Lin Lan's hurried back, Han Feng smiled faintly and turned his hand to pull out the military dagger on his chest fiercely. Swish! At the moment when the three-edged military dagger left the chest cavity, a 3-foot-high column of blood spurted out. The next moment, Han Feng injected the gene rapid recovery injection that he had prepared into his body. Although there was only one rapid recovery injection, it was not a big problem to save his life. Frowning, Han Feng felt something was wrong. The amount of blood loss was far beyond his expectation. Until this moment, Han Feng stretched his head to look. The blood hole in front of the heart was bleeding. Its speed was enough to shock Han Feng. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly thought that the three-edged military dagger was designed to make the wound difficult to heal and to drain blood quickly. "Luna, am I okay?" At this moment, Han Feng panicked, completely panicked. The three-edged military dagger just pierced the heart. This injury, if it happened to an ordinary person, even if he was lying on the operating table in the emergency room, the doctor would not dare to guarantee that he could get the person back from the hands of the King of Hell. Report to Captain Han. Your heart was punctured, and the 3-valve endocardial valve was torn, resulting in acute massive bleeding. I don't want details of my injuries. Will I be okay? As he asked hurriedly. Han Feng's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Reporting to Captain Han. So far, your life is not in danger, because the gene rapid recovery agent is taking effect. It is expected that the bleeding will stop in 11 seconds. During this period, the system does not recommend you to move around. After all the trouble, I won't die. And not dying is equivalent to being fine. Lying on the ground, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and the blood in his mouth flew out of Han Feng's mouth along with this strong wind. Pa! Suddenly, there was a sound of an iron plate falling to the ground. Looking for the sound, Han Feng saw Lin Lan holding the plate upright, standing there in a daze. The ground was scattered with various gauze and disinfectant alcohol. It turned out that Lin Lan saw Han Feng spit out a lot of gas, and thought he had died. "Sorry, I scared you." Han Feng turned his eyes and looked at Lin Lan, saying sorry in a playful way. But to Lin Lan, this was a farewell at the end of his life. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." Suddenly, Lin Lan cried and fell on Han Feng, hugging Han Feng tightly while crying in annoyance. Feeling the softness in front of him, Han Feng's heart suddenly relaxed a little. An inexplicable emotion gradually became stronger. "It's okay. I don't blame you. I'll be fine." Seeing that he scared Lin Lan like this, Han Feng hugged Lin Lan with heartache and whispered in her ear, "I don't want you to die. I don't want you to die. What will I do without you? What will we do without you?" Biting her lips, tears kept flowing from Lin Lan's eyes, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. It was when Han Feng was on the verge of death that Lin Lan told the secret that had been buried in her heart for a long time. "Silly. How could I leave you?" Stroking Lin Lan's back, Han Feng continued, "I don't want my child to be fatherless as soon as he is born. Okay, loosen up a little. I can't breathe. Okay. Okay." Lin Lan let go of Han Feng with a crying voice. After the two of them pulled away, Han Feng's eyes changed when he looked at Lin Lan. In his eyes, Lin Lan's tear-stained eyes were full of anxiety. On her forehead, a layer of fine sweat stuck to the strands of hair. No matter how you look at it, she looked so charming. And the blood-stained red on Lin Lan's chest formed a striking visual impact with her original whiteness. Boom boom. Instantly, Han Feng's damaged heart accelerated. Boom. And in Han Feng's mind, there was an inexplicable roar. Han Feng knew, for Lin Lan, the last line of defense collapsed. Holding Lin Lan again, Han Feng's eyes gradually moistened. "What a blessing it is to regain what you have lost. This room, please clean it." After saying this in Lin Lan's ear, Han Feng propped himself up, turning his head to glance at the half-open window. He jumped out without thinking. In midair, the mad knife turned the blade horizontally, and used the horizontal surface to hold Han Feng's feet steadily. In a moment, he came down from the 9th floor, looking at the wound on his chest that was still healing. Han Feng looked up with a frivolous smile. On the 9th floor, Lin Lan watched Han Feng land, and suddenly felt relieved. After waving to Lin Lan, Han Feng said a simple goodbye and turned to get into the car. He stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle rushed to the second base. Back at the base, Han Feng entered the bathroom again. At this moment, the small hole on his chest has healed for the most part. The remaining wounds are also in a scab state. I believe that it will be healed as before soon. Just took a shower. I have to take another one. Water splashed down on his head. And Han Feng said to himself with a hint of self-mockery. 20 minutes later, Han Feng put on new clothes and walked out of the base, holding a cigarette. He came to the Air Command department that was about to be built and asked Luna, how long will it take to finish? Report to Captain Han. The main building of the second base, the Air Command department, has 1 hour and 7 minutes left to build. Well, it's almost done. After responding, Han Feng turned and walked towards the tent to prepare for breakfast. Although there is a restaurant in the base, he has been used to living in tents for some time, and still feels that simple decoration is more comfortable than cold technology. After slowly eating breakfast, Han Feng half lay on the bed, playing with his phone while waiting for the completion of the Air Command department. Report to Captain Han. The second base, the main building of the Air Command department, has been completed. Half an hour later, Luna's report sounded in Han Feng's mind. Good. After the cheers, Han Feng jumped up from the camp bed and continued, Luna, upgrade all the main buildings in the second base to 3 stars. Report to Captain Han. To upgrade all the main buildings in the second base to 3 stars. A total of. Confirm. When Han Feng heard Luna asking for confirmation and quotation, he simply interrupted. Now, there are more than 10 million in my account. There is no need to hesitate about the output of gold coins. Okay, Captain Han. The second base, all main buildings are being upgraded. Please wait. Congratulations to Captain Han for completing the time machine hidden task 5. The next second after Luna finished speaking, the cold and familiar system mechanical sound sounded. When the commander completes the following tasks, you can build the ultimate building, the time machine. Listening to the mechanical sound, Han Feng was unconsciously happy, because as the hidden tasks are completed one by one, the time machine is getting closer to him step by step. At this moment, Han Feng has an inexplicable intuition in his heart that the task to be issued by the system is definitely the last one. Task 1. Upgrade all main buildings to the maximum level. Completed. Task 2. Build your own forces and become a perfect leader. Mission target. Shelter at least 10,000 survivors. Completed. Task 3. Find out the cause of the GS virus and seal or destroy the main laboratory. Completed. Task 4. Find a hidden mother body. Completed. Half. Task 5. Upgrade all the main buildings of the second base to full star status. Task 6. Kill the mother body. This task is the last task. As long as the commander completes this task, the ultimate building, the time machine, can be built. After the mechanical voice finished speaking, Han Feng's mind returned to silence. However, Han Feng's mood did not return to peace with the voice. Staring with an incredible expression, Han Feng stood still for a long time. Kill the mother body. After a long time, these 4 words came out of Han Feng's mouth. Kill the mother body? 3 seconds later, the repeated words were said by Han Feng again. Only this time, Han Feng's tone was a little heavier. Impossible. How could it be killing the mother body? The slightly trembling body foreshadowed the horror in Han Feng's heart at this time. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The next moment, Han Feng clenched his fists and repeated over and over again. At the beginning, I killed the mysterious girl with my own hands. The mysterious girl is the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord is the Matrix. And the Matrix is Lu Ming. This is not only the conclusion given by the system, but also supported by the data from the enemy's underground laboratory. Lu Ming is dead. The bounty has been obtained. The system will never make mistakes. A full 3 million gold coin reward. These can't be faked. Could it be? She is not dead? Suddenly, Han Feng frowned and thought of this possibility. What did the level 7 zombie do in the 3 months it disappeared? Could it really revive the Matrix? Hee. The next second, Han Feng was amused by his own thoughts. Zombies. Not zombies. Not vampires. Even in movies and novels, Such outrageous plots will not appear. But if not, how to solve this hidden task 6? Stepping back, Han Feng sat back on the camp bed, lowered his head, and began to ponder the whole story of all this. I believe there must be something I missed. Hands clasped, Han Feng stared at the ground and muttered to himself.